Su Jing, once a carefree university student, never expected to wake up one day in a new life burdened with 30 million yuan of debt. To make matters worse, he had only 2 months to save a crumbling two-a-level scenic spot staffed by a team of elderly, weak, sick, and disabled individuals. What kind of trashy tourist spot is this? How dare they even call it Tuarat? The cemetery behind my house is more interesting than this. A group of tourists stood at the entrance of Wanyuan Mountain Scenic Area, angrily berating it. There's nothing fun here, just a waste of time. The roads are a mess, and my new skirt is covered in mud. 1-star review. Just shut it down already and let the government use this land to grow fruit trees. That'd be better. Su Jing stood awkwardly at the entrance, forcing a polite smile. If he weren't the manager of the place, he might have joined in the scolding himself. Just 3 days ago, he had awakened in this parallel world, inhabiting the body of the original owner, and was still digesting all the memories he had inherited. This was Qingshan County, under the jurisdiction of Yongyang City, a fourth-tier city. The land and scenic area were an inheritance left by Su Jing's parents. Over a decade ago, the country had allocated funds to promote tourism, and Yongyang City encouraged its counties to develop scenic spots to boost the economy. Su Jing's parents, who were running a business at the time, decided to contribute to their hometown. They sold all their assets to purchase the mountainous area near their old home, hoping to attract investment and develop the site into a tourist destination. However, within half a year, policies changed, the funding dried up, and the scenic area became a hot potato. Desperate, the couple borrowed money from all directions and managed to renovate the scenic area to a decent state, preparing it for operation. But tragedy struck. Su Jing's father was killed in a car accident while seeking investors. His mother, devastated, never recovered and passed away a few years later, leaving behind the dilapidated scenic spot and a mountain of debt for their son. The most urgent issue was the 1 million yuan private loan due in 2 months. If he couldn't repay it, the scenic area would be forcibly seized. Su Jing had 2 choices: sell the land his parents had painstakingly chosen, now significantly appreciated in value, to pay off the debt, and even pocket some extra cash, or find a way to revive the scenic area within 2 months. The next morning, Su Jing called a meeting with the entire staff, only to be greeted by a group of unique characters: a skinny, wrinkled old man, a sturdy young girl with braided hair, a woman with long hair who looked like a ghost, and a man wearing a tank top and march. The only seemingly normal one was Zhao Dashue, the bespectacled ticket seller. After some inquiries, Su Jing learned that Uncle Shui and Sister Yuan worked for just meals, not a salary. Tian was a young woman his late father had once helped, and Chenggu had just been released from prison with nowhere else to go. As for Zhao Dashue, although he had dropped out of high school, he stayed because he believed in fulfilling the former owner's dream for the park. After over 2 hours of inspection, Su Jing was utterly disheartened. The 500 square kilometer scenic area had 5 mountains, 2 rivers, a small waterfall, and a few dilapidated houses at the base of some mountains. There was a viewing platform halfway up one mountain, but 3 of the mountains didn't even have proper trails. Most of the so-called attractions were nothing more than crude wooden signs with hastily scribbled names. As he debated whether to sell the scenic area, a wave of unfamiliar memories surfaced. Scenes of his childhood, climbing through the forest with his parents, picking mushrooms, sitting on cliffs feeling the wind and mimicking bird calls, playing with little monkeys on the grassy fields. He also recalled his parents' solemn promise: "We'll make this scenic area great, enrich the county, help more people see the world, and give children a bright future." Ding! A crisp notification sounded in his mind, detected strong desire from the host to improve the scenic area. Beginning system binding. Binding the system. Please wait 10 seconds. System binding complete. Welcome to the King of Scenery system. While Su Jing was still in a daze, a cool sensation rapidly spread through his mind, and soon, a pale green screen unfolded before his eyes. He couldn't help but wonder, was I just wishing for it too strongly? Though his words carried a hint of disbelief, his eyes were locked on the screen in front of him. Sure enough, the golden finger every transmigrator dreams of had arrived. With a thought, Su Jing clicked on the important notes section on the screen. An electronic voice immediately sounded. Once the system is bound to a scenic area, it cannot be unbound or sold. Forcibly unbinding the scenic area will also result in the system detaching from the host, which may lead to severe consequences. Please proceed with caution. That option was effectively blocked. Su Jing thought to himself, this system must have a way to revive his scenic area. Otherwise, his 1 million yuan debt would crush him. Taking a deep breath, he officially entered the system's interface. The homepage presented only 2 simple options: personal attributes and scenic area overview. He clicked on personal attributes first. Host, Su Jing. Gender, male. Physical fitness, C. Scenic achievements, none. Scenic reputation, 402. Positive reviews, 98. Backpack, not yet unlocked. Lottery attempts, 0. Evaluation, you are a failed scenic area manager. Not getting hit with rotten eggs when you step outside is the luckiest thing in your life. While this evaluation sure knows how to hit where it hurts, Jing muttered helplessly, smacking his lips before moving on to check the scenic area overview. This section was clearly more detailed. A traditional ink-style landscape painting appeared before him, depicting a bird's-eye view of Wanyuan Mountain. The map showed 5 peaks and 2 rivers, but all the scenes were shrouded in a dull, grayish haze. He tried clicking on one of the peaks, and information immediately popped up. Leftmost peak. Unnamed. Progress, 5. Attractions, dilapidated village 1. Facilities, broken village. Tourist rating, half a star. Full-time employee, Tion Tion. Physical fitness, A. Ability, super strength. Loyalty, 100. Temporary employees, none. Service facilities, public toilet 1, a toilet, so awful people would rather wet themselves than use it. Evaluation. This mountain has undergone crude development, enduring countless complaints from visitors. A failure among failures. Instinctively glancing at the soles of his shoes, Jing made sure no sticky spit had adhered to them before continuing. Second peak left. Unnamed. Progress, 1. Left side river. Unnamed. Progress, 0. After surveying the entire map, Jing returned to the main interface and began piecing things together. Each area on the map contained 4 main categories: attractions, projects, employees, and service facilities. The completion level of these categories determined the overall progress of the area. Currently, among his team of 5 employees, only Tian Tian and Zhao Dashue had a loyalty score of 100. Meanwhile, the newly hired ex-convict, Feng Cheng, had a failing loyalty score and was still a temporary employee. Apart from personal attributes and scenic area overview, there were 2 grayed-out icons in the bottom right corner of the screen. The lucky wheel will unlock when the shop's positive reviews reach 100. Activation condition not yet met. With only 98 positive reviews so far, Jing knew relying on tourists alone wouldn't cut it. He might need to come up with another plan. After all, this world was different from his previous one. As a parallel world, its cultural development and level of civilization were significantly behind. Consequently, the tourism industry was relatively underdeveloped. The standards for a level scenic area were not particularly stringent. Most sites that made the list relied on their natural beauty rather than any advanced infrastructure or services. Compared to those top-tier tourist attractions from his previous life, this place was not just a little behind, it was miles apart. Not to mention, his scenic spot was located in a county under a 4th-tier city. Although it wasn't far from the urban area, its development was severely lagging, and even making a single trip there was inconvenient. Expecting this hidden spot in the deep mountains of a county to become widely known was nothing short of wishful thinking. Jing simply gave up and lay back in defeat. Just as he was about to resign himself to failure, an electronic voice suddenly chimed in. Newcomer benefits are now being issued: Scenic Spot Upgrade 1, Lucky Spin Draw 1. Currently unavailable for use. Please select one scenic spot for the system to upgrade. The upgrade level is set to B. Note: the duration of the upgrade will vary depending on the scale of the scenic spot. Please choose carefully. Jing shot upright, the corner of his mouth curling into a smile. He had suspected it all along. This was the missing piece. Newcomer benefits. And it was an upgrade that could save the scenic spot from its dire situation. After pondering for a moment, he bombarded the system with questions. Can all scenic spots be upgraded? Can I specify the direction or style of the upgrade? Do I have to pay for the upgrade? Can the upgrade duration be displayed? The system, unfazed, calmly responded one by one. All scenic spots within the area can be upgraded. For this newcomer benefit, upgrades can be customized according to the host's preferences, free of charge. Future upgrades will require payment. The upgrade duration will be clearly displayed. Free of charge? Jing felt a wave of relief. With nearly $1 million in debt already weighing on him, if the upgrade required payment, he'd be finished. What are the conditions for future upgrades? Jing followed up. The system patiently explained, upgrades to scenic spots and projects will require reputation points. Reputation points reflect the reach of the scenic spot's audience. The more widely known it is, the higher the points. And what about positive reviews? What are they used for? Jing asked, staring intently at the screen. Positive reviews can be used to purchase skills or items from the store. Just 2 more to go. As the system finished, Jing's mind immediately raced with thoughts on how to quickly gain those 2 positive reviews. Jokes aside, he understood the significance of skills and items, and his heart surged with excitement. However, the most pressing task at hand was still upgrading one of the scenic spots. He opened a real-time HD map, which displayed the distribution of all scenic spots clearly, allowing him to compare and deliberate. This first upgrade had to be chosen with extreme caution. If he picked the right spot, the scenic area could be saved. If he picked the wrong one, he might as well call it quits. Future upgrades would consume reputation points, and with just a few thousand reputation points to his name, he couldn't afford to waste them carelessly. By the time he accumulated enough, had likely have been thrown into a mass grave by his creditors. Immersed in the map, Su Jing carefully examined the upgrade durations for each scenic spot. Among the level upgrades, some mountain transformations would take over a month, and even river modifications required more than 20 days. By the time the upgrades were completed and operations began, it would be too late. He didn't have the luxury of waiting. Neither he nor his million yuan debt could afford the delay. In the end, he narrowed his options down to 3 locations with shorter upgrade times: Low Hill, the dilapidated village, and green pastures. Low Hill and green pastures were smaller in scale and easier to renovate, while the dilapidated village, though run down, already had some basic structures in place, making it worth considering. He circled and marked the options on a nearby scrap of paper, deliberating for a long time and weighing the pros and cons repeatedly. Finally, Su Jing made up his mind and announced firmly to the system, "System, I've decided to upgrade the dilapidated village. The upgrade for the attraction has been selected, and the direction for the upgrade is confirmed. The beginner's benefits have been used up. The upgrade begins now and will take exactly 10 days." After the electronic voice coldly announced this information, it suddenly fell silent for a while. Just as Su Jing thought the system had finished its notification, it unexpectedly spoke again. "Host, good luck." Su Jing quietly accepted the system's well wishes, closed the interface, and stepped outside. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground beneath his feet. At the ticket booth, Zhao Dashua sat upright with a serious expression, as if he were taking an important exam. The cash box, stamps, and ticket papers on the desk were arranged so neatly they seemed measured with a ruler. However, what clashed with this meticulous setup was the empty space in front of the small window, so quiet it felt a little eerie. Hearing Su Jing's approaching footsteps, Zhao Dashua forced a faint smile, his voice tinged with unease. "It's still early. The tourists probably haven't woken up yet." Su Jing didn't respond, only gave him an encouraging pat on the shoulder. Everyone was doing their part, and that was good. Striding into the scenic area, he began planning his next steps. The system was upgrading the village's attractions, but he couldn't just sit idle. With the attractions taken care of, the next issue was the routes. In the coming days, he needed to address the transportation leading to the attractions. But first, he had to head inside and bring Tian out. "Uncle Shui, take me to Little Butt Mountain," Su Jing called to the old boatman. Uncle Shui leaned on his worn boat pole, looking puzzled. "What for? What if tourists show up?" Su Jing waved him off, his tone resolute. "No one's coming. Let's go, take me over." Uncle Shui glanced hesitantly at the entrance before finally shaking his head in resignation, motioning for Su Jing to get on the boat. The water rippled gently as the boat pushed off from the shore. The Wanyuan Mountain scenic area had 2 water routes, winding like serpents around the central peak before meeting. The route they were on now was wide and calm, but the banks were lined with barren stone cliffs, with only the occasional stubborn weed poking through hardly a scenic view. The other route was entirely different. It was narrow, with a stretch of turbulent waters in the middle. With Uncle Shui's questionable skills and their leaky old boat, they wouldn't last long before capsizing. As for their destination, Little Butt Mountain, well, that was a nickname given by the locals. Its rounded peak, paired with a taller and even rounder mountain behind it, earned them the names Little Butt Mountain and Big Butt Mountain. At the foot of Little Butt Mountain lay an old village, while Big Butt Mountain remained mostly undeveloped. Su Jing only remembered that it was home to plenty of monkeys. To preserve the natural environment, his parents had never developed that area much. Tian was working in the dilapidated village at the foot of Little Butt Mountain. Now that the rundown village was undergoing a system upgrade, there were bound to be changes. Su Jing needed to check if his 100 loyal employee was doing all right. Sure enough, as the boat approached the shore, Su Jing saw the plainly dressed young woman running toward him in a panic, her voice trembling with a hint of tears. "Boss, I saw a ghost." Su Jing steadied Tian, who nearly stumbled, and calmly reassured her. "It's fine. This village is probably quite old. Block off the area for now. They'll get a construction crew out here in the next few days to rebuild it." Still shaken, Tian didn't question why her boss seemed to have an answer ready, as if he had anticipated the situation. The small boat carried the 2 of them back. Su Jing glanced back at the distant village. A thin mist hung in the air, blurring the outlines of the settlement, likely a result of the system's upgrade. Standing on the swaying boat, Su Jing frowned in thought, contemplating his next move. The scenic area couldn't remain open for the time being. There was no way to cordon off such a large area. Moreover, repairing the water routes would be best done during a closure. Though the decision was difficult, it seemed like the only choice for long-term development. A single phone call from Zhao Dashua gathered everyone together, leaving them wondering what it was all about. Tian Yuan, on the other hand, let out a sigh of relief. "That ghost. Well, at least I don't have to go to work." Su Jing was briefly stunned, but quickly realized everyone had misunderstood his intentions. "I'm not firing anyone. The scenic area will continue operating as usual," he clarified, putting on a cheerful expression. "But for the next few days, we'll temporarily close the park." He paused, his eyes firm with determination. I've secured some investment recently and plan to renovate the old village at the base of Zypiga Mountain. Since the construction work is about to start and visitors can't enter the area right now, we might as well close the park entirely and work together to fix the road at the entrance and repair Uncle Shue's old boat. Once everything is ready, we'll offer tourists a completely refreshed experience. His words instantly filled everyone with excitement. Zhao Dashue and Tian Tian, in particular, lit up with joy, their previous worries vanishing. Zhao Dashue clapped his hands enthusiastically. Investment is a huge blessing. Tian Tian was equally eager. So what's next? We'll follow the boss's orders. Uncle Shui immediately took the lead, patting his ribs with a muffled thump-thump sound. Even Feng Cheng, who rarely spoke, nodded in agreement. The boss pays me. I'll do whatever needs to be done. Su Jing scanned the crowd, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Everyone was brimming with energy, undoubtedly a promising start. Su Jing began to plan in his mind. Today, we'll inventory the supplies needed for repairs. Tomorrow, he'll head to the market to purchase everything. Zhao Dashua nodded enthusiastically, then quickly shut the ticket office window, rolled up his sleeves, and led the way into the park. The group clattered along from the entrance to the dock, inspecting every detail meticulously, ensuring nothing was overlooked before dispersing. Su Jing, however, left work early to prepare the shopping list at home. He had more pressing matters to address. Sitting at his desk, the young and refined Su Jing held a pen, deep in thought. The first section of the park's pathway urgently needed repairs, but hiring a contractor was out of the question. He'd have to do it himself. The dock, made of a few worn wooden planks, had somehow avoided any safety mishaps so far, which was nothing short of a small miracle. As for Uncle Shue's boat, it was severely waterlogged. While patching it up might make it usable for a bit longer, a battered old boat paired with the plain scenery on both banks wouldn't attract any tourists. Having grown up in the cultural environment of Blue Star, Su Jing had visited countless scenic spots. From once glorious destinations to those currently thriving, he had experienced them all. In his previous life, he had been an outdoor adventure enthusiast, exploring numerous breathtaking and perilous locations. He understood what captivated tourists, what was irreplaceable, and what could make visitors linger. His experience told him that the biggest issue with the Wanyuan Mountain scenic area was its lack of cultural depth. The surrounding natural scenery paled in comparison to other popular destinations. Without any enduring stories or cultural significance, even the most beautiful landscapes struggled to capture visitors' hearts. Unfortunately, Wanyuan Mountain had no historical or cultural resources to draw upon. The memories Su Jing carried were mostly from another world, irrelevant to this place. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. If these stories weren't from this world, why couldn't he tell them here? As long as the stories were captivating and rich in detail, would visitors really care whether they were rooted in local history? The Peach Blossom Spring by Tao Yuanming was entirely fictional, yet it became a classic, studied for generations. If that's the case, Su Jing thought, why couldn't he craft a grand and fantastical epic set in the overlooked Wanyuan mountain range? Once the idea took root, it quickly grew in his mind. He would leave the technical challenges to the system while focusing on the cultural essence and unique selling points. After the village renovation, a cultural program would be essential. This program needed to captivate audiences while remaining cost-effective. Images of countless intangible cultural heritage practices from his past life flashed through his mind, and suddenly, he found his direction. After thinking it through, Su Jing received a very special call. The name displayed on his son's phone made him chuckle. It was from his college best friend. Jiangkong. Su Jing had fully absorbed the original host's memories. In other words, he was now the original host. Without hesitation, he pressed the answer button. On the other end came a hearty greeting. Godfather, you've been completely silent these past few days. You said you'd come back after handling things at home. So why haven't we heard from you? Su Jing rubbed his temples, feeling a slight headache, and suddenly remembered the promise he'd made to Jiang Tsong a while ago. Lowering his voice, he said, well, Jiang Tsong, I need to tell you something. Don't get mad. Go ahead. On the other end, Jiang Tsong gripped his phone tightly, his voice tinged with a subtle trace of nervousness. I came back to take a look at my parents' business, and it's way more complicated than I expected. I probably won't be able to return. Su Jing hadn't even finished his sentence when, surprisingly, there was no angry response. There was a brief silence before Jiang Tsong quietly replied, have you made up your mind? Yes, I have. So, are you giving up the ADC design firm's offer too? Yeah. Su Jing was about to explain further, but Jiang Tsong interrupted him. What? You got it. Jiang Tsong let out an incredulous laugh, pausing for a moment before continuing. You never checked their website? They announced the results 3 days ago. You passed all 5 rounds of interviews, beating over 200 other applicants to get that offer. Are you seriously going to give it up? Su Jing fell silent. He knew exactly what he'd been through at the time. His major in college was environmental art design, and ADC was one of the top design firms in the country. This campus recruitment had nearly every student in his department submitting their resumes. Thanks to his impressive portfolio and skills, The original host had managed to pass the final interview and secure this rare opportunity. On the phone, Jiang Tsung's tone grew more insistent. Even Zhao Jinheng from your dorm passed too, and you two never got along. If you give up this offer, he'll probably mock you for the rest of your life. Jing, you really need to think this through. Su Jing gave a wry smile. He knew that if he'd heard this news a few days earlier, he might have wavered. But now it was too late. His gaze fell on the window. The night was heavy, and in the distance, the faint outline of the Wanyuan mountain scenic area loomed, as if silently affirming his resolve. I'm not going, he said firmly, lifting his head. Let's talk about something else. Songzi, how about you? I remember you applied to quite a few places too. With your grades and all those part-time jobs you've done, you should be fine. Su Jing knew Jiang Tsung had majored in business administration. The reason they became close friends was that both came from modest backgrounds in college and had to rely on work-study programs to make ends meet. Two talented, yet financially struggling young men, supporting each other without reservation, had forged a deep friendship over 4 years. On the other end of the line, however, there was no laughter from Jiang Kong. Instead, his voice carried a faint weariness. It's okay, I guess. Jobs are hard to come by these days. I've interviewed at several companies, but none of them have gotten back to me. At that moment, Jiang Tsung was sitting in a corner of a McDonald's, scrolling through job postings on his phone. His expression was one of quiet uncertainty. He couldn't quite understand why. As an outstanding graduate with excellent grades and rich work experience, he was still unemployed. Su Jing sat on the edge of his bed, unconsciously rubbing his phone screen with his fingers, his eyes filled with a hint of confusion. His classmates, whose academic performances had been mediocre, had all landed decent jobs, yet he remained stuck in place. On the other end of the line came Jiang Tsung's warm voice. It's okay. Jinga, don't worry. Those words felt like a shot of strength, quickly pulling Su Jing out of his slump. He took a deep breath and said in a light-hearted tone, you have to look forward. If Su Jing hasn't returned, that means he has his own plans. Jiang Tsung followed up with a question. I remember you said your parents run a business at a tourist spot? Well, that means you'll be a big boss in the future, huh? Su Jing couldn't help but smile. Yeah, it's a bit complicated, but you could say that. When you have time off work in the future, come visit Yangon. I'll host you and show you the place where I grew up. Deal? That's a promise. Jiang Tsung's voice was full of laughter. When I find a job, I'll let you know the good news. After exchanging a few more casual words, Su Jing ended the call. The moment he put down his phone, his smile faded, replaced by a serious expression. After a brief hesitation, he opened the green app he hadn't touched in ages. An overwhelming flood of notifications greeted him, with the class group chat messages standing out the most. Over the past few days, the group had been filled with posts about classmates celebrating their successful job hunts. Among them, the most eye-catching was a screenshot of the hiring announcement from ADC design firm. The screen was flooded with congratulatory messages, and Zhao Jinheng's avatar kept flashing as he responded to everyone's well wishes. Some had tagged Su Jing to congratulate him, but he remained silent, and eventually, people stopped mentioning him. However, this morning, a message from Zhao Jinheng once again stirred up the group chat. Su Jing, the HR at ADC said you didn't confirm your acceptance of their offer? Is our Su big shot too good for ADC? Did you find an even better opportunity? The group chat immediately exploded. Seriously? Su Jing, isn't he not in S-City anymore? I heard from a friend that Su Jing went back to his hometown recently. No way. Did he really turn down ADC's offer? His name was listed above Zhao Jinheng's. With such a high ranking, he's not going. Frustrated by the lack of a response from Su Jing, Zhao Jinheng was further provoked by the classmates' comments. Classmate C, ADC's announcement isn't ranked by scores. It's random. How could he possibly have scored higher than me? He always scored higher than you in school though, classmate C murmured under their breath. Qian Yu quickly jumped in to back up Zhao Jinheng. Classmate C, do you think you're still in school? Have some perspective. Su Jing scrolled through the messages with a blank expression. During university, financial constraints had forced him to work part-time, leaving him with little connection to his dorm mates. After a particular incident, his roommate, Zhao Jinheng, had taken every opportunity to target him, with Qian Yu often stirring the pot as well. Thankfully, Jiang Tsung had always been by his side. The mutual support between the two had brought some warmth to his college life. Su Jing closed the group chat. These meaningless conversations weren't worth his time. He moved on to other messages, snapshots of Jiang Tsung's daily life, kind words from the class monitor, casual greetings from childhood friends, and finally, his finger hovered over a pale green avatar. He tapped it gently. The person's feed was as blank as their avatar, neither set to a 3-day view, nor private, but entirely empty. When you, congratulations on graduating. The message had been sent in the early hours a few days ago. Su Jing's gaze lingered on the words, as if trying to etch them into his memory. When you, the belle of the environmental design department, had abruptly decided to study abroad during their 3rd year. Their bond, formed through part-time work, had been cut short just like that. His last memory of her was from a snowy night of drinks and laughter. He had thought they'd had a great conversation, only to learn the next day of her decision to leave. They hadn't spoken since. Tisk. Su Jing sighed softly. It's already been over a year. After a moment of thought, he replied out of courtesy, thank you. Take care of yourself over there, too. Su Jing let out a long breath, locked his phone, and tossed it aside, no longer dwelling on the past. His gaze shifted to the window as he began planning tomorrow's trip to the county for supplies. That was the task that truly mattered now. At dawn, 6 people gathered at the western market of the county town. This was the largest marketplace in Qingshan County, offering everything from daily necessities like rice, oil, and salt to larger agricultural tools. Not only was the market well stocked, but it also boasted a variety of food and entertainment stalls, making it one of the rare lively spots for the locals. Su Jing had clearly planned ahead as he led the group there. Jing, Kai. At the entrance of the West Market, a large bus slowly came to a stop in front of them. A young man with a buzz cut and a tanned complexion quickly jumped off, patting the bus door as the vehicle drove off, kicking up a small cloud of dust. Ha ha ha. Long time no see. Su Jing greeted him with a big smile and a bear hug. Look at you, Wang Kai. 2 years away, and now you're as dark as Obama. Wang Kai scratched his head, not fully understanding, but his laugh was honest and hearty. Haha, yeah, work's been tough these past 2 years. I've definitely gotten darker. Before Wang Kai could finish, Su Jing playfully punched him in the chest. Can't compare with you, though. You are the lucky college kid. The two burst into laughter. Su Jing then turned to the staff standing beside him. This is Wang Kai, my childhood buddy, he introduced, nodding toward Wang Kai. And these folks here are the experienced staff from our scenic area, the ones my parents left behind. Wang Kai glanced around the group with a natural smile. Just call me Xiao Kai, everyone. Jing gave me a heads up last night. Wang Kai said confidently. He's just back and still getting familiar with the place. Whatever you need to buy, stick with me, and he'll make sure you get the best prices. He waved them forward with enthusiasm. Su Jing observed him quietly. Wang Kai, his childhood friend, had always been reliable, and their bond had remained strong over the years. Still, Su Jing's instincts told him this guy might not be as simple as he seemed. Handing over the shopping list, Su Jing said, Mingyuan and Tian Tian can handle the smaller items. For the rest, just let Wang Kai know. I'm counting on you. He patted Wang Kai's shoulder, his tone carrying a mix of trust and expectation. Kai, help your brother save some money. Things are tight. During college, Su Jing had worked tirelessly at part-time jobs and even helped others with their graduation projects, managing to save over 60,000 yuan. Every penny was precious for this newly launched scenic area. After giving instructions, he waved the group off and quickly headed off on his own. Brother Jing, where are you going? Zhao Dashua asked curiously. Su Jing gave a mysterious smile. To prepare the most important thing. He glanced at Wang Kai, who stood nearby with his arms crossed. You take them around the market first. We'll meet up tonight. The group dispersed, and Su Jing weaved through the bustling market, his eyes locking onto his primary target. Whoosh! A burst of flames shot into the air, drawing cheers from the crowd. In the center of a lively open space, a shirtless performer was holding a flaming stick, thrusting it into his mouth and breathing out impressive jets of fire. The intense heat radiated outward, earning applause and laughter from the onlookers. Meanwhile, a young girl with a lively expression walked around the crowd, holding a cardboard box to collect tips. However, the response to her efforts was lukewarm. At the mention of money, most people quickly pretended not to notice. Though the girl was charming and energetic, her smile began to falter as she made her way around, collecting only a few coins. Su Jing stepped forward without hesitation and handed her a crisp 10 yuan bill. The girl's eyes lit up, and her smile instantly brightened. She bowed deeply to Su Jing in gratitude, drawing the attention of the acrobatic troupe behind her. The fire-breathing performer cracked his knuckles, clearly preparing for another round of tricks, this time focusing on showcasing his skills up close for his generous audience. Su Jing weaved through the bustling crowd at the marketplace, his eyes locked onto a group of acrobats performing in the center. He wasn't there to admire their skills. Instead, he had a clear goal in mind as he bypassed the onlookers and headed straight to the troupe's backstage area. Amid the group of performers, Su Jing immediately spotted the man who looked the most authoritative, a stout, middle-aged man who was likely the leader of the troupe. Su Jing approached him directly, greeting him with a confident air. The sudden approach startled the man, and the other performers quickly gathered around, their expressions wary. Unfazed, Su Jing suggested they find a quieter place to talk. The two stepped aside as a new round of acrobatic performances began in the background, with cheers and applause rising from the audience. How much do you charge for a performance? Su Jing asked bluntly, getting straight to the point. The stout man's eyes lit up, realizing this was a business inquiry. He rubbed his hands together and tentatively held up 8 fingers. 80 yuan, not including travel expenses. Su Jing asked, secretly marveling at how low the costs were in this small town. However, he shook his head and raised one finger. This won't be one of your usual performances. I have specific requirements, and you'll need to learn a new act. He raised a second finger. Also, I want a fixed partnership. One performance every day, lasting 1 to 2 hours, with possible additional shows on weekends. A third finger went up. We'll cover all travel expenses, and you'll need to sign a confidentiality agreement for the program. Finally, he raised a fourth finger. During training, you'll be paid 50 yuan per hour, and if you perform well, the rate will increase to 100 yuan per hour once we start regular collaboration. What do you think? The stout man was wide-eyed, stunned by what seemed like an incredible offer. The idea of being paid just to learn, let alone earning such a high rate later, was too tempting to pass up. Business had been slow lately, and this opportunity for extra income felt like a godsend. As for the specifics of what they needed to learn, he wasn't overly concerned if they succeeded. It meant long-term work, and even if they didn't, they'd still earn during the training period. It was a win-win. Deal. The man agreed enthusiastically. The name's Lu Qingyun. And you are? My surname is Su. Su Jing replied simply. Brother Lu, could you introduce me to your team? Of course, Lu Qingyun said excitedly. We've got 12 people in total. That guy over there who breathes fire is Wang Hao, and the girl collecting tips is called Miao Miao. The acrobatic show continued on stage as Su Jing sat in the backstage area, discussing the details with Lu Qingyun for quite some time. He left his contact information before departing. Su Jing wasn't surprised at how quickly the troupe had agreed to his proposal after all. In this small town with its low cost of living, his offer was undeniably attractive. Now that he had a better understanding of their skills, he was already planning how to design the most suitable program for them. The rest of the shopping at the marketplace was completed quickly, and the others drove Su Jing's pickup truck back to the scenic area to begin work. Su Jing, however, stayed behind in the town and met up with Wang Kai at a small local eatery. Yeah, I've been a bit tight on cash lately, so let's keep it simple, all right? Wang Kai said with a sheepish grin. Su Jing waved him off. What's the big deal? Back when we were kids, we'd share a single skewer of lamb and didn't care. Why worry about this? All right. That's probably how we ended up with hand, foot, and mouth disease back then. Su Jing joked, opening a beer for Wang Kai with a laugh. He noticed a hint of curiosity on Wang Kai's face and asked, So, are you really staying this time? Not leaving again? Yeah, I'm staying, Su Jing confirmed with a nod, though he noticed Wang Kai didn't look particularly thrilled. After a moment of hesitation, Wang Kai finally spoke up. Well, you might not know much about the situation here since you've been away. I've heard a little about that scenic area your uncle and aunt left behind. What I'm about to say might sound a bit harsh, so don't take it the wrong way. Wang Kai poured a glass of wine for Su Jing and then downed his own in one gulp. The tourist area before them was quiet, business sluggish, though the location was prime. Many property developers in the city had their eyes on this piece of land. Staring at his glass, Wang Kai spoke with a probing tone. I heard your family owes quite a bit of debt. What's your plan? Are you really going to keep running this place? Su Jing took a sip, the cold wine sliding smoothly down his throat, bringing a refreshing sense of relief. Yeah, I'm going to keep running it, he replied. Wang Kai frowned slightly. Not planning to sell? Su Jing sighed. It's true, carrying on isn't easy. Relying solely on the income from the tourist area to pay off the debt is a long shot. He paused, then added, I know that. He shrugged, fully aware that, whether he liked it or not, selling wasn't an option right now. Gritting his teeth, he said, I'll figure something out and give it all I've got. After all, this is the last thing my parents left me. Wang Kai gently touched the small red string bracelet on his wrist, feeling a wave of emotion. It was a birthday gift from Su Jing's mother years ago, made with 2 grams of pure gold, a rare treasure in their small county. The gratitude he felt towards Su Jing's family was something he hadn't forgotten. If Su Jing needed help, he wouldn't hesitate to step in. We're brothers, so there's no need to say much, Wang Kai said with a wink, his tone lighthearted. You've done pretty well for yourself these past couple of years. You're not a big shot, but you've definitely seen more of the world than most in this county. If something comes up, just let me know, I'll do what I can to help. Su Jing smiled. Had been waiting for this. His childhood friend, who wasn't great in school but was sharp, resourceful, and quick-witted, never disappointed. Wang Kai had always been a smooth talker, adept at navigating social situations, equally at ease with street kids as he was with top students. To revive the tourist area, Su Jing knew he would need Wang Kai's help. As for compensation, if things got tricky, Su Jing would make sure to repay him, even if Wang Kai didn't ask. All right, if anything comes up, he'll definitely let you know. Su Jing laughed heartily and clinked his glass with Wang Kai's, a sense of hope in his voice. Let's see just how far our rising star can go. Wang Kai chuckled loudly in response. The two ate and drank together, talking late into the night before finally parting ways. True to his word, Wang Kai proved to have connections. Before leaving, he even brought a van to personally drive Su Jing safely home. The next morning, Su Jing woke up clear-headed, the effects of the alcohol completely gone. Without delay, he rushed to the tourist area. Besides continuing the renovations, there was one important task he absolutely had to complete today. The more people involved, the more strength they bring. Su Jing never used his position as the boss as an excuse to sit back and relax. He worked alongside everyone else, starting early in the morning and continuing until late at night. At the end of the day, a group of them gathered at the entrance of the scenic area, ready to head home. However, Su Jing pulled Uncle Shui aside for a private conversation. Uncle Shui, can I ask you something? Uncle Shui scratched his head, his hands still caked with dirt from tilling the soil. His voice was hoarse as he replied, "What is it, young boss? What do you think of our scenic area?" Uncle Shui froze for a moment, then rubbed his hands together hesitantly before answering. Well, it's okay, I guess." "Just okay means it's not good enough," Su Jing rephrased, his expression earnest. "You've seen it yourself, everyone's full of energy and determined to make this place great. I genuinely believe our scenic area has a bright future. What do you think?" This struck a chord with Uncle Shui, and this time, he didn't deny it. He nodded in agreement. "That means you need to stay positive too. This scenic area isn't just mine. It belongs to all of us, especially you." Su Jing lowered his voice, his tone firm. "Think about all the hard work we've put in these past few days, all the dedication and sweat poured into this place. What do you think is still lacking here?" Uncle Shui's eyes widened, as if he needed time to absorb the words. Finally, he nodded vigorously with a serious expression. "Exactly. Who says this scenic area isn't great? It's absolutely amazing." His voice carried a genuine sense of conviction. Ding! Su Jing's heart skipped a beat, and a big smile spread across his face. An employee's positive feedback was as good as a glowing review. As Uncle Shui finished speaking, the total number of positive reviews suddenly shot up to 99. Just one more was needed. After seeing Uncle Shui off, Su Jing discreetly checked in with the other employees. He found that most of them were generally satisfied with the scenic area, so there was no need to push for additional reviews. The only exception was Feng Cheng. This new temporary worker had no interest in Su Jing's vision and bluntly stated that he was only there to earn money, without any emotional attachment. Left with no other choice, Su Jing played his trump card. "I'll give you an extra 200 in wages." Feng Cheng grabbed his hand firmly, but replied with surprising sincerity, "Boss, talking about money can make things feel distant. Although I didn't come here for the pay, your trust in me has made me genuinely fall in love with this place." Su Jing gave him a sidelong glance. "All right then, no raise. The boss is heading out." Feng Cheng turned and walked away with a smile, though a faint trace of insincerity lingered at the corner of his mouth. Watching Feng Cheng leave, Su Jing's eyes finally lit up with excitement. He hurried home. The positive review count had reached 100. The system's marketplace was now officially unlocked. A greenish-blue interface appeared before his eyes, with the marketplace icon at the bottom glowing with a mysterious light. He clicked on the marketplace, and a dazzling array of items filled the screen. The marketplace was divided into three main categories: skills, tools, and culture. Su Jing knew that to make the scenic area successful, cultural elements were essential. However, after weighing his options rationally, he decided to focus on purchasing the most practical and cost-effective item for the scenic area's initial development, given he only had 100 positive reviews to spend. Even so, there were plenty of items available for under 100 reviews. After much deliberation, he narrowed it down to three options. Option 1. A tool called Mystic Veil, costing 78 reviews. Option 2. A cultural item called Horn from the Deep Mountains, costing 32 reviews. Option 3. A skill called Basic Tool Crafting, costing exactly 100 reviews. If the system could modify the rundown village according to his requirements, his main focus would be on enhancing the visitor's experience. All three choices had their merits, but the one that intrigued him the most was the basic tool crafting skill. Though it would use up all his positive reviews, the skill had versatile applications and could be upgraded in the future, making it an excellent investment. Thinking about the upcoming collaboration with the Qingyun acrobatic troupe, Su Jing felt a surge of determination and immediately chose to redeem the skill. Ding! A flash of green light appeared, and the skill item instantly materialized on him. A wealth of knowledge flooded his mind, and his hands seemed to gain an extraordinary sense of control. Unable to contain his excitement, Su Jing quickly checked the skill page and smiled with satisfaction. He had made the right choice. This basic prop-making skill could not only be used by him, but also assigned to any official staff member in the scenic area, aside from the host. Once upgraded to an advanced level, the skill could even grant the ability to distribute 3 additional basic skills, which the host could allocate. However, the skill would be revoked if an official staff member became a temporary one. What a valuable asset! Those 100 positive reviews were well worth it. With the skill acquired, the scenic area's renovations were progressing steadily, and the tasks for the staff had all been assigned. Everything was in place, awaiting the final push. Feeling reassured, Su Jing went to bed, ready to welcome the arrival of the Qingyun acrobatic troupe. It was another peaceful night. The next day, the staff continued repairing the roads, and Su Jing greeted the weary members of the acrobatic troupe. Lu Qingyun led the group into the ticket office, instantly filling the small room to capacity. Everyone found a spot to sit or rather, decided to stand instead. At Lu Qingyun's subtle signal, the group relaxed. Su Jing surveyed his performance team, already forming a general idea in his mind. Brother Liu, Su Jing began seriously, his tone firm. I believe you've heard about our scenic area. The business hasn't been doing well in recent years, so I want to add some engaging performances to attract visitors. I've already planned the content. All you need to do is learn the dance moves and follow the routine I provide. The key part, he added, is that I need 2 people to take on a particularly special task. Lu Qingyun smiled, clearly intrigued by the idea of something special. Special? That's great, he exclaimed enthusiastically. That means it's unique, something we can make our signature act. What are your requirements? I need people who are strong, fearless, and willing to play with fire, Su Jing said, his gaze sweeping across the group before landing on Wang Hao, the fire breather. Wang Hao grinned, thinking to himself, that's me. He stepped forward confidently. I can definitely handle this. I'm the best at playing with fire, and I'm plenty strong too. Lu Qingyun nodded and scanned the group again before pointing to a muscular man with bronze skin. Ah-san, you're the other one. Ah-san, with his deep, resonant voice and agile, powerful build, stood out among the group. He stepped forward without hesitation. If the boss says I can do it, then I can. Su Jing smiled faintly. We'll start with this arrangement. If it doesn't work out, we can make adjustments. He raised an eyebrow and dropped a bombshell. For this special task, each successful performance will earn an additional reward of 10 yuan per person. Whoa! The room buzzed with excitement. Lu Qingyun chuckled wryly, relieved that Su Jing hadn't mentioned this earlier. It would have been a headache to organize otherwise. But now that the reward system was in place, Wang Hao and Ah-san had every reason to stay sharp. If they didn't perform well enough and Su Jing decided to replace them, there would be plenty of eager contenders ready to take their place. 10 yuan per performance was a significant incentive. Even after paying their respects to the troop leader, they'd still have a decent amount left over. Su Jing glanced at everyone's expressions and felt satisfied. After all, the performance he envisioned wasn't something that could be easily mastered. To inspire everyone's competitive spirit, a reward system combined with a merit-based mechanism was the perfect approach. All right, follow me, and I'll explain everything to you, he said. Su Jing found a spacious and flat open area and invited everyone to sit down. Standing before the group, he decided to share a story before teaching them anything. Instead of sitting, Su Jing began to pace slowly among the crowd. The story took place in ancient times, in a tribe that revered nature. The people of this tribe worked diligently, living in harmony with the creatures of the natural world. They strived to survive against various dangers and disasters, carving out a fragile existence. For many years, they thrived through their ability to adapt and endure. But one day, they began to notice strange and inexplicable phenomena in the world around them. These occurrences often brought devastating losses to the tribe and jeopardized the natural life they sought to protect. From that point on, the people of the tribe learned to respect and fear nature. To ensure favorable weather and the survival of their tribe and the creatures they coexisted with, they began to seek communication with divine beings, warding off evil and safeguarding the future. At first, their efforts were simple. They performed basic gestures and wore intimidating clothing to drive away the mysterious forces. Over time, however, these rudimentary rituals evolved into a rich cultural tradition, featuring vibrant dances, resonant songs, and elaborate costumes. They gave this ritual a beautiful name: Nuwa opera. Su Jing glanced at the members of the acrobatics troupe, who were now fully engrossed in his story, and smiled faintly. Although he wasn't a professional performer and lacked the reputation to exchange for the programs he desired through the system, he decided to teach them based on his memory of the performance style. Meanwhile, Wang Hao and Asen practiced swinging iron shovels with puzzled expressions. Su Jing hadn't yet revealed to them what they were going to perform, but he knew the importance of mastering the basics. Without solid foundational skills, attempting a performance would be futile. Determined to move forward, Su Jing drove back to the marketplace. Since they were going to perform Nuwa opera, he needed to prepare the props. With time running short, he decided to showcase only a portion of the performance to attract an audience. As such, he only needed to gather materials for the first part of the Nuwa opera. However, even for just the first part, the sheer amount of materials required was daunting. Su Jing spent a significant amount of money transporting everything back to the scenic area, leaving himself no room for retreat. In his heart, he thought, Nuwa opera is a treasured folk tradition passed down through 5,000 years of civilization. I can't let this group down. With a clear plan in mind, Su Jing got to work immediately. He spread out the materials: wooden boards, wood blocks, paint, fabric, and large sheets of oiled paper, all of which he had specifically prepared for the scenic area and the Nuwa opera. The performances of Nuwa opera were diverse, but since it was a theatrical art form and the acrobatics troupe couldn't sing, he decided to rely on music, dance, and instruments to convey the essence of the performance. To dance, they would need costumes and props, the most challenging of which were the masks and large deity-like objects for the performance tasks that only he could complete for now. Although Su Jing possessed certain skills, he had never worked on anything like this before, and it was natural for him to feel some apprehension. However, the moment he picked up the first wooden block, his doubts vanished. It was as if his hands and mind were perfectly in sync. Whatever he envisioned in his mind effortlessly took shape through his hands. Although it wasn't particularly exquisite, it was definitely impressive enough to fool others. Su Jing threw himself into the work wholeheartedly, the sound of wood shavings scraping and falling in the warehouse echoing continuously. Meanwhile, the acrobatics troupe began training earnestly. Despite not understanding why Su Jing had them contort into such strange positions, their solid foundation allowed them to execute these challenging movements. However, Wang Hao and Asen seemed to be having a tough time. Smack! Wang Hao swung the iron shovel in his hand forcefully, splashing the water Asen had scooped into the air, panting so heavily he could barely close his mouth. Asan, are you tired? Asan replied in a deep, muffled voice. I'm okay. How about we switch? I've got more strength. Wang Hao refused outright. I have no idea what Boss Su is planning, but my gut tells me this is the real deal. No matter how tiring it gets, I won't complain. If I get swapped out, I'll lose face and money. There's no way I'm missing out on this opportunity. He wiped his sweat and laughed. Nah, I'm not tired. I'm just wondering, Boss Su said, only when I can break the water apart evenly, ideally into a fine mist, will he teach us the next step. How on earth can water be turned into mist like this? Come on, let me try a different angle. Let's give it another go. Asen nodded, continuing to cooperate as they started another round. An entire quiet afternoon passed, and Su Jing finally emerged from the warehouse. Zhao Daxue and the others had been working on their plan and had already made progress down to the dock. Su Jing glanced at it from a distance. Seeing no major issues, he felt reassured, had a meal, and returned to the warehouse. He didn't have the luxury of taking much rest. The scenic area's landscaping, the design of each photo spot, the transformation of the old village, the props for the performances, and the music arrangements all required his personal attention and oversight. 5 days flew by. Most of the props were completed, and the road leading to the front of the scenic area was nearly repaired. Most importantly, the acrobatics troupe's performance had finally taken shape. Standing at the edge of the open field, Su Jing waited for their performance to end before clapping in approval. It wasn't as polished as he had envisioned, but considering their physical training, they had done a commendable job. Great work, everyone. Su Jing called the group together and finally unveiled the black cloth covering the pushcart beside him. It was time for everyone to familiarize themselves with the props for the upcoming performances. The acrobatics troupe's eyes lit up as they rushed forward. Whoa, what's all this? Such beautiful costumes. Are these masks? Whoa, scared me. These masks are so eerie. There are so many masks, all sizes. Oh, is this what Boss Su was referring to as the ghosts and gods? They eagerly pulled out the costumes and masks, trying them on according to the labeled names. After extensive practice, their movements finally merged seamlessly with the costumes, achieving an almost lifelike effect. At that moment, Su Jing approached Wang Hao and Asan, speaking softly. You two, come with me. The others were too absorbed in their excitement and practice to notice where the three of them were headed. The trio wound their way through several small paths and arrived at an open space outside the warehouse. It's finally happening. Wang Hao's heart brimmed with excitement, eager to showcase his abilities to Boss Su. However, the scene before him left him stunned. What is this? Wang Hao gazed at the sturdy bucket in front of him, its interior glowing red as waves of heat radiated outward, carrying an almost tangible intensity. This was the centerpiece of the performance they were about to prepare. Su Jing, brimming with excitement, pointed at the bucket of molten iron and exclaimed with anticipation, "Defy Hua." After explaining the key precautions to Wang Hao, Su Jing carefully observed their practice. The results exceeded his expectations. Wang Hao proved to be both bold and meticulous, qualities essential for mastering this craft. Though the technique itself wasn't overly complex, it required a solid foundation and precise control of force and angle. Once scattered, the molten iron would cool instantly into harmless iron granules, ensuring their safety. The two performers could barely contain their excitement, especially as night fell and the molten iron burst into dazzling sprays, far more mesmerizing than fireworks. They couldn't imagine how awe-inspiring this performance would be for an audience. Reflecting on their initial disdain for the rundown tourist site, they now felt a deep sense of regret. With Su Jing's concept of combining Nuo opera and Tai Hua, it seemed unthinkable that this site wouldn't become a sensation. With everything ready, the acrobatics troupe only needed to rehearse lightly in the coming days, refining their movements and expressions. Meanwhile, Wang Hao and Asen practiced daily with the molten iron, as Su Jing's budget was tight, and each batch of molten iron came at a significant cost. Simultaneously, Zhao Daxue led his team in completely refurbishing the road leading to the neglected village, following Su Jing's instructions. By the time they finished, the area was nearly unrecognizable. Su Jing called an end to the renovations, and everyone gathered at the entrance of the site. Smiling, he thanked them for their hard work and announced a day off tomorrow, with preparations for promotions resuming the day after. Turning to Master Lu and the acrobatics troupe, Su Jing noted the spark of vitality in their eyes. After 10 days of rigorous training, they were in peak condition. Master Lu had been working tirelessly during this period and would continue supervising the troops' practice, though it was crucial to keep their sessions away from prying eyes. As for Wang Hao and A San, they were granted a brief respite. Su Jing encouraged everyone to rest well in the coming days and prepare for the dress rehearsal at the new venue. The new venue. The group murmured in unison, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Su Jing nodded with a smile. The construction crew had worked primarily at night, and the project was now nearing completion. He still had a few final tasks to wrap up before operations could begin. After assigning everyone their duties, he dismissed them with a wave and turned back toward the site. In just 3 hours, the transformation of the old village would be complete. Su Jing's final task was to use the props created over the past few days to finish decorating the site. He pushed a small cart along the newly paved road as the sun sank lower in the sky. When he placed the last piece of decoration, Su Jing rowed an old fishing boat to the base of Xiaopiga Mountain. Ding! The dilapidated village has been successfully upgraded. Please inspect the results, host. As the sunset bathed the horizon in warm hues, the old village disappeared, replaced by a sprawling, mysterious architectural complex. Amid the steep wooden structures, faint amber lights flickered, casting an enchanting glow. Su Jing steadied his emotions and stepped forward, finally completing the transformation. The system's level upgrade had far exceeded his expectations. He wandered through the newly constructed ancient village, meticulously inspecting every building. All the streets, pathways, streetlights, wooden flower beds, and underground water channels in the ancient village were meticulously constructed and well-maintained. The layout and design of the buildings matched his imagination almost perfectly, perhaps even exceeding it. Every building and scenic pavilion featured exquisitely carved exteriors, crafted with such precision that touching them conveyed a palpable sense of history, indicating they were far from newly built. What surprised him most was the authenticity of the interiors. These structures were not mere facades. They had partition walls and basic interior designs, complete with functional water and electricity systems. With the addition of tables, chairs, and a connection to gas and the internet, this place could easily become livable. Su Jing stroked his chin and suddenly asked the system, what would a higher level of renovation achieve? The electronic voice quickly responded, an A-level renovation would enhance the details of the scenic spots. For example, in the case of Mingyue Village, all the furniture and furnishings inside would be fully completed, and the decorations and sculptures along the streets would also be optimized. If it were upgraded to an even higher level. The system paused, and Su Jing could detect a subtle sense of pride in its cold, mechanical tone. This place would transform into a truly authentic thousand-year-old ancient village. Although the system's explanation was somewhat vague, Su Jing understood the gist. It must be something extraordinary. He chuckled and opened the system interface. After the first renovation, he noticed some minor changes on the overview of the scenic area. On the gray, ink-like map, a small section had faintly lit up. Su Jing clicked on that part of the map, and all the details were immediately displayed. Mountain Peak Number 1 unnamed, Progress 25, Scenic Spots, Forest Pond 1, Thousand-Year-Old Mingyue Village 1, Mountaintop Pavilion 1. Project, Explore the Thousand-Year-Old Mingyue Village, 2 stars. Official employees, Tian, Physical Fitness, A. Abilities, Resilience, Great Strength, Loyalty, 100. Lu Yuan, Physical Fitness, C. Abilities, Affinity, Loyalty, 72. Temporary employees, Qingyun Acrobatic Troupe. Service facilities, Toilet 1, with reviews describing it as a restroom so bad you'd rather wet your pants than use it. This mountain has undergone basic development, and the base now has a small-scale structure. While the recreational projects remain incomplete, there is significant potential for improvement. Keep up the good work. Finally, he felt satisfied. Although the service facilities required separate upgrades, leaving the toilet still unchanged, the overall standard had improved significantly. However, what Su Jing hadn't anticipated was that the massive renovation and construction of such a large ancient village at the mountain's base had only increased the completion progress by 20. At this rate, how much development would it take to reach 100? As he pondered this, a new notification suddenly popped up on the screen. After carefully reading it, Su Jing's face broke into a delighted smile. The system provided a friendly reminder. The operating and maintenance costs of scenic spots, projects, and service facilities upgraded by the system will be fully covered by the system itself. The host will not need to handle maintenance, and no further reminders will be issued. What kind of divine system was this? He paced excitedly. Maintenance costs are typically the largest expense for running a scenic area, covering utility bills, repairs for aging facilities, and daily cleaning and upkeep. The larger and more complex the attraction, the higher these costs. But if all system-renovated components could bypass these expenses, he could save an enormous amount of money and effort. Su Jing raised his head, his gaze fixed on the massive ancient village before him, bathed in a warm, golden glow from its soft lights. He swallowed hard. The Millennium Moonlight Village, free of charge. System, I love you. After this sudden declaration of affection from the host, the system fell into a moment of silence in his mind. Jing finally let out a long breath, trying to steady his emotions. With the operating costs covered by the system, he could now promote and make money without any worries. What he needed to do next was crucial. As the sunset bathed the world in its golden hues, he pulled out a large bag of props, set up his phone in front of him, and turned on the camera. In Yangon City, another busy day had come to an end, and tired workers were gradually returning home. Shaowen, one of the countless workers, tossed his jacket carelessly onto the sofa, kicked his socks to the side, and flopped onto the bed, grinning as he continued scrolling on his phone. After watching an endless stream of dancing beauties, he found it dull. Time for a change of pace. It was already Thursday, and the weekend was just around the corner. Around this time, Shaowen always browsed through interesting local videos on Douyin. If he found any places that caught his eye, they would become his weekend getaway spots. Switching to a more comfortable position, Shaowen lay on his back and kept scrolling. Amusement parks, billiards, buffets. He frowned. It was always the same old stuff, and it was getting boring. If there was nothing better, maybe he'd just go sing karaoke this weekend. His finger froze on the screen as something new finally caught his attention. The screen was pitch black, and with the sound of mysterious drum beats, a menacing, terrifying painted mask suddenly zoomed in. Startled, Shaowen jumped, and his phone smacked him in the face, making him yelp in pain. But the bizarre imagery left a lasting impression, and he quickly picked up his phone to watch again. The fierce painted mask was, in fact, just a mask. But the figure wearing it moved in a way that didn't seem human at all. Joints cracked and twisted unnaturally, like a horrifying puppet resurrected from a mental asylum. Then, the mask abruptly pulled back. As the music crescendoed, the figure behind the mask was revealed, a person clad in strange, elaborate clothing. With the resonating drum beats, the figure held the mask, their body jingling with bells, and began an exaggerated, eerie dance. The dark backdrop, faint outlines of architectural structures, occasional bird calls, and distant cries of apes made the scene even more unsettling. Combined with the mysterious melody, Shaowen found himself completely entranced, goosebumps rising all over his skin. Thud! The screen went black. Slowly, a line of elegant calligraphy emerged. Wanyuan Mountain, 2A tourist attraction Millennium Moonlight Village's spirit summoning night. Welcome to your visit. The phone screen froze as Shaowen replayed the video 3 times. Each time, chills ran down his spine before he finally tossed his phone aside with a sigh. The entire video had no dialogue, no faces, yet it managed to hold his attention for a full 30 seconds. The mention of Wanyuan Mountain, the ancient village, and the night of summoning instantly piqued his curiosity. Without hesitation, he opened a search engine to look up information about Wanyuan Mountain. On a barebones webpage, the lush green forest seemed unimpressive at first glance. What was even more baffling was the dull gray rating beneath the scenic spot's name, shocking 1.9. Shaowen was taken aback. Such a low rating was rare. Typically, he only visited attractions rated 4.5 or higher. He instinctively moved to close the app, but a line of text on the page made him pause. The site has been newly renovated and will officially reopen this weekend. We hope to offer visitors a completely fresh experience. Renovated? Shaowen hesitated, gripping his phone tightly. The ticket price was only 30 yuan. After some thought, he decided to give it a try. After all, he had nothing better to do. Lately, his weekends had been filled with eating, drinking, and playing, and he was starting to feel bored. Although the location was a bit far, the tickets were cheap, and the last bus back to the county would still be running after 9 p.m., leaving him plenty of time to return home. Being a decisive person, Shaowen immediately booked a ticket for Saturday. Meanwhile, as the short video continued to spread, the number of views climbed steadily, and the comments exceeded 100. Most of them were negative. One person wrote, "Trashy scenic spot. I went there months ago. It's just an undeveloped wilderness. Don't go, you'll regret it. There isn't even a proper road." Someone else questioned, "Didn't they say it was renovated? Is this the result of the renovation in the video?" The comment section was a mix of complaints and skepticism. However, the most liked comment came from a small content creator named Lightning Dodger Piggy, who wrote, "Brothers, they'll go check it out on Saturday and report back. Wait for me." This creator already had a decent following, and their comment quickly gained traction. Many replied, "Great. You check it out, and if it's fun, we'll go too." Some were more doubtful. What if they got paid for this? Could be a fake promo. Still, most knew this creator was known for posting honest, lightning warning reviews, so their credibility was relatively high. The comment section buzzed with activity, and the video's engagement was undeniably strong. Jing sat on his bed, swinging his legs as he scrolled through the comments, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. The gloom from turning down a high-paying job a few days ago had vanished. This move had been the right one. In the age of digital media, relying on traditional ads and print promotions was both time-consuming and costly. The best approach was to create a buzz to attract attention. After much deliberation, he had decided to produce and release this video. Performing the traditional Nuwa dance wasn't easy, but he selected a few simple moves and combined them with the backdrop of the ancient village and an evocative atmosphere to edit the video into something captivating. As for the reactions in the comments, well, who cared if there were complaints? Negative attention was still attention. The more people criticized, the more curiosity it would spark. Right now, what the scenic spot needed most was visibility. As long as you're willing to give it a try, he's confident he can leave you satisfied. As time went on, the acrobatics team continued their training, and Jing began gathering the staff at the new site for the final preparations. Time flew by, and before they knew it, Saturday morning arrived. The chirping of birds accompanied the warm sunlight as the staff of Wanyuan Mountain Scenic Area, dressed neatly, and each carrying a cloth bag, stood at the entrance to the site. Jing scanned the surroundings, and after confirming everything was ready, he announced loudly, "Today marks the reopening of the scenic area. Everyone should remember my instructions. The official opening time is 11 a.m., so you can now head to your respective posts. Let's make sure our first day goes perfectly. Are you all ready?" "Yes." Zhao Dashue and Tian responded in unison, their faces flushed with excitement. Jing nodded with satisfaction. "Then let's get started." The group marched into the scenic area in high spirits. While Zhao Dashue was stationed at the ticket booth and Uncle Shui took charge of transporting visitors, the rest of the staff, including members of the Qingyun acrobatics troupe, were assigned as NPCs in the ancient village for the day. Time ticked by, and finally, at 11:15 a.m., the first figure appeared at the entrance of the scenic area. "Seriously, am I the only one here?" Shaoan muttered as he stood at the gate, glancing around. The desolate old mountain area appeared particularly quiet, with a small, run-down building in the distance that seemed to serve as the ticket office. Frustrated, he opened Douyin and typed a comment. "Where is everyone? Wasn't today supposed to be the day?" To his surprise, the comment quickly received a reply. "Hey, Piggy Hands here. You came too? Hang tight, I'm on my way. This place is so remote, but I'll be there in about 10 minutes. The comment section suddenly came alive with activity. They actually went. "Honestly, I kinda wanna go too. The more I look at it, the more interesting it seems." That music gave me chills. I mean, I've got nothing better to do, so why not check it out? Go for it. Qing County isn't far from us. If you take a bus and then a taxi, you should get there by 2 p.m. Seeing the lively discussion among the netizens, Shaoan felt a surge of excitement and began looking forward to the upcoming bustle. 10 minutes later, a chubby guy in a black hoodie jogged over with a cheerful grin. Hey, have you been waiting long? You're Enren Wuyong, right?" He extended his hand toward Shaoan, his face radiating friendliness. "I'm Piggy Hands, but you can just call me Zhu Shou." Shaoan, feeling a little nervous, it was his first time meeting an online influencer, awkwardly replied, "Just call me Shaoan." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the two headed straight to the ticket booth to redeem their tickets. At the booth, Zhao Dashue greeted them with a warm and genuine smile, handing over 2 freshly printed ticket stubs. He added, "Currently, only one attraction in Wanyuan Mountain is open. You can follow the map to get there. The feature performance, A Night in the Ancient Village, will begin promptly at 5:30 p.m. Please make sure to arrive at the village square on time so you don't miss the show." As he watched the two walk away, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Zhao Daxu's eyes. He softly wished them, "Hope you both have a wonderful time." The scenery of Wanyuan Mountain might be average, but the air quality is remarkably good. As the two walked into the park, accompanied by the sound of chirping birds, Zhu Shou carried a selfie stick, recording the entire visit. He was here with a mission today. As a content creator dedicated to helping others avoid disappointing travel spots, he was ready to harshly critique any subpar facilities or services. However, just as he was about to speak, he hesitated. This place seemed actually not bad at all. Shaoan, on the other hand, eagerly ran ahead, pointing at the ground with a raised brow and a smile. "This cobblestone path is pretty cleverly laid out." Zhu Shou looked up and ahead. Between the shrubs on the right side of the entrance, a winding cobblestone path stretched out. What stood out most was that the stones were vibrant and colorful, arranged to form a rainbow pattern. On the rainbow path, the words Wanyuan Mountain were faintly visible, spelled out with white stones. Quite interesting. Just stepping into the park, they were greeted by a scene entirely different from the muddy roads described in online reviews. Still, neither Zhu Shou nor Shaoan were easily impressed by such small attractions. With hands behind their backs, they continued deeper into the park and soon came across a wide, tranquil river. By the riverbank was a small dock adorned with vibrant flowers, making it quite a pleasant sight. "Let's check it out," Shaoan said excitedly, pulling Zhu Shou along as they hurried forward. The cobblestone path gradually turned into a dirt trail, and soon a wooden boardwalk came into view. The chubby Zhu Shou glanced at the wood skeptically. "This doesn't look very sturdy. What if it breaks and I fall through?" he muttered. "Oh, come on. No way that's happening," Shaoan replied, stepping onto the path confidently and dashing forward. Behind them were lush green mountains. Ahead flowed the calm river, and a massive wall of flowers stood before them. Not far away, an ancient, crooked tree that had stood for centuries stood silently, with a swing hanging from its branches, swaying gently in the breeze. There's even a swing, Shaoan exclaimed with delight, and Zhu Shou began to show a bit of interest as well. In the many parks Head visited, docks were usually plain and functional, just for boarding boats, with no decorations whatsoever. But this place was different. It combined landscaping with the dock itself, making an otherwise ordinary scene more visually appealing. However, something else soon caught Zhu Shou's attention. On the wooden boardwalk stood a sign painted blue, with white letters spelling out, "I miss you deeply by the river of time." Zhu Shou's scoff immediately drew Shaoan's attention. "I miss you deeply." Shaoan repeated the words, pondering them before his eyes suddenly lit up. "Zhu Shou, could you take a photo of me here?" Zhu Shou shrugged. As a professional vlog content creator, he snapped a couple of decent photos for Shaoan before striding ahead, circling around the flower wall, and heading toward the dock to board the boat. Meanwhile, Shaoan lingered behind, staring at his phone for a long time before finally sending one of the photos to a girl he really liked. Clearing his throat, he added a casual message, "Visited a park today. Pretty interesting." He hoped she'd notice the words on the sign and understand his feelings. Putting his phone away, he walked around the flower wall, only to stop in his tracks, stunned. Like Zhu Shou, it wasn't the scenery or the luxurious boat that caught his attention, it was the figure standing on the boat. On the jade-green waters, a small wooden boat floated quietly. The cabin was simple, but standing at the stern was an unexpected boatman. Dressed in a long blue robe with a loose straw raincoat draped over his shoulders, and wearing a green bamboo hat that obscured most of his face, the boatman exuded a mysterious aura. It felt as though they had stumbled into the domain of a reclusive master. Uncle Shui pressed his lips together, tilted his head slightly, and with a husky voice squeezed out a low whisper. "Two guests. Are you here to take the boat?" Seeing the astonished expressions on their faces, Uncle Shui struggled to hold back his laughter. No matter. This was what young Su had taught him. The voice must be low. The posture must be cool. Even the angle of the head turn must be precise. He had said so. This was the ultimate style. In the tourism business, looking cool was everything. For a moment, the air seemed to freeze. Shaoan nudged the chubby boy beside him and whispered, "Is this really a tourist spot? Did we take a wrong turn?" Zhu Shou also appeared uncertain and murmured, "I don't know. But this guy standing here, he's intimidating. Does this boat go to the 1,000-year-old village?" Zhu Shou pulled out their tickets, carefully examining the map on the back, and asked tentatively. Uncle Shui nodded slightly, swung the boat pole behind him with a smooth motion, and wedged it at his waist. With an elegant wave of his weathered hand, he said, "Steady yourselves. Get on the boat." The emerald waves rippled gently as the small boat left the dock, gliding toward the riverbanks on either side. Inside the cabin, Shaoan glanced around, feeling a twinge of doubt. "Weren't people saying the boats here are old and leaky?" he muttered, instinctively reaching out to touch the structure of the cabin. "I have no idea." Zhu Shou, who had originally come to warn netizens about potential disappointments, was now completely stunned. The bamboo-woven interior, luxurious cushions, small tea table, and softly swaying bamboo lanterns gave off the vibe of a wealthy young master from ancient times casually enjoying a scenic outing. How could anyone leave a bad review for this? As for the mysterious figure at the bow of the boat, sir," in the stillness, Zhu Shou hesitated for a long time before finally mustering the courage to ask, "What is your job exactly?" The boatman's rowing paused for a moment. The green bamboo hat tilted slightly, but he remained silent, leaving Zhu Shou feeling utterly embarrassed. Damn it. What was he thinking? But the awkward atmosphere was soon broken. Halfway through the journey, the boat slowed down. The boatman looked ahead and softly murmured, "A guest's path lies beyond the verdant hills." What? Finally hearing the boatman speak, the two couldn't help but lean forward to listen more closely. "Where waters run green, the boat gently glides." Was he reciting poetry? Zhu Shou immediately sensed a golden opportunity and subtly extended his selfie stick. On the phone screen, the lush green mountains mirrored in the waters, with the open sky above, framed the boatman's serene figure perfectly. The tide is calm, and the banks stretch wide. Suddenly, he raised his hand, his voice loud and resonant, startling both Shaoan and Zhu Shou. "The wind is fair. A single sail unfurls." Whoa, incredible. The poetry and poses that Jing painstakingly taught Uncle Shui had achieved the perfect dramatic effect. Uncle Shui momentarily forgot the lines, but seamlessly resumed rowing with his head lowered. Behind him, the two passengers erupted in excitement. "Whoa, did you hear that? I swear I heard it. He was reciting poetry, wasn't he?" They exchanged rapid whispers, with Shaoan gesturing excitedly at Zhu Shou's phone. "Did you record it?" Zhu Shou grinned and nodded. "Got it. Well done." They'd captured their first viral moment. The mysterious reclusive master boatman reciting poetry live. What a thrilling experience. Uncle Shui sensed the sudden quiet behind him and let slip a mischievous smile before quickly composing himself. Young Su had said that a master must maintain an air of mystery. Just get them to the ancient village, and his job would be done. Under the poetic charm of the tide is calm, and the banks stretch wide. The wind is fair, and a single sail unfurls. The small boats smoothly followed the current, arriving at their destination. Zhu Shou and Xiaoan disembarked in a daze, ready to leave, when the mysterious boatman spoke again. Recently, the Bright Moon village has been a little restless. If you wish to blend in, make sure to bring an offering to participate in tonight's ritual ceremony. At the ferry by the riverbank, Xiaoan and Zhu Shou exchanged puzzled glances, their hearts filled with questions. Who had ever heard of having to complete tasks while visiting a tourist attraction? And what exactly did unrest mean? What was this ritual offering about? Zhu Shou suddenly seemed to have an epiphany. Clapping his hands, he excitedly explained to Xiaoan, "I've figured it out. They mean we have to buy something in the ancient village to participate in the evening's ritual." A triumphant smile spread across his face as he silently congratulated himself for finding a clue. Forced spending. The chubby Zhu Shou grumbled indignantly. "I knew all that earlier stuff was just an act. This is a shady tourist spot trying to squeeze money out of visitors." He patted his chest and assured the camera. "Just wait. They'll check out their tricks in a bit." Behind him, Xiaoan frowned deeply, his emotions mixed. Moments ago, he had found this place quite interesting and had even considered recommending it to his colleagues and friends. But now, this turn of events left him disappointed. Could it really be, as Zhu Shou said, that this attraction relied on selling ritual items to make money? Wasn't this just a disguised form of secondary charges for a performance? He held on to a sliver of hope, wishing Zhu Shou's guess was wrong, and that this newly renovated attraction wasn't so desperate to profit. After a moment of hesitation, the two finally stepped into the site. Before them stood a steep flight of stairs, and only by climbing them could they see the full view of Mingyue village. Zhu Shou took the lead, his plump figure surprisingly agile at this moment. They had finally arrived. "Positions, everyone." Behind a large tree, Jing whispered into his walkie-talkie before adjusting his attire and stepping out. "Oh, outsiders." As the two reached the stairs, their vision suddenly blurred, and a figure appeared out of nowhere. The person had striking features, a tall and slender build, and wore an outfit adorned with ethnic patterns. His hair was wrapped in a colorful cloth. "Are you travelers from afar seeking to join tonight's ceremony in Mingyue village?" Jing asked, shaking his head and muttering to himself. "The village hasn't been very peaceful lately, and most people are reluctant to go out. Since you've come all this way, feel free to explore this afternoon. Just head to the village square by 5 p.m. The ceremony starts promptly at 5:30. The two were completely focused on this NPC, watching his every move. Jing pulled 2 cards out of his pocket and handed them over, then leaned in mysteriously. "Our villagers are warm and friendly, and we appreciate helpful visitors. I hope you get along well." Just as he was about to leave, he raised a finger as if to warn them. "Oh, by the way, if you see anything unusual, just ignore it. Like I said, the village hasn't been very peaceful lately." He then turned and quickly disappeared into the maze of the village with a few swift steps. The two stood there, bewildered, staring at the simple map of Mingyue village in their hands. Finally, they looked up to take in the ancient village before them. But what they saw was entirely unexpected. What the? They were utterly dumbfounded. Before them stood a sprawling, layered complex of ancient architecture with sloping roofs, stretching all the way to the mountain ridge. It was exactly the thousand-year-old village described in the promotional materials. They had assumed it was just some rundown village. But to their astonishment, it was real. Their steps felt unsteady as they slowly approached the entrance of the village. On the massive stone plaque, the words Mingyue Village were carved in a flowing, majestic style. A winding path of bluestone slabs stretched upward, flanked by wooden stilted houses scattered along both sides of the street. Every few steps, a delicate wooden pavilion came into view. Zhu Shou looked around, puzzled. How could this place have a rating of only 1.9? He felt as if even his voice was echoing in the air. Xiaoan walked unsteadily, captivated by the scenery of colorful bamboo and aged wood structures. "No idea. It seems like it was temporarily closed for renovations recently. Could it be newly built?" Xiaoan wondered aloud. "But it doesn't look new at all." Zhu Shou darted over to the window of a house, running his hand over the intricate carvings on the frame, marveling. "Look at this craftsmanship. And there's no smell of fresh paint. How could this have been built in just a few days?" His eyes sparkled with excitement, completely forgetting his original intent to criticize the place. "I think this scenic area might have actually discovered a cluster of ancient buildings." The two strolled through the serene and elegant alleyways, where the vibrant, overlapping eaves of the houses shimmered mysteriously under the sunlight, leaving them awestruck. Suddenly, with a creak, a wooden door swung open. From the right ahead, a beautifully dressed woman stepped out, her brows slightly furrowed, holding a bamboo sieve in her hands. Upon seeing the two, her frown instantly softened, and she smiled warmly. "Oh, I heard that 2 guests from afar arrived in the village today. That must be you." She quickly approached them, her face filled with earnestness. "Dear guests, I have some grains that need drying, but I also have to prepare for tonight's ritual. Could you help me spread them out to dry? Just under the windowsill here will do. Shaoan and Zhu Shou exchanged a bewildered glance. What's going on? Aren't we supposed to be the guests? How did we end up being roped into chores? Zhu Shou was about to refuse, but Shaoan eagerly took the bamboo sieve. Sure, go ahead with your preparations. We'll take care of it. The woman smiled faintly. Great, the first task went smoothly. They'll head back inside, and you can handle the drying. She didn't seem to have much to prepare. Her only task appeared to be secretly watching their progress from behind the door. Leaning against a wall, Zhu Shou fiddled with his phone, snapping photos from different angles, showing no intention of helping. Shaoan didn't mind it was a simple task of evenly spreading the corn kernels. A few minutes later, Shaoan wiped the sweat from his brow and looked up. Just then, the wooden door creaked open again, and the woman peeked out, her face brimming with delight. Oh, you're done already? She beamed, raising her hand. Guest, wait here for a moment. Although confused, Shaoan patiently waited at the door. Shortly after, the woman emerged, holding a small bundle of slender reed leaves. Since you're here to join the festival, consider this offering a gift for helping me. Thank you. Her gaze lingered briefly on the chubby figure of Zhu Shou before she handed the reeds to Shaoan and returned indoors. Zhu Shou's eyes widened as he stared at the reeds in Shaoan's hands, questioning. This is the offering? They just give it to us so easily? Is this like playing a game, completing tasks to get items? Shaoan shrugged. Doesn't matter. Let's keep wandering around, and we'll figure it out. This time, Zhu Shou didn't argue. They followed the map and continued forward. The map had several small star markers indicating special sightseeing spots, scattered across the area. With no shuttle buses available, the two had to rely on walking. Along the way, just as Shaoan had predicted, villagers kept approaching them for help. One moment, a burly man needed their assistance to push a cart stuck in the stone pavement. Another time, a simple village girl was anxiously searching for her lost earring by the roadside. Other villagers, dressed in a variety of traditional clothing, bustled through the streets. Meanwhile, Jing sat leisurely at a tea stall deep within the ancient village, sipping tea. Through his earpiece, he listened to the updates from staff and performers. Tasks in Zone A are all completed. In Zone B, 2 tasks are finished, but they missed the third one. Zone C is fully completed. The tourists are now heading toward Zone D. They're on their way. Jing looked toward the stone-paved path, where 2 figures gradually came into view. They looked completely different from when they first entered, faces weary, yet faintly glowing with an unusual excitement. The moment they spotted Jing, their eyes lit up instantly. Tap, tap, tap. Hello, do you need us to wait? It's you? An excited Zhu Shou and Shaoan stopped in their tracks, their gazes shifting curiously between Jing and the man who had guided them into the village earlier. Both were holding bundles of mugwort, clearly having just helped several villagers. Huh, this is my tea stand, Jing shrugged with a smile. If you need a drink, you can buy some water here. His words reminded the two of their parched throats. Right, time for a break. After exploring the village under the blazing sun all afternoon, they had traversed nearly every corner of the hillside settlement. They hadn't just admired the picturesque scenery and unique culture, but also made sure not to miss any NPCs. Jing gestured for them to take a seat and pointed to the QR code on the table. Scan to order. Wow. The reminder brought them back to their senses. Zhu Shou chuckled. Oh yeah, we're in a tourist spot, not an actual ancient village. He pulled out his phone to scan the code. After 2 hours of exploration, any initial skepticism he had about the place had completely vanished. Just the experience of helping NPCs collect items for the ritual had given them a deep sense of involvement. Moreover, there were no hidden charges here. They didn't even know which NPCs could provide the ritual items, helping others might earn them a rice cake or a cup of water. This kind of simple and genuine hospitality left them feeling truly content. Huh, this cheap? The page that popped up on the phone was a basic mini program with a modest menu. Handmade lemon tea for 15 yuan, jasmine green tea for 13 yuan, passion fruit grape iced tea for 16 yuan, and the hilariously named QQ99 bubble tea for 20 yuan. Zhu Shou immediately ruled out the last one and raised an eyebrow. This is a tourist spot, and drinks are this cheap? Most places sell a bottle of water for 8 yuan, and here a whole tea is just a little over 10? Shaoan, still counting the mugwort in his hands, had no objections. Let's get 2 lemon teas then. Jing received the order through the system and headed into the back room to start preparing. With access to water and electricity in Mingyue village, he only needed basic tools to make and sell tea drinks. After a series of clinking and clattering sounds, Jing emerged with 2 glasses of lemon tea. Enjoy, he said as he placed the drinks on the table. Then he turned and went back inside, giving the two some space to chat. Just as he crouched down, seemingly about to eavesdrop, Tian poked her head out from the back door, followed by Yuan Jie and Feng Cheng. What are you guys doing here? He whispered. Still dressed in her earlier costume, Yuan Jie replied quietly. We've just finished hosting the 3rd group of visitors. They're now in Zone B, where the Qingyun acrobatic troupe is taking over. Tian nodded as well. We wanted to hear feedback from the first group of visitors. They've explored the most thoroughly, so we can see what needs improvement and make changes in time. TSK. Seeing their realization, Su Jing nodded in satisfaction. After watching for a while, they quickly left, aware that others might come by. Yuan Jie and Tian also nodded, and the group huddled behind the door, eavesdropping. The voices outside gradually became clearer. So between the two of us, we only managed to collect 15 offerings? Isn't that way too little? One person said. There's nothing we can do. I think all the NPC tasks have been completed, and this seems to be the maximum amount we can get, another side. If I had known, I would have helped with that first grain drying task. Then maybe we could have gotten more. But honestly, we're putting in all this effort to collect these, and we don't even know what they're for, he chuckled. Haha, who cares? This is my first time participating in an event like this, and it's actually pretty fun. This trip to the scenic spot was worth it. Haha, true. It's also my first time seeing a task android system like this. It's so creative. I wonder who came up with the idea for the scenic area. After their discussion, the topic shifted to the village. But do you think this ancient village could be real? One of them asked. To be honest, I'm not sure. Looking at the architecture and those sculptures outside, it really feels like it's from another era, Zhu Shou said, taking a sip of his lemon tea, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. If only we could go inside the houses. Then we could see the interior design and figure out when it was built. Shaoan, on the other hand, wasn't as concerned. He thought the ancient village looked amazing. Every snapshot was like a painting. The most stunning part was the hanging plants and flowers draped from the second floors of the stilted houses. Absolutely beautiful. Although the restroom was a bit shabby, he could understand, given the setting. Haha, absolutely. The scenery here is breathtaking. I don't think I've ever seen an ancient village this gorgeous before. Who would have thought that our small county scenic area could pull off something like this? Shaoan marveled. If it weren't for stopping here to drink tea and scan the QR code to order food, I would have forgotten this was a tourist spot. Haha, same here. After 2 hours of exploring, Zhu Shou and Xiao had already developed a brotherly bond. They happily sipped their tea, chatting and joking as they rested. Behind the house, Su Jing glanced at the time and smiled. Speaking softly into the walkie-talkie, he said, the ghost tiger can make its appearance now. There was no response, but Su Jing knew they were ready. If we're putting on a show, we need to go all out. Whoosh. The voices outside suddenly stopped. Then Xiao An's uncertain voice broke the silence. Did you just see something dart past? Zhu Shou also seemed uneasy, as he had indeed caught a glimpse of a large shadow flashing by. Maybe you were seeing things? By this time, the sun was already setting. After hesitating for a moment, they suddenly remembered what Su Jing had mentioned about strange things in the village, along with the warnings from the mysterious boatman about the area being unsettling. Damn it, this is starting to feel creepy. Yeah, I just checked the time, it's almost 5 o'clock. Should we get ready to head to the square? Zhu Shou glanced nervously at the hidden corners of the street as he slowly stood up to leave. But in the next moment, a scream echoed from the distance. What the hell? The two of them jumped to their feet. Did you hear that? What was that sound? Damn it. Don't scare me. Isn't this supposed to be a tourist spot? Is this part of the event? Let's go. At the same time, screams began erupting from various directions, making them even more frantic. They quickly got up to run. Let's go to They froze in place, their pupils dilating as their eyes locked on a dim alley in the distance. A chilling sensation ran down their spines. There, hidden in the darkness, was a pitch-black, menacing face staring at them intently. After a cacophony of eerie wails, Shaoan and Zhu Shou finally located the source of the screams. To their astonishment, they discovered they weren't the only ones who had entered this strange place. A group of tourists had gathered together, cautiously sizing each other up. As they noticed the modern, stylish clothing everyone was wearing, the tense atmosphere began to ease. Zhu Shou was the first to speak. So, everyone here is a tourist? A girl, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath, came running over and responded, of course. We came in a little after 2. Shaoan glanced at his watch and interjected. We entered sometime after 1. He paused for a moment and then added, actually, we were probably the first ones here. We came in around 11:30. Instantly, everyone's eyes shifted to the bundle of reed grass in Xiao and Zhu Shou's arms. Whoa! The same girl exclaimed in surprise, her eyes wide. How did you manage to get so many offerings? Shaoan and Zhu Shou exchanged a knowing smile before Zhu Shou explained. Well, we've been here for quite a while and have pretty much explored the entire place. Just as he finished his sentence, a realization struck him. Wait, so you all are collecting offerings too? The group shared a laugh, and the mood lightened considerably. Zhu Shou joked, haha, this tourist attraction sure knows how to keep us on our toes. Who would have thought? We came here expecting a relaxing trip, and now we're out here drying corn, pushing carts, and searching for earrings. Amid the laughter, everyone began sharing their experiences as if exchanging tips for completing a game. Hold on. Shaoan interrupted, trying to bring everyone back to reality. Don't forget about those creepy things that scared us earlier. The boatman did warn us, didn't he? He said the village hasn't been peaceful lately. He pointed to the watch on his wrist and added with an air of mystery, since everyone thinks it's all part of the fun, we should probably stick to the game's rules. Those things all appeared at the same time earlier. It's likely a sign that we're supposed to head to the central square for the sacrificial ceremony. A shiver ran through the group as they recalled the strange things they had encountered. The sun was gradually setting, casting long shadows. Everyone exchanged glances, clutching their bundles of reed grass tightly, and began making their way toward the central square. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows, Jing pressed a button on his walkie-talkie and spoke softly. The tourists have gathered and are heading to the square. All staff, take your positions. The first act of the show is about to begin. The site of the sacrificial ceremony wasn't just a gathering place for the tourists. In the distance, villagers from the settlement began to emerge one by one, each holding large bundles of burlap cloth. Moving quickly, they soon overtook the tourists, disappearing around a bend at the road's end. "We'd better hurry, the time is almost up," someone urged, and the tourists quickened their pace. But when they finally arrived at the square, they were met with an eerie emptiness. The only things present were piles of burlap placed on either side of the square's perimeter. "What is that?" someone muttered as the group exchanged uneasy looks. Just as they hesitated, Jing stepped out from the shadows. Recognizing him, one of the tourists cried out, "It's the guide." Jing ignored the exclamation and walked calmly to the center of the group. With a polite bow and a smile, he greeted them. "Welcome, honored guests from afar. It seems everyone has arrived." Gesturing behind him, he continued, "There's no need to be puzzled. This is simply how we conduct ceremonies in our village. Our people wear these burlap shrouds and remain completely still and silent throughout the ritual until it's officially over. Since you're visitors from out of town, there's no need for you to follow our customs. You can stay in this area and watch." The group suddenly understood, so the locals can't move? No wonder they look like a bunch of mannequins. Geez, that must be tough. Everyone found a spot to sit on the sunken steps of the plaza. Jing moved off to the side, quietly keeping track of the schedule. Mannequins? No, they're actual mannequins. The combined number of staff and performers here barely reaches 20, and most of them are busy preparing for tonight's show. Who has time to stand around pretending to be NPCs? As the sun gradually set, the purple hues of twilight spread across the distant mountains. The cluster of buildings behind the small plaza, now shrouded in shadow, overlapped like the silhouette of a massive, ominous creature. Holy crap, why do I feel shivers running down my spine? Bro, this is kind of creepy, don't you think? What if this place isn't just a tourist attraction, but some kind of human trafficking front? Cut it out. Listen to Mayor's biggest concern right now should be uninstalling that Slow Steps app. Amidst the group's hushed murmurs, a series of drumbeats suddenly emerged from the darkness behind the plaza. The sound grew stronger, closer, and more resonant. Thud, thud, thud. Instantly, all the tourists' attention was drawn to the source. Xiaoan and Zhu, standing a bit closer, leaned in. Xiao An's phone had died, so he relied on Zhu to take more photos. Soon, a line of 10 shirtless men emerged slowly from the shadows. Whoa, the crowd gasped in surprise. The 10 performers wore unusual outfits, something between shorts and skirts, with their bodies and faces painted in black and red designs. Only when they moved in larger motions could the faint golden details in the patterns be seen. Boom, boom, boom. Their synchronized movements matched the thunderous drumbeats, which grew louder and faster with each passing moment. Then, in a sudden burst, the performers dispersed, charging toward the audience like two massive, writhing earth dragons. With a resounding stomp, they struck the ground. The explosive energy of their tribal performance swept over the tourists like a tidal wave. Xiaoan could even catch the scent of mountain herbs and smoldering charcoal emanating from their bodies. His eyes lit up, and he immediately straightened his posture. Even Zhu, who was accustomed to watching performances, nodded in approval. Unlike the heavily commercialized dance dramas in grand theaters, this raw, primal display of culture felt refreshingly authentic and intriguing. The 10 painted men began jumping to the left and right in unison, performing a simple yet mesmerizing routine. Small hammers hung at their sides, and they tapped the drumheads with their hands while muttering rhythmic chants, obscuring the audience's view. Gradually, their chanting softened, and with a sudden spin, they raised their hands and shouted, "Open the altar! Summon the gods!" The group parted once more, revealing the plaza behind them in the dim evening light. Gasps rippled through the crowd as the firelight flared to life. At the center of the plaza, a half-constructed platform had somehow appeared, made of bamboo and woven branches. Below it, 2 large fire pits roared with flames, illuminating half the square. On either side, villagers still stood rigidly wrapped in burlap, their elongated shadows swaying eerily with the flickering fire. But the tourists paid no mind to the villagers now. Their eyes were fixed on the long table atop the platform. 3 statues of deities with peculiar expressions were arranged neatly on the table, flanked by rows of candles and offerings of fruit. At some point, Jing had stepped forward, a red cloth tied around his head, and two golden streaks of paint adorning his face, stretching from above his eyes to the corners of his forehead. His gaze was deep and enigmatic as he addressed the gathered visitors in a low, solemn voice. The ritual has begun, esteemed guests from afar. You may now present your offerings. Here they come. Everyone perked up immediately. If it hadn't been for Su Jing's reminder, they might have really believed they had wandered into some ancient village to participate in a ritual ceremony. Shaoan, feeling a bit uneasy, discreetly rubbed the goosebumps on her arms while clutching a large bundle of wormwood. She followed the crowd forward. The offerings were placed into an iron barrel, the only sounds being the crackling of flames. Tourists took turns placing their offerings until Shaoan, holding her large bundle, stepped forward. This finally caught the attention of their guide, Su Jing. He patted her shoulder with a satisfied expression. This guest brought so many offerings. It seems you're a kind-hearted and helpful person. Such goodness is sure to attract the gaze of the spirits, he said, his voice filled with praise. Then, he gestured for the next person to step forward. This left Shaoan and the others who overheard his words curious. The gaze of the spirits? What could that mean? The tourists, having already experienced several activities, immediately perked up their ears. This detail wasn't mentioned in the scenic area's guide. Could it be a special surprise for the person who brought the most offerings? Eyes sparkled with intrigue. But even after everyone had placed their offerings, the mysterious guide didn't say another word. Left with their curiosity unsatisfied, they returned to their spots, waiting for the ceremony to begin. Eerie silence blanketed the night sky until the soft, melodic sound of a flute broke through. It was followed by the rhythmic beats of a drum, the chanting of men, and even the addition of a strange, unidentifiable instrument. From the darkness on both sides of the raised platform, white mist began to spread, quickly engulfing the altar and obscuring it from view. Hidden behind a dense cluster of mannequin-like figures, Sister Yuan leaned close to Su Jing, whispering with restrained excitement. Little boss, where did you get all this? Did we hire a performance troupe for this? Su Jing looked at her, puzzled. Sister, this is a scenic area we're talking about. We've got dry ice machines, speakers, and a sound system, all perfectly functional. As for the music, it's the digital Agathe. There's plenty of music online. A bit of editing, and voila. Seeing him stop talking, Sister Yuan assumed it was some kind of trade secret and didn't press further. But she couldn't shake her unease. Too many strange things had happened around the young boss lately. The massive ancient village constructed in just over 10 days, the beautiful props scattered throughout the scenic area, and the endless stream of creative ideas. Outsiders might not think much of it, but she had been with the scenic area for nearly a decade. Could it really be, as Zhao Dashue suggested, that a single stint at university could turn someone into such an extraordinary figure? She chose not to ask further, but her expression betrayed her growing tension. It's starting, someone exclaimed. This was the first act of the grand Nua dance performance Su Jing had promised. Boom. The sound of wind, drums, and flutes all came to an abrupt halt. Then, a piercing Swona horn cut through the air. Out of the swirling white mist emerged a figure in a strange black robe, wearing a fearsome mask. The crowd gasped in shock. It's that thing, someone exclaimed, recalling the earlier fright. But another voice quickly interjected. No, it doesn't seem the same. Wait, doesn't it look familiar? Remember that video we saw on Douyin? Someone whispered. Indeed, the man wore a black, bull-headed mask with golden eye sockets. With deliberate, exaggerated movements, he struck peculiar poses before breaking into a wild dance amidst the mist, accompanied by the swona and drums. Thud, thud, thud. His movements were bold and fervent, stirring the mist into a frenzy, as if he were fervently pleading for something. Shaoan clapped her hands suddenly. That's it. That's what they were shouting earlier. It's summoning the gods, he exclaimed, pointing at the masked figure in the white mist with excitement. He's summoning the gods. As the masked figure's strange dance grew increasingly dramatic, two more figures emerged from the mist and joined in the entwining movements. At some point, an iron bucket filled with reeds was pushed into view, faintly visible through the haze. Boom, boom. The drum beats grew louder, gradually overpowering the sound of the swona. Finally, with one explosive beat, the drum fell silent. Whoosh. Hundreds of reeds in the iron bucket ignited all at once, sending flames soaring into the sky. The blazing fire scattered the mist, illuminating the faces of all the spectators, who were filled with excitement and awe. Shaoan thought to herself, though it had only been less than half an hour, it felt as if she had already experienced a grand and fascinating feast, and yet, it was only the beginning. The towering flames not only lit up the square, but also revealed something behind the raised platform. What was that? Against the fiery backdrop, a massive face appeared on the platform, vague, yet mysterious. Its eyebrows seemed like flames, its curved horns reached outward, and its blood-red eyes glimmered with streaks of golden lightning. The visage was fierce yet majestic, with a gaping mouth and sharp fangs that exuded power. At first glance, it was terrifying, but upon closer inspection, it inexplicably brought a sense of reassurance. It was a god. Zhu Shou, who had come to criticize, had completely forgotten his purpose. His expression softened, and his plump face scrunched with emotion as he shouted excitedly to those around him. Everyone understood. Though the firelight quickly faded and the mist returned, that fleeting glimpse of divinity had been etched into their hearts. The villagers' ritual had worked. The god had truly taken notice. The dancing villagers seemed to feel the presence of the divine as well. They pressed their hands reverently to their foreheads, and more dancers emerged from the sides of the platform. Wielding long staffs or flagpoles and wearing all manner of masks, they formed a line and began a chillingly mesmerizing dance within the mist. The clashing of sticks rang out rhythmically, while faint gusts of wind stirred behind the fog, as if something was lurking, waiting to emerge. Shaoan leaned forward, completely absorbed in the ritual of summoning the god. As the crowd craned their necks in curiosity, a sudden, powerful gust of wind swept across the square, throwing the white mist into chaos. The dancers stumbled backward and disappeared into the gloom. Then came an eerie, indistinct murmuring, accompanied by a deep buzzing sound that was impossible to decipher. The strange noises echoed across the square, reverberating even through the surrounding buildings. Finally, it happened. Whoosh footsteps sounded softly, followed by the notes of a flute. Something began to materialize within the mist. A figure in a dragon. The colossal dragon head emerged first, rolling through the fog, its silvery white scales shimmering with a mystical light. Even the mane trailing behind its majestic horns seemed ethereal, flowing effortlessly as it moved. The dragon's head led the way, its serpentine body following in a graceful, undulating motion. The legendary divine beast leapt forward from the mist, soaring into view. "Oh my god, look over there. I've got goosebumps," someone exclaimed. Amid the flute's melody and the howling wind, a barefooted girl with white hair clung to the dragon's mane. Her bright, lively eyes scanned her surroundings, taking everything in. Atop her head were tiny, newly formed dragon horns, delicate and smooth, evoking a sense of tenderness and awe in everyone who saw her. The wind dragon's messenger. A deep, resonant chant in Qi language echoed, and the white dragon suddenly shuddered. Its fur bristled as it leaped out of the white mist. "What the? Oh my god! What on earth?" Amid the crowd's exclamations, the white dragon twisted and turned in the mist, circling around the dragon maiden. It was only then that the tourists noticed the faintly visible legs supporting the massive body of the dragon. Phew! Thank goodness, it's fake. Zhu Shou patted his chest in relief, finally letting out a breath. The lifelike appearance of the white dragon and the dragon maiden had transported him, if only for a moment, to an ancient mythical world. The dragon maiden, encircled by the white dragon, scanned the crowd before her gaze froze on someone. "You come here," she said. Her silvery white eyes faintly glimmered with a golden red hue. Shaoan met her gaze and took a sharp breath. Is this what they mean by a god's glance? Is it really starting just like this? In the center of the square, where the music played melodiously, Shaoan, under the envious stares of the other tourists, felt his legs go weak as he followed the guide, Jing, down the steps. "Bro, what's going on? Can you give me a heads up?" Shaoan asked nervously. Though he enjoyed the spectacle, being asked to participate made him uneasy. Jing smiled, his golden face paint seeming almost alive. "I told you, you've made the most offerings. You're lucky to receive the dragon maiden's blessing. For the upcoming ceremony, just relax, stand still, and quietly accept the blessing and cleansing." Taking a deep breath, Shaoan walked forward. It wasn't until he reached the center of the square that he noticed several interlocking bamboo rings had appeared on the ground at some point. Jing led him into one of the rings and reminded him again, "No matter what happens, do not move. The gods will protect you. Stay calm." Shaoan exhaled deeply, lowered his hands, and focused ahead. The men who had been drumming and dancing earlier suddenly reappeared, beating their drums and singing as they danced around the bamboo rings. The massive dragon flew in the lead, with the men following closely behind in rhythm. Shaoan held his breath, his focus unwavering, until a flicker of light caught his eye. Across from him, the tourists seemed to stir. "What is that? Huh?" Just as Shaoan was about to turn his head to look, the men shouted in unison, startling him into stillness. Peering past them, he saw the dragon maiden standing beside him, her serene smile exuding an air of quiet elegance. She raised her hand gently, her silver-white robe tracing a graceful arc in the night sky, her expression both ethereal and mysterious. The wind stirred. Her sleeves fluttered with sudden force. "Banish the evil." Whoosh! A fierce wind rose from nowhere, howling through the square. In the blink of an eye, the small flame in Shaoan's peripheral vision roared to life, igniting the bamboo rings on the ground. Crackling flames leapt one after another like falling dominoes, spreading rapidly toward Shaoan. The speed left no time for him to react. Amid the tourists' screams, the fire reached his bamboo ring and erupted skyward, engulfing Shaoan in an instant. "Holy!" Zhu Shou's eyes widened, his pupils contracting in shock. "My new buddy's not in trouble, is he?" But in the next moment, All the tourists stood dumbfounded as the flames vanished, revealing Shaoan completely unharmed and laughing heartily. What the? What the heck? Shaoan was at a loss for words. With the dragon maiden standing nearby, all he could do was mutter endless exclamations to express his astonishment. In that fleeting moment, his vision was engulfed by an intense red glow. However, a sudden green light enveloped his body, not bringing heat, but instead a refreshing coolness. The green light collided with the sparks, creating crackling bursts of golden starlight in the dazzling red flames, as if an extraordinary, breathtaking spectacle was being performed just for him. It was overwhelming. The sparks quickly faded, and the night returned. At the edge of Shaoan's vision were the dragon maiden's sacred eyes and the welcoming smile of the guide. Time to head back. Jing gave Shaoan a gentle push, and he stumbled back into the crowd of tourists, dazed and disoriented. Having just experienced something so astonishing, Zhu noticed Shaoan's blank expression and couldn't hold back his curiosity. Hey man, that was insane. You okay? Did you get burned? What was it like? Was that the surprise they mentioned? Was it cool? Scary? Did it cost extra? Shaoan waved his hand dismissively and sat down, his pupils unfocused, as if the golden sparks were still flickering before his eyes. You wouldn't understand unless you saw it yourself. His words only heightened the crowd's curiosity. What on earth could have left him in such a state? Could it really be some kind of magic? Magic? Of course, it was magic. Jing chuckled softly as he observed the murmuring tourists. That pat on Shaoan's shoulder earlier during the offering ritual, did they think it was just for show? Shrugging, he turned his attention back to his radio and spoke quietly. Ritual performance complete. Wang Hao and Ah San, prepare for the final act. With a mysterious yet regretful smile, he stepped forward. Behind him, the white mist slowly dissipated, and all the performers vanished without a trace, leaving behind only the solitary high platform. Someone noticed something and called out softly, "The deity is gone." Everyone turned to look and realized that the colossal divine figure they'd glimpsed earlier had disappeared. Some tourists expressed disappointment, but their eyes soon turned to their guide, eager for his next words. It's unfortunate, Jing said with a slight bow, but due to the insufficient offerings, our ritual must end here. However, the deity has heard our prayers and has prepared a special blessing for us, the fire spark ceremony. Hearing that the performance was over, the tourists looked visibly let down. But when the words fire spark ceremony reached their ears, their excitement reignited. They hadn't expected a grand finale. Without hesitation, they stood up and followed the guide's instructions, forming a semicircle near the high platform, their faces filled with anticipation. Jing continued his explanation. The fire spark ceremony is a blessing bestowed by the deity. It cleanses us of impurities and revitalizes our spirits, helping us resist the forces of evil in the outside world. Now, the ceremony is about to begin. As his words fell, several shirtless men wearing masks and holding torches began running swiftly around the platform. Smoke rose into the air, obscuring the view behind them. At the same time, Wang Hao and Ah San exchanged a glance in the darkness. Let's not waste all our hard work. Let's do this. Whoosh. The two grabbed their iron furnaces and shovels, quickly rushing toward the platform. Holding their breath, they waited in silence for their companions' chant. In the moonlit skies above Mingyue village, a high-pitched, unidentifiable voice suddenly pierced through the night, echoing far and wide. The first offering. Banish the evil. Like a sudden chime breaking through a foggy daze, the tension among the tourists outside the smoky high platform instantly heightened. Inside the smoke-filled platform, Wang Hao and Asan exchanged a knowing smile, their muscles tensing in unison. The time had come. The performance was about to begin. Molten iron, glowing gold and red, searingly hot, had barely begun to take shape when Wang Hao's iron paddle violently struck it, sending it flying into the night sky at lightning speed. Bang! Whoosh! A stream of molten iron shot up, scattering countless sparks like stars falling from the heavens. Boom! Thousands of golden red meteors erupted midair, bursting and cascading like a fiery waterfall, drawing gasps and screams from the onlookers. Ah! What is that? Oh my god! The square erupted with astonished cries as everyone was left in awe of the dazzling spectacle. But this was just the beginning. As some fumbled to grab their phones to capture the moment, a second resonant chant echoed through the air. Second ritual. Expelling evil. Whoosh. Bang. With a prolonged call, another colossal explosion of fiery blossoms illuminated the sky, transforming into countless shimmering lights that rained down, lighting up the wide-eyed faces of the crowd. The radiant display, like a meteor shower, dissolved into delicate iron particles, softly settling on the ground. This grand performance existed solely to offer people a moment of brilliance and wonder. This time, the crowd fell silent. Hands covered mouths, as everyone was completely immersed in the majestic firework ritual. Third ritual. The chant was even more drawn out, accompanied by the distant cries of birds and howls of monkeys echoing from the mountains, creating ripples of reverberations. Blessings upon all directions. This time, 3 consecutive strikes followed. Wang Hao and Asan poured every ounce of their skill into their craft, wielding molten iron at over 1,000 degrees amidst roaring flames, creating a celestial masterpiece of starlight in the night sky. Boom, boom, boom. Silver sparks soared, piercing the vast darkness. As the sparks fell, they carried wishes for peace and prosperity, for a flourishing and harmonious era. The circle of tourists surrounding the scene was left speechless. They gazed at the sky, at the unprecedented spectacle of this magnificent firework display, lost in deep amazement. Wait a second. Is this really what we get for just 30 yuan? Someone murmured, disbelief spreading among them. What were those other shows we spent hundreds on supposed to be? Shaoan stood there, dumbfounded, while Zhu Shou, who usually had something critical to say, was equally at a loss for words. Expelling evil spirits? What a joke. Zhu Shou clutched his pounding heart, breathing heavily with his mouth agape. This small two-erat scenic spot in Yong'an City might just be on the verge of going viral. This way, please. Su Jing guided the departing tourists while gently explaining. Minghua village is not yet entirely at peace. I'm sure some of you noticed those strange occurrences. Here in Minghua village, we hold these rituals year after year to protect our people and the sacred mountain behind us from being corrupted. Unfortunately, with our current population, we don't have enough participants to perform the complete ceremony, so we can only temporarily suppress them with your help. The ancient village at night was warm and inviting, with soft yellow streetlights illuminating the stone-paved roads. The villagers, who had earlier stood motionless in their burlap coverings, reappeared, casually chatting and laughing as they headed home. If more people visit in the future, Su Jing continued, we believe that with enough rituals, we can pray for stronger blessings from the divine. Then, perhaps, our sacred mountain can return to its former glory and prosperity. Stopping at the village entrance, Su Jing bowed deeply to the crowd. I hope you'll share your experience and help spread the word, so life in Minghua village can return to peace and harmony. With that, he waved to the departing visitors, his silhouette fading into the distance. Elder Shui was already waiting. There was only one boat heading to Minghua village, so he apologized for the inconvenience. The tourists turned their heads to look at the mysterious guide who had brought them here. He still wore his bamboo hat, leaning on the boat pole, standing under a solitary lamp like a steadfast pine tree silently keeping watch. No one dared to complain. After all, this was a 30 yuan attraction. Everyone understood deep down, could this really be worth the price? There were NPCs giving quests, food offerings, ritual items, and even fire-starting performances, culminating in a spectacular fireworks show. How could they possibly make a profit at this price? The group quietly and orderly boarded the boat in batches to leave. This time, Shaoan and his friends didn't have to worry about awkward small talk with the boatmen as they had on the way there because the entire boat was abuzz with excitement. Regardless of whether they knew each other, everyone was crammed together, passionately discussing the fireworks show they had just witnessed. Damn, that was insane. Holy crap, I've been to so many cities, and I've never seen a performance like this. And the pre-show tasks. Who would have thought that by helping out with those quests, would get ritual items, have to turn them in, and that the performance's outcome would depend on how many we submitted. The whole thing was so interconnected, like a complete story arc. Turns out we were the main characters all along. Didn't you hear what they said? Because we submitted fewer ritual items, the performance didn't fully play out. That means they have even more hidden acts. This show already lasted almost 30 minutes. What else could they have in store? It must be even more incredible. As they chatted, someone suddenly brought up a hint left by the guide, the sacred mountain. Hey, there's still the sacred mountain. Yeah, I heard that too. What is it? Another event? Man, I can't wait. When's it happening? Still, most people remained focused on the performance they had just seen. Wait, am I the only one who found that godlike figure absolutely mind-blowing? Oh my god, it triggered my fear of massive objects. Haha, I got a photo of it. That dragon maiden was stunning. And when she waved her hand to summon the wind, wow. Don't even get me started on those towering flames, they were insane. The lively discussion was suddenly interrupted as everyone fell silent in unison. All eyes turned toward the one person who had received a special surprise, the divine gaze Shaoan. Dude, spill it. What was it like? Yeah, if I'd known, I would have explored more. Maybe I could have gotten that surprise too. Unbelievable. You are the lucky one. How many ritual items did you collect? Shaoan smiled awkwardly, admitting he hadn't even managed to collect them all, only got 9. Whoa, that many? I worked my butt off and only got 7. I only got 3. I'm useless. What do you think the limit is? 10? 20? So what was it like standing in there? Was it hot? Did it burn you? Shaoan pursed his lips, thought for a moment, and sighed. He realized he didn't have the words to describe it. Well, it was just whoosh crackle pop, pop, pop. Blushing slightly, he cleared his throat. Anyway, if you get the chance next time, just go experience it for yourself. All I can say is it was worth it. That one moment alone was worth an extra 50 yuan. His vague explanation only made everyone more curious. The 15-minute boat ride passed quickly. This time, The mysterious guide didn't recite poetry. He simply handed an oil lamp to Shaoan, who was at the front, and said softly, "Leave this at the gate when you depart, and he'll come to retrieve it." The tourists chattered as they disembarked one by one, while Uncle Shui rowed back toward Minghua village. However, as soon as the boat left the shore, Uncle Shui's upright posture slumped. "Oh, my aching back. This cursed work isn't fit for an old man." He pounded his lower back with his fists, muttering complaints under his breath. But after a while, a sudden laugh escaped him. Ha ha ha. His laughter grew louder and louder, startling the birds and monkeys on both sides of the riverbank. Ha ha. Uncle Shui let out a long sigh, then chuckled softly to himself. So lively, so wonderful. In Minghua village, Jing, who was in the middle of reviewing the day's work with his staff, suddenly looked up. Just now, in the employee loyalty list in his mind, Uncle Shui's loyalty score had unexpectedly jumped from 89 to a perfect 100. What on earth had happened to the old man? Had he been exceptionally successful in attracting visitors? Jing was baffled, scratching his head before continuing the meeting. Overall, today's work had gone well, and the activity model had run smoothly without any major issues. However, the following tasks could use some adjustments. Otherwise, they risked becoming repetitive and dull. As for the inspiration behind this event, haha, it was simply the result of watching too many variety shows in his previous life, just copying, pasting, and optimizing the concepts. The biggest problem now, though, was the lack of staff. Especially after the sacrificial ceremony started, the entire Minghua village would be left with only the plaza area active. It wasn't an issue now with the current small number of visitors, but in the future, if more tourists came and some of them didn't make it to the plaza on time or wandered off to other areas, the village would feel like a ghost town. Therefore, before the place gained more popularity, he needed to quickly find some affordable staff or professional performers. As he quietly pondered, the discussion in front of him finally reached a conclusion. Zhao Dashua stood up, adjusted his jacket, pushed his glasses up, and said seriously, "Brother Jing, today's revenue, combining ticket sales and internal consumption, totaled 846 yuan. After deducting our costs and the wages for the Qingyun acrobatics troupe, we're left with 346 yuan." Jing gritted his teeth. Even though Minghua village didn't have to pay for utilities, the dry ice and molten iron they used weren't free. After hearing the number, everyone fell silent. Today's performance had been outstanding. It was the first time in years that visitors had shown such genuine smiles. However, this rare achievement only brought in a little over 300 yuan. And that was before factoring in the staff wages. If those were included, they would be operating at a loss. Brother Jing, seeing the heavy atmosphere, Jing suddenly burst into laughter. "What's with all the long faces?" He stood up abruptly. "Don't just focus on today. Think long term. Look at the visitors today. Look at those little gadgets in their hands. Those are called smartphones. Tomorrow, no, maybe even starting tonight, our first big splash will already be making waves. Everyone follow me. The lamb I ordered should have arrived. Let's all go for a hot pot feast and celebrate properly tonight. As for tomorrow, the journey to making our scenic area famous has only just begun." Indeed, as Jing predicted, the buzz around Wanyuan Mountain Scenic Area didn't even wait for the visitors to return home. Late at night, while still on the way back, some people had already started posting videos and photos on various online platforms, who said there were no great attractions in small towns. Fireworks lighting up the night, a cascade of stars, vibrant life everywhere, a stunning visual feast. Who could understand? I spent the whole day completing tasks in the scenic area. I laughed so hard. This was my first time experiencing an activity like this. Absolutely amazing. You'll regret it for the rest of your life if you don't go. The activities at this scenic area even have follow-ups. The more people, the better. Eye-catching titles like these quickly appeared from different accounts. While the content varied slightly, the theme was consistent. Netizens scrolling through local feeds immediately noticed this batch of intriguing videos. However, since there were only about 30 visitors, people only caught glimpses of the experience. The true rise in popularity of Wanyuanshan began with a lengthy gameplay video uploaded by user Avoid Thunder Piggy. In the video, Zhu Shou greeted the audience as he boarded a dilapidated county bus and arrived at the entrance of the scenic area. Inside the shabby ticket office, he exchanged his ticket, which looked just as run down. At this point, viewers were still playfully mocking his choice of such a subpar travel destination. However, by the 1:30 mark in the video, their laughter began to fade, replaced by a series of question marks flooding the comments. "What's up with that boatman? Wow, the view at this dock is actually pretty good. This line, 'I miss you in the river of time,' that's kinda deep." The comments poured in as viewers became captivated by the boatman's charm. "He's so good looking. Wait, what? He can recite poetry too? How is this even real? Did he write that himself? I've never heard it before." As the video progressed, the questions in the comments only increased. Is this a game quest area, or something? Looking for earrings? Pushing carts? Drying corn? Why does this seem so familiar? And this is supposed to be a tourist spot? Why is he giving out rice cakes, but not ceremonial offerings? I want offerings. Wait, it's that guide again. And now he's selling tea? Who would have guessed? And the drinks here are only 15 bucks a cup. The viewers couldn't stop expressing their amazement as the video showcased one peculiar scene after another. I saw something. Screenshot it, man. What the heck? That scared me. Bro, is this still a travel vlog? Why is this turning into a horror show? Everyone, meet at the square at 5 sharp. After much effort from Zhu Shou and Xiaoan in the video, the audience felt like they were watching a movie as the two characters battled monsters and completed challenges, finally reaching the final boss. But just as the climax approached, the screen went black, and Zhu Shou's round face appeared, awkwardly rubbing his hands and smiling. So it turns out this place has way more cool stuff than I expected, and I didn't bring enough batteries. My camera ran out of power, but I got a friend to send me some photos and videos of the rest, so you guys can keep watching. What? You left us hanging at the best part. The following footage, though from other sources, featured stunning and surreal performances, mesmerizing dances, dragons and dragon maidens emerging from the mist, blazing fire rings, and grand fireworks displays. Even these snippets made it clear that the scenic area had far more to offer than what was shown. One video after another, Zhu Shou's content quickly went viral. Sitting in front of his computer, watching the comments and likes skyrocket, Zhu Shou wore a knowing smile. You couldn't blame him for being excited. The place was just too extraordinary. A boatman reciting poetry, NPCs handing out quests to find items, mysterious tribal rituals, and an endless stream of unique performances. These were all things viewers had never seen before. The blurry, unclear footage only added to the intrigue. I want to go. Please share the location. Where is this? Am I the only one who thinks this ancient village is breathtaking? I've seen so many, but none as exquisite as this. If you hadn't said anything, I'd have thought you visited some untouched tribal area. Is this the only part of the scenic area? I saw your boat passing several mountains. Are the other spots just as fascinating? Share the location. One. Either way, Zhu Shou's video was a hit. Other posts and videos tagged with Wanyuanshan scenic area also gained traction, with some even making it to the local trending list. Amid the wave of curiosity, a few skeptics voiced their doubts. Is this even real? Probably just special effects. Scenic areas always pull these stunts, hosting events to lure people in, only for visitors to regret it later. Fireworks? Seen those before. Looks pretty average to me. Spend your money on good food instead. Am I the only one who finds this creepy? No way I'm going there. But curiosity often outweighs skepticism. Yong'an City wasn't particularly large, and with something this novel popping up, people couldn't wait to jump on the bandwagon and experience it for themselves. So, just one day later, Zhao Dashua sat in the ticket office, staring wide-eyed at the growing crowd outside. Jing. More than 20 tourists came in the morning, and now there are still so many in the afternoon. He looked at the long line of people queuing outside, estimating there were over 100, and couldn't help but feel dry-mouthed. When was the last time the scenic area saw such a crowd? Su Jing's voice came through the walkie-talkie. Relax, Dashua. The number of visitors to our scenic area will only keep increasing in the future. Zhao Dashua felt a slight sting in his eyes upon hearing this, but he quickly composed himself and returned to his professional work mode. Hello, 2 tickets. Hello, 3 tickets, right? Got it. Enjoy your visit. Hello, here are your 2 tickets. As the line gradually thinned out, Zhao Dashua stood up, though a subtle worry lingered in his heart. When there were fewer visitors, he found it boring, but now with so many, he was concerned about not being able to handle it all. After all, with limited staff and over 100 tourists to cater to, could everything really be managed smoothly? Of course not. At the same time, Su Jing was also troubled. The only way to reach Minghua village was by water, but they currently had only one boat to transport guests. Uncle Shui, being no longer young, would surely struggle with rowing back and forth for long periods. Moreover, the basic infrastructure at Minghua village was still underdeveloped, and the number of staff was limited. Once their tasks were completed, where could the tourists rest? How would they pass the time? These were problems Su Jing had to consider, but for now, he had to push these thoughts aside. The priority was to get through this weekend. Scenic spots in small towns typically only got busy on weekends and holidays. After today, he would have a week to optimize the site. Su Jing let out a deep sigh, his gaze fixed on the approaching boat filled with yet another group of tourists, preparing to greet them. As the boss, his work was even harder than his employees. Wherever help was needed, he was there. Finally, the bustling day at Minghua village came to an end. Today, Wanyuan Mountain Scenic Area welcomed a total of 163 visitors, including 3 children who entered for free, earning 4,890 yuan in ticket sales, with the tea house bringing in over 1,000 yuan in additional revenue. At 5 p.m., the usual screams echoed through the alleys of Minghua village. By 5:30, all the tourists, satisfied and holding their ceremonial offerings, gathered in the central square. By 6 p.m., the event concluded, and everyone marveled at the dazzling display of fireworks. By 7 p.m., the tourists began leaving in batches. By 8 p.m., all the employees were sprawled out on the ground near the scenic area entrance, utterly exhausted, their eyes glazed over. I can't move anymore. exclaimed Tian Tian. Even for an extra 200 yuan, I still can't do it, added Feng Cheng. This is killing me, lamented Sister Yuan with a face full of grievance. Tian Tian sat up, counting on her fingers. This afternoon alone, I lost 24 earrings, 18 necklaces, 15 rings, and 36 bracelets. Am I some kind of centipede? Who in their right mind would wear so many of the same things? Feng Cheng, unwilling to be outdone, rubbed his sore arms and pounded his chest dramatically. You're just losing things. Do you know what I went through? I was hauling 100 or 200 pounds of goods on a cart back and forth all day. Eventually, everyone swarmed over to help, lifting the cart along with him. Hauling a cart? Sister Yuan chuckled. The ground in front of my place was covered in corn. Those people just dried it out and left it there. I had to gather it all by myself. In the end, everyone turned to look at Uncle Shui. The old man leaned against a large rock, holding his back. His face, as withered as tree bark, was full of weariness. He couldn't even muster a single word, only sighing heavily. Su Jing rubbed his nose, feeling a twinge of guilt in his heart. Although he was equally exhausted, he understood that the workload had been excessive. He decided to let everyone take a good rest, especially since the park would be closed tomorrow, being a Monday. After settling the employees, Su Jing turned to look at Lu Qingyun, the troop leader, and the acrobatic team nearby, and couldn't help but laugh. Unlike the tired staff, Wang Hao, Asan, and the others were brimming with energy, their eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. Tired? What a joke. This is what we do for a living. They had long made a living performing acrobatics, enduring tough times where they sometimes couldn't even earn 100 yuan a day. But since coming to Su Jing's scenic area, not only had their work become more fulfilling and their pay increased, but they had also learned many fascinating new skills, such as nuo dances, iron flower performances, and synchronized drum routines. They even managed to make tourists burst out laughing. Lu Qingyun observed everything with a warm smile, secretly thinking that if Su Jing didn't mind, he would love to stay here with the acrobatic troupe for a while longer. However, he was well aware that the appeal of Wanyuan Mountain Scenic Area lay in its novelty. Without a steady stream of new attractions, visitors would eventually lose interest. In a month's time, Wanyuan Mountain might return to its former state, and by then, even if Lu Qingyun wished to stay, Su Jing might no longer need them. With a smile, Su Jing exchanged a few casual words before sending everyone off to rest. As soon as he got home, his phone rang with a familiar name lighting up the screen. Hello? Kaizi. On the other end of the line, Wang Kai's voice boomed with excitement. Ah Jing, you sly dog. Why have you been so low-key lately? And now you're pulling off something this big. What happened? Su Jing asked. I saw the videos. Wanyuan Mountain is blowing up. Those performances and that ancient villagite's incredible. Wang Kai said, his words firing out like a machine gun. How on earth did you pull this off? Su Jing couldn't help but chuckle. He thought to himself, it's no surprise coming from a know-it-all like Wang Kai. Only 2 days of operations, and he's already caught wind of it. He replied, so what do you think? Promising, right? Absolutely. It's brilliant. Wang Kai exclaimed, his excitement palpable. I was worried about how you'd pull off running a scenic area with nothing to start with, but it seems you had everything planned out. Is that ancient village real? When did you build it? Must cost a fortune. Su Jing shared the explanation he had prepared in advance. Wang Kai, without a hint of doubt, praised him. That's my guy? Always thinking ahead. I don't know how you managed to secure the investment, but it's clearly paying off. Ah Jing, do you trust me? Wang Kai suddenly lowered his voice, a sly glint in his tone. Go on, Su Jing said, raising an eyebrow. You know how I mentioned I've got connections in the county? Well, some tourist groups from Yangon City often pass through Qing County. Their usual routes include Songhu Park or Hongya Mountain Scenic Area. If you're confident, I can help you get in touch with those tourist groups and persuade them to add Wanyuan Mountain as a stop. Su Jing became serious, contemplating Wang Kai's words. Wang Kai mentioned that Yong'an's tour groups had long-term partnerships with scenic spots, bringing in substantial kickbacks. An idea sparked in Su Jing's mind, and he asked, do your scenic spots have high-consumption activities or specialty souvenir shops? Wang Kai nodded, confirming that these were indeed the main sources of income for the tour groups. Su Jing realized that although his current scenic area was not yet fully developed, once the Minghua Village IP was established in the future, he could start considering these aspects. Not wanting to miss this opportunity, he said to Wang Kai, Kai, how about you help me make some connections first? If there's a chance to collaborate, that would be great. Wang Kai readily agreed. No problem, I'll ask around for you. Keep working hard, and one day I'll come visit to see how you've transformed Wanyuan Mountain. Su Jing responded with a smile, sure. When you come, I'll give you a proper tour. After hanging up the phone, Su Jing felt a new direction emerging and quickly jotted down his ideas on paper. Though an expert in exploration, he was not well versed in scenic area operations and management, so he valued every useful suggestion. He thought to himself, maybe I should hire someone skilled in operations and management soon. With a long sigh, he lay back on the bed, feeling a wave of exhaustion. His employees worked hard, but he was even more drained. Yet it was this very fatigue that brought him closer to achieving his goals. Sitting up with a face full of excitement, Jing opened the system interface, where the latest notification popped up before his eyes. Reputation points had surpassed 1,000. Reward, Lucky Spin 1. Lucky Spin unlocked. He closed the notification and noticed that his personal attributes had changed significantly after 2 days of effort. System prompt. Host, Jing. Male, physical fitness. C, scenic area achievements. None, reputation points. 2,335, positive reviews. 188, backpack. Not yet unlocked, draw attempts. 2. Although you've made some minor achievements, as a scenic area manager, you're still a failure. Cherish your fleeting success, as you might lose it soon. Jing chuckled to himself, unfazed by the harsh evaluation. He clicked on the long-anticipated icon, the Lucky Spin. This feature, available since the beginner's rewards, was finally unlocked after his reputation points exceeded 1,000. A giant, colorful wheel spun before him, though the prize names were not displayed. It was divided into categories: transformation, skills, and items. Simple and straightforward, exactly what Jing preferred. After freshening up, Jing, filled with excitement and nervousness, finally attempted his first spin. The wheel spun rapidly in a dazzling display of light and colors, illuminating his face in vibrant hues. His heart brimmed with anticipation. Ding! The results came quickly, but the prize left Jing puzzled. He held the doll in his hand, examining it closely. It was a tool puppet, capable of transforming its shape and function according to the host's wishes and possessing basic intelligence. Note: it could only be used within a specific scenario, was a one-time item, could not be damaged, and would become invalid upon retrieval. Jing was bewildered. The description of this thing was too vague, and he didn't dare to experiment recklessly. After all, it was a one-time use item. If he used it incorrectly, it would be wasted. He shook his head and looked at the remaining single chance, hesitating. Today's luck was uncertain, and if he drew another ordinary item, he would be devastated. But as the saying goes, you're not truly young unless you take a gamble. He decided to go for it, and used his second chance on the spinning wheel. This time, he hoped to draw an opportunity to renovate a scenic spot, even if it was just a clever or level chance. Where the wheel spun again and stopped after a while. This time, the result finally brought a smile to Jing's face. Although it wasn't what he had hoped for, this item was pretty incredible. A short description appeared quietly on the page. Beast Whisperer, rare. Allows communication with animals. The higher the animal's intelligence, the better the communication. Can only be used on one individual at a time. Cannot be purchased, upgraded, or transferred. It was a rare skill not available in the store. If he had possessed this ability in his previous life, wouldn't he have navigated those treacherous mountain traps with ease? Smiling, he equipped the skill and continued to ponder. After 2 days of managing the scenic area, Jing wasn't deluded by this seemingly promising start. The current influx of visitors was only due to the novelty factor, which would wear off soon. The current foot traffic was far from sufficient to pay off the animal yuan debt. Moreover, the area's attractions were sparse, and the ticket price had to be kept at a low 30 yuan. If he wanted to make a big profit during the upcoming May Day holiday, he had a lot of work to do in the meantime. On Monday morning, the air around Wanyuan Mountain was crisp and cool. Without any visitors, Mingyue Village felt like an empty town. Jing, traveling light, bypassed the village following his memory and found the trail leading up Xiapigo Mountain. As he walked through the dappled light of the dense forest, the view suddenly opened up, and the sound of flowing water reached his ears. Not bad, Jing muttered, raising an eyebrow as he looked ahead. Along the path up the mountain, there was a crescent-shaped clear pool about half a meter deep, its bed paved with pebbles and green bricks, with the occasional small fish darting about. A wooden bridge spanned the pool, but it was old and mostly decayed. Jing simply took off his shoes and stepped into the pool. Though small, it was fed by running water. As for the source of the water, Jing followed the flow and looked up, a smile appearing on his face. How interesting. At a bend in the pool, a slanted rock jutted out, obscuring the view. Only by going around it could one discover a semicircular arch-shaped cave behind the rock. Water dripped steadily from the top of the rock, cascading down the stone wall and creating a curtain-like flow at the cave's entrance before spilling into the pool below. What a beautiful sight. Jing immediately thought of various scenic spots and mysteries from his previous life and began taking notes. From now on, every highlight he came across could potentially be transformed into a stunning attraction with the right touch. Jing crossed the pool and continued climbing. His experience in wilderness exploration from his previous life came in handy. Though his current physical fitness was lacking, he managed to ascend with some ease by using tools and the terrain. Before reaching the summit of Xiapigo Mountain, he came across a clearing with scattered rocks and red flowers, decent but unremarkable. Beyond that, there wasn't much of note. Leaving Xiapigo Mountain, Jing climbed Dapiga Mountain for nearly 30 minutes before finally stumbling upon something interesting. Hey, he exclaimed as he looked toward the end of the mountain path. Two fluffy monkeys were hanging from tree branches, curiously watching him. Familiar memories surged into his mind. Before going to college, the original owner of this body had visited this mountain with his parents. He remembered they had once rescued a baby monkey that had fallen off a cliff during a picnic. He had often taken care of the little monkey until it recovered, but then he left for college in a distant province and never saw it again. For years had passed. Was that little monkey still around? Suddenly recalling the beast whisperer skill he had just acquired, Jing felt a jolt of excitement. Hello, he called out loudly, startling the monkeys, who squealed and scampered away. Jing's eyes widened as he clearly heard the sounds in his ears. What kind of sorcery is this? It's a human. Run. Go tell the king. Two frantic young voices echoed from afar, mixed with a few sharp, squeaky cries that sounded almost human. Jing's heart skipped a beat as he swung his long legs into motion and followed. He decided to see who or what the monkeys called their king. Though big but mountain had smooth, rounded rocks, the paths were anything but easy to traverse. The two monkeys ahead leapt nimbly through the trees, quickly leaving Jing far behind. Despite his experience, he couldn't keep up with them. Phew, so fast. Jing wiped the sweat from his forehead and stopped to catch his breath. He was puzzled where exactly were these monkeys leading him. His feet were nearly swallowed by the overgrown grass, and he could only discern a faint trail by the varying height of the vegetation. It seemed he had followed the monkeys to the far side of Big Butt Mountain. Here, sunlight was absent. Towering trees on either side reached skyward, their intertwined vines rustling faintly with unseen movements, making Jing instinctively cautious. This was a truly untouched wilderness, where encountering snakes or wild boars was far from unusual. Yet, determined to keep following the monkeys, he had lost his bearings. Retreating wasn't in his nature. Gritting his teeth, Jing decided to climb further up. The dirt path was rugged, so he broke off a sturdy branch and used the vines for support as he slowly ascended. Finally, a glimmer of light appeared at the edge of his vision. Sunlight. Faint squeaking could be heard in the distance, accompanied by the gentle rustle of wind and bird song, as if urging him to move forward. With a sudden burst of energy, he scrambled toward the rocks ahead, only to freeze in his tracks, his heart racing with fear. Whoa, damn. Loose gravel tumbled down as he realized the path ended abruptly in a sheer cliff. Below him lay a vast expanse of lush forest and a rushing river. He felt the warmth of the sunlight brushing against him, while the persistent squeaks behind him drew his attention. Turning around sharply, he suddenly recognized this place. The mountain wind howled, and in the cracks between massive boulders lay a vast cliffside platform. Wildflowers blanketed the ground, bathed in warm sunlight. 7 or 8 young monkeys frolicked in the branches of an ancient tree. At the edge of the cliff, a majestic macaque sat atop a massive rock, its golden fur shimmering in the light. It gazed solemnly at the sky, exuding an air of regality. That must be the Monkey King. Squeak, squeak. Intruder alert. It's that human. The sharp cries of the two monkeys who had first spotted him shattered Jing's moment of admiration. Within seconds, several monkeys leapt down from above, landing in front of him with their tails stiff and their expressions full of vigilance. Jing could understand their calls, but he didn't respond recklessly. Instead, he pressed himself against the rock wall, staying as still as possible. In the distance, the Monkey King turned its head slowly at the commotion. Its gaze locked with Jing's, and for a long moment, the two stared at each other. Finally, the Monkey King began to move, stepping deliberately toward him. It's coming. Jing kept his expression calm, but inside, he felt a twinge of unease. After all, these were truly wild monkeys, vastly different from the ones he had encountered on Mount Ame in his past life. They had little exposure to humans and could easily turn aggressive. But to his surprise, the Monkey King didn't stop when it reached him. Instead, it continued walking past him, its nose twitching slightly as if sniffing the air. Then, Jing heard something unexpected, a voice. It said, "Ah, Jing." His eyes widened in shock, and a flood of memories surfaced. His gaze darted over the Monkey King, searching for something. Finally, his eyes landed on its right leg. Beneath the golden fur, a long, pale scar was faintly visible. It was the very scar that matched the memory of the original hosta mark left from when he and his parents had stitched up an injured young monkey. "Great sage," he exclaimed in surprise. However, the Monkey King on the opposite side suddenly froze, looking around with a bewildered expression. What's going on? Could it be that staying up too late with those female monkeys last night left him so exhausted he's hallucinating? Jing had no idea what was going through the Monkey King's mind, but he used the skill again. Great sage. This time, the Monkey King was certain he hadn't misheard. He turned his head, his face instantly displaying a dramatic mixture of astonishment and delight. Incredible. A monkey lives long enough, and it seems anything can happen now. There's a human who can speak monkey language. Squeak? Ah, Jing, is that you? Squeak, squeak. How can you speak our language? I learned it. Due to the limitations of the skill, Only the Monkey King could understand the monkey language Jing was speaking. Thus, a peculiar scene unfolded. Surrounded by a cautious group of monkeys, one man and one monkey engaged in an animated conversation in an incomprehensible language. The Monkey King even leapt on his Jing, clinging to him and touching his face with dirt-covered hands. The kings already acknowledged him. The two messenger monkeys exchanged glances, stunned. Seeing this, the tense monkeys around them began to relax. Anyone recognized by the king was clearly no threat. The younger monkeys quickly darted back together to resume their play, while the others sat in pairs, grooming each other's fur and picking out fleas, enjoying a peaceful moment. After exchanging pleasantries, Jing and the Monkey King walked to the edge of a cliff and sat down to chat. The monkeys were highly intelligent, and it didn't take Jing long to get used to the squeaking sounds in their speech. From the Monkey King's simple recount, Jing learned that after they had saved him back then, he recovered well, became strong, and eventually claimed the position of Monkey King. The Monkey King scratched his head, a hint of longing flashing in his eyes as he listed foods he wanted to eat, like scallion pancakes, almonds, bananas. He rattled off a long list like announcing menu items, making Jing chuckle. Though big but mountain was mostly untouched wilderness, it wasn't exactly loaded with fruit trees to let the monkeys feast freely. Most of the monkeys had never tasted human food, but the Monkey King had, during the time he had stayed with them while injured, enjoying quite a few delicacies. Looking at the Monkey King drooling over food, Jing glanced back at the playful monkeys behind him, and a light bulb went off in his mind. Upon the valley monkeys, his eyes lit up as a plan began to form. In a couple of days, they'll bring you some delicious food. At that time, I want to discuss something with you. Sure, Squeak. The Monkey King waved over the two guard monkeys from earlier. Xiao Mu, Xiao Tu. This is my human big brother, Squeak. Next time you see him, bring him straight to me, Squeak. Jing scratched his head, feeling a strange sense of meeting King Julian, and shyly greeted the two monkeys. Then, amid their stunned silence, he bid farewell to the Monkey King. He hadn't finished climbing the mountain yet, but after reaching this platform, he now knew how to proceed. Passing through the steep slope, Jing hugged the stone wall, gripped a sturdy old vine, and leaped upward, finally reaching the summit. Few the summit of Big But Mountain truly lived up to its reputation. Smooth, rounded rocks formed a massive slope covered in wildflowers and grass. As the cool mountain breeze whistled past, wisps of mist drifted quietly in the sunlight. It was breathtaking. Jing stood atop the mountain, gazing into the distance, catching sight of the other four peaks within the Wanyuan mountain scenic area. Jing sat at the foot of Daxiaopiga Mountain, gazing at the two towering peaks in the distance with a sense of awe. They rose high into the clouds, appearing nearly insurmountable, while the mountain he was on was the shortest, barely casting a faint silhouette. Since he planned to develop this area into a sacred mountain, he understood the importance of having a clear theme. Picking up a tree branch, he absent-mindedly drew on the ground as an ancient saying came to mind. A mountain does not have to be high to be famous, as long as it is home to immortals. Water does not have to be deep to be spiritual, as long as it harbors dragons. The base of the mountain was rich with exorcism rituals, deities, legends, and stories. Naturally, the mountain itself needed corresponding elements. System, how much reputation value would I need to upgrade and transform this mountain? He asked. The system promptly responded. Based on the host's proposed plan, a minimum of a level transformation would be required, at least 30,000 reputation points. 30,000, Jing exclaimed, his eyes widening in shock. He quickly opened his personal panel and saw that he had just over 2,000 reputation points. Feeling helpless, he decided to abandon the idea for now. He raised an eyebrow as a thought suddenly struck him. What if I upgrade and transform it in sections, like with Minghua Village? Divided into smaller upgrades. Segmented upgrades and transformations would cost less, requiring about 10,000 reputation points. However, the host should note that dividing the process will reduce the continuity and completeness of the tourist experience. To achieve perfection, a full-scale transformation would still be necessary later, the system advised. That's not a big deal, Jing shrugged, thinking it was fine to upgrade one section at a time. Once the area gained popularity, reputation points would naturally increase, and he didn't mind the slower pace. However, the biggest problem still lingered. His face fell as he grimaced in frustration. With less than a month until the May Day holiday tourist rush, he had to pay off a 1 million yuan debt before then. To attract visitors from Yangon City and nearby areas, he needed to raise his reputation points to at least 10,000 by mid-April to begin the initial transformation of the sacred mountain. Pressing his lips together, Jing sprang to his feet and hurried down the mountain. He decided to tackle the more immediate issue, first addressing the shortage of staff for the scenic area. A trip to the county was in order. The county town seemed a bit quiet on Monday noon as Jing headed straight to the West Market. Wang Kai was standing at the entrance, arms crossed, waiting for him. Here you are? Have you eaten yet? Jing shook his head, his stomach growling with hunger. Come on, I'll take you to a noodle shop. The people you're looking for are all in that area. Su Jing smiled and followed Wang Kai through the alleys, heading further in. In the morning, Su Jing had inspected the tourist spots, and his goal in the afternoon was to address staffing issues. Mingwe Village required a large number of NPCs to accommodate future visitors. However, to become a fully functional ancient village with a 1,000-year history, NPCs alone weren't enough. Authentic living scenes and consumer spaces were also essential. After a brief discussion with Wang Kai came up with a suggestion that was hard to refuse. 2 bowls of beef ramen and a plate of pickled vegetables. Wang Kai, familiar with the place, walked into the noodle shop, and Su Jing followed, quietly observing the other customers. Soon, the steaming bowls of noodles were served. The two began eating while chatting in hushed tones. See them? Wang Kai slurped a large mouthful of noodles and gestured subtly toward the surrounding diners. This beef noodle place may not have the best taste, but it's cheap. A large bowl costs only 7 yuan. If you want plain noodles, it's just 4 yuan. It's the go-to spot for the laborers in the West Market. Your target for today is this group of people. The diners included men, women, the elderly, and children, but the majority were laborers in worn-out clothes. Wang Kai's loud voice caught Su Jing's attention. Boss, 2 bowls of plain noodles. Shortly after, 4 men entered from outside. They instinctively found a spot at a table in the back and sat down. Their clothing was thin, stained with paint that wouldn't wash out, and faded from frequent laundering. Yet, their demeanor was straightforward and unpretentious. Wang Kai seemed to know these men well and leaned in to quietly introduce them to Su Jing. The one who ordered is Feng Gui, 35 years old, with a daughter. Su Jing slowly slurped his noodles, observing him. His wife left him for someone else because he was poor. His daughter is sick. He actually went to jail once over an incident related to her illness. But to his credit, he didn't give up after getting out. He's been working hard to pay for her treatment. Wang Kai spoke softly. Feng Gui was straightforward and genuine, with a tall and sturdy build. Among the laborers in this area, he held a certain level of respect. Most importantly, he fits your requirements of having no house, no money, and a family. Wang Kai still didn't fully understand Su Jing's criteria. No money, no house, but with a family, and at least some skill. What they know doesn't matter, and they don't need to be experts. But they must be honest and kind, or good at talking and persuading. To be honest, that's a pretty tough profile to meet. On the other hand, such people were easiest to find in the county's labor market. Let's finish eating first. Once they're done, they'll take you to the area where they're based. Su Jing nodded and continued eating his noodles. At the other table, the 4 men were huddled around, speaking quietly. One fetched bowls and chopsticks, another grabbed a head of garlic, but none of them smoked or made a fuss. When their 2 bowls of noodles arrived, the server collected 8 yuan and left. The 4 men immediately picked up their chopsticks and divided the noodles equally, each taking a generous portion without taking more than their share. They sprinkled on some scallions and cilantro, added vinegar and garlic, and ate with evident enjoyment. Su Jing's gaze shifted to the cardboard sign by their feet. Written on it in chalk were a few simple words. Working odd jobs, moving, cleaning, manual labor, wall scraping, and general tasks, with an hourly wage of just 10 yuan. It's indeed cheap, but even working a full day without eating or drinking would only earn 240 yuan. How could such an income possibly help treat his daughter's illness? Su Jing watched in confusion as a few men finished their noodles, drank their soup, and casually tossed their napkins into the trash before leaving. He put down his chopsticks and quickly followed Wang Kai. Feng Gui and his group weaved through the main street, turning left and right, until they entered an inconspicuous alley. At the entrance stood a large iron sign that read Labor Market, a label that aptly described the area. The alley was spacious, and Su Jing was startled to see clusters of job seekers crowding both sides of the street. So many laborers, he thought. As soon as the two stepped in, it was as if they had entered a pack of wolves. All eyes instantly locked onto them. Brother, looking for help. Hey there, need anything done? I can handle any job. Mister, I'll work quickly and get the job done perfectly for you. Hey, young man, I've got plenty of work to come check it out. Amid the laughter, a woman who had chimed in rolled her eyes and retreated to a corner to escape the wind. Wang Kai smiled and politely declined as he led Su Jing around. Su Jing observed the people gathered around, while keeping an eye on Feng Gui and his group's movements out of the corner of his eye. Feng Gui and his men had also sat down nearby, their eyes fixed on Su Jing and Wang Kai. The laborers here were even more desperate than Su Jing had imagined. 10 yuan per hour wasn't the lowest rate. A few women sitting together, surrounded by large bags, had written 8 yuan hour on their cardboard signs. They were willing to do any kind of work, from heavy labor to odd jobs, as long as it paid or even just provided a meal. Wang Kai's expression remained calm, as if he was used to the scene. Su Jing thought to himself, these laborers are the fortunate ones. Many who can't endure hardship turn to a life of petty crime, extorting protection fees or robbing passers-by to survive. He paused, surprised at the thought, there are still gangsters these days? In his previous life, the crackdown on organized crime had been so thorough that he hadn't encountered any real gang activity in years. Haha. Jing, this is a county town, Wang Kai chuckled. Even in Yangon City, regulations aren't that strict in fourth-tier cities. You've got to know all kinds of people to get by. Su Jing nodded and decided not to waste any more time. He changed direction and walked straight ahead. Hello. The men had already noticed Su Jing and Wang Kai, pretending to chat, but keeping a close eye on their movements. As Su Jing approached, they immediately stepped forward. Boss, what kind of work are you looking for? Fang Gui, who had taken their order at the noodle shop earlier, was the first to speak. Heavy labor, moving, cleaning, or any odd jobs if it needs a hand. I can do it. Su Jing glanced around. Though people appeared to be chatting, they were all secretly observing this interaction. Do you know how to do carpentry? Su Jing asked. Fang Gui hesitated for a moment before offering a slightly awkward smile. I don't have a certification, but tell me what you need. I can probably handle it. If not, I can find someone. There are skilled carpenters around here. Su Jing didn't respond immediately. After a moment of thought, he asked, can you carry things up a mountain? Are you strong enough? A mountain? Fang Gui exchanged glances with his companions, seemingly realizing something. Carrying by hand. Su Jing nodded. At first, yes. Fang Gui grinned, understanding the implication. If the job required carrying items up a mountain, there must be a significant amount of goods, enough to require multiple people. And while he wasn't highly educated, he could read between the lines. The mention of at first suggested this might be a long-term gig. No problem at all. You've seen us, we're all strong and fit. Heavy labor is what we do best. Su Jing nodded and handed him a flyer. Tomorrow morning, pick 3 people. The 4 of you come to this address and help me move some things. They'll cover the travel expenses. He leaned in slightly and lowered his voice. Pick reliable, honest workers. If you do well, we'll discuss a bigger deal later. Signaling to Wang Kai, Su Jing didn't linger and quickly left. Behind them, Fang Gui's eyes widened in excitement. Brother Fang, what's up? What did he say? Brother Fang, is it a good job? Why are you so happy? Fang Gui lowered his voice and grinned conspiratorially. We've got work. And not just any work, only 4 spots. This boss seems to have some connections. He wants reliable people for heavy labor, and he's even covering travel costs. Tomorrow we'll head to this place. The group eagerly discussed the plan. The one man hesitated and cautiously asked, Brother Fang, that young boss companion, he looked really familiar. Could it be? Must have been a mistake. Forget it for now. Let's focus on how to get there tomorrow. The man nodded reluctantly, but glanced back at Wang Kai's retreating figure, muttering under his breath. He really looked like the king of cars. After finalizing the choice for the handyman, Su Jing took Wang Kai to the local market, where they loaded up the pickup truck with fresh fruits and vegetables. They then drove into the county town. To negotiate business with Dashing's group, Su Jing knew he had to show some sincerity. The fruits and snacks that Fang Gui and the others had carried down from the mountain were prepared as gifts for Dashing. However, their current task was, bang. The car door shut as Su Jing and Wang Kai stood at the base of a dilapidated, gray-white building. Su Jing looked up at the structure with doubt and asked, this is the place you're talking about? A faded banner advertising the Golden Sun dance troupe hung from a window on the top floor, looking outdated, like something out of an 80s dance hall. Su Jing had asked Wang Kai to find a reliable ethnic dance troupe with male dancers at an affordable price. Considering the upcoming performances at Minghua Village, the scenic area's new opera required professionally choreographed movements, which the Qingyuan acrobatic troupe clearly couldn't provide. With the increasing number of tourists, the choreography would also need to expand. If the acrobatic troupe couldn't keep up, it would negatively impact the performances, reducing popularity and reviews, creating a vicious cycle. While Su Jing could use the system to exchange high ratings for professional nuwa opera and dance moves, the complete performance still required professional dancers. Although the county's dance troupes weren't as professional as those in the city, they at least had formal dance training, which was better than the Qingyuan acrobatic troupe. As for Lu Qingyuan and his group, they could be reserved for warm-up acts, focusing on acrobatics. Therefore, Su Jing urgently needed to find professional dancers. Looking at the yellowed windows and the dim, narrow stairwell, Su Jing sighed. He had asked for a cheap option, but not one in a hazardous building. Wang Kai patted him on the shoulder and reassured him, trust me, the place I'm taking you to won't disappoint. With that, he strode confidently into the old building, leading the way for Su Jing. The two climbed the narrow, worn stairwell to the 3rd floor, where faint drum beats from music could be heard. The Golden Sun dance troupe was located at the end of the corridor. Though the space was old, it was well lit. Behind the closed doors of the largest classroom, rhythmic thuds of footsteps echoed. Hello. At the front desk sat a woman with her hair neatly tied up. Her long neck and graceful demeanor clearly marked her as a dance instructor. Standing up with a polite smile, she asked, are you here to see someone, or? Brother Wang. Su Jing raised an eyebrow, surprised that they seemed to know each other. Wang Kai stepped forward, waved his hand, and said, call Sister Na over. I've brought her some business. The dance instructor looked momentarily stunned before glancing at the young man behind Wang Kai. Her expression shifted to one of pleasant surprise, and she became noticeably more formal. Of course. Please have a seat. I'll get our troop leader right away. Su Jing followed Wang Kai into a modest office and sat down to wait. After 3 to 5 minutes, the door opened, and a steady, authoritative female voice greeted them. Xiao Kai brought guests over? A middle-aged woman with her hair in a bun stepped in, adjusting her glasses as she walked forward. Jing Na, the leader of Golden Sunday. You are. She pushed her gold-rimmed glasses up and looked at the overly young Su Jing, her expression turning hesitant. What would you like to know? Su Jing stood up, shook her hand, and then sat back down with a smile. Introducing himself, he said, I'm the manager of Wanyuan Mountain Scenic Area. Jing Na immediately thought of the mountain on the outskirts of the county and was inwardly surprised. This young man was the manager? She glanced at Wang Kai, who nodded reassuringly, and then continued listening to Su Jing. Su Jing said, Our scenic area is working on a new project, which includes a segment of song and dance performances. While our staff has done a decent job, I'm hoping for better results, so I wanted to see if there are any professionals available. He pointed to a poster on the wall featuring the Golden Sun Performance Troupe, a snapshot from their show at the Yong'an City Grand Theater 3 years ago. Jinna listened quietly as Su Jing went on. He'll provide the venue, costumes, and music. There will be 2 performances every weekend, each lasting about 30 minutes, with a payment of 200 yuan per show. As Su Jing finished, even the usually stern Jinna couldn't help but smile. 200 yuan per show was a generous offer for a county-level song and dance troupe. Especially since the venue, music, and costumes were all being provided, they would only need to focus on performing. Su Jing's offer was bound to attract competition from other troops. Clearly, Wang Kai had put in considerable effort to make this happen. What about the choreography? What kind of dance are you looking for? Jinna asked calmly, keeping a level head. Su Jing nodded and raised a finger. First, the dance style and props will be provided by me, and you'll need to learn the routines I supply. Second, the choreography isn't simple, it requires strength and male dancers with a commanding presence. You'll need to assess your team's skills and qualifications before confirming the payment at this rate. Third, we'll need to sign a contract. The choreography and performance details must remain confidential and cannot be used for commercial purposes without my knowledge and consent. Jinna nodded. Although she felt a bit annoyed at Su Jing's self-assured tone about teaching them dance, she was willing to compromise for the sake of the money and the troops' livelihood. When it came to her team's abilities, she was confident she might not compare to the top troops in the city, but in the county, she wasn't afraid of competition. Rising to her feet, Jinna, who was in her 40s but carried herself with more poise than younger instructors, said, Mr. Su, follow me. She pushed open the door to the largest dance studio, and the sound of vibrant ethnic music and rhythmic drum beats immediately filled Su Jing's ears. The dancers, men and women alike, paused their practice and turned to look. Everyone, gather around, Jinna instructed. The group quickly lined up 8 men and 12 women, forming a team of 20. You all remember the nightingale routine we learned recently, right? Get ready to perform, she said. The dancers exchanged knowing smiles, realizing it was time to show their skills. They began stretching and preparing. As the music started, Su Jing and Wang Kai stood to the side, observing. You know this group? Wang Kai asked quietly. I've been running a small transportation business, and they've hired me a few times for their out-of-town performances, Su Jing replied. I've worked with several troops, and this one is among the better ones. If they don't work out, I have a backup option. When the music ended, Jinna looked pleased, her chin slightly raised as she turned towards Su Jing, expecting praise. However, contrary to her expectations, Su Jing's expression didn't reflect satisfaction. Thank you all for your hard work, he said with a polite smile, addressing Jinna. Sister Na, let's head back to the office. In the modest office, the 3 of them sat down again, but the atmosphere had shifted entirely. Wang Kai shrugged and spoke on behalf of Su Jing. Sister Na, we can only offer 150 yuan per performance now. Jinna's expression froze instantly. Jinna, usually calm and composed, seemed a bit uneasy at this moment. She furrowed her brows and straightened her back. Wasn't the agreed payment 200 yuan per performance? She asked. Wang Kai shrugged, his formerly honest and simple demeanor nowhere to be seen. Sorry, my friend isn't quite impressed with your abilities, he said, a hint of disdain in his tone. This young lady probably hasn't seen many professional dance troupes. Well, they just came back from S-City. Haven't you seen a proper dance troupe before? Wang Kai's words left Jinna speechless. S-City, one of the top-tier cities naturally. People from there wouldn't easily take a liking to their small dance troupe. At this point, Su Jing leaned forward and spoke up. I'm offering you money, giving you a chance to perform, an opportunity to learn new dances, and improve your skills. It's a win-win situation. Even 150 yuan per performance isn't exactly cheap. Plus, if your performance meets my expectations, I'll still pay 200 yuan per show. Jinna retorted reluctantly. But you judged our ability after watching just one dance. Isn't that a bit unfair? How about we perform another one for you? No need. Jing waved his hand dismissively. Although he wasn't a professional dancer, his past life experiences had exposed him to countless exceptional performers, giving him a clear standard. He didn't expect this group to reach the highest level, but at the very least, they needed to show a fraction of that capability. The Nuad dance, with its eerie and spiritual connection to deities and ghosts, was not something that could be performed casually. It required precise control over one's body. To master it, they would need proper training over time. These are the terms. You can think it over, Ms. Jean, Jing said, handing over his business card. Feel free to contact me if you decide. He nodded in farewell and prepared to leave. Wang Kai stayed behind, leaning in to speak softly to Jinna. Sister Na, we know each other. I suggest you agree. We're heading to the Hongbao dance troupe next. If they say yes first, this opportunity will be gone. Hesitation flickered in Jinna's eyes as she frowned deeply. Be honest with me. Is this reliable? My childhood friend Hair long-term business absolutely reliable. Wang Kai replied confidently. However, Jing didn't make it far down the stairs before Wang Kai called him back, informing him that Jinna had agreed. Given that the two dance troupes were of similar caliber, according to Wang Kai, Jing decided not to waste any more time and finalized the contract immediately. After arranging a meeting time with Jinna, he drove back to Wanyuan Mountain while there was still daylight. That night was dreamless. After a day of closure for rest, the staff returned to work at the scenic area with noticeably brighter expressions. Wait for me, everyone. They'll bring a few people over, Jing called out, gesturing for the others to head to the dock while he went to the entrance to greet Feng Gui and his team, who had been waiting. Why so early? Jing asked with a smile. Feng Gui laughed heartily, stretching his limbs. You didn't mention a specific time, so we figured we'd come early. The sooner we start, the sooner we finish. Thanks for your hard work. Follow me, Jing responded. He had already transported a boatload of fruits and snacks to the base of Little Buttock Mountain the night before, so today, all he needed to do was guide the four of them there. Once everyone boarded the boat, Uncle Shui gave the pole a push, and the small vessel began gliding downstream toward Big and Little Buttock Mountains. Mr. Su, this place is really something. Feng Gui and his team sat cautiously at the edge of the boat, careful not to soil the luxurious-looking cushions. They gazed around in awe, marveling at the scenery with exclamations of admiration. How come I never heard of this great spot before? Jing chuckled, knowing they were just being polite and deliberately offering some praise. Feng Gui really was sharp good with words and even better at getting things done. Meanwhile, Tian stood nearby with her hands on her hips, her face full of pride. She thought to herself smugly, this is nothing. The real beauty lies in Mingwe village. Just wait until you see it, you'll be amazed. The four of them smiled. After all, she was just a young girl, and a little praise had her tail practically wagging. No harm Thuffet was rather endearing. With that, Jing led them down a small path, deciding to skip the longer route up to Mingwe village. At the base of the mountain, 4 large bamboo baskets were packed full of fruits and vegetables, with a few loaves of bread and sausages mixed in. Since monkeys are omnivores, the bread and sausages were specifically requested by the great sage. However, Jing had prepared only a small amount for their health. Feng Gui and his companions didn't waste time talking. They each grabbed a basket, slung it onto their backs, and looked to Jing. Boss Su, are we all set? Let's go? Jing replied. This time, the path was much smoother, thanks to the great sage's help in finding a relatively flat dirt trail. Among the 5 of them, Jing was the least physically fit, but the others were strong and managed the hike without needing to stop for rest, despite some fatigue. Before long, they reached the spot where Jing had previously encountered Xiao Tu and Xiao Mu. Xiao Tu, Xiao Mu, Jing called out. Feng Gui assumed he was summoning other people and didn't think much of it. But a minute later, faint rustling came from the distance, and suddenly, 2 monkeys leapt out of the woods beside the dirt path. Holy crap! Wild monkeys. Feng Gui and his companions were startled, but they stayed calm, instinctively positioning themselves to shield Jing. Jing, pleased with their reaction, patted their shoulders with a smile. Don't worry, they know me. It's fine. Feng Gui, huh? So, Boss Su is a monkey trainer now? Feng Gui joked in surprise. Jing quickened his pace, leading the group. Feng Gui and the others gritted their teeth and hurried after him. A few turns, some steep slopes, and a bit of climbing later, the 5 of them reached the cliffside platform from before all, in less than an hour. Phew. Boss Su, this mountain it's pretty steep. One of them remarked. Yeah, no kidding. That was no easy hike. Honestly, if we weren't quick on our feet, we might fallen behind. Another chimed in. Despite being out of breath, none of them complained about the agreed-upon rate of 10 yuan per hour. A deal was a deal, and they prided themselves on their integrity. Feng Gui gritted his teeth as he climbed the final slope. Once he rounded the stone wall and looked up, he froze in place. This, Feng Gui? What's the holdup? Come on, move. I'm stuck on this slope here. Someone called from behind. Oh, right, come on up. Once everyone had made it onto the cliffside platform, The sight before them left them just as awestruck as Su Jing had been the first time. The breathtaking view of the cliff and the troop of monkeys captivated them all. Whoa, so many monkeys. The four men were stunned by the group of monkeys on the cliff, frozen in place. Su Jing smiled and said softly, "Haha, Brother Fong, you guys rest for a bit. I'll be back in a moment." He noticed they had brought a pile of food, and Dashing had already excitedly bounded over. As soon as Su Jing approached, Dashing leapt onto him, clinging to his head and howling joyfully. Su Jing chuckled, patting Dashing's plump backside, finding it amusing. "Don't get too excited. Get down. We need to discuss something." Dashing, half understanding, responded cheerfully, "Sure. Hey Jing, tell me all about it." Half an hour later, Su Jing emerged from behind the rock wall, a broad smile on his face, accompanied by the Monkey King, who held its head high with pride. He called out to Fong Gui and the others, "Let's go. Time to head down the mountain." The supplies had already been carried off and divided by the monkeys, who were now too busy savoring the unprecedented delicacies to pay any attention to the group. As they walked through the lush forest, sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on them. The warmth was comforting. Su Jing began probing for information, and after half an hour of conversation, he had learned all about their family situations. Fong Gui was indeed working hard to earn money for his daughter's medical treatment. Her chronic illness could be managed with continuous medication, which wasn't expensive. Thus, Fong Gui hadn't been pushed to desperation. However, most of his income went toward medication and basic living expenses, forcing him and his daughter to live in a cramped underground fire escape of an old, semi-abandoned building. No one had driven them out, but the conditions were harsh, cold in winter, and stifling in summer. Su Jing glanced at the other cheerful men and understood that the building housed not just Fong Gui's family, but also many impoverished, homeless families. Fong Gui spoke earnestly. "Boss Su, we may sound like aimless drifters, but I guarantee you, everyone in that building is honest and decent." The others chimed in. "Yes, young Boss Su, Fong Gui is a good man, and he keeps a close watch on the place. Even we help manage it with him." "That's right. There are elderly folks and children living there. We absolutely don't allow any troublemakers or bad people to stay." The group spoke in unison, and Su Jing could feel their solidarity. "In that case, I'll get straight to the point about the job I mentioned yesterday." The men immediately tensed up, their expressions serious. Fong Gui clenched his hands, speculating silently. The mountain they had climbed earlier was clearly undeveloped. It seemed likely Su Jing needed people to carry supplies regularly, perhaps once a week. By his calculations, each trip could earn them 30 to 40 units, a decent and stable income. If things went even better, Fong Gui imagined the young boss might have additional hauling tasks, potentially requiring them to work a full day. However, the job Su Jing proposed was far from what Fong Gui had expected. "If none of you have formal jobs, I'd like to offer you one," Su Jing said, slowly laying out his terms. "Work as NPCs in my scenic area. You'll only need to work on weekends, 2 days a week. During the trial period, you're free to do whatever you like on weekdays. After the probation period, the working days will change to Tuesday through Sunday, with the scenic area closed on Mondays for staff to take a day off. The probation period lasts for 1 to 3 months." Hearing this, a glimmer of anticipation appeared in the eyes of the group. Although they might not fully understand the job responsibilities, the fact that Boss Su was offering them a formal job was a rare opportunity in today's tough job market. Having a stable job meant having a stable life. For Fong Gui, it also meant a steady way to address his daughter's medical expenses. The eyes of the men sparkled as they anxiously awaited Boss Su's offer. Even if the wages were low, they were willing to consider it. After all, most of the time, they had no work, and their monthly income often totaled less than 1,000 yuan. Su Jing paused for a moment, scanning the group, and then spoke slowly. "The probationary salary is 200 yuan per month, and after becoming permanent, it will increase to 600 yuan per month. If the scenic area performs well, salaries might increase further." Fong Gui's smile froze instantly, and the other 3 men struggled to hide their reactions. 200 yuan a month? Even if they only worked 8 days during the probation period, that was just 25 yuan a day, completely absurd. Was the young boss Su treating them like beggars? Fong Gui thought to himself, but Su Jing continued, "Hear me out." Fong Gui's hand, which had been raised slightly in protest, stiffened and dropped. They weren't afraid of hard work, they were afraid of not making any money. A little extra effort was fine, but being broke was terrifying. Su Jing seemed to understand their thoughts, smiling lightly as he added, "The wages I just mentioned are just commissions. Now let's talk about the base salary." Their interest was piqued again. While the commissions sounded low, they didn't have high hopes for the base salary either. But Su Jing's next words left them utterly stunned. The base salary includes a free house for employees during their employment. The 4 men froze in disbelief. After what felt like an eternity, Fong Gui finally croaked, "What did you just say?" "I said, employees who work here will be allocated a house within the scenic area. You'll need to furnish it yourself, but utilities, water, electricity, gas, and internet are all covered by the scenic area. You can move in with your family, up to 4 people. This time, everyone understood perfectly, but such terms were unheard of. It felt like they had traveled back to the 1980s, encountering a generous benefactor distributing housing. Were they dreaming? Did Boss Su realize how much utilities alone would cost? Imin. Fong Goe was the first to raise his hand, his voice loud and clear. His face flushed with excitement, and the veins on his neck bulged. Boss Su, Imin. I can start work tomorrow. Though uneducated, Fong Goe wasn't foolish. Who had ever heard of a workplace that provided housing? Even if it was a house within the scenic area, it was still a proper place to live. With such generosity from Boss Su, surely their income would improve once they became permanent employees. His daughter hadn't slept in a proper bed for so long. Boss Su, what exactly do these NPC roles involve? Just tell us. The other men finally snapped out of their shock. Free utilities and family-inclusive housing, only a fool would say no. They were immensely grateful to have followed Fong Goe here. Without him, they would never have gotten such an opportunity. Imin too. Count me in. They all raised their hands enthusiastically, their voices loud as if afraid they wouldn't be heard. Su Jing nodded in satisfaction. Since that's settled, let's head to Minghua village and take a look. On the clean slate-paved road, Su Jing led a small group on a tour of the entire Minghua village. The village was temporarily divided into 4 zones: A, B, C, and D. As the first batch of residents, they were given the privilege of choosing their houses first. Su Jing casually walked into a small building and opened the door. At this point, all the houses were only constructed with partition walls. Residents would need to prepare their own furniture. Behind Minghua village, there was an open area with trees where they could cut wood themselves to make beds or furniture. They were free to use the resources without any charge, relying solely on their own skills. The group followed behind, marveling at the layout of the small building. The houses ranged in size, with the larger ones exceeding 100 square meters and the smaller ones over 60 square meters. The most appealing feature was that almost every household had either a private courtyard or a second-floor terrace, adding a cozy, homely touch. Just imagining living there felt incredibly comfortable. Su Jing explained that the low wages were due to their status as the first batch of residents. He also revealed an important piece of information. They were NPCs, meaning they would have close interactions with tourists. If the number of visitors increased in the future, they could use their houses to run small businesses. The scenic area would oversee operations, and as long as prices and quality were reasonable, the management would only take a small percentage based on location, leaving the remaining profits to them. Every word Su Jing spoke struck a chord with them. Fong Goe, in particular, was overwhelmed with excitement. He mentally calculated that during the trial period, he could find other work on weekdays, and after the trial period, he could start a small business for tourists. This way, his living expenses would be fully covered. This wasn't just a boss, this was practically a saint. Su Jing spent an hour showing them around Minghua village and finally brought them to the central square. He then said, as for the job responsibilities, the primary task is to serve tourists. Specific assignments will be arranged after you officially join. Running a business will only be allowed after becoming a full-time employee, and the housing is strictly for employees. If you resign or seriously violate the employee handbook, the scenic area reserves the right to reclaim the housing and terminate your employment. Any objections to these terms? He asked. Fong Goe and the others nodded emphatically, already planning how to share this good news. Su Jing continued, that's all for today. Once you've made your decision, feel free to contact me anytime. There are still plenty of houses available, and we need many employees. If you know anyone suitable, you can make a list. They'll keep this job opportunity open until this Friday. Whether or not they get the job will depend on their abilities. Fong Goe immediately understood what he meant and couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. If this were ancient times, it would be akin to an imperial decree to select officials. If someone wanted to profit from this, they could easily make a fortune. However, Fong Goe exchanged glances with the others, and they all smiled. He said softly, since Boss Su trusts us, we'll make sure to vet everyone strictly and never let anyone with poor character into the scenic area. Take advantage? Others might, but we all know how hard life is. We're not about to betray our own people. If anyone tried to profit from this, they'd wake up at night slapping themselves in regret. Su Jingchong nodded and was about to see them off when they happened to run into the Qingyun acrobatic troupe, who were there to prepare for their act. Lu Qingyun greeted them with a smile, but upon seeing the 4 strong men, a sense of unease crept into his heart. He quickly asked, oh, are you our future colleagues? Su Jing settled the payment and instructed Fong Goe to lead the men back the way they came. So far, no visitors had arrived at the scenic spot, and Uncle Shui was still waiting nearby to assist them. Once the 4 men had left, Su Jing explained his plans to Lu Qingyun. Unexpectedly, Lu Qingyun exploded with emotion as soon as he heard it. No way, Mr. Su. His eyes widened, and his beard bristled with agitation. How could you not tell us about this? We can do it too. Work for housing? We're all in. After a few days of operating in the area, everyone in the Qingyun acrobatic troupe had fallen in love with this joyful lifestyle. Not only could they perform their skilled acts, but they could also entertain visitors, earn money, and learn new talents. They didn't even need a large yard for practice surrounded by mountains. They could rehearse freely without interruptions. The entire Mingyue village square served as their training ground. Where else could they find such a stable job besides working for young Boss Su? And now, it was even better work in exchange for housing. Boss Su, Lu Qingyun patted his chest, his sincerity evident. We should be your first choice. He pointed to the members of his troupe, who were busy setting up a stage in the distance. Every one of them is skilled. They can be NPCs, performers, anything you need. They're all honest folks perfect for the job. In the past, their children often went hungry and endured the scorn of others. But if Boss Su really took them in and the scenic spot operated long-term, they'd have a stable livelihood. They could even start thinking about settling down and getting married. If all else failed, their wages. Lu Qingyun quickly added, our wages can match theirs or even be a little less. And we don't need the performance fees either. His eagerness was palpable as he voluntarily lowered their asking price. Su Jing pressed his lips together, pretending to consider the proposal, though he was inwardly delighted. If they were willing to join at a lower cost, all the better. They were genuinely skilled individuals. With over 100 houses in Mingyue village, Su Jing only needed to allocate a portion to gain a loyal, long-term workforce. It was a deal too good to pass up. He decided to sweeten the offer further. All right, Master Lu, discuss it with everyone tonight. We'll pay standard wages, but at the start, I can't provide everyone with their own house. 2 or 3 people will need to share a house for now. However, if anyone gets married and brings their family here, I'll allocate an additional house for them. As Su Jing mentally mapped out the scenic area, the layout of the surrounding hills came to mind. He added, does anyone in the Qingyun acrobatic troupe know how to farm? Farm? Who doesn't? Lu Qingyun scratched his head awkwardly, realizing he'd momentarily forgotten that this was Qingshan County, not S City. There's a plot of land at the foot of the mountain, Su Jing continued. I plan to develop it into farmland later. If the Qingyun acrobatic troupe is willing to stay here, I can divide the land among you. You can plant whatever you like, and the scenic area will only take 30 of the harvest. The string of surprises left Lu Qingyun nearly overwhelmed. He exhaled deeply, his fingers trembling slightly from excitement. Understood. I'll announce this great news to everyone tonight. Boss Su, please save spots for us. From now on, we're part of this scenic area for life. His voice grew emotional. We'll live here, and even in death, we'll belong to this place. Su Jing chuckled inwardly. That kind of commitment might be a bit much, but he didn't object. After finishing up with these matters, he headed home. The scenic area was nearly empty midweek, so instead of wandering aimlessly, he decided to check out the system store to see if there was anything useful to buy. However, before he could reach home, an unexpected call came through. Jiang Song. The voice on the other end made Su Jing frown. Have you been crying? The noise on the other end of the phone sounded like it came from a bustling outdoor food stall. Jiang Song's voice, muffled amidst the lively street chatter, carried a hint of gloom, but Su Jing could still hear him clearly. Yeah, not only did you cry, but you also drank alone, he said, putting away his keys, closing the door, and sitting down on a chair, ready to listen attentively to his friend's troubles. So, tell me, what's been going on these past few days? Jiang Tsong remained silent for a moment before his frustration and unease pushed him to speak. I feel like I've lost confidence in finding a job. Su Jing's heart sank. If it were the old Su Jing hearing this, he probably wouldn't understand why. Jiang Tsong had excellent grades and rich experiences. By all accounts, landing a job at a big company should have been easy. However, Su Jing's perspective had shifted with age and experience, and he now understood the underlying reasons. In S City, an ultra first-year metropolis, a degree alone wasn't enough to secure a foothold in a major company. Especially for the management positions Jiang Tsong was aiming for, candidates needed more than qualifications, they needed connections. The gap between a child from an ordinary family and a local with resources or a privileged background was almost insurmountable. Jiang Tsong had high aspirations. He could undoubtedly get into smaller companies, but would he be content with that? How many companies have you applied to? Su Jing asked. Jiang Tsong sniffled, realizing Su Jing had already guessed his situation. 26. I've tried private companies and foreign firms, but no luck. I even joined a small company for a while. The boss was a total idiot who knew nothing. All he did was copy the practices of big companies without having the resources or conditions to back them up. Jiang Tsong vented for nearly 20 minutes, long enough for Su Jing to switch the phone from one hand to the other, then put it on speaker while eating. Finally, Jiang Tsong let out a long sigh and shouted, "Ah, that felt good. All done." Su Jing raised an eyebrow as he slurped his noodles. So what's your plan now? Jiang Tsong, having finished venting, started eating as well. Hearing Su Jing's question, he scratched his head, his thoughts a jumbled mess. Go back home. No way, couldn't accept that. It had been nearly a year since he graduated, and he hadn't found a stable, decent job. Returning home would only make him a laughingstock. Stay in S City? That would mean settling for a small company. enduring frustration while accepting the reality that those with advantages get ahead faster. Or maybe but what? Jiang Tsung suddenly paused mid-drink, his voice booming. Jinga, I'm coming to your place. Su Jing was momentarily stunned. What are you coming here for? I'm in a county town. There's no place here for a talent like you to shine. Jiang Tsung knew that, of course, but staying in S City was stifling. He figured he might as well visit Su Jing City for a change of scenery. It's fine. They'll treat it like a trip to the mountains to clear my head. You're running a scenic spot, right? I could take a look around and maybe even give you some suggestions. Su Jing was more than happy to agree. All right, but just so you know, my place is in the middle of nowhere, and life here can be a bit rough. You'd better be prepared for that. Jiang Tsung made the decision quickly and booked a high-speed train ticket, planning to arrive by Friday. Once Jiang Tsung's situation was settled, Su Jing turned his attention back to dealing with matters at the scenic area. He had some leads on NPC candidates, and with the terms he was offering, he was confident that Feng Gui and his team would find people who exceeded his expectations. Finally, he activated the system. After several days of operation, the system was not stagnant. With the spread of the videos, the reputation of Wanyuan Mountain was steadily increasing, and the positive reviews were accumulating. He realized it was time to make use of them. The visit from Feng Gui and his group had brought the number of positive reviews up to 192. Satisfied, Su Jing nodded and immediately opened the system's store. He already had his eye on a few items to redeem. Cultural Nuwa Dance, 68 positive reviews. Horn from the Deep Mountains, 32 positive reviews. Sensory Amplifier Low Level, 88 positive reviews. The complete Nuwa Dance was a must-have. Although the system's pricing for scenic-related items was not high, these features, when used effectively, could be game-changing. He had long wanted to redeem the Deep Mountain Horn. Its unique music could not only enhance the visitor experience, but also avoid potential copyright issues in the future. Though he hadn't yet received the item and didn't know how it sounded, he was optimistic. Then there was the new item, the Sensory Amplifier. This low-level amplifier could be deployed at a specific attraction, increasing the emotional engagement of all attendees by 20. It was incredible. He couldn't imagine how thrilling it would be if the sensory amplifier was installed at Mingyue Village, combined with the music from the Deep Mountain Horn. When the ghost tigers were scaring visitors, the Nuwa dance was performed, or the iron flowers lit up the sky. The level of excitement would be off the charts. Su Jing let his imagination run wild for a moment, then contentedly redeemed the items and deployed them directly on the map. As for the Nuwa dance performance clips, he converted them into a video using the system and sent it to Jean Na. Sister Na, hey, race the dance sequence everyone needs to learn. Time is tight, so hopefully, everyone can get a basic grasp of it within 3 days. In Qing County, inside the Golden Sun Dance Troupe's practice studio, the dancers gathered around as Jean Na finished reading the message on her phone, their faces filled with tension. Sister Na, what did he say? Jean Na frowned, connected her phone to the computer, and started downloading the file. Who knows 3 days? Does he think we're machines? She muttered, clicking play while frowning. But with her professional eye, she assumed the dance wouldn't be too difficult to learn. Jean Na's voice cut off abruptly, like a chicken being choked. From the very first moment of the video, it showcased an incredibly powerful performance. The masks, the exaggerated movements, the makeup, costumes, and expressions, every detail was captivating. The video was short, only 3 minutes long, but the dance studio was already enveloped in silence. We're learning this dance. A man's voice came out hoarse. For free? And they're covering our costumes and props too? A woman asked, her fingers cold to the touch. Jean Na felt a bit dazed herself, immersed in the eerie yet solemn dance, unable to snap out of it for a while. I think so. Ding. Another text came through, just one short line. Su Jing. Sister Na, have you watched the video? Any problems? Problems. The problem is huge. They're the biggest problem. Jean Na thought anxiously, worried that the dance troupe wouldn't be able to do the dance justice and would ruin it. Everyone for the first time, her voice wavered as she looked around at the group, only to find every pair of eyes glowing with determination, fixed on her. Got it. Jean Na instantly understood. Everyone wanted to perform it, and they were ready to stay up all night if that's what it took to perfect the dance. The stern expression on her face dissolved, replaced by a smile as she shook her head. Let's get ready, no sleep for the next few days. Turning around, Jean Na quickly typed on her phone. Mr. Su, absolutely no problem. Starting Wednesday, Wanyuan Mountain saw an influx of ragged laborers. The youngest was just 14, while the oldest could almost use the youngest as a walking stick. Feng Gui this. Feng Gui waved his hand and turned to Boss Su, smiling as he said, this kid. He put his arm around the thin, short boy and continued, he's great at drawing. I've seen a map of the Mingyue village scenic area that he drew. It's pretty good. If you don't mind, you could let this boy give it a try. His drawings are both fun and clear. Su Jing's eyes lit up with interest. Oh, what did he do before? Feng Gui looked a bit embarrassed and stayed silent. The boy, however, spoke up with clear eyes and a loud voice. I was a pickpocket. He seemed to realize the pride in his tone and quickly added, but I've turned over a new leaf for a long time now. I'm helping Uncle Fong scout locations. Though it still didn't sound entirely legitimate, Fong Gui quickly explained. Jobs are hard to come by these days. So Xiaoji helps us find people in the market who might need our services and brings them over or arranges chance encounters. He doesn't take up a room. He stays with us. He patted Xiaoji's head and smiled with relief. This kid doesn't want to freeload and insists on helping out. Su Jing suddenly understood and waved it off. All right. Fong Gui then brought over an elderly woman, Lu Yundenyang. She might be old, but her sticky rice cakes are clean and delicious. They could add to the scenic area's revenue. He then mentioned Grandpa too, saying he was skilled and could weave small trinkets, only need a couple of days to learn the ropes. And there's Grandma Qian. She plays the eru. She might not have much else to do, but hey, life's about enjoyment. She could just play outside the door and liven things up. Most of the people Fong Gui brought were decent, though they were a mixed group of men, women, young, and old. Many of them had unique skills. Su Jing selected just over 10 people, but they came with their families, adding up to nearly 30 individuals. To balance the population of Minghua village, Su Jing distributed them between two adjacent areas, A and B. As for the Qingyun acrobatics troupe, they had already signed a contract the night before, eagerly securing special privileges for elders. They went early to pick their housing in the village. Su Jing gave Qingyun the entire C area, which was near the plaza, perfect for training and performances. The D area, closer to the foot of the mountain, offered a more tranquil view. Su Jing decided to reserve this area for now, only allowing Uncle Shui and Tian Tian to move in. News of the housing distribution quickly spread among the staff. Uncle Shui and Tian Tian, who had already found the daily commute troublesome, immediately applied for the housing when offered such a great deal. Others, still tied to their concerns, held off for the time being. However, Su Jing assured them that their rights would be preserved, and they could come to him whenever they decided. With this, Minghua village welcomed 3 or 4 dozen households, instantly breathing new life into the area. Once the arrangements were made, the staff eagerly began moving and training for their tasks, brimming with enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Su Jing headed to the train station. Jiang Tsong. He looked toward the station exit, where a handsome college student with a backpack was walking out. The moment Jiang spotted him, his eyes lit up. Jingge! He exclaimed, bursting into laughter as he ran forward and threw his arms around Su Jing in a tight hug. Jingge, you're still as dashing as ever. Su Jing flipped his hair with a grin and said, I do have the edge over you by 3 points, haha. He quickly noticed that the once vigorous young man now carried a hint of weariness. Why are you here early? You gave me a scare. Originally, Jiang Tsong had said he'd arrive on Friday, but unexpectedly, he showed up on Thursday. Jiang Tsong waved dismissively. I had nothing better to do, so I changed my ticket. Seeing his long-lost friend, Jiang Tsong's spirits visibly lifted. Come on, take me to see your scenic spot. Want to rest a bit first? Su Jing asked. Rest? I've already had plenty of sleep on the way here. Su Jing shrugged and stepped on the gas, heading straight for Wanyuan Mountain. Since Jiang Tsong wanted to see it, Su Jing thought they might as well take a walk around. After all, only a small part of the site was open to visitors, so it wouldn't tire him out. Jiang Tsong, like the other tourists, had a playful smile on his face until he laid eyes on the Minghua Fort complex. His expression turned serious. Even though there were no tasks or performances to see, he still seemed deep in thought as he and Su Jing headed back home. Jingge, I have a couple of things to say. As soon as the door closed, Jiang Tsong sat down at the table and began speaking. I know you're in a hurry, but don't rush things just yet. Su Jing pinched his lips shut. Today, I only showed you a rough draft. If you really want to give feedback, wait until Saturday when you can play the part of a tourist and experience it firsthand. Opinions without data to back them up are worthless. He valued Jiang Tsong's expertise and wanted his well-thought-out input. Jiang Tsong caught on and chuckled. All right, so what are we doing tomorrow? Su Jing gave a sly smile. Tomorrow? There's actually something I need your brilliant mind for. That night, the two chatted late into the night, catching up on recent events. It wasn't until very late that they finally went to sleep. Early Friday morning, Su Jing woke Jiang Tsong up. Here, put on this suit and style your hair a bit. You're coming with me to meet a client today. He stood in front of the mirror, furiously adjusting his appearance with an unlit cigarette dangling from his lips. Jiang Tsong raised an eyebrow at the sight. Still haven't kicked that habit, huh? What? Su Jing seemed puzzled. Jiang Tsong gestured with his mouth. The cigarette. You've been doing this ever since you met Wen Yu. She's overseas now, but you're still like this? Su Jing took the cigarette out of his mouth, realizing it was a subconscious habit. He rarely smoked, so he shrugged and avoided the topic. Just a habit. Hurry up and get ready, Wang Kai's on his way. He dropped the subject, and Jiang Tsong didn't press further. But before coming to Wanyuan Mountain, Jiang Tsong had heard from mutual acquaintances that Wen Yu's studies and work abroad were wrapping up, and she might be planning to return. Did Jing know? He kept the thought to himself, deciding it wasn't the right time to bring it up. When the two stepped outside after getting ready, they saw a business van parked at the door. In this small county, such a vehicle was uncommon. Su Jing patted the car door and introduced the person inside to Jiang Kong. This is Wang Kai, my childhood friend. He's the one who helped me land this business opportunity. And this is Jiang Tsong, my buddy from Collegia Management Wiz. He's here to help us make an impression today. Once the three of them were in the car, driving through countryside roads, onto provincial highways, and finally into the city, Jiang Tsong finally understood the purpose of the day's trip. So, Kaiga helped us connect with 4 travel agencies for the scenic spot, and today, we're here to negotiate partnerships. Su Jing nodded, impressed by Wang Kai's efficiency. The last time they discussed bringing in tour groups, things had only just started, but now they already had leads. Wang Kai also nodded, flashing a sunny smile. I've already touched base with them. They've seen the recent videos online and are pretty interested. He gestured with his mouth. Out of the 4, as long as we secure one deal today, it'll be a win. I've prepared meetings with all 4 agencies. They've seen the online videos and expressed interest, Wang Kai explained. Su Jing waved his hand. No rush. You'll see for yourself tomorrow. He glanced at the bustling streets of Yangon City outside the window and patted Jiang Tsong on the shoulder. Today, just use your professional skills to help us figure out which agency is the most reliable. Jiang Tsong didn't ask further questions. Got it. If there's anything specific to watch out for, let me know in advance. The business van weaved through the streets and finally stopped in a narrow alley. The 3 of them got out, and a prominent signboard marked their first destination. Wang Kai led the way, quietly explaining, this is Dottie Travel Agency. The name might sound a bit rustic, but they've been in the business for a long time. Their customer base is stable, and they have a high volume of clients. When business is good, they even handle university student groups or corporate team building events. I think they're the best fit for us, so let's make the most of this opportunity. The moment Su Jing stepped into the office and saw the man inside, his brows furrowed slightly, though a flicker of interest sparked in his mind. The man before him was a pot-bellied, middle-aged figure lounging lazily on the sofa, his chin tilted upward with a disdainful air. So, I hear your scenic spot is looking to collaborate with us? He sneered, his tone dripping with contempt. His secretary quickly handed him a piece of paper. The middle-aged man gave it a cursory glance and let out a cold chuckle. Recently renovated, huh? Not bad. But you know how it is we earn through commissions. Your scenic spot doesn't even have a single shop. What do you have to offer us? The Dottie boss took a deep drag of his cigarette, exhaling slowly as he grinned mockingly. Hey, race the deal. Ticket revenue goes to us, and we take 70% of the profits from any tourist spending inside. We'll take a small group over to check it out first. Beside him, Wang Kai's face darkened, his displeasure evident. Mr. Liu, this isn't quite what you discussed with me before, is it? Huh. You should be grateful I'm even meeting with you. The Dottie boss snorted coldly, brushing off Wang Kai's objections. I've done some research lately. I don't think your spot will stay hot for long. With so many other scenic spots around, why should I choose yours? I'm Mr. Liu. Su Jing interrupted him, exchanging a glance with Jiang Tsong and Wang Kai before turning back to the Dottie boss. What did you just say? Mr. Liu paused, frowning as he tried to recall. I said you should be grateful him. Not that. Su Jing cut in, his voice calm. The very first thing you said. I said I heard you wanted to collaborate with me. Mr. Liu replied, uncertain. Su Jing smiled faintly and stood up, his tone light. You must have heard wrong. That's not the case. With that, he turned and walked toward the door. I've heard rumors about you from other business owners, but I didn't believe them. Tisk. Turns out they were right. Su Jing's words lingered in the air as he exited. Mr. Liu sat frozen on the sofa, his face a mix of confusion and disbelief. It wasn't until Su Jing had left the room that he suddenly sprang to his feet, his chest heavy with frustration. Get back here. Who said anything about me? He yelled angrily. What kind of person? Explain yourself, damn it. Fury churned inside him. Though he had been the one to provoke, the encounter left him feeling inexplicably stifled. After a moment of thought, he dismissed his secretary and dialed a number. Hello? Mr. Song, haha, don't worry. I just checked it out. The owner of that scenic spot is just a young upstart. It won't pose any threat to ours. The voice on the other end buzzed indistinctly, and he responded with laughter. Near the end of the call, he hesitated before asking tentatively, by the way, Mr. Song, have you ever heard anyone saying something about me behind my back? An awkward silence followed. The Dottie boss let out a couple of forced chuckles before abruptly ending the call. On the other side, Song Jiming stared at his phone, his brow furrowing. What's wrong with this guy? After all these years of stirring up trouble, now he suddenly cares about what people think of him. Noticing his boss' apparent frustration over the scenic spot issue, Song's assistant stepped forward. Mr. Song, as I mentioned before, that Wanyuan mountain is just a fleeting novelty. Our Songhu Park is the real, evergreen attraction, he said with a smile. Song Jiming took a measured sip of red wine and spoke slowly. You'll oversee this matter. If there are any good ideas, we'll borrow them. This year, the top-rated scenic spot during the peak travel season is set to receive promotional support from the city government. That's a great opportunity for us. If we can boost our ratings and traffic during this holiday season, we might even surpass Hongya Mountain Scenic Spot in the year-end rankings. The assistant nodded in agreement, and Song Jiming leaned back into his chair, visibly more at ease. Let them fight over the remaining small scenic spots themselves. As for Wanyuan Mountain, it's no match for USI was just overthinking earlier. Neither Wang Kai nor Su Jing had considered this. Su Jing had only recently returned and was entirely focused on the renovation and rebuilding of Wanyuan Mountain, paying no attention to the other scenic spots in Yong'an City. However, ever since the viral video of the lightning piggy hand attraction, the owners of various scenic spots had turned their eyes toward Wanyuan Mountain. They had all heard about the former manager's death due to debts, but none expected that the fresh out of college air would bring about such change upon returning. Still, this little stir wasn't enough to garner much attention except from Song Jiming, who took it seriously enough to involve contacts from partner travel agencies to keep tabs on the situation. But as it turns out, it was just a false alarm. While things settled on one end, Jiang Tsong and Wang Kai climbed back into the van on the other. Jiang Tsong sighed. This isn't looking good, man. Wang Kai's expression was equally grim. Jing, I didn't see this coming either. Mr. Lu's attitude was completely different before. Su Jing wasn't angry, though. He merely smiled and waved it off. It's normal to lose one deal. Wanyuan Mountain is just starting out. If he can't see its potential, that's his loss. Let's move on to the next one. Wang Kai forced a smile and started the engine, though his mind was racing. Something was off. What had seemed like a straightforward discussion had suddenly gone south. Clearly, someone was pulling strings behind the scenes. However, after visiting 4 more travel agencies, the results were the same. Lukewarm attitudes, absurdly high demands, or even one agency suggesting they pay to have tourists brought in. Even Su Jing couldn't maintain his composure anymore. He thought to himself that his time would be better spent checking on the dance performance at Golden Sun than enduring this humiliation. Wang Kai, feeling the sting of failure, was visibly flustered. Though Su Jing hadn't paid him for his efforts, they had been friends for years, and Wang Kai had wanted to help him with this. But now, all he had done was embarrass himself. All right, here's the plan. Wang Kai exhaled heavily. Jing, let's try one last place. This one will definitely work. Jiang Tsong was skeptical. He already considered the people in this small town unreliable, but kept quiet out of respect for Su Jing. For years at university and his professional training had made him value efficiency, and he couldn't help but feel his meticulously styled hair gel had been wasted today. Leaning against the car and smoking, Su Jing glanced at the darkened sky. A whole day had been wasted. Well, since we're here, let's go, he said. This time, their destination was different. Leaving the city center, they headed toward an area near the train station. The travel agency in question, well, they'd see for themselves soon enough. Walking into a shabby alley, Su Jing couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of the dilapidated building in front of them. The flickering sign for Mongmao Travel Agency was caked in dust, barely legible. Why did all the teams he sought to work with seem so down and out? Jiang Tsong scanned the surroundings uneasily, noticing some men with tattooed arms smoking and watching them from afar. As they prepared to enter, a loud voice erupted from inside. I told you to invite them, not kidnap them. What the hell are you doing? A sharp slap followed. Let them go. The gruff voice suddenly softened. Hey, girls, don't be scared. My guys just wanted to show you around. Find some nice spots, hey? Don't run. Don't call the cops. We didn't do anything. The door burst open with a bang, and 2 tear-streaked young women clutching suitcases came running out, crashing straight into Su Jing. Help! We've been kidnapped, one of them cried out, looking up at the group of men before her. Seeing their sharp brows and kind eyes, she immediately pleaded for help. But before they could respond, the burly man's voice rang out again from inside. Hey, Wang Kai, buddy, what brings you here? Birds of a feather. The girls shot a glare of indignation before bolting away. Su Jing and Jiang Tsong exchanged incredulous looks, unsure whether to laugh or cry. Kai, are you sure about this? Where have you brought us? They're not going to mistake us for criminals, are they? Wang Kai sighed, rubbing his forehead with embarrassment. Meng, why are you scaring the tourists again? Su Jing, his expression calm, pushed open the door. Well, we're already here, he muttered, curious to see just what kind of mess this place was. Clearly, he had underestimated the situation. In the spacious room, 3 men with bruised and swollen faces knelt beside a leather sofa. One of them bore a particularly conspicuous handprint on his cheek. Sitting on the sofa was a burly man with a dragon tattoo on his left arm, a tiger tattoo on his right, and a lightning bolt etched into his short-cropped hair. There was no need for further explanation. It was obvious they had stepped into a gang's den. Hey, who's this? The man on the sofa stood up immediately upon noticing 2 strangers behind Wang Kai. Despite his attempt at a smile, the atmosphere instantly turned tense. Wang Kai quickly stepped forward to intervene. Stop smiling like that, you'll scare them. Jing, this is Mr. Zhao Meng, the head of this Shan Meng travel agency, Wang Kai introduced, turning to Su Jing. Then, addressing Zhao Meng, he added, and this is Mr. Su Jing, the manager of the Wanyuan Mountain Scenic Area. Zhao Meng's eyes lit up, but after realizing the exact location of Wanyuan Mountain, he froze for a moment before breaking into a smile. Nice to meet you, Mr. Su. Surprisingly, this gang leader was more polite than many corporate elites Su Jing had encountered. At least he was the first to greet him with a nice to meet you. Su Jing gave a slight nod to Jiang Tsong and the others before taking a seat. Wang Kai took the initiative to explain the purpose of their visit to Xiaomeng. Have you been on Dole recently? There's an ancient village in Mr. Su's scenic area that's gone viral. He wants to bring in some tour groups to promote it. As for profits, well, there's currently no gift shop or restaurant in the area, so there won't be any commission. Payment will have to depend on the number of tourists you bring. Do you have any groups scheduled? We've known each other for a while now. I wouldn't steer you wrong. How about giving it a try? While chatting, Zhao Meng pulled out his phone to check the Dole app. Go on. Keep attracting tourists, he said, kicking one of the kneeling men. Remember, we live in a society governed by law. Convince the tourists with words and charm, not fists. After checking his phone, Zhao Meng nodded at Wang Kai, then turned to Su Jing with a smile. Apologies, Mr. Su. My subordinates still cling to some old habits. You must find it amusing. He poured tea for Su Jing and added, but rest assured, we run a legitimate business. None of that violent coercion you might be imagining. Su Jing chuckled. He hasn't said anything yet, but it seems you've already figured out a bit. Internally, his patience was wearing thin. He resolved that if this agency didn't work out, he would stop considering partnerships with travel agencies altogether. Unexpectedly, Zhao Meng glanced at his watch, shrugged, and said with a grin, Kai's friends are my friends. If you're confident, there's a small group passing through that area tomorrow. He pulled out a pen and paper. Tickets for Wanyuan Mountain are 30 yuan. If I add a new attraction, the tourists might complain, so the best I can do is convince them to spend 20 yuan to check it out. If you're willing to cover that, I won't charge any fees for leading the group this time. If it goes well, we can discuss further cooperation. Su Jing hadn't expected him to agree so readily, even waiving any fees. All right, but I have one condition. There's a big performance at the scenic area at 5:30 p.m. If your group can arrive by 3 p.m., that would be ideal. Zhao Meng thought for a moment before nodding decisively. No problem. Done. The matter settled, Su Jing and his companions finally set off on their return journey, satisfied. After they left, Serenity returned to the Shanmeng travel agency. A man dressed in black quietly approached and asked in a low voice, Brother Meng, is that kid really not charging anything? Zhao Meng took a drag from his cigarette, his gaze profound, and replied slowly, Your brother here may not be the sharpest, but I'm good at reading people. Otherwise, I wouldn't have made it this far though. Admittedly, this far isn't all that great. The man speculated silently, but kept a polite smile as he listened. Tomorrow's trip will be a test of sorts. I've got my plans, Zhao Meng said, leaning back on the sofa. Smoke curled around him as his expression grew even more contemplative. His team had been in this new line of work for 3 years now. In that time, even if they had stuck to their old ways, they might have risen to a managerial position in their area. But their current business had remained small and lackluster, scraping by, with random tourist groups picked up at the train station. No travel agency in Yangon City took Zhao Meng seriously. The larger the collaboration between scenic spots and travel agencies, the closer the ties. The top agencies had essentially monopolized the best scenic resources around Yangon, earning the highest commissions and discounts. Zhao Meng had no competitive edge, but if a new scenic spot were to rise to prominence, the situation would change completely. If this small scenic area had real potential for growth in the future, the opportunities would be entirely different. Being a partner who extended a helping hand during their challenging times could secure significant benefits down the road. A few small investments were nothing in the grand scheme. Over the years, he had supported 7 or 8 emerging scenic spots, though none had panned out. But this time he had a hunch it might work. Videos on Dole alone weren't enough to confirm anything, but tomorrow's trip would give him a clear picture of what this scenic area was truly made of. Chong, they'll personally lead the tour group tomorrow. Back in Qingshan County, Wang Kai explained the background of Shanmeng Travel Agency to the other two during their ride. Its history, as Su Jing had suspected, wasn't exactly clean. But according to Wang Kai, after their transformation, they hadn't done anything shady. That was good enough. Let's wait and see how things go when they arrive tomorrow, Wang Kai said with a smile. Then, turning to Su Jing, he added, Thanks for your hard work today. No matter what, Wang Kai had spent his time and connections to help with this matter. Whether it succeeded or not, Su Jing felt deeply grateful. Wang Kai waved it off with a grin. No need for that between brothers. Then, his eyes sparkled with an idea. How about this? They'll come check out your scenic area tomorrow, too. I've been meaning to visit but just never got the chance. Su Jing was overjoyed at the offer. Seeing his agreement, Wang Kai felt pleased as well and headed back to the county. Based on his understanding of Zhao Meng, he was certain the man would personally visit Wanyuan Mountain tomorrow. Su Jing and Jiang Tsong were both academics, and Wang Kai worried they might not be able to handle Zhao Meng. To ensure things went smoothly, Wang Kai decided he would go himself. Meanwhile, Jiang Tsong seemed disinterested. Once he got home, He collapsed into bed. He had already been in poor spirits lately, and today's string of mockery and ridicule hadn't helped. He wasn't in the mood to chat with Su Jing and opted for an early rest. Su Jing, on the other hand, washed his face and stepped outside to make a video call. On the screen, Jean Na's face appeared stern yet tinged with a smile. Busy man, Boss Su. You finally found time for me. Friday night passed quickly. As the morning bird songs of Wanyuan Mountain filled the air, Zhao Dashua cheerfully showed his phone screen to all the staff. Just as Su Jing had anticipated, all the hard work from the previous day was absolutely worth it. The merchant page displayed an impressive number: 283 people had made reservations for Wanyuan Mountain today. Oh my goodness, Uncle Shuem muttered, counting on his fingers with a worried expression. How many trips will the boats have to make? Unfortunately, he was the only one not in high spirits. The new employees, after 2 days of intensive training, were well-fed, well-rested, and brimming with energy, ready to welcome the day's visitors. Su Jing wore a satisfied smile. Last night, he had watched the Golden Sun Dance Troupe's rehearsal, and it was truly impressive. In just 3 days, they had met his basic expectations. Under his supervision, Wang Hao, San, and the rest of the Qingyun acrobatics troupe had fine-tuned their optimized performances. Now, the number of NPCs in the scenic area had increased to 40, fully capable of handling the current number of tourists. What's more, thanks to the addition of the Golden Sun Dance Troupe, they no longer needed mannequins to create the performance atmosphere. Instead, all the villagers could now stand in the square and actively participate in the deity inviting ceremony alongside the visitors. During this week, Su Jing hadn't been idle either. Sacrificing some of his sleep, he prepared new props for the new programs. As he looked around at the staff, his eyes shone with confidence. I believe this time, Mingyue Village will deliver an even more perfect performance. Turning to the sighing Uncle Shui, he grinned and said, by the end of this week, they'll get you a new boat, one with a motor. Uncle Shui immediately stopped sighing, straightened his back, and regained his aura of a worldly wise sage. With a wave of Su Jing's hand, everyone dispersed, and he changed into his greeter uniform to begin preparations. He had already discussed with Wang Kai and Jiang Tsong that the two of them would enter the park together as regular visitors, enjoying the attractions and exploring freely without having to worry about him. Splash! Uncle Shui's boat cut through the water, slowly drifting away from Mingyue Village. Wanyuan Mountain Scenic Area was officially open for the day. Today is Saturday, April 13th. The weather is sunny with a gentle northwesterly breeze at level 1. The number of visitors at the 2 Arad Wanyuan Mountain Scenic Area is estimated to be over 50, all lined up. Waiting to enter the ticket inspection area only has 2 staff members working for service. Clack! A ponytailed girl tucked her small notebook into her backpack and continued chatting and laughing with a few classmates ahead of her. Haha, Pingping's taking notes again. It's fine. Honestly, I didn't have high expectations. I mainly just wanted to relax a bit after finishing my professional exams, she said with a shrug, her ponytail bouncing. Haha, same here. I've gained a bit of weight from all the studying recently, just wanted to stretch my legs a bit. The people in line behind them chuckled. Uffed, it's only 30 yuan. What kind of fun can you expect? Someone joked. Hey, don't say that. Another voice chimed in. Most of the people here probably saw those videos online, right? They made it look so amazing, surely the real thing can't be too far off? Pipping scoffed. Why not? Haven't you seen influencer photos before? Those people will do anything for clicks. The 2 men fell silent. Surely not, right? It's rare to have a day off, so make sure not to waste it in the county town. But they didn't have to worry for too long, as the group moved quickly. Even with only Zhao Dashua in charge, he kept everything meticulously organized. Today, Cheng wasn't just another NPC. He took on the role of ticket inspector and security guard at the entrance to the scenic area, maintaining order like a true professional. Su Jing was confident that no one could do a better job. For instance, when someone in line grew impatient and was about to shout, Cheng merely turned his head, giving them a sharp glare with his long face, and the person instantly quieted down. Zhao Dashua sat back in his chair, calmly handing out tickets with a warm smile, wishing each visitor a pleasant trip. The flow of tourists was steady but sparse, until suddenly, after 2 p.m., a large crowd appeared at the previously quiet entrance. Cheng's instincts kicked in, and his hair stood on end as he glanced over. Wait, what? A familiar face? At the gate, a man wearing sunglasses and a leather jacket, holding a small red flag, caught his eye. Wasn't that one of his old buddies from back in the day? Cheng rubbed his eyes. The guy was grinning like the devil himself, and Cheng couldn't help but think how much things had changed. Here he was, working as a ticket inspector, while the other guy had somehow become a tour guide. All right, everyone, gather around. Zhao Meng removed his sunglasses and tucked them into the pocket of his leather jacket. He reached for a cigarette, but thought better of it, and put it back. Once everyone was lined up, he said, they'll go exchange your tickets. The group of tourists huddled together, their expressions a mix of frustration and resignation. Most of them seemed too timid to voice their complaints. They were already miserable after being tricked into paying for this travel agency, which operated more like a gang, constantly bossing them around and forbidding them from doing anything fun. Every stop was just another excuse to shop till they dropped. The men, women, and children bit their lips in silent protest. If their IDs hadn't been confiscated, they would have called the police long ago. One man, however, dared to peek at the rundown entrance to the scenic area in front of them. Wanyuan Mountain. The name alone screamed sketchy. It was probably some last-minute addition to their itinerary, designed to squeeze more money out of them. Clutching his wallet tighter, he vowed to only buy the cheapest item and nothing more. When Zhao Meng returned with the tickets, he noticed the group's suppressed frustration and sighed internally. Hey, listen up, everyone. He forced a smile and patted his chest, though it only made him look more intimidating. Don't be fooled by how this place looks from the outside. This is a hidden gem my buddy personally recommended. It's been trending in Yangon City lately, and hardly anyone knows about it yet. I had to pull some strings to bring you all here today. Trust me, in the future, you might not even get a chance to visit because of the long lines. Yeah, right, the group remained stone-faced. Pull some strings? A hidden gem? Trending? Did he really think they were blind enough to fall for that nonsense? Even the henchmen assigned to keep them from running away rolled their eyes at the group's reactions. After all, they'd already been duped multiple times, shouldn't they be used to it by now? Anyone who joined the Shan Mang travel group was either a sleazy guy lured by promises of beautiful women, a cheapskate tempted by the promise of a dirt-cheap tour of Yangon, or just plain gullible. Unlike the tourists, Zhao Meng and his crew weren't particularly smart, but years of hustling had taught them every trick in the book. All right then, enough talking. The scenic area is pretty big, so I'll give you plenty of time to explore. Zhao Meng waved his hand dismissively, not even glancing at Cheng's face as he ushered the group into the park. Once you reach the main attractions, feel free to roam around. We'll meet back here at 7 p.m. sharp. The crowd shuffled in, and Cheng watched Zhao Meng's retreating figure with a sly grin. He pressed the button on his communicator. Hey guys, I need a favor. Let's have some fun with the tour guide wearing sunglasses, a leather jacket, and carrying a little red flag, okay? It didn't take long for responses to come crackling through the speakers. Don't worry, we've got this. The entrance to Wanyuan Mountain scenic area did not disappoint the visitors. Although the path was ordinary, it was certainly not as muddy and dilapidated as some online reviews claimed. The simple cobblestone road kept everyone in high spirits as they completed the first stretch of their journey. Jiang Tsong and Wang Kai walked side by side. It was Wang Kai's first time here, and his face was full of curiosity. Are you and Jingu really childhood friends? Jiang Tsong glanced at the plain-looking, street-savvy man beside him, feeling a sense of doubt. More real than the sty in my eye. Wang Kai replied confidently. Jiang Tsong didn't care whether his sty was real or not. He was more worried that this so-called childhood friend might bring trouble to his buddy. Don't overthink it. Wang Kai, sharp as ever, could tell what the suave young man from the big city was imagining, but he didn't mind. Throwing an arm around Jiang Tsong's shoulder, he half-dragged, half-pulled him onto the next boat after Zhao Meng had left. Wang Kai had a task today. Though Zhao Meng appeared to have turned over a new leaf, his rough demeanor hadn't vanished completely. Wang Kai's mission was to ensure Zhao Meng didn't stir up any trouble. With two groups, one overt, one covert, they boarded Uncle Shue's boat and swayed forward. The last time Jiang Tsong had visited, Uncle Shue hadn't performed formally. So today, seeing him dressed in a straw raincoat, standing at the bow of the boat with a stoic expression, Jiang Tsong almost thought it was someone else. Uncle Shue, he called tentatively, but received nothing, not even a glance. That's when he remembered Su Jing's advice. Act like a regular tourist. All right then. Jiang Tsong kept quiet and obediently admired the scenery on both sides of the river. The last time he was here, he and his friend had been too busy chatting to take in the view. But as he looked around today, he almost wished he hadn't. Having spent 4 years in S City, he had seen his fair share of beautiful gardens and landscapes. Now, faced with these barren stone cliffs, he found them dull and uninspiring. He decided to pull out his phone to pass the time. Wang Kai scanned the surroundings and guessed the main event was still ahead, so he also looked down. Just as the entire boat fell into silence, Uncle Shue narrowed his eyes. His moment had come. With a sudden twist of the boat pole, he raised the gourd at his waist and took a deep swig. His deep voice broke through the quiet. Today, with so many guests in Wanyuan Mountain, I find myself inspired. He spun around abruptly, his straw hat tracing a sharp arc through the air. I shall recite a poem. Instantly, every passenger straightened up. It was happening. The legendary hidden poet. They had thought it was just a myth, but here it was, for real. The young man in front of Jiang Tsong whispered excitedly to his girlfriend. I know this. I've seen it online. It goes something like, beyond the green mountains, the boat sails forward on emerald waters. The tides are calm, the banks wide, the wind steady as the sail hangs high. Whoa. Even though Jiang Tsong had no idea what online video they were referencing, the grandeur of the poem alone was enough to pique his interest. He couldn't help but wonder just what kind of transformation could this seemingly humble fisherman, Uncle Shue, display today? Someone discreetly raised their phone to record. But to everyone's surprise, when Uncle Shue began, it wasn't that poem at all. At dawn, I depart from Baidi, amidst colorful clouds. What? Everyone froze. The young man ahead widened his eyes in astonishment and delight. Wow, a new poem. Uncle Shui paid no mind to the crowd behind him. Immersed in his performance, he reached the peak of his theatrical flair. With a sharp whistle and a grand wave of his hand, he pointed dramatically into the distance. To Jiangling, 1,000 miles away, reached in just one day. The long, resonant whistle intertwined with the sound of flowing water filled the air, stirring a sense of excitement and vigor among the tourists. As the whistle echoed through the mountains, the animals began to call out in a chorus of rising and falling cries. Uncle Shui smiled faintly, shaking his head as he pushed the boat forward with a firm stroke of the pole. The cries of the monkeys on both sides of the river seemed endless. Under Uncle Shui's steady effort, the small boat glided forward leisurely, carrying its passengers along the rippling water. The boatman's carefree laughter mingled with the gentle rhythm of the oars. The boat had already passed, and the weathered face beneath the bamboo hat suddenly grew solemn. The layers of mountains. Magnificent. A tourist abruptly stood up, clapping enthusiastically, almost losing his balance and tumbling into the river. What a poetic journey, to traverse 1,000 miles of the Yangtze in a single day. The man, adjusting his glasses, looked scholarly, with a neatly draped scarf around his neck. Is this your own poem? May I ask? Uncle Shui didn't respond, his brow slightly furrowed as he pushed the boat forward again, the motion silencing the man. Don't ask. If you ask, he wouldn't know either. Uncle Shui's eyes glimmered under the brim of his hat, the sweet taste of orange juice lingering in his mouth. He was content to exude an air of mystery and row the boat. As for how impressive the young boss poetry was, he'd leave these curious folks to figure it out themselves. The man sat back down, offering an apologetic smile to Jiang Kong. I'm a teacher at Yangon No. 3 High School. I've heard of the boatman's previous poems, they were excellent. I never expected that within a week, he'd come up with something even better. He shook his head in admiration, still pondering the poem. The White Emperor, colorful clouds. Jiangling. Wang Kai chimed in from the side. The monkey cries. That's the best part. The teacher's eyes widened with excitement. Not just him, Jiang Tsung was also a bit stirred. There was no doubt about it. This poem must have been taught by Su Jing. But who would have thought Jinga had such a hidden talent? Truly surprising. The most remarkable part was the poetic lines that followed the monkey cries. Absolutely brilliant. It was beyond brilliant, better than anything he could have imagined. Everyone eagerly recorded the moment, and after hearing the poem, they looked up again at the scenery on both sides of the river. Barren? No, those were sheer cliffs. Ordinary landscape? No, those were majestic, verdant mountains. This wasn't just a visit to a scenic spot, it was a journey to a utopia. The tourists murmured excitedly among themselves. Uncle Shui, having completed his task, took another joyful sip of orange juice and quietly continued rowing. This group of tourists was much more well-behaved than the previous one. On the last trip, there was a guy in sunglasses who kept howling and yelling like a wild animal, even trying to snatch Uncle Shui's orange juice. TSK. Such poor manners. But the reactions of the other passengers were even more amusing. At first, they looked utterly miserable, as if they'd been dragged there against their will. Yet, by the time his performance ended, the group had lightened up, laughing and chatting. TSK. Hopefully, they'd enjoy themselves once they reached Minghua village. Good? It was more than good, it was fantastic. Bang! Zhao Meng jumped off the boat first, landing on the shore with a hearty laugh and his hands on his hips. You're quite an interesting boatman. He waved dismissively. Unrest? No problem. I've weathered plenty of storms in my time, bring it on. I'm not afraid of anything. Zhao Meng brandished a small red flag and led the group up the steps, only to be greeted by the smiling Su Jing. I hear this gentleman is very brave. Su Jing's eyes curved into crescents as he beamed. The villagers of Minghua village could rest assured this gentleman was sure to help the village overcome its crisis. Ah, damn it, don't come any closer. A piercing scream shattered the tranquility of the evening in the streets of Minghua village. Beneath the layered eaves of the old houses, a burly man was running for his life. Dressed in a leather jacket, his face was etched with sheer terror. My 1,585.8 sunglasses. The man suddenly stopped, hesitating as he turned back to retrieve his expensive glasses that had fallen. However, the moment he locked eyes with the reed, black-faced creature at the end of the alley, fear overwhelmed him once more. Letting out a panicked cry, he spun around and continued his desperate escape. At the entrance of the alley, two tourists were leisurely sipping tea. The commotion caught their attention, and they exchanged curious glances. Hey, wasn't that our tour guide Zhao who just ran past? One of them asked, puzzled. Kind of looked like him. The other hesitated. But it can't be, right? Didn't he say he was super brave? He's from the streets. Maybe I was mistaken, the first tourist said, shaking his head, still unsure. The two stood up, glancing at the hand-drawn map of the scenic area in their hands. Let's go. It's 5 o'clock. Time to head to the central plaza. Although Minghua village was quite expansive, not all visitors were easily frightened. Yet Zhao Meng, who had been specifically entrusted to the care of Su Jing and Feng Chong, was so terrified by the NPCs that he ended up fleeing all the way to the main road. "Stop chasing me, phew." Finally escaping the unknown alley, Zhao Meng breathed a sigh of relief. As the crowd around him grew thicker, he slowed his pace and discreetly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Damn, this place is seriously creepy. Even so, Zhao Meng wasn't the only one who had been startled. Blending into the crowd, he began to relax. Earlier that day, when he first arrived at Mingyue Village, he had enthusiastically joined the treasure hunt-style minigames and couldn't stop praising Su Jing's well-designed attraction. The tourists he encountered along the way were all smiles, some even greeting him warmly. This friendly atmosphere was a stark contrast to the cold indifference he was used to from clients, and it left Zhao Meng feeling unusually comforted. He had been walking around with a large bundle of mugwort in hand, planning to find a spot for tea and a break. But instead, he had been hit with one scare after another. "Damn it," Zhao Meng muttered under his breath. "Why does it seem like everyone else only runs into one or two creepy things, but I've bumped into 4 or 5 monsters already? Could it be karma for all the bad things I've done, and now these creatures are coming after me?" The thought made Zhao Meng instinctively touch the jade Buddha pendant around his neck. He resolved to do more good deeds once he returned home. In the crowd, Jiang Tsong and Wang Kai quietly followed a few steps behind Zhao Meng, struggling to hold back their laughter as they observed his retreating figure. "Who would believe it? The former gang boss is actually terrified of ghosts," Jiang Tsong whispered, amused. In truth, neither of them was particularly afraid of ghosts, but the sudden appearance of that creature had given them both a fright. Once they realized it was just one of the park's NPCs, they quickly regained their composure. After spending the afternoon interacting with the park's features, the two had grown more familiar with the environment. Spotting Zhao Meng, they immediately set aside their lingering doubts and decided to follow him. "Wow, we really got to witness a show," Wang Kai chuckled. "Ha ha, let's send the photos to Su Jing later." "Ha ha, absolutely." Jiang Tsong joined in, already scheming. "When they negotiate business deals later, we can use these photos to bargain." "Oh." The two exchanged a knowing glance, clearly on the same wavelength. "Deal." Wang Kai nodded to himself. This Jiang Tsung seemed to be a sly one, not the naive, sweet, or spoiled rich kid he had imagined. He might actually be a significant asset to Su Jing. With their arms slung over each other's shoulders, the two headed toward the plaza. The sun was slowly setting, and the once scattered visitors of Mingyue Village were beginning to converge into a dense stream of people. They moved alongside the solemn-faced villagers toward the circular plaza at the end of the path. Su Jing lingered at the back of the crowd, nodding in satisfaction. Although the ceremony had not officially begun, the effects of the sensory amplifier were already evident. Su Jing caught an unintentional glimpse of Feng Gui playing the role of the ghost tiger. The massive figure, cloaked in eerie fur and hidden in the shadows beneath the trees, sent an involuntary shiver down his spine. Thinking about how these props were all crafted by his own hands, yet still managed to frighten him, Su Jing couldn't help but chuckle to himself. With a satisfied grin, he pressed the button on his walkie-talkie. Mount Wenyuan's Mingyue Village is ready for its first full debut. Team, it's up to you now. Unlike last week's ceremony, Su Jing appeared before the crowd in clean, formal attire after everyone had taken their seats. Wrapped around his right arm was a golden armband adorned with intricate patterns of birds and beasts. Upon closer inspection, one could notice a faintly discernible white dragon hidden within the designs. Standing tall, Su Jing raised his voice. "Honored guests from afar. Thanks to your enthusiastic preparations and participation in the rituals, the villagers of Mingyue Village have received your blessings. Now, they can stand here on the plaza and join you in this ceremony. I want to thank you all for your dedication." With that, he gave a slight bow, his face illuminated by the solemn and sacred glow of the setting sun. "And so today, Mingyue Village has prepared an even grander summoning ceremony. We hope to drive away evil sooner and restore peace to our land. Now, let the ceremony begin." Su Jing slowly stepped back, disappearing behind the villagers who moved to obscure him. Among the group of tourists, Ping swiftly pulled out her camera and began snapping photos of Su Jing frantically. She had long heard about a guide in Mingyue Village who might be the mastermind behind the tasks based on various gathered clues. Ping's sharp eyes quickly noticed the golden armband on Su Jing's right arm, a new detail that hadn't appeared in earlier videos. Adjusting her zoom lens, she felt grateful for bringing a telephoto lens and hurriedly captured detailed shots. At that moment, Ping had no idea how much attention her upcoming post would garner. All she knew was that as the guide retreated, the plaza lights gradually came to life. Suddenly, a deep drumbeat resonated through the air. Boom, boom, boom. Bare-chested men in elaborate costumes emerged from the darkness, pounding on large drums as they ran onto the scene. This time, the display was far more extravagant than before. Nearly 20 men surged forward, drumming and dancing with fervor, their faces painted with golden patterns. The deafening drumbeats shook the air. As the first wave of drumming ended, The men let out a loud shout and dashed toward the semicircularly seated tourists, eliciting gasps and exclamations from the crowd. Among these, one particular shout stood out. That person is different from the others. With this observation, everyone's attention was drawn to one spot. Among the line of synchronized, golden-faced drummers, a man wearing a pure white mask had somehow blended in unnoticed. His movements mirrored the others flawlessly, but his face, with its enigmatic smile, was strikingly peculiar. The masked man continued drumming while discreetly glancing around. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed as the lead drummer spotted him. "Hey!" The drumming abruptly stopped, and the drummers shouted in unison, closing ranks as they surrounded the masked man and dragged him out. "No! No!" The white masked man let out a low, guttural yell that sounded even more unsettling in the quiet night. However, he was no match for the group's strength. Accompanied by an intense rhythm of drum beats, the masked man was eventually pulled into the dense white mist and disappeared from sight. Zhao Meng, utterly baffled by what he had just witnessed, turned to the person beside him and asked, "What does this mean?" The person shushed him softly, "No idea. It's probably telling a story. Just watch quietly." Sitting amidst the crowd, Ping murmured to herself as she compared the scene to videos she had seen on Dole before. It's different. Everything's changed. A dense white mist spread across the area, with tendrils of gray fog curling and weaving like threads. Suddenly, a black hand shot out from the gray haze, followed closely by a pale-faced man leaping forward. But this time, he was entirely different. His entire body was shrouded in black clothing, with even his head and face tightly concealed. Most chilling of all, he was draped in an assortment of masks, a red-haired demon face, a green-hatted crying face, and a long, narrow smiling face, among others. Accompanied by an eerie chanting, the pale-faced man twisted his body into an unsettling, contorted shape, performing a bizarre and grotesque dance. He writhed and twisted, attempting to communicate with the drumming villagers, but no one responded. He tried to approach the tourists, but an invisible barrier seemed to keep him at bay. His expression shifted between laughter and rage, yet beneath the pale mask, even his exaggerated performance felt hollow and lifeless. As his dance continued, the wind howled, and the sharp chanting grew increasingly piercing. Suddenly, the pale-faced man bent his head at a 90-degree angle, staring toward the distant mountains. He let out a maniacal, high-pitched laugh before twisting his body and vanishing into the gray fog. Iya, the shrill, high-pitched chanting sounded again, and faint silhouettes began to emerge from the mist. The barely audible sound of footsteps grew closer as tourists widened their eyes, holding their breath as they stared into the depths of the fog. In the next instant, a row of silk threads shot up and disappeared into the haze. Amidst the rhythmic sound of footsteps, a row of people emerged. These slender, graceful women were dressed in ornate garments, their faces expressionless, with makeup that gave them the stiff appearance of paper dolls. Gray-white silk threads were tied to their wrists, and they moved in perfect unison with mechanical precision. Some beat small drums, others plucked pipa, while a few twisted their arms in strange motions. Their mouths moved silently, as if singing, but no sound escaped their pitch-black mouths. The only sound filling the air was the haunting chant, mournful and pleading, as if crying for help. "Mom, I want to go home." A frightened child whispered. "What the hell is this? Is this still the story they told us before?" Zhao Meng shuddered, goosebumps rising all over his skin as he instinctively leaned closer to the man next to him. Despite his fear, his eyes remained fixed on the marionette-like figures, unable to look away. There was an eerie beauty to the scene, both terrifying and mesmerizing. The chanting grew louder and louder until, with a sudden, thunderous drumbeat, a man with gold-painted face markings burst forth, holding a blazing torch. The fire roared skyward, dispelling the darkness cloaked in mist. "Disperse!" With this powerful shout, someone caught a glimpse of the multi-faced figure briefly appearing in the fog before trembling and retreating back into the haze. At the same time, the silk threads snapped taut, and all the marionette-like figures were yanked back into the mist, vanishing completely. Holy crap! My heart was in my throat. The audience erupted in chatter. I've never been this scared watching a silent performance before. Ping frantically snapped photos, while Jiang Tsong and Wang Kai stared in stunned silence. Does Jinga usually work on stuff like this? Jiang Tsong asked in disbelief. I have no idea. Wang Kai tried to recall videos he had seen online before. It doesn't seem the same as what they're performing today. Let's keep watching. I need to see more. Jiang Tsong's eyes sparkled with excitement. Though the rest of the show was uncertain, one thing was clear. With a performance and setting of this caliber, this was far beyond the level of a mere two-erat attraction. That shouldn't have happened yesterday, right? With a puzzled look, he continued watching the performance, his gaze fixed firmly on the stage. The tour group, brought by Zhao Meng, had long forgotten the displeasure of being coerced to visit the scenic area. At this moment, they were completely captivated by the charm of the performance. their emotions ebbing and flowing with the storyline. Suddenly, a burst of firelight dispersed the puppets, and the man's spirit was instantly lifted. Amidst the deafening drumbeats, he shouted loudly as more and more people holding torches surged in from all directions. The gray mist gradually faded, replaced by a pure white fog that once again enveloped the entire area, creating an air of profound mystery. I get it. Ping Ping suddenly spoke, her voice soft yet catching the attention of nearby tourists. She quickly pieced the story together. At first, it was the tale of villagers dancing in harmony. Then an outsider appeared among them. They pulled out the person with the white mask and drove them away, but the white mask sought revenge, probably by colluding with some evil force. Her analysis was spot on, her tone tinged with excitement. Then that evil force turned into the gray mist, corrupting Mingyue village and transforming the villagers into soulless string puppets. Ping Ping continued her explanation, her voice growing more animated. But afterward, a warrior appeared. He held a torch and dispelled part of the gray mist. Then more and more warriors stepped forward. Now they're preparing to summon the gods to save Mingyue village. As a university student preparing for exams, Ping Ping's quick thinking shone through. If Su Jing were here, he would undoubtedly praise her insight. As the stage was quietly set up, the resonant sounds of summoning the gods and opening the altar echoed throughout the venue. The tourists, now fully engaged, nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "Ping Ping is right." Suddenly, the blazing flames roared even higher, illuminating the entire square. Su Jing stepped forward to oversee the ritual of placing the offerings. Behind the human wall formed by the villagers, members of the Golden Sun dance troupe stood in neat formation. They had just completed their first collaboration with the Qingyun acrobatic troupe, but the upcoming performance was their real moment to shine. Despite their age, the troupe members were brimming with irrepressible excitement. Their late-night rehearsals had finally won Mr. Zu's approval. Combined with the magical props and the atmosphere of the new venue, they now had the chance to showcase their talents to a wide audience. Sister Na, the woman next to Jean Na clenched her fists tightly, her eyes gleaming as she looked out at the dense crowd of tourists. This audience is even bigger than the ones we had at the county theater. That's right. Jean Na, though maintaining her stern expression, looked revitalized in her performance attire. If we pull this off beautifully, we might just reclaim our former glory. She quickly composed herself and turned to scan the group. Don't get ahead of yourselves. The more excited you are, the more you need to stay calm. Under her steady gaze, the group's initial excitement began to settle. Get into the right mindset. This performance must make Mr. Su see us in a new light. As the tourists placed offerings into the 3 barrels, they were soon filled to the brim. Suddenly, with a loud boom, flames shot skyward. Following this, a long, resounding horn sounded from the distant mountains, each note louder and deeper than the last. The sound pierced through the mist like a sharp blade, heavy yet striking. The white fog instantly dissipated. On the high platform, an enormous ghostly deity mask was revealed, stunning all the tourists into silence. It's the god. The god is here. Some tourists who had seen videos of previous performances shouted excitedly. Zhao Meng hid behind his older brother, peeking out with only his eyes visible. This time, he wasn't as frightened. Perhaps it was the god the tourists spoke of that gave him comfort. Or maybe it was the solemn and majestic horn that gave him courage. He felt that while the enormous face was terrifying, it also exuded a faint sense of divinity. Su Jing looked up at the firelight. The horn from the deep mountains truly lived up to its reputation. Although he had heard it a few times before, when its ancient melody echoed across the square, it still sent shivers down his spine. The 20 amplification from the sensory enhancer rendered the horn's sound even more vivid and awe-inspiring. The next moment, the white mist slowly receded, and a strong beam of light illuminated the darkened central square. Jean Na's eyes instantly sharpened. She whispered to her troop members, "It's time. Get ready. Let's ignite the passion of Mingyue village." Boom! A group of people was suddenly bathed in light. "What the?" Zhao Meng exclaimed, goosebumps rising as he stared at the group of performers dressed in red masks and white robes. Ping Ping raised her nearly drained camera, her eyes sparkling with excitement. There's a new act. The light intensified on the red masks that revealed only the wearer's eyes, gradually illuminating the dance troupe on stage. A group of performers dressed in simple white robes and adorned with solid red masks stood silently at the center of the stage. From each side of their masks hung a red tassel, quietly resting against their chests. This eerie yet enigmatic sight immediately captivated the audience's attention. The visitors had just witnessed a series of spectacular performances, joyous singing and dancing, a lone figure in a white mask being dragged away and transforming into a multi-faced character amidst gray mist, and firelight dispelling the darkness during a sacrificial ritual. Now, the appearance of the white-robed, red-masked figures seemed to signal the arrival of key protagonists. Although most of the visitors were simply there for entertainment, A few sharp-eyed individuals in the crowd had been paying close attention to every detail since entering Mingwe village. At the back of the crowd, Zhu Shou removed his mask, his excitement unmistakable. A video he had posted the previous week had garnered massive traffic, with countless viewers inquiring about the location and authenticity of this small-town attraction. Encouraged by his success, he had come prepared this time, determined to capture all the details he had missed before for his next video edit. However, in just 1 week, the situation had undergone a dramatic transformation. The number of visitors had surged from a mere dozen to several hundred. Even more surprising was the introduction of an entirely new performance, whose exceptional quality left everyone in awe. Zhu Shou recorded feverishly, sensing the immense potential of the upcoming show. He quickly set up his highest quality equipment, ready to capture every moment. Suddenly, a series of rapid drum beats began, followed by the long, resonant sound of a horn. The performers started moving. A crisp jingle resonated as their bodies sprang into action like triggered springs, the clear sound of bells echoing throughout the venue. The drumming, horn, and cymbals joined in, creating an intoxicating rhythm. The white-robed, red-masked dancers moved with sharp precision, their flowing robes billowing dramatically. When their arms spread wide, they resembled tigers poised to strike. When they pulled inward, they seemed as alert as wary rabbits. The red masks bobbed rhythmically, and as the red tassels swayed, a fleeting flash of gold caught the light. Through her camera lens, Ping was the first to notice intricate patterns on the tassels and began snapping photos fervently. Zhu Shou, however, remained composed, carefully positioning his camera to fully take in the performance. With another crisp jingle, the dancers suddenly dispersed, leaving one figure standing alone, back turned to the audience at the center of the stage. The drums pounded steadily, and the figure spun around abruptly, revealing a stunning new mask, golden eyes, a black face with red markings, and fierce fangs, embodying the very deity hinted at moments earlier. The performer wearing this mask bent backward sharply, twisting their body into an exaggerated pose. In sync with the frenetic drumbeats, they displayed a haunting beauty that sent chills through the crowd. Jing and the other dancers watched from the shadows backstage. He hadn't expected that the most challenging solo performance would be executed by Jing Na, who was nearing 50. What surprised him even more was Jing Na's incredible flexibility and control, which remained as strong as ever. After witnessing her performance, Jing felt reassured in entrusting her with this crucial role. Set against the backdrop of rugged mountain peaks and ancient eaves under the cover of night, Jing Na's solo dance vividly showcased the eerie grandeur of the Nuo dance tradition. Every visitor was utterly transfixed, completely immersed in the performance. But this was not the end. Jing pressed a button on his walkie-talkie and issued a brief yet commanding order: release. Upon the high platform, Feng Gui and the others exchanged a silent nod, then tipped over the large bags at their feet. In an instant, vivid red paper fragments cascaded down like a rain of petals, accentuating the spinning figure of Jinnah at the center of the square, making her appear like a deity or specter descending upon the world. Moments later, other dancers emerged from the crimson rain, encircling this spirit. In perfect unison, they turned, all wearing red masks and white robes, as the melodious sound of bamboo flutes filled the air. The dancers moved in synchrony once more, their garments swirling gracefully as the red paper on the ground surged outward like waves, spilling into the crowd and stirring their emotions. Suddenly, the lights turned blood red, and the red-masked, white-robed dancers grew even more fervent, their movements wild and untamed. A dense white fog rolled in again, and with a soul-piercing blast of a swana horn, the red-masked figures vanished without a trace. Who? Huh? Behind the high platform, the 21 members of the Golden Sun dance troupe gasped for air. They removed their masks, their sweat glistening in the firelight. Despite their exhaustion, their eyes sparkled with excitement, and their faces beamed with satisfaction. Nana, we did it. Oh my gosh, so many people. Do you think they liked us? I'm exhausted, but that was incredible. Nana, do you think Bossu will be happy? Jinnah also took off her mask, her usually furrowed brows now relaxed. Together with her troop, she gazed into the distance at Jing, who stood amidst the crowd. The young but stern man, separated from them by the firelight and the sea of people, gave them a thumbs up and a warm smile. Great job. Yes. Everyone erupted in cheers, hugging each other in celebration as they finally let go of their tension. Their mission was complete. Now, all eyes turned to the actors readying themselves at the front of the platform. It's their turn now. The sea of fog churned, and amidst the thunderous applause, a high-pitched chant echoed. Behold, the wind dragon's messenger. The crowd erupted with long-awaited excitement, exclaiming, finally, it's here. Zhu Shouxin glanced at his equipment's battery life with a mix of frustration and amusement. Damn it, Mingwe Village. Why so many new performances? And so spectacular too. Crap, I didn't bring enough batteries again. He was about to reluctantly pack up his camera when his eyes suddenly widened, his hand frozen midair. What the? They changed the wind dragon's messenger. Holy crap, he's so handsome. Are all of Mingyue Village's NPCs this good looking? Oh no, I think I'm in love. Wait, last time it was the dragon maiden. Bring back my dragon maiden. Descending through the mist with the white dragon was now a muscular, snow-skinned dragon prince. This has got to be a good guy. Ping Ping murmured, lowering her camera. Oh, her friend beside her responded absent-mindedly. Why do you say that? Because good men don't keep mistresses. Her friend turned to look at the silver-haired, silver-patterned, silver-eyed, shirtless, muscular dragon prince and swallowed hard. You know what? I think you're right. The two reached a consensus and joined the countless other tourists in marveling at the white dragon's mesmerizing movements. This time, the dragon seemed even more lifelike and magnificent than before. With the Golden Sun Dance Troupe's coordination, the members of the Qingyun acrobatic troupe worked together to maneuver the dragon's body. Dressed in Su Jing's specially designed cloud-like props, they lifted and manipulated the dragon, making it seem as though it was truly soaring and weaving through the skies. Holy crap, is this really a performance from a small county? Dude, stop saying holy crap. This isn't even the kind of setup a county could normally afford. What's wrong with counties? Can a county have an awesome scenic spot? A scenic spot? Yeah, right. You just watched the performance. Does this look like 2A to you? This is supposed to be a scenic spot. Zhao Meng muttered to himself, sitting among the audience as he listened to the excited chatter of the tourists around him. He couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. They had just returned from an expensive trip out of town, only to find that the scenery here was just as breathtaking and for only 30 yuan. They were having a blast. Just as Zhao Meng was about to stand up to take a photo, someone suddenly gave his shoulder a firm pat. He frowned and turned around, ready to lash out, but froze mid-sentence. Wait a minute. Wang Kai? What are you doing here? Wang Kai grinned sheepishly and explained, we decided to come here on a whim. I saw someone running around the Mingyue fort earlier and thought, that can't be Zhao Meng. But here you are. Before Zhao Meng could fully process the situation, someone else gave him another tap on the shoulder. What Theo Xiaolu? He suppressed his irritation and forced a grin, showing all 8 of his front teeth to the tourist standing next to Wang Kai. The tourist cleared his throat and corrected him. Actually, my surname is Wu. He gave Zhao Meng a once-over and said, with a tone of surprise, I have to admit, your tour guide wasn't lying. This really is a rare gem of a scenic spot, totally worth the 20 yuan. Zhao Meng squinted at Wang Kai, suddenly suspicious that this guy might have been following him. Laughing awkwardly, he said, haha, you're all too kind. Like I've always said, we're a proper tour groupie, you'll definitely get your money's worth. Let's just keep it between us and enjoy the show. Before Zhao Meng could dwell on his suspicions, Wang Kai grabbed his head and turned it back toward the stage. Pay attention to the performance. Zhao Meng immediately forgot his annoyance and obediently focused on the show. On stage, the Wind Dragon and Dragon Child had just finished their act. A lucky audience member was invited up to receive a blessing. The person stumbled back down, looking dazed and overwhelmed, their vision filled with golden sparkles. They were so exhilarated they couldn't even form words, just like Shaoan from last week. Zhu, watching from the back, seethed with frustration. He had been there since the morning, trying to complete his tasks, but still hadn't managed to secure first place. And who had taken first place? Jiang Tsong and Wang Kai recognized him immediately. It was the male teacher who had been on the same boat as them. Who would have thought he'd be so meticulous? Arriving in the afternoon and still managing to collect the most offerings. The stage was quickly tidied up, and Su Jing stepped forward. His eyes gleamed with strange golden patterns as he gave a slight bow. To the guests who visited from afar last week, it seems you sincerely sought help for us in the outside world. Today, with so many visitors and such abundant offerings, you've contributed greatly to our rituals. Su Jing continued. So, under the blessings of the gods, we can now perform even more divine ceremonies and dance even more beautiful Nuo dances. And now, it's time for all our guests to step forward and receive the blessings of the gods. Let the fire spark ritual begin. Yes. Zhu clenched his fists in excitement, confident as he glanced at his camera, which still had 1 bar of battery left. Last time, his carelessness in not bringing enough batteries caused him to miss out on some key moments. This time, he was determined to capture every spectacular second. This time, Zhao Meng was determined to capture the most complete footage of the spark ritual, ensuring his fans could fully enjoy the spectacle. He followed the crowd closely, gripping his carefully prepared camera equipment tightly as he hurried forward. As the long, melodic chants echoed in the air, a cascade of dazzling fireworks illuminated the skies above Mingyue Village, resembling golden stars descending to earth. Tourists stood in awe, rendered almost speechless except for murmurs of amazement. Only the scholarly teacher among them, his eyes shimmering with poetic inspiration, softly recited, golden and red light, the moonlit sky, music and dance, resonate within my heart. Standing to the side, Zhao Meng, though not well-versed in poetry, joined in the applause when he saw the crowd clapping enthusiastically. He closed his eyes in brief contemplation. Years of life experience told him that collaborating with Su Jing had been a wise decision. From the moment he entered the park, everything had been a delightful surprise. The ferryman with his otherworldly demeanor, the bustling ancient village, the engaging NPC interaction games, and the endless stream of captivating performances. Just when Zhao Meng thought the experience, worth every bit of the 30 yuan ticket, was coming to an end, Su Jing unveiled yet another grand spectacle, leaving the tourists overjoyed. Zhao Meng quietly calculated that, after this trip, he likely wouldn't face any complaints and might even earn a small banner of recognition. Beaming with joy, Zhao Meng looked up to admire the spark ritual while pulling out his latest smartphone to take photos. He turned to the scholarly teacher beside him and said with a cheerful grin, "Come on, great poet. Help me figure out how to take the best shot. If this picture turns out well, I'll hang it in the office of Shan Meng Travel Agency to attract more customers." Initially annoyed at being interrupted, the poet's mood lifted upon hearing the flattering title. Smiling, he took the phone and earnestly helped frame the shot. As the spark ritual concluded, Su Jing stepped forward to address the crowd with a closing speech. He thanked everyone for participating and officially announced the end of the day's deity inviting ceremony at Minghua Village. Su Jing explained that the village, once isolated and unfamiliar with modern ways, was now open to learning and improving, thanks to the help of visitors. With hope in his voice, he expressed his vision that, with more enthusiastic visitors, they could present even more complete and immersive ceremonies in the future. Turning to gaze at the distant mountains, Su Jing's tone carried both longing and excitement. When the sacred spirit mountain returns to the mortal realm, we hope Minghua Village will have the honor of welcoming you all back for another visit. As the ceremony ended, the tourists began to file out. Fang Guo and the other villagers packed up their things, chatting and laughing as they headed home. They marveled at how wonderful life had become, finishing work and being home within 10 minutes, holding a quick meeting after the tourists left, and then enjoying a hot meal prepared by Boss Su. To them, it felt like paradise on earth. Zhao Meng waved his little red flag to gather the tourists together. In the past, he was often met with indifferent expressions at this moment, but today, he felt triumphant. "Haha, how was it? Did everyone have a good time?" he asked with a broad grin. The tourists responded with enthusiastic praise. One person, fiddling with their phone, said, "Director Zhao, you're amazing. How did you find such a fantastic spot? I've sent the photos to my colleagues, and they're all asking for the location. Is this a regular stop on your tour route? Can I share your contact information with my friends?" Another tourist inquired. For a brief moment, Zhao Meng was stunned. Then his face lit up with joy, his grin almost feral. "Of course. The owner here is a close brother of mine. Join my tour group, and I guarantee you'll have the best experience." Another tourist chuckled and said, "This is great. I sent the photos to my son, too. He told me I was wrong about you guys, Siri, not just unattractive and socially awkward. You're actually really responsible." Zhao Meng and his unattractive crew were momentarily speechless. But soon, the wave of compliments drowned out the awkwardness of that remark. "Director Zhao, you have a great eye for spots like this. We'll all spread the word for you when we get back." Such praise left Zhao Meng overjoyed, his spirits soaring as if he were walking on air. He felt an almost uncontrollable urge to set off a 5,000 firecracker celebration right then and there. Clapping his hands, he cheerfully announced, "All right, everyone, make sure you have all your belongings. Let's get ready to board the boat and head out." Before he could finish, a sudden force struck his shoulder. Zhao Meng cursed internally, his face twisting into a scowl as he turned to confront the offender. But upon recognizing the person, his expression instantly shifted to a beaming smile. "Oh, I've missed you, my dear guide." Standing before him, grinning mischievously, was Su Jing, hands clasped behind his back. It was hard to imagine how his slight frame had delivered such a powerful blow. "Haha, Mr. Zhao, did you enjoy yourself today?" Su Jing asked with a playful wink, while Wang Kai and Jiang Tsong stood behind him, smirking. "If you had a good time, then we'll see you again soon," Su Jing said softly, leaving Zhao Meng with a complicated expression as he walked away. Fire. The reputation of Minghua Village spread like a blazing flame. For 2 consecutive days, tourists poured in like a tidal wave, with daily visitor numbers surpassing the 300 mark. Su Jing felt fortunate for having planned ahead and made thorough preparations. He gathered Fang Guo and others for an intensive training session, ensuring the staff could handle such a massive influx of visitors. Jin Taiyong and Qingyun's performances exceeded Su Jing's expectations. Perhaps it was because they both participated in the shows, and with Jin Taiyong replacing Qingyun's role, the acrobatic troupe seemed reinvigorated, as if fueled by a newfound energy, determined to take their performances to the next level. The dancers led by Jin Na were equally impressive, performing with exceptional vigor and poise regardless of gender. After 2 performances, the audience was full of praise. Su Jing firmly believed that with another week or two of fine-tuning, they could reach their peak, flawless state. On Monday, the park's closing day, Su Jing woke up early. While Jiang Tsung was still sound asleep, he quietly slipped out of the house, combining his morning jog with checking the scenic area's updates on his phone. Just 500 meters into his run, Su Jing couldn't help but stop, hands on his hips, grinning from ear to ear. In just 2 days, platforms like Dole and others saw a meteoric rise in the popularity of Wanyuan Mountain and Mingwe Village. While the buzz around Wanyuan Mountain was relatively calm, the Mingwe Village hashtags were exploding with activity. At the top was a photo article about the Iron Flower performance, boasting tens of thousands of likes and thousands of saves. To Su Jing's surprise, what followed wasn't Jin Taiyang's Nuwa dance performance, but a post titled The Ultimate Guide to Mingwe Village Rituals and Storyline. Curiously, Su Jing clicked to read further. What was going on? He had merely created a scenic area. How had it suddenly turned into a place with walkthroughs and story guides? The guide was divided into two main chapters. Su Jing raised an eyebrow as he scrolled down. The first chapter detailed the locations of various rituals and how to obtain related tasks. Upon closer inspection, while not entirely comprehensive, it was mostly accurate. Su Jing chuckled to himself. Did they think they could figure out my tricks in just 1 or 2 visits? Too naive. As a seasoned participant in countless adventure activities in his past life, he knew how to keep things fresh. He silently resolved to switch everything up next time to give these clever tourists a surprising twist. The second chapter featured a performance storyline speculation by someone named Pingshui Xiangfeng. She had even meticulously prepared a large-scale PowerPoint presentation. Pingshui Xiangfeng hypothesized that the story structure of the performance began with harmonious village life, followed by chaos, the invasion of an evil deity, and finally, the villagers praying for divine intervention. She believed the unease in the village symbolized the lingering effects of the evil deity's invasion. Pingshui Xiangfeng also boldly speculated that the ultimate goal of Mingyue Village was to attract enough visitors, collect sufficient offerings, and complete enough rituals to finally banish the evil entirely. She had noticed the appearances of the Dragon Son and Dragon Maiden, along with the red-faced, white-robed dancers, predicting that more mysterious envoys might appear in the future. Su Jing remained calm until he read the final segment, which left him stunned. Pingshui Xiangfeng wrote, I observed the guide closely seems to serve as a village chief or high priest figure. During this ritual, he wore an armband adorned with animal patterns. I suspect this might be a teaser for the next wave of activities. Su Jing scrolled through the video comment section, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. A user named Ping had posted an analysis that caught his attention. To his surprise, this stranger's guess was almost spot on. Yet, Su Jing chuckled inwardly, completely unfazed by someone revealing bits of information ahead of time. Knowing I have a car and actually seeing my car, how does that even relate to my car being Optimus Prime? Su Jing thought as he continued to scroll down the screen. Suddenly, a familiar username appeared avoid Thunderpiggy. This time, the user seemed to have gotten smarter, splitting full-length videos of different exciting highlights into separate posts to maximize traffic, even creating a compilation of the best moments. Su Jing clicked on the highlight reel and watched it for a while, unable to hold back his amazement. This video, they must have hired professionals to make it. Su Jing marveled to himself. It's way too polished, practically like an official promotional video. The comment section was buzzing with activity speculation and debates flooded in from all sides. Some doubted the authenticity, others were curious about the location of the scenic spot, and a few mentioned changes in the site's ratings. Su Jing raised an eyebrow, noticing that the rating for Wanyuan Mountain had jumped by 0.6 points in just 1 week, which genuinely surprised him. Closing the comment section, Su Jing stood up and wiped the sweat from his forehead. He pushed the door open to find Jiang Tsung already dressed and waiting for him. Let's go, Su Jing said with a smile. Our first task today is to negotiate a partnership with Shan Meng Travel Agency. Just as they were about to head out, Su Jing's phone buzzed with a message. It was from Zhao Meng. Big bro Zhao Meng, they've arrived. Su Jing exchanged a glance with Jiang Tsung, both realizing that an important meeting was about to take place. Without hesitation, they quickly left the room, ready to face the challenges and opportunities that lay ahead. Almost there. How's it going? Su Jing sat in the car, flipping through documents for a final review. Sunlight streamed into the cabin through the windows as Wang Kai focused intently on driving. Jiang Tsung leaned against the passenger seat, fingers lightly turning the knobs of the old-fashioned car stereo. After a full day of sightseeing, the atmosphere had grown increasingly lively, and the three of them seemed to have developed a strong rapport. Hearing Su Jing's question, Jiang Tsung's eyes sparkled, and a grin broke out before he burst into laughter. Wang Kai followed with a bright, toothy smile. Of course, we've got some valuable information that brother Zhao Meng is guaranteed to love. The hall of Shan Meng Travel Agency was still and quiet. Two groups sat facing each other, their expressions serious, tension hanging in the air. Zhao Meng was the first to break the silence. If the souvenir shop doesn't open, We won't make any money. If we collaborate, we need at least 55 of the ticket revenue. Su Jing frowned, letting out a cold laugh. 55. Zhao Meng, confused, stared blankly for a moment before his face turned red. What? Are you serious? Without giving him a chance to interrupt, Su Jing laid out his plan. Next weekend, I'll raise the ticket prices. You'll get a 10 cut of the ticket revenue. The souvenir shop must be ready before the Labor Day holiday. Shan Meng will receive a 20 discount. And I don't care how you handle settling the discounted prices with visitors. Wang Kai chimed in, leaning closer. If Shan Meng rents my car, I'll give you the same 20 discount. Zhao Meng was even more bewildered. Isn't your car already discounted by 20? Scratching his chin, Wang Kai grinned sheepishly. Haha, I forgot. He stopped speaking, leaving the matter hanging. Zhao Meng waited for a while, but no further explanation came. Frustrated, he muttered to himself, fine, 20 it is. What are you even here for if you're not going to be serious? Leaning back in his chair, Su Jing smiled warmly. President Zhao, think it over carefully. To be honest, I've already secured sponsorship from a major figure, though I can't reveal who just yet. The scenic spot will continue to improve, and the results will be beyond your imagination. As the first travel agency to partner with Wanyuan Mountain, I guarantee that no matter how much ticket prices rise, you'll always enjoy this discount. Besides, don't you have faith in the future of Wanyuan Mountain? Didn't you have a great time there? At this point, Wang Kai finally became useful. He handed his phone to Zhao Meng with a grin. On the screen, a burly man was seen running frantically through an alley, his face filled with panic as he let out terrified cries. Zhao Meng quickly turned off the video, his face flushed. What is this? Ha ha. After a moment of thought, he still couldn't shake the unease in his heart. Everything else is fine, but isn't a 10 share of ticket revenue a bit too low? Su Jing smiled faintly. President Zhao, think long term. A 10 share of a 50 yuan ticket is only 5 yuan, but if ticket prices rise to 300 yuan in the future, that 10 becomes 30 yuan. If you bring in 10 visitors, that's 300 yuan just from ticket revenue. Isn't that worth it? Zhao Meng frowned, his expression growing more serious. Are you sure tickets will really sell for 300 yuan in the future? After all, my scenic area spans over 1,000 acres, and there's still a lot of work to be done to improve it. He took a deep breath and leaned back in his chair. Deep down, he had already made up his mind among the emerging scenic spots. Wanyuan Mountain was the most promising partner. If he wanted to grow, he had no other choice. For 3 years, he had run out of options. If Su Jing's plan failed, he'd be forced down the same old path again. After all, with so many brothers relying on him, he couldn't let everyone go hungry while following his lead. Zhao Meng clenched his fists tightly, leaning slightly forward. His expression, rare for him, showed both sincerity and composure. Since Mr. Su is confident, it's a deal. He handed over the contract along with a pen, steady and firm. Mr. Zhao, please sign. Much smoother than anticipated, the negotiation with Mr. Zhao was successfully concluded. Su Jing, accompanied by Jiang Tsong, returned to the Wanyuan Mountain scenic area with satisfaction. That evening, the two sat face-to-face as Jiang Tsong began sharing his experiences and insights from the past few days. Jinga, I really admire your design skills, Jiang Tsong said with a smile. When I first saw the scenic area, I thought it was just average. But after experiencing it firsthand on Saturday, it was amazing. His excitement bubbled over. Impressive, truly impressive. But his tone shifted, and his eyes lit up. While I can't match you in design, I'm way better at management. I've already assessed the staffing situation at Minghua Village and reviewed the souvenir shop. Regarding personnel management, online and offline promotions, operational budgeting, and services, there's still plenty of room for improvement. The more he spoke, the more animated he became, his words flowing rapidly. Jinga, earlier today, you mentioned a major investor to Zhao Meng. Is that true? If there really is an investor, what's your next step? What projects do you plan to take on? I can handle all the management. Not just management, I can also help you save money. Jiang Tsong declared firmly. I'm someone you can trust. You can share any plans with me without hesitation. I have extensive work experience and am well versed in various management tools. With my help, there's no reason we can't grow this into something big. Looking at the enthusiastic Jiang Tsong, Su Jing's lips curled into a faint smile. He knew most of what Jiang Tsong said was spot on, but there was one thing he missed. With or without you, Wanyuan Mountain is bound to thrive, Su Jing said lightheartedly. Because my secret investor is the system. Have you made up your mind? Su Jing asked. If you decide to stay, you won't just be a buddy anymore, you'll be my employee. And when that happens, don't expect me to go easy on you. Jiang Tsong's addition to the team was something Su Jing welcomed wholeheartedly. After all, managing such a large scenic area wasn't a one-man job. Talented individuals were scarce, and while most of the staff were competent, getting them to proactively suggest improvements was a tall order. No problem. Jiang Tsong replied with a hearty laugh, his eyes brimming with excitement. Boss Su, so how much are you planning to pay me? Su Jing's expression tightened, and his tone carried a hint of helplessness. You're not expecting me to work you for free, are you? Laughter erupted instantly. Su Jing exaggeratedly patted Jiang Tsung's shoulder until Jiang was nearly red-faced with exasperation. Finally, Su Jing lowered his voice and said, "Bro, I'm broke. 5,000 a month deal. Once the scenic area takes off, your salary will definitely go up, and there'll be bonuses." "That's quite the promise," Jiang Tsung said with a wry smile. Having navigated the business world in S-City for years, he knew the value of cold, hard cash. 5,000 it is. Take me back to the scenic area this afternoon and give me a thorough rundown. They'll officially start tomorrow and help you build a proper team. Hearing this, Su Jing's face finally lit up with a genuine smile. Deal. Jiang Tsung eagerly absorbed everything about Wanyuan Mountain. In just one afternoon, he had explored the land so thoroughly it felt as if he had uncovered its very essence. Upon returning home, he immediately threw himself at his desk, his pen racing across the paper as he meticulously documented everything he had seen and experienced. Meanwhile, Su Jing was deeply engrossed in repairing and maintaining props, working tirelessly until late at night before finally dragging his exhausted body home to rest. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. The popularity of Mingwe Village on the internet continued to soar, surpassing all previous expectations. On the Dole platform, the number of followers from other provinces spiked dramatically. Even more notably, the news ignited a wave of excitement among the residents of Yong'an City. They were astonished to discover that such an awe-inspiring destination was hidden in a county under their jurisdiction. When they learned the name of the site, their amazement only deepened. "Wait, are you saying the place that's gone viral is the mountainous area in Jing County that was sold off 10 years ago?" In the office of Yong'an City's Bureau of Culture and Tourism, Xinzhuang set down his large tea mug, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. The secretary silently cursed to himself. "Isn't this all because of our inconsistent policies and poor execution back then? We forced them into such dire straits that they had to sell everything they owned." But outwardly, he calmly replied, "Secretary, I've heard the couple who originally owned it passed away years ago. Their child is now running the scenic area." "Oh." Xinzhuang leaned back in his chair, frowning slightly. "Their son took over? And he didn't sell the place?" He recalled the area, burdened with enormous debt. Any rational person would have sold it off quickly, at least making a small profit enough to live comfortably in Yong'an. The secretary shook his head and handed a tablet to Xinzhuang. On the screen, a promotional video from Mingyue Village, meticulously crafted by Zhu Shou, was playing. Not only did he not sell it, but judging by these online videos, it seems to be running quite successfully. Well, Xinzhuang squinted, watching the video intently before falling into thought. "Have we completed our pre-holiday promotion targets for this year?" The secretary understood his implication but still replied with a hint of regret. "They're mostly done. Adding a new project now would be a tight squeeze, and the results might not be ideal." Xinzhuang nodded in understanding. The Bureau of Culture and Tourism typically began planning promotional campaigns 2 to 3 months before major holidays, taking into account factors like visitor traffic, reviews, and the basic conditions of the attractions. Adding a new project at the last minute, even with overtime, would make it difficult to achieve the desired impact. After all, few people decide on their travel destinations so close to the holidays. However, as he watched the dazzling fireworks in the video, Xinzhuang hesitated for a moment before saying, "Let's observe Wanyuan Mountain's progress for a week. After that, he'll personally visit for an inspection." "You're going in person, secretary?" The secretary was a bit surprised. "Yes, we'll see when the time comes." Xinzhuang said no more, picking up a document to review. The secretary tactfully excused himself, thinking to himself, "It seems Secretary Xin still has some attachment to that place. Perhaps this could truly bring a turning point for Yong'an's cultural tourism." After all, in recent years, they'd been repeatedly criticized in provincial meetings, and the leaders of other cities never missed a chance to mock them. If Wanyuan Mountain could make a mark, even on a small scale, Yong'an might finally have something to take pride in. When the party secretary and the bureau chief are in a good mood, resources will flow to them willingly. Humming a little tune under his breath, he gently swiped his fingers across the tablet screen and strolled leisurely out of the office. Meanwhile, on the other side of Yong'an City, the atmosphere was far from relaxed. In the softly lit lounge of an upscale club, a group of well-dressed middle-aged men and a few elegantly dressed women sat around a round table. At the center sat Song Jiming, who had barely managed to calm himself only to be thrown back into tension. His professional smile remained intact, but his eyes were sharp and piercing as they scanned each of his business partners. Seated next to Song Jiming were the owner of Dadi Travel Agency, who had previously negotiated with Su Jing, several other travel agency leaders, and representatives from nearby smaller scenic spots. The air was thick with the aroma of freshly poured wine and the undercurrent of unspoken competition. "So, everyone's heard about the stir caused by Wanyuan Mountain, right?" Song Jiming's voice was calm, but carried undeniable weight. The owner of Dadi Travel Agency was the first to respond, his tone light and reassuring. "President Song, you're overthinking it. It's just a small scenic spot. It's no match for our Songhu Park." "Exactly. A tall, thin man nodded in agreement, while the elegant woman beside him smiled smugly. With Sunghu Park at the center, surrounded by several thriving commercial zones, our system is rock solid. There's no need to worry about such minor players. That's right. Last weekend, we had over 6,000 visitors. President Song, why bother comparing us to a place that barely gets a few hundred visitors a day? The group chimed in one after another, clearly dismissing the evening's topic as unworthy of concern. Are you kidding me? Someone retorted coldly. That's one of Yong'an's oldest scenic spots. From site design and event planning to visitor services, they've got it all figured out. People go there to enjoy a seamless experience eating, drinking, and even celebrity spotting. It's a great time. That Wanyuan Mountain? They haven't even finished building proper roads. A few hours there, and you're done. Where's the fun in that? Another person sneered disdainfully. Don't underestimate their event planning. Do you think just anyone can pull that off? Song Jiming wasn't one to back down easily. His gaze swept over his partners. Shao Li, arrange for someone to check out their fire ritual event and report back every detail. He swirled the amber liquid in his glass. Song Jiming had built Songhu Park from an unremarkable little park into a renowned scenic destination. He had transformed the surrounding wasteland into a bustling hub. His guiding principle had always been clear: never underestimate any competitor. If Mingyue Village is gaining traction, there must be something unique about it. Yong'an City has been too quiet lately. People are craving something fresh. If they seize the opportunity, gain momentum, and stage a comeback, we could face real competition, he said gravely. Every scenic spot here is a competitor. Visitor numbers are finite. If one place gains, another loses. Unless we have a provincial or national level attraction that draws in waves of out-of-town visitors. Only then could all the sites benefit from shared success. But Yong'an's scale? We're not even close to that level. His tone grew more serious. I'll go have a look myself. His words cast a brief silence over the table. Is that really necessary, President Song? The Dottie travel agency owner's expression turned stiff. They had already dismissed the small scenic spot as inconsequential, yet Song Ziming's seriousness now seemed to question their judgment. After all, just last week, President Song had rejected a proposal from Wanyuan Mountain's representatives. If not for his refusal, how could that backwoods Wanyuan travel agency even have a chance in this market? Recalling reports from his staff about someone at the train station using Mingyue Village videos to poach customers, the Dottie owner felt a surge of anger. A nobody dared to steal his business. He couldn't help but snort softly. Yet, as he scooted closer to Song Jiming, his face once again donned a professional smile. President Song, if you're concerned, we'll keep a close eye on them as well and uncover their strategies. With Labor Day coming up, we'll prepare meticulously to ensure Songhu Park remains the top choice for tourists. The Dottie owner's tone was firm. To be honest, our main competitor has always been Hongya Mountain Scenic Spot. I've heard they've planned a new event specifically designed to attract visitors. The rest of the group began murmuring among themselves, strategizing their marketing plans for the next 2 weeks. Their confidence and disdain remained palpable. Meanwhile, in a modest, remote office, Zhao Meng was a man transformed. His eyes were resolute as he scanned his team of employees. Listen up, everyone. I've got something to say. His voice was crisp and commanding, cutting through all the noise. He tossed aside his leather jacket and somehow managed to get his hands on an administrative blazer, finally looking a bit more respectable. Standing before his employees, Zhao Meng's eyes burned with intensity, and his voice boomed. Brothers, you've all heard about what happened after I led the team to Wanyuan Mountain last time. I've officially established a strategic partnership with the head of Wanyuan Mountain. From now on, their scenic area will be our exclusive partner. He slapped a thick stack of documents on the table, his tone serious. You must memorize every single detail in these materials. There can be no mistakes. This time, we're not acting alone. We represent both Meng Travel Agency and Wanyuan Mountain. If anyone dares to pull the same stunts as before in front of tourists, I won't hesitate to deal with it for real. The employees shivered instinctively at his words, straightening up and lowering their heads. They still remembered the early days of the agency when Brother Meng had mentioned taking action. It seemed he was dead serious this time. In unison, they responded affirmatively, each grabbing a copy of the materials and rushing off to study. Yong'an City wasn't exactly a top tourist destination, so weekdays were often slow for travel agencies. This gave Zhao Meng the perfect opportunity to conduct such intensive training. Meanwhile, in a rundown building in Qingshan County, the members of the Golden Sun dance troupe were gathered in the dance studio, unusually free from work. Sitting cross-legged on the floor, they wore solemn expressions. Jean Na, her hair slicked back in a polished style, broke the silence. What do you all think of this opportunity? One of the members, visibly excited, chimed in. Sister Na, I think this could be huge. It might turn out even better than we imagined. The last time we performed in front of such a big audience was years ago. I have a feeling that little boss Su has more plans up his sleeve. At these words, all eyes turned to the speaker. Jean Na's eyes lit up. You think so too? The group laughed, sensing that Sister Na shared the same thought. Another member added, exactly. Boss Su must have put a lot of thought into this program. And we've heard that the current performance isn't even the final version. They'll add more content based on the number of tourists. That means as long as we can keep learning and dancing, we'll have the chance to undergo even more training. Ambition and determination gleamed in Jean Na's eyes. The audience is secondary. What I value most is the platform and the performance pieces that Boss Su can provide. Do you know how rare it is to get quality performance material these days? Honestly, I'm only now starting to grasp the essence of this new odd dance. The more I watch it, the more fascinating it becomes, and the more excited I feel. She continued, I've been leading this troupe for nearly 20 years. While I can still move, I want to take this troupe to greater heights and make it known to more people. This is a golden opportunity. Hearing her words, a spark of excitement ignited in everyone's eyes. Jean Na concluded, if that's the case, let's not worry too much about the pay for now. The better we dance, the more tourists will come to Minghua Village. And when that happens, we won't just be a small dance troupe anymore, we'll be the signature performance team of Minghua Village. Jean Na's words electrified the dancers, and they couldn't help but gulp in anticipation. Someone eagerly asked, so, Sister Na, what's our next move? In just one weekend, Minghua Village had captured the attention of countless people. The online promotions clearly worked, and even on regular weekdays, dozens of visitors were now exploring the scenic area. These tasks were completely manageable for Tian Tian and Feng Gui, and all the equipment had been repaired. Su Jing finally had a rare moment of relaxation. He let out a long sigh of relief, savoring the long-lost sense of ease. Ah, this feels great, Su Jing murmured to himself as he lay on the soft bed, closing his eyes to enjoy a comfortable afternoon nap. However, just as he was about to drift into slumber, the bedroom door suddenly burst open with a loud bang. Jiang Tsong rushed in excitedly, waving a stack of documents in his hand. Jinga, I've completed the preliminary plan for managing the scenic area. Jiang Tsong's voice was filled with enthusiasm, completely oblivious to Su Jing's exhausted expression. Su Jing reluctantly opened his eyes and glanced at the clock on the wall. It was noon. He rubbed his temples and asked weakly, don't you take naps? Jiang Tsong froze for a moment, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. There's no such thing as a nap break in S City, he muttered, as if pondering a complex math problem. Su Jing sighed. Oh, this damn workaholic mentality. Starting today, there is one. His tone carried a trace of helpless resignation. Jiang Tsong rolled his eyes and reached out to pull the now reclosed eyes Su Jing up from the bed. Nap? Seriously? You're the boss. Your time is money. Let's finalize the plan quickly so I can get it implemented. His tone was filled with urgency, as if every passing second was a missed opportunity. Su Jing felt utterly defeated. His rare chance for an afternoon break had been mercilessly taken away by this workaholic king. Accepting his fate, he sat up, preparing to listen to Jiang Tsong's report. Jiang Tsong swiftly opened his laptop and pulled up a meticulously crafted PowerPoint presentation. His expression turned serious in an instant, leaving no room for jokes. The air of an outstanding graduate and a provincial competition gold medalist radiated from him effortlessly. Su Zong, Jiang Tsong began formally. After discussing with the staff, I have consolidated the current situation of Wanyuan Mountain Scenic Area. I'm here to present the preliminary plan. He clicked his mouse, and a detailed table immediately appeared on the screen. Currently, only the Minghua Fort attraction is open within the entire Wanyuan Mountain Scenic Area. So, we've focused our plan around this site. The proposal is divided into 4 main sections: transportation, supporting services, tourist attractions, and staff allocation. Dark circles under Jiang Tsong's eyes were evident, a clear sign of the many late nights he had endured to quickly adapt his thinking. Yet, judging from the clarity of his thoughts and the thoroughness of his plan, his hard work had paid off. According to Zhao Daxu's statistics, during this period, after deducting basic operating expenses, we have made a profit of 28,800 yuan. Jiang Tsong began explaining his plan item by item. First, let's address transportation. Uncle Shue's boat is too small, with a capacity of only about 15 passengers per trip. Given the large influx of visitors to the scenic area, relying solely on Uncle Shue is not sustainable. I suggest adding another small boat and ensuring that the new boatman maintains a similar style to Uncle Shue. They can alternate carrying passengers during peak times. Additionally, both boats should be equipped with engines to reduce manual labor. Jiang Tsong clicked to the next slide, moving on to supporting services. We are severely lacking in supporting facilities. Let's not even mention basic infrastructure like guide signs, restrooms, and trash bins. What's critical right now are fire safety and medical emergency facilities. His expression grew even more serious. I carefully inspected Minghua Fort and our other areas. These essential facilities are nearly non-existent. If someone were to file a complaint, the consequences would be disastrous. We must address this immediately. Su Jing's casual posture quickly shifted to one of alertness, sitting upright. As someone with limited legal knowledge, he couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Jiang Tsung continued to outline his plan in detail. For service facilities, I propose building 4 public restrooms, 1 souvenir shop for convenience stores, and several dining or specialty product shops in Mingwe Fort. Considering this is currently the only open attraction, I also suggest setting up an emergency center and fire safety facilities there. Since taking over management responsibilities, Jiang Tsung had avoided focusing on superficial aspects. Perhaps due to his experiences navigating various challenges in S City, he prioritized addressing potential risks. He advocated for resolving any hidden dangers as soon as possible. When it came to the scenic area staff, Jiang Tsung unexpectedly approved of Su Jing's decision to use housing as a form of compensation. Given the current circumstances of the scenic area, this is indeed the optimal solution. That being the case, we need to ensure these employees are put to good use as soon as possible. They can begin operating convenience stores and food services immediately. If their skills are insufficient, we can provide them with the space to work part-time during the day. Visitors may choose not to make purchases, but we must at least offer them the option. At this point, Jiang Tsung rubbed his temples, looking slightly exasperated, and added a final note. And about that restroom of yours. Honestly, it's an eyesore. We need to address that issue as soon as possible. Jiang Tsung carefully browsed through online reviews from visitors to the Wanyuan Mountain scenic area, and his brows furrowed. Although there weren't many negative reviews, most of the complaints focused on 2 main issues: restrooms and transportation. Can't find the restrooms. Restrooms are too dirty and small. Waiting too long for the ferry, Jiang Tsung muttered to himself as he quickly jotted down notes in his notebook. He understood that these seemingly trivial details could significantly impact visitors' experiences. Looking up at Su Jing, Jiang Tsung continued his report. At the moment, we only have 2 attractions: the sacrificial ritual and the deity inviting ceremony. Do you have any other plans for developing new attractions? Su Jing nodded thoughtfully, gesturing for Jiang Tsung to go on. Additionally, in terms of promotion and operations, apart from the ticketing system on the Yellow Pages website, we don't have any official accounts on other platforms. I think we need to recruit specialized talent to address this issue. Su Jing carefully reviewed Jiang Tsung's report and couldn't help but feel impressed. Despite coming from a different industry, Jiang Tsung's professionalism and ability to think from the perspective of visitors were remarkable. How much will all of this cost? Su Jing asked, mentally calculating the available funds. Besides the 30,000 yuan emergency fund, plus the more than 20,000 yuan earned by the scenic area in the past few days, the total available funds were still quite limited. Jiang Tsung had already prepared for this. We want to start all the projects at once. We'll address safety issues first, followed by transportation and basic services. Su Jing's eyes lit up. Basic services, you don't need to worry about that for now. Focus on fire safety and transportation. Satisfied with his assignment, Jiang Tsung took the appointment and left, ready to begin recruiting the necessary talent. Su Jing returned to his desk, preparing to check the changes in the system data. As he opened the system, a thunderous electronic voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host. Your reputation value has exceeded 10,000. You've been rewarded with a lucky spin 1. Su Jing froze in shock and quickly checked the date and his personal attributes page. Host, Su Jing. Male. Physical fitness, B. Scenic area achievements, none. Scenic area reputation, 12,801. Positive reviews, 895. Backpack, not yet unlocked. Lottery spins, 1. The system's evaluation was displayed prominently. Looks like you've tasted the rewards of running a scenic area well. But making it truly successful isn't that simple. Keep up the good work. Su Jing stared in astonishment. In just 4 days, from the 13th to the 17th, Wanyuan Mountains 2, a scenic area, had gained over 10,000 reputation points. He had expected a decent number of online likes, but the growth rate was far beyond his imagination. Heart-pounding, Su Jing began to calculate. If this momentum continued, coupled with the upcoming 2 weekends, he might be able to accumulate enough reputation points to renovate the entire mountain before the Labor Day holiday. If the new attractions could be completed before the holiday, paired with effective marketing, they could potentially attract a significant number of visitors during the short break. The hope of paying off the 2 million yuan debt suddenly felt within reach. Su Jing murmured to himself, my future is no longer just a dream. Excited, he clicked on the scenic area attributes page. A vivid ink-style landscape painting appeared on the screen, with the twin peaks of Big Butt Mountain and Small Butt Mountain glimmering in the artwork. At the base of one peak, a section had lit up, while the rest remained shrouded in gray. After a moment of contemplation, Su Jing decided to name this mountain. He tapped the screen and entered the new name, Sacred Spirit Range. The page updated instantly, and the progress bar jumped from 25 to 30. Su Jing looked at this small yet encouraging progress and couldn't help but smile wryly. Su Jing raised an eyebrow, secretly delighted. The increase in reputation points not only boosted his progress, but also paved the way for his grand plans. He had long envisioned the blueprint for the development of Shangling Mountain, and now, with the reputation points reaching the required threshold, he could finally begin the transformation. He hadn't expected this day to come so quickly and felt his strength growing rapidly. System, let's start the transformation, Su Jing said eagerly. The electronic voice responded almost instantly, as if it, too, had been anticipating this moment. Without hesitation, Su Jing opened the map and moved the cursor to the Shangling Mountain icon. Upgrade the area in sections. Start with the foot of the mountain and go for a level upgrade, Su Jing decided quickly. Although upgrading the entire mountain required 30,000 to 50,000 reputation points, which would take too long to accumulate, he opted to upgrade a smaller section first. The system's voice chimed in again, selected the foot of Shangling Mountain for level transformation. Consumes 10,000 reputation points. Transformation duration, 48 hours. Please wait for the upgrade to complete. 2 days. Su Jing's face lit up with joy. That means it will be ready before next weekend. If the results are good, we can open it up for visitors, right? Satisfied, he nodded and opened the system's marketplace. Suddenly, a loud vibration sounded. Detected host needs. Due to the large scale of required adjustments, the marketplace interface is being updated. Please wait 10 minutes. Su Jing quickly realized that the system had incorporated the infrastructure he had previously discussed with Jiang Tsung directly into the marketplace for selection. How considerate. Truly considerate, Su Jing praised. The marketplace update was completed swiftly. As Su Jing reopened the page, he noticed a new category labeled Buildings alongside the existing skills, items, and cultural products. All building-related items required reputation points for redemption. Su Jing scanned the price list. Standard restrooms cost 2,000 points each. Standardized first aid centers were 3,000 points each. Standardized guide signs were 50 points each. And ticket booths were 1,500 points each. There were also more expensive options, such as a visitor management center priced at 5,000 points for a standard version. However, the souvenir shop, also priced at 5,000 reputation points, caught Su Jing's attention. The description indicated that the shop would integrate all IP attributes from the region to produce merchandise at a ratio of 1 item per reputation point. System, is the merchandise production random, or how does it work? Su Jing asked curiously. The electronic voice replied immediately. You select the IP types and quantities, and the system will automatically produce them. System-produced items are guaranteed in quality and design. The host need not worry. Su Jing's eyes lit up, realizing this was essentially a cost-free way to generate income using reputation points to produce items, selling them for money, and pocketing the profit margin. Although the reputation point requirement was high, the marketplace noted that if a pre-existing building was used, the cost could be reduced by 20. Faced with the choice between restrooms and a souvenir shop, Su Jing hesitated briefly. Ultimately, he decided to prioritize the more immediate need. Restrooms are more important for now, he murmured to himself. I still need reputation points for many other things. Shangling Mountain isn't fully transformed yet, and the Great Sage's tribe is still waiting halfway up the mountain for me to feed them. I can't just focus on profits without completing the work. Resolutely, Su Jing spent another 1,600 reputation points to purchase restrooms. He quickly chose a location and instructed Feng Gui to cordon off the area, putting up signs that read, under construction, please keep away. Fortunately, the system could rationalize the transformation process. Otherwise, it would have been hard to explain how a fully equipped restroom appeared overnight in the already crowded Mingwa village. After handling the restroom arrangements, Su Jing's reputation points were nearly depleted. However, thanks to the promotional videos on Dolu, his reputation points continued to climb steadily. He browsed the marketplace's items and skills again, but resisted the temptation to gamble on a lucky draw. It's too early to spend recklessly, Su Jing reminded himself. I'll wait until the transformation of the mountain's foot is complete. Every point needs to be spent wisely. Everything had been delegated, and Su Jing didn't allow himself any downtime. With the increasing number of visitors and the improvement in performance quality, he realized that the props needed to keep up as well. Although there was no rush to introduce new shows, the upcoming Labor Day holiday prompted Su Jing to prepare in advance. Soon, the sound of hammering and crafting echoed once more in the Wanyuan Mountain scenic area. Time flew by, and Friday arrived in the blink of an eye. Early in the morning, Su Jing followed Jiang Tsung to the water's edge to witness the launch of a newly acquired fishing boat. Jiang Tsung gestured, signaling the newly hired boatman, who skillfully jumped aboard to test the boat's functionality. Su Jing nodded in satisfaction before the two turned and headed toward District D of Mingwa Village. Mr. Su, Jiang Tsung reported as they walked. I've temporarily designated one of the houses in District D as the Visitor Management Center, right next to the emergency aid station. Basic fire safety and first aid equipment have already been purchased. Jiang Tsung's efficiency was impressive. He had accomplished a great deal in just 2 days. With a slight sigh, Jiang Tsung added, I also interviewed a few prospective employees. But in this small county, skilled talent is hard to come by. The resumes I reviewed weren't very promising. Su Jing thought for a moment and suggested, reach out to Kai. He has a wide network. Wang Kai was the one who helped me find the Jin Taiyang dance troupe and brother Fang Gui. Whatever type of talent you need, ask him if he has any connections. Jiang Tsung forced a smile and agreed, though he knew it wouldn't be easy. He needed experienced medical staff, software operation experts, professional HR specialists, and legal advisors, among others. The biggest challenge wasn't just the scarcity of talent, but also the tight budget. The two boats, one new and one secondhand, had nearly drained their funds. It's okay, take your time, Su Jing said, patting him on the shoulder in reassurance. As they inspected Mingyue village, Su Jing was surprised to find that, despite Jiang Tsung having been in his role for less than a week, the staff already seemed familiar with him. Sister Lu Yun, can I have a piece of glutinous rice cake? Jiang Tsung greeted an older woman wearing disposable gloves and using wooden tongs to serve food along the stone-paved path. Su Jing nodded silently in approval, impressed by Jiang Tsung's attentiveness. In terms of food safety, Jiang Tsung added, I've already organized the staff interested in working in food services to apply for health certificates yesterday. He'll ensure the relevant food safety permits are processed as soon as possible. By the afternoon, Su Jing nearly bumped into some newly arrived visitors, which made him realize it was time to wrap up the inspection. That's enough for now. You can get back to work. They'll head into the mountains for a look, Su Jing said, waving Jiang Tsung off before quickly taking a different path toward the forest. Just then, an electronic voice echoed in his mind. Sacred Spirit Mountain Range Base Area Renovation completed. Please review host. It's done, Su Jing thought with excitement. Taking advantage of the bright midday sunlight, he quickened his pace. As he walked along the mountain path, the lively sounds of Mingyue village gradually faded into the background. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows that swayed gently in the breeze, bringing a refreshing coolness. The once overgrown, weed-ridden path was gone, replaced by a neatly paved 3-meter-wide path of smooth bluestone bricks. The trees on both sides, optimized by the system, now formed a natural guide for visitors. Su Jing walked along, jotting down notes in his small notebook. From this point forward, everything needed for the new attraction had to be prepared. The clubble renovation was just the foundation. There were still no streetlights, railings, or small scenic features. Su Jing's mind was already buzzing with plans for the next steps, determined to be fully prepared for the upcoming influx of visitors. The gentle sound of flowing water reached Su Jing's ears, prompting him to quicken his pace, his heart brimming with anticipation. He knew that the area ahead was the centerpiece of this renovation project. The soft crunch of leaves underfoot accompanied his steps until the stone-paved path suddenly descended by 2 steps and disappeared from sight. In an instant, the view opened up before him. Su Jing held his breath, utterly captivated by the transformed beauty of the small pond. He approached quickly, taking in the sight of the once decaying wooden bridge, now revitalized with intricate carvings and delicate openwork designs that were a feast for the eyes. The pond itself had nearly doubled in size, its graceful curves forming an enchanting outline. Along the banks, vibrant green grass intertwined with smooth stones, while in the pond, small lotus leaves trembled gently. A few dragonflies, seemingly drawn by the scene, flitted back and forth above the water's surface. Standing on the bridge, Su Jing looked down and noticed a school of red koi swimming below. He exclaimed in delight, "Whoa, Tongzi, you even added fish?" Startled by his voice, the koi scattered, their movement resembling a stroke of red ink spreading across the water's breathtaking sight. The system's cold, matter-of-fact voice chimed in. "This is for the scenic experience. The system will fulfill such needs as much as possible. However, the koi generated by the system are merely decorative props. They cannot be harmed or taken away. Even if visitors feed them, it's merely an illusion created by the system. Any trash that falls into the pond will be automatically cleaned." Hearing this, Su Jing felt even more satisfied and asked with a grin, "That's great. But what about coins? If someone tosses coins in, will they be cleaned up too?" The system replied, "Only the illusion of coins will remain." Su Jing's smile faded slightly as he muttered, "So stingy. What's the harm in letting people earn a little?" The water was crystal clear, revealing a natural masterpiece of rocks and algae at the bottom. Su Jing admired the view for a moment before crossing the bridge and stepping onto the stone path he had been most looking forward to. This path, made of closely connected slabs of bluish stone, stretched across the water. To his left, lotus leaves gently swayed, while on his right, water droplets trickled down from an arched stone wall. Carefully, he made his way along the stone path, occasionally noticing curious red koi approaching the edges of the stones. Turning a corner, he encountered a fine curtain of water droplets cascading gently, revealing an arched cave behind. Inside the cave stood a large, water-drop-shaped rock, with the ground in front of it level with the pond water. Su Jing observed the scene briefly before decisively removing his shoes and wading into the shallow water of the cave. He recalled his initial vision for this place. Considering it was part of the Sacred Spirit Mountain Range, and that Mingyue village had already hosted dragon sons and daughters, why couldn't this koi pond have a koi spirit? Yet finding someone to play such a role seemed nearly impossible in the short term. Spending every day near the damp pond would likely lead to rheumatism, and he'd have to pay for worker compensation on top of that. Suddenly, inspiration struck him. Su Jing quickly pulled a small object from the inner pocket of his jacket. It was a simple, faceless doll labeled utility figure. Can be customized to fit the host's desired appearance and function. Possesses basic intelligence. Note: usable only within the designated scene and is a one-time prop. Cannot be damaged. Will disappear upon retrieval. He had won this item in a previous draw and had carried it with him ever since, waiting for the perfect opportunity to use it. Now, Su Jing felt that this utility figure was tailor-made for this very moment. Without hesitation, he declared, "Use the prop." The system immediately prompted in his mind. Do you wish to use the prop utility figurine this scene? Once used, it cannot be retrieved. Su Jing squeezed the soft little doll in his hand, gritted his teeth, and said, "Confirm." A crisp ding echoed in his mind, followed by the appearance of a human figure on the system's Inquish-style interface. The system announced, "Scene selected koi pond." Based on the host concept, the system has generated a preliminary design for the figure. Further adjustments can be made by the host. Su Jing stared at the figure in his mind, momentarily speechless. It was a short-haired, spirited young girl with a silvered koi tail, as if she had stepped straight out of an animated card game. Her playful, lively eyes and every subtle movement seemed as though she had been brought to life from a painting. He began tweaking the figure's appearance, mumbling to himself, let's make this part a bit bigger, not the chest. Who's thinking that? This part slimmer, no, not the waist. Stop imagining things. And this part longer, ahem. Interpret that however you want." After sweating over the adjustments for what felt like forever, Su Jing finally completed what he believed to be the perfect design for the scene. He insisted to himself that this had absolutely nothing to do with his personal preferences. Finally, he looked at the girl's magnificent, elaborate tail and hesitated. "System, this tail, can we adjust the setting? Maybe make it switch between legs and a tail, depending on the scene or situation. Otherwise, if I leave her out here for a couple of days, someone's bound to take her away for dissection." The system replied, "It's your utility figure. You set the parameters, as long as it's not too extreme. Remember, it cannot leave the scene's boundaries." Su Jing nodded and carefully finalized the last details of his creation. The interface in his mind dissolved like a bubble, and he felt a momentary daze. When he came to, he found himself still standing by the koi pond, surrounded by dappled shadows and lush greenery. Before him, sitting gracefully by the cave's stone wall, was a young girl with a radiant smile. She spoke lightly, her voice carrying a playful lilt. "Oh, a human, huh?" By the time Su Jing descended from the mountain, the setting sun had already painted the sky a vivid red. Tian Tian had just put away her cherished earrings and was about to head to the square with Wang Hao and the others to enjoy the barbecue meticulously prepared by Brother Fong. Just then, she caught sight of her boss staggering down the mountain with a silly grin on his face. "Hey, Jinga, where have you been?" Tian Tian asked curiously. Over time, the bond between the Qingyun acrobatic troupe and the original staff had grown much closer. The cheerful and straightforward Tian Tian, in particular, had caught the attention of several young men in the troupe. Wang Hao scratched his head and discreetly hid the woven grass chicken he had gotten from Grandpa, behind his back. "Not too sure. Maybe Boss Su went to scout a new attraction," he speculated. "He's mentioned Sacred Mountain so many times. We all just assumed it would be the next site to develop." Su Jing had previously set a rule that no one could enter Sacred Mountain without his permission. Although everyone was curious, no one dared to venture in on their own. Tian Tian chuckled mischievously and teased. "Could it be that Jinga is hiding a secret beauty up there?" Feng Gui, overhearing their playful banter from afar, couldn't help but laugh and scold. "Hiding what beauty? You kids just love making stuff up." He glanced at the dark silhouette of the distant mountain and muttered, "If anything, he's probably hiding a bunch of monkeys." "Monkeys? Dad, where are the monkeys?" A small, restless head peeked out from behind Feng Gui, wide eyes sparkling with curiosity despite a hint of frailty. "There are monkeys. Daddy will take you to see them soon." Feng Gui reassured her gently. The residents of Mingwe village often organized communal meals after work. Sometimes they gathered at someone's home, and other times they brought the festivities to the lively square. Su Jing, however, had no idea what they were jesting about. He simply boarded a boat and returned home, where Jiang Tsong had been waiting for quite some time. "How was the scouting?" Jiang Tsong asked. Su Jing plopped onto the bed with a goofy smile. "It's great, just great. What are you even talking about? How much did you drink? You're even picking up a northeastern accent now." Jiang Tsong frowned. "Ha ha ha." Su Jing finally snapped out of it, his energy reinvigorated. "How's our promotion going?" Jiang Tsong shrugged. "As expected, but we did get a message from Shanmang Scythery bringing tour groups in the next couple of days. Looks like last time worked out well." Su Jing nodded. "The koi pond is actually ready, but Sacred Mountain only has one feature for now. Opening it so soon feels rushed. Let's stick to the plan." No changes this week, keep last week's activities going. He added, if we can build enough reputation this week, we might unveil multiple attractions at once next week. Go big or go home. Songzi, let the team know. For the ritual offering collection event tomorrow and the day after, tally the top 10 visitors with the highest number of offerings and give them a special admission ticket. Admission ticket? Jiang Tsong's eyes lit up. You mean? Sacred Mountain. Su Jing decided to keep him guessing. With a sly grin, he turned in for the night. Tomorrow was Saturday, and they anticipated a surge in visitors. They needed to rest well to ensure everything ran smoothly and to properly serve the ancestors. Both retired early, unaware that the buzz surrounding Mingyue Village in Wanyuan Mountain was about to reach a new peak. Netizens were buzzing that afternoon. One excitedly posted, I've been waiting forever. Finally got time off. Heading to Wanyuan Mountain tomorrow. Another user, Shunshan Guy, replied in amazement. Who would have thought? I just checked the reviews list in a week, and it's already at 3.5 stars. Safe and Sound chimed in. I scored a date with my crush. Where should we take pictures tomorrow? The renowned poet's new work thrilled the members of the association, keeping them captivated by the charm of poetry for an entire week. However, opinions about the Sunset Scenic Area were divided. Some praised its architectural beauty, while others were unimpressed by the performances. One visitor bluntly remarked, this 2-arat scenic spot has decent architecture at best, but the performances are utterly mediocre. People only mention the good things and never the bad. Have you ever seen the world's worst restroom? I guarantee one visit is enough to ensure you'll never want to return. Another visitor complained about the parking lot. It's practically a graveyard. The uneven road surface is bad enough, but there isn't even a single street light at night. Everyone had to grope their way back to their cars with flashlights. On the other hand, some had a more forgiving perspective. This is what you can expect in a small county. It's already commendable that they managed to fix up the interior. What more do you want for a 30 yuan ticket? Despite the mixed reviews, the scenic area's fireworks show and interactive NPC games were a hit with visitors. Some even purchased tickets a second time to delve deeper into the NPC stories. People were particularly intrigued by the divine blessing awarded to the top participant, with those who had experienced it describing the reward as extraordinarily cool in a mysterious tone, further piquing everyone's curiosity. By 11 a.m. on Saturday, as soon as the scenic area opened, Zhao Dashue got straight to work. He contacted Su Jing over the walkie-talkie, saying, there's quite a crowd today. Make sure the team inside is ready. Su Jing was just about to relay instructions to his colleagues when his phone rang unexpectedly. It was Wang Kai calling, which was unusual at this hour. Su Jing quickly answered, and Wang Kai's excited, hushed voice came through. Big news. I heard the secretary of the Yong'an Cultural and Tourism Bureau is coming here today for a secret inspection. Su Jing's heart skipped a beat as he asked, are you sure about this? Pretty much, it's almost certain. Wang Kai couldn't contain his excitement. This is the Cultural and Tourism Bureau we're talking about. If we've caught their attention, it means Wanyuan Mountain is gaining recognition. If we perform well this time, it could be our big breakthrough. A little promotion from them, and Wanyuan Mountain will really take off. Do you want me to come over and keep an eye on things? We can discreetly follow them and ensure they have the best possible experience. After a moment of thought, Su Jing declined Wang Kai's suggestion. No need. If it's an undercover visit, let them explore freely. I have confidence in our attractions and performances. If they like what they see, they'll naturally promote it. Wang Kai was puzzled and asked, doesn't the Cultural and Tourism Bureau have specific targets to meet? Su Jing explained, of course they do. If the local cultural tourism efforts are successful, it reflects well on their bureau. They gain recognition from higher-ups, and their status improves too. As long as we have genuine quality and great offerings, we won't lack promotion. With that, Su Jing decisively ordered, let's get to work. Shall we? These roads in Qingshan County are quite untouched, aren't they? The car jolted over the uneven surface, and Shaoli gripped the steering wheel tightly, feeling every bump beneath him. Come on now, you're clearly just complaining about how bad the roads are. Given the county's limited resources, having a road like this is already something, Shaoli replied. Haha, secretary. I've heard the scenic area over there is also very natural. Maybe you should switch to some comfortable shoes in advance. It'll make walking around much easier. Good idea. Shun Zhuang rolled down the window, letting the cool, forest-scented air rush in. The fresh breeze swept away the stifling feeling accumulated in the city, leaving him instantly refreshed. Getting out like this once in a while is absolutely necessary. But his moment of relaxation didn't last long. The two boarded a small boat and floated downstream, eventually arriving at the expansive Mingyue village. The sight of the wooden village was almost unbelievable, as if they had traveled back in time. The stone-paved roads, worn by years of use, seemed to whisper ancient tales. Shen Zhuang, dressed in his formal jacket and casual trousers, his hair meticulously combed, began to lose his polished appearance as curious tourists touched and scrutinized him, blending him into the crowd. Hey, Shaoli, take a picture of me, will you? Shen Zhuang muttered as he walked along. Could it be that the scenic area truly unearthed an ancient village? Gazing around, it all felt so authentic. He pulled out his phone and snapped several photos, already planning to have the Cultural Institute investigate the place another day. Young man, would you like to try some glutinous rice cakes? An elderly woman with a head full of silver hair interrupted his thoughts with a kind offer, holding out a pristine piece of rice cake. Just as she extended it toward Xinzhuang, Shali quickly intervened. Ma'am, well pass. Thank you. Xinzhuang glanced around, then smiled warmly and accepted the rice cake, taking a bite. Shali frowned, slightly worried. As the secretary's assistant, he knew it wasn't ideal for Xinzhuang to casually eat food offered by strangers. But Xinzhuang, delighted, exclaimed, Shali, you've got to try this. It tastes just like the ones I had as a kid. Hesitant, Shali watched as the elderly woman immediately handed him a fresh piece. The two stood by the roadside, eating and laughing, sticky crumbs clinging to the corners of their mouths, thoroughly enjoying the moment. As they prepared to leave, the old woman suddenly blocked their way, her expression a mix of disbelief. 6 yuan. You're not planning to dine and dash, are you? She pointed emphatically at a small price sign by her feet, almost causing a scene over unpaid rice cakes. Xinzhuang and Shaoli quickly pulled out their wallets, Xinzhuang's face burning with embarrassment. But soon after, he had no time to dwell on the incident. A series of tasks quickly reignited his enthusiasm. He suddenly realized that, at heart, he was still just a big kid under 50. With a mix of seriousness and excitement, Xinzhuang led his assistant on a whirlwind of activity, eagerly gathering more and more wild herbs. His years of experience gave him a sharp mind, adept at spotting opportunities, and he soon took the lead in collecting offerings for the ceremonial rituals. By the evening's offering ceremony, Su Jing's eyes widened in surprise. Xinzhuang, with his middle-aged demeanor, had already caught her attention earlier through photos sent by Wang Kai that afternoon. But seeing him in person, Su Jing almost didn't recognize him. Sir, you've collected quite the impressive number of offerings, Su Jing remarked with a hint of doubt. Though she felt his performance seemed almost scripted, she was reluctant to award Xinzhuang first place. Yet, the results were undeniable had indeed come out on top. As she pondered, Su Jing couldn't help but think that someone as meticulous as Xinzhuang would certainly be calculating and perceptive in future encounters, his mind likely teeming with endless speculations. Su Jing invited Xinzhuang into the fire circle, then led him out excitedly. Only after that did he breathe a sigh of relief and resume the ceremony. The tourists watched intently, their eyes glued to the scene until the fire ritual concluded. Su Jing reappeared on stage, but this time, he didn't immediately announce the end of the event. During the offering ritual just now, I believe I gave some special items to certain guests. Su Jing's voice echoed across the venue through the speakers. As soon as he finished speaking, a commotion erupted in the crowd. A tourist suddenly stood up, excitedly waving a glowing wristband. Me? It's me. Soon after, more voices followed, one after another. Me too. I got one. Over here. In the sea of tourists, more and more people stood up. Su Jing smiled warmly. Now, I'd like to invite these guests to come forward. Thanks to your help, our deity summoning ritual has completed its first phase. The mist over the sacred mountain has cleared significantly, and our warriors have ventured forth, discovering a small path and unlocking part of the area. To show our gratitude to those who have assisted Mingwe village, we've prepared 10 spots to invite these representatives to join us. Next weekend, we'll enter the sacred mountain. As the event concluded, the tourists gradually dispersed. On the return boat, Xinzhuang was surrounded by the sounds of excited conversations. Besides today's activities and performances, the main topic of discussion was the opening of the sacred mountain next week. Wow, that's so fast. Damn it. I feel like you'll have to come every week now. Exactly. There's a new activity every week, missing just one will leave you behind. Two young men looked visibly distressed, but the most dejected one was a chubby boy named Zhu Shou sitting behind them. He sighed dramatically. Zhu Shou has come 3 weeks in a row, but why can't Shou Shou ever make it into the top 10? He really wants to go. The sacred mountain. First-hand experience. Zhu Shou calculated in his mind thanks to Mingyue village. His followers had already grown to over 800. If he could get the first scoop on the sacred mountain, who could compete with his traffic next week? A group of college students on the boat were also chatting excitedly. I can't believe you found so many. If I'd known, I would have stuck with you. Oh my gosh, how many did you get? 14 offerings. The girl who found 14 offerings blushed a little, tucking her hair behind her ear. She replied softly. It was kind of by accident. There was one NPC who gave out 2 different tasks. I guess most people thought one person wouldn't issue 2 tasks, so I got lucky. What? Zhu Shou shot up from his seat, almost tipping the boat over. Uncle Shui, who was rowing the boat, jabbed the ground with his pole, stopping it right in front of Zhu Shou's feet, making him realize his mistake. Sorry, Uncle Shui. Zhu Shou scratched his head awkwardly, then turned to the girl. Excuse me, miss? Did you just say that one NPC issued 2 tasks? The girl nodded, and Zhu Shou felt like he had just discovered a gold mine. This was crucial information, but it wasn't his ultimate goal. Zhu Shou glanced at the woven circular token in the girl's hand and smiled slyly, his eyes narrowing to slits. Miss, would you be willing to sell that spot? Huh. The girl looked confused. I'm not asking for it for free, I'll pay 100 for it. How about that? Before the girl could respond, others around them chimed in. 100? That's nothing. This is a rare chance to be among the first to enter the new area. It's practically a VIP ticket. I'll pay 200. 300. 500. Deal. The girl didn't want to escalate the bidding war, and the others hesitated since Zhu Shou had asked first. She quickly agreed. She had only come to play with her classmates and didn't want to make another trip to Wanyuan Mountain next week just for the early access ticket. This was a great chance to make a little extra cash. They completed the transaction immediately. Meanwhile, Shun Zhuang and Shaoli sat nearby, dumbfounded. Did we just witness an auction? Shaoli chuckled, but Shun Zhuang remained silent. After observing everything today, he had to admit this attraction truly deserved its current popularity. Even someone as reserved as himself found it hard to hide his emotions today. Shaoli glanced at the circular token Zhu Shou was examining and then at the identical one in Shun Zhuang's hand. He said quietly, Secretary, should we sell ours too? After all, you don't really need it. Sell it. Shun Zhuang turned his head, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Why would I sell it? I'm going next week too. His tone carried a hint of anticipation. If this so-called sacred mountain is as good as it seems, we'll give it special approval. Use my name. Let's promote it properly before the holidays. After a week of careful preparation, this weekend saw Wanyuan Mountain scenic area once again bustling with a large influx of visitors. In just 2 days, the number of tourists surged to nearly 800, creating a lively and vibrant atmosphere. Jing watched his wallet grow thicker with a grin that stretched from ear to ear. But what delighted him even more was witnessing the ticket distribution process firsthand, observing the excitement of the visitors. It was these visitors who, through their on-site enthusiasm, reignited the interest of online followers who had been keeping an eye on Wanyuan Mountain. The news, described as a sensational explosion, quickly spread like wildfire. A week later, a post titled Mingyue Village Opens Sacred Mountain. Who got the early access pass? Dominated the forums, and even climbed the city's trending topics list. Whether or not people had been following Wanyuan Mountain, this post caught everyone's attention and stirred an inexplicable excitement. The comment section was abuzz with activity. Blackhead Turtle asked, I don't get it. What exactly is the sacred mountain? Play games again, and Emma Dog wondered, is this a new game? How come I haven't heard of it? Immersed in studying, curiously asked, is it fun? Anyone know more about it? Emma Landlord, you country bumpkin, self-deprecatingly replied. You must be a shootin' if you don't know about Wanyuan Mountain. Shootin' 001 teased. Magical Girl Snape, what do you think? Magical Girl Snape responded. To the commenter above, Wanyuan Mountain is a new attraction in Yangon City. They're talking about a super fun spot inside it. And there's a new area opening soon that everyone's excited about. If you're unsure, just search the term Mingyue Village to get the full story. Trust me, it's worth it. Lantern in the Dark chimed in enthusiastically. This is totally worth it. Gamers, you have to check it out. Little Mimi kindly reminded. Friendly advice. Handle your personal needs before entering the park. Don't ask why. Thunderstorm Gara asked curiously. I just want to know, if I go midweek and meet the ritual requirements, can I still get an early access pass? Waterstorm Gara echoed. OMG, I was thinking the same thing. Planning to take a day off to check it out. Shockwave Gara revealed. Guys, our boss is also reading these comments. The lively chatter turned the comment section into an active gaming community. Meanwhile, in just 2 days, the event coordinator had distributed only 20 tickets, creating scarcity and driving some to pay higher prices to get their hands on one. The highest priced ticket reportedly sold for 2,000 yuan to a wealthy heir, though the truth of the claim remains uncertain. However, the growing sense of urgency left many anxious. Could it be true? With the May Day holiday approaching, was the organizer really only releasing 20 tickets? With so many eager to visit, would there be chaos if people were denied entry? As the screen flickered, Zhu Shou's lips curled into a faint smile. The time had come for him to step into the spotlight. With a steady hand, he clicked the upload button, and his latest video was instantly published. In the video, a chubby man held a trembling bamboo disc etched faintly with the symbol of a crescent moon. Brothers and sisters, look at this. Next week's Sacred Mountain trip, I'll scout the way for everyone first. I promise to update as soon as possible, so if you're interested, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. See you all at the Sacred Mountain. Zhu's video immediately went viral, gaining massive attention. At the same time, Shanmang Travel Agency, previously criticized as a fraudulent operation and synonymous with scam tours, managed to turn its reputation around overnight. Now, it had become the only legitimate travel agency on platforms like TikTok, Kuaishou, and Xiaohongshu offering discounted group tours to Wanyuan Mountain. Although there were still numerous online exposés questioning the backgrounds of their staff, some alleging they were former gang members, or con artist Sean Mang Travel Agency had successfully rebranded itself and was now enjoying a fresh wave of traffic and customers. All of this unfolded quietly, adding fuel to the growing frenzy surrounding Wanyuan Mountain. Young people's ideas are often surprising. Some even believe that choosing a less reputable travel group is safer because they don't have to worry about being taken advantage of by locals. Hearing this, Jing couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Have people's standards for safety really dropped this low? Despite his inner frustration, Jing solemnly declared to Zhao Meng, "Since you're using Wanyuanshan as your brand, there must be absolutely no fraud, coercion, or any violent behavior." Zhao Meng nodded repeatedly, agreeing without hesitation. The profits from the past 2 days had bolstered his confidence. At least in the short term, partnering with Wanyuanshan was a guaranteed win. As for the long-term future, Zhao Meng was scheming in his mind. If Wanyuanshan couldn't sustain itself, the decision to continue the partnership wouldn't rest with Jing. Feeling pleased with himself, Zhao Meng continued posting group tour advertisements. Meanwhile, the previously complacent boss of the Earth Travel Agency and his team started to feel uneasy. "Mr. Song, should we send someone to check things out?" an employee cautiously suggested. Sitting on a leather sofa, Song Jiming swirled the wine in his glass and sneered. "Wait for you to check? By then, it'll be too late." He set down the glass, a sharp glint in his eyes. "I've already arranged for someone to go, and they're not just going to observe it, they'll document everything thoroughly." Standing respectfully nearby, Song Jiming's secretary reported, "Visitor numbers at Songhu Park have dropped by 20 this week. Judging by the buzz online, those people seem to have flocked to Wanyuanshan." Song Jiming let out a cold chuckle. A newly renovated little scenic spot dares to cause such a stir? Aren't they afraid they can't handle the influx of tourists? The secretary smiled and said, "We've already arranged for a professional team to visit this week. Wanyuanshan opened in a rush, so there are bound to be oversights. Once we find any issues, we can push for them to shut down for rectification. A shutdown would take at least a week. By then, they'll miss out on the Labor Day holiday traffic entirely. Watch your language." Song Jiming frowned slightly, but couldn't hide the approval in his eyes. The secretary, observing his refined boss's reaction, silently resolved to personally oversee the matter. He was determined to ensure his boss had a satisfying holiday and a reason to generously distribute bonuses. Meanwhile, Jing was sitting with his team, reviewing the past few days' progress. "We definitely can't issue any more vouchers," Jing said firmly. As for the mysterious figure at the koi pond, the more enigmatic, the better. Regarding the ceremonial events, he had fully delegated the task to Feng Gui and Tian Tian. Now, even Jing himself couldn't keep track of all the details involved. With the help of an engine and the teamwork of Uncle Shui and Uncle Chao, the two were working seamlessly and no longer complaining of exhaustion. Jing sat at the head of the table, quietly listening to Zhao Dashue's report on the current revenue. As of Wednesday, Wanyuanshan has made a profit of 68,858 yuan. Zhao Dashue announced excitedly. "That's fast." Jiang Tsong exclaimed in disbelief. While he knew a well-run scenic spot could generate income, he hadn't expected a small county attraction charging only 30 yuan for admission to earn so much. However, Jiang Tsong quickly stood up to dampen the excitement. "But it's still not enough," he said, glancing at Jing. "We still need to reimburse 12,000 yuan for fire safety, medical supplies, and props. On top of that, we need to hire more staff, including medical personnel, finance, and operations. The parking lot near the entrance also needs repairs, and we need to budget about 35,000 yuan for entrance lighting, trash bins, and other amenities." Jing's once straight posture began to slump. All right. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, fatigue was evident. How long would it take to save up that elusive 1 million yuan? Dragging his weary body home, Jing collapsed onto his bed as soon as he shut the door. After resting for a while, a smile finally spread across his face. Jiang Tsong was also exhausted today and had decided to stay at Mingwe village instead of coming home with him. This meant Jing finally had the chance to take a good look at the system. Jing stared intently at the attribute page of the scenic area before him. The ink painting-style depiction of the Sacred Spirit mountain range grew increasingly vivid. His eyes quickly scanned through the various data. The progress of the leftmost peak had reached 40. The 1,000-year Bright Moon Village and Carp Pond had already been developed into attractions, and a low-level sensory amplifier lay quietly among the tools. He swiftly skimmed through the employee roster, which clearly displayed the abilities and loyalty levels of everyone, from the official members of the Qingyun Acrobatics Troupe to the temporary Golden Sun Song and Dance Troupe. Suddenly, Jing's eyes widened. 40%, he exclaimed. Just adding Carp Pond increased the progress by 10. Unable to contain his excitement, he writhed on the bed for a moment before sitting up, catching his breath. "If I don't draw a prize now, when will I?" Jing thought to himself. He then shouted, "System, start the lottery." The dazzling light of the lucky wheel unfolded before him. The wheel spun rapidly, and the pointer gradually slowed to a stop. With a burst of silver light, the words, "Item Advanced Thunderstorm Field," appeared in his inventory. Su Jing stared at the small lightning icon, repeatedly confirming it, only to realize that the item was currently unusable. He sighed lightly and opened the shop interface. "How many restrooms do I need again?" he muttered, his fingers tapping quickly on the screen, as though getting a head start on a shopping spree. In the end, he purchased 3 standardized restrooms, 1 standardized first aid center, and 20 standardized guide signs, spending a total of 8,200 reputation points. Gazing at the remaining balance of less than 20,000 reputation points, Su Jing took a deep breath and decisively commanded, "System, proceed with the upgrades." The system responded immediately. "Please select the area to be upgraded and specify the direction of the renovation." Su Jing's gaze returned to the attribute page of the scenic area as he contemplated his next steps for shaping the gradually developing Sacred Spirit Mountain. Su Jing stared intently at the map in his hands, his gaze fixed on the clearing dotted with rugged rocks, leaning trees, and clusters of red flowers. Closing his eyes, he pondered for a moment before decisively declaring, "This is the spot." The system immediately responded, its voice tinged with excitement. "Host design concept detected. Optimizing adjustments in progress. Upgrading this area Butterfly Valley, Class C transformation, requires 12,000 reputation points and will take 48 hours. Note, the pathway between Carp Pond and Butterfly Valley remains unmodified, which may affect the continuity of the visitor experience. Unified transformation is recommended." Su Jing frowned, calculating in his mind. The remaining 8,000 reputation points were originally reserved for the souvenir shop, but the system's suggestion was undeniably important. Images of the rugged, uneven trails on the barren mountain flashed through his mind, trails where even seasoned hikers could lose their way, let alone tourists unaccustomed to physical activity. He thought of the admission tickets he had personally handed to the secretary of the Cultural and Tourism Bureau. If that elderly gentleman were to visit and accidentally fall, 1 Yuan Mountain couldn't shoulder such a responsibility. "Do it." Su Jing gritted his teeth, his voice filled with reluctant pain. "How much is needed?" The system gleefully replied, "Not much, just 6,500 will suffice." With a flash of light, the reputation points that Su Jing and his team of over 40 employees had painstakingly accumulated plummeted to a pitiful single-digit figure just for remained, glaring back at him. Su Jing forced himself to reopen the system's marketplace and consoled himself silently. "Don't stop. I still have good reviews." The system's Class C transformation hadn't fully met Su Jing's expectations. He believed that the visitor experience at Mingyu Village could be further enhanced, and Carp Pond could use some interesting photo-worthy attractions. With over 1,700 positive reviews in hand, he had enough to purchase several items. Carefully scanning the marketplace's item list, Su Jing considered his options. Since Mingyu Village was already equipped with a sensory amplifier, he decided to redeem the Mystic Veil and place it at Carp Pond. Given the picturesque cascading pools and advantageous geography of Carp Pond, he could also add other items to enhance the area. Purchase: Mystic Veil X1, Fish Luring Stone X1, Balance Stabilizer X1, Glowfire Aura X1. Su Jing listed out his selections. These items weren't too expensive, but his attention was drawn to a particularly intriguing object. Looking down at the bottle in his hand, Su Jing read the item's description aloud. Mist Domain, a mid-tier fantasy item. The area covered by the array stone inside the bottle becomes a misty zone. Anyone entering will be trapped in the fog and lose their sense of direction. Damn, this system is seriously impressive. Su Jing couldn't help but marvel. A mid-tier item, fantasy category. This description is already making it sound super mystical. If there were no restrictions, and I could take this outside TCH. This system should really be called the Master Descends the Mountain system. What a waste. Such a waste. Sensing Su Jing's fluctuating emotions, the system uncharacteristically chimed in. "Should I leave?" Su Jing smirked mischievously. "Who's this handsome little system? Feeling short on reputation points? I'll earn some for you. Don't get upset now." The system seemed to be thoroughly exasperated by his words and fell silent. Su Jing, unfazed, turned to the row of items on the table and carefully packed them away. "These should be enough," he muttered, calculating his remaining resources. With only 500 positive reviews left, he decided to save some for emergencies. 1 Mist Domain costs 500 positive reviews. If I weren't doing so well financially and didn't need this for my plans, there's no way a penny pincher like me would buy it, Su Jing thought. After all, once the Sacred Mountain opens up for real, there'll still be a lot of performances and attractions to refine. Time flew by, and the popularity of 1 Yuan Mountain continued to soar. Even on regular days, nearly 100 tourists visited daily. In less than a month, Su Jing had transformed this long-abandoned mountainous area into one of Yong'an City's hottest new attractions. If any other newly opened scenic spot achieved such success, its owner would likely be overjoyed. However, burdened with a debt of 30 million yuan, Su Jing found it hard to smile. In the central plaza, a group of employees sat in a circle. Su Jing glanced around and said with emotion, "Everyone, you've worked hard during this time." The members of the Qingyun acrobatic troupe and the Golden Sun dance troupe sat spiritedly on one side, while Feng Gui and Tian Tian, along with other veteran employees, occupied the center. The Labor Day holiday is approaching, Su Jing said with a serious expression. Although Wanyuan Mountain is gaining popularity, its foundation is still fragile. Naturally, there will be people envious of us, and some might even try to sabotage us. Jiang Tsong nodded solemnly beside him. Su Jing continued. This weekend marks the last one before the holiday and the first wave of visits to the sacred mountain. Inevitably, there may be individuals with ulterior motives among the visitors. Sitting in the front row, Feng Gui nodded heavily. Having mingled in the streets for years, he was well aware of the dirty tricks in the business world. Jiang Tsong picked up the conversation. The surveillance cameras have been purchased and installed at the designated locations last night. All the necessary permits are in order. Everyone must stay vigilant. If anything unusual happens, contact me or Su Jing immediately. We cannot let anything happen to Minghua Village. Turning to the employees, Su Jing announced, as the sacred mountain is about to open, none of you have had the chance to explore it yet. Tomorrow, I will lead a team to visit, and there are 10 slots available. Who wants to go? Feng Gui was the first to raise his hand. I have experience climbing mountains and am physically strong. If any incidents occur with the tourists, I can help maintain order. Following him, Tian Tian also raised her hand. I'm strong too and can help carry supplies. Me too. I really want to see it, another employee said excitedly. Boss Su, can I bring Xiaoji? We've all been curious for a long time. Jinna hesitated briefly before speaking up. Although the Golden Sun Group isn't officially part of Wanyuan Mountain staff yet, we're all genuinely eager. Boss Su, could you give us 3 slots? Considering the hard work the dancers had put in over the past 2 weeks, no one voiced any objections to Jinna's request. Soon, the 10 slots were finalized. 8 adults and 2 children, former pickpocket Xiaoji and the dragon girl Miao Miao. That's settled, Su Jing concluded. Everyone, get ready. We're heading up the mountain tomorrow. As night fell, Wanyuan Mountain grew quiet. However, on the other side of Yong'an City, things were stirring beneath the surface. Mr. Song, our people are ready. Tomorrow, they'll head to Wanyuan Mountain and try to capture any flaws in the scenic area, the secretary reported respectfully. If possible, they'll attempt to enter the sacred mountain. After all, if its mystery is revealed prematurely, its popularity will take a significant hit. Song Jiming nodded, clasping his hands together and exhaling deeply. After this investigation, I think it's time to meet this new player in the business. Meanwhile, in an office at the municipal building, the lights were still on at 9 p.m. Secretary, you're not leaving yet? Xiaoli asked as he brought in another cup of tea, sneaking a glance at Shun Zhuang's computer screen. He couldn't help but curse internally. This old fox is acting like he's reviewing important documents, but he's actually browsing Wanyuan Mountain travel guides. Damn it. Keeping me late like this tomorrow, I'll put laxatives in his tea. Shun Zhuang took a sip of hot tea, smiling as he clicked on another prediction thread about the sacred mountain. His heart brimmed with anticipation. The upcoming journey to the sacred mountain had completely occupied his thoughts. Out of 20 rare slots, he was fortunate enough to secure one. Wanyuan Mountain, Mingyu Village. These weren't ordinary tourist spots. Everything he had learned about them filled him with excitement. That's it. Pack up tomorrow, and we'll go together, Shun Zhuang said cheerfully to his secretary, Xiaoli. Xiaoli was momentarily stunned. Then, a delighted smile spread across his face. I can go too? Yep, you're coming with me. He'll head in, and you'll wait outside the sacred mountain, Shun Zhuang added. Xiaoli nodded respectfully, a grateful smile on his face. He mistakenly thought his boss had pulled some strings to get him an early access ticket. Little did he know, Shun Zhuang was secretly amused, thinking to himself, you poor sap, just wait till you drink that special tea I prepared for you. As night fell, the noise between the skyscrapers of Yong'an City gradually faded. By dawn, the first rays of sunlight kissed the earth, and the city came alive once more. A new day had arrived. None of the 20 lucky participants missed their chance. Each had received a coveted ticket to visit the sacred mountain. Among them were excited young students and eager tourists, already planning to flaunt their experience on social media. Suddenly, the morning calm was shattered by the roar of an engine. A flashy off-road vehicle pulled into the shabby parking lot, and a stylish, well-dressed heir to a wealthy family hopped out. With a smug grin, he snapped a photo and posted it to a group chat. Yong'an's second-tier aristocrat, Daddy Pippi, has arrived. The group chat exploded. Hermit, you actually went? We thought you were joking. Mad dog. You idiot. Asking for trouble. I've got a table at Blue Moon tonight, come have a drink, and I'll call a few girls to cheer you up after you regret this. Wu Beiji, give me a few handsome guys while you're at it. Wu Sanjia won. Zhou rolled his eyes and casually replied before heading into the park. He wasn't particularly interested in the place. He came purely out of boredom. With his family's wealth, he had seen every luxury destination imaginable. Overseas vacations twice a year were routine. If it weren't for the goading comments in the threads and his own idle restlessness, he wouldn't have bothered with this small-town attraction. Trailing behind him, a man on a motorcycle pulled up at the park entrance. This was Zhu Shou, armed with an arsenal of photography equipment. Small park. I've brought my big guns. Just wait for me to capture you perfectly. Haha. He meticulously checked his camera, ensuring the batteries were charged, determined to capture the best shots. Finally, a low-profile black car rolled to a stop. Shun Zhuang and his secretary, Xiao Li, stepped out, both dressed in comfortable casual sportswear, carrying portable water bottles and ready to explore the sacred mountain. Of course, the real exploration was for Shun Zhuang. Xiao Li was merely a bystander. Secretary, be careful in the mountain. If anything happens, contact me immediately, Xiao Li said seriously, slipping a walkie-talkie into Shun Zhuang's backpack. I'll find a way to get to you if you need me. Shun Zhuang couldn't help but laugh. Man, I'm going for a hike, not a battlefield. With that worried look, people might think I'm heading off to my doom. All right, let's go. With that, the two joined the other visitors and disappeared through the entrance gate. And so, the journey to the sacred mountain began. After a while, a black van quietly pulled into the parking lot of the scenic area. The door slid open abruptly, and a group of people in plain clothes swiftly jumped out. In perfect synchronization, they donned masks like a well-trained team of agents. They moved briskly across the parking lot, entering the park in an orderly yet rapid manner, as if carrying out a covert mission. Time ticked by, and more vehicles gradually arrived. By 2 p.m., all 20 advanced visitors had entered the park, including the mysterious Secretary Shun. Su Jing put down his walkie-talkie and exchanged a knowing glance with Jiang Kong. Although Jiang Tsong was aware of Shun Zhuang's special identity, he and Su Jing had agreed. No matter who the visitors were, they would all be treated equally. Jiang Tsong's thoughts drifted to the place Su Jing had shown him yesterday Liu Pond. Recalling the breathtaking sight, he couldn't help but swallow hard, a flicker of excitement in his eyes. With a scenic spot of this caliber, Wanyuan Mountain would have nothing to fear from any challenge. At 2:30 p.m., a clear male voice suddenly echoed across the square, breaking the afternoon stillness. Dear guests, good afternoon. Upon observation, the mist over the sacred mountain has mostly cleared. Now is the best time to begin the ascent. Guests with access permits, please gather at the Huadiao Fountain in Area D of Mingyue Village within 30 minutes. Villagers from Mingyue Village will escort you. A reminder, other guests are not allowed to proceed on their own. Latecomers will not be accommodated. As the announcement faded, the streets of Mingyue Village buzzed with excitement. Visitors chattered enthusiastically. Some exclaimed, wow, it's really happening, while others lamented, oh no, I wish I could go too. Suddenly, a bold idea began to spread among the crowd. Someone suggested, why don't we just sneak after them? There aren't many staff in this village, and the mountain is huge, they can't possibly stop us. The suggestion immediately ignited excitement among the onlookers, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. However, a young man timidly interjected, but the guide said there's still mist, and the sacred mountain hasn't officially reopened yet. Sneaking in might be dangerous. Before he could finish, laughter erupted around him. The man who had made the suggestion laughed heartily, then stepped forward and said, don't be naive, kid. That's just a gimmick to keep us intrigued. I'll take the lead, anyone who wants to go, follow me. The crowd's herd mentality quickly took over, and a makeshift expedition team soon formed, following the self-appointed leader toward Area D. The hesitant young man lingered for a moment before reluctantly joining, muttering to himself, I still trust the guide. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from a nearby street. A masked man rushed back to his group, reporting the unexpected news. Heading to the sacred mountain? This is a great opportunity. The leader's eyes gleamed with determination as he gave the order. Let's go. We'll follow them too. With that, they quickly adjusted their gear and seamlessly blended into the crowd surging toward Area D. If one were to walk straight down the path, 20 minutes would be enough for all the visitors to reach the location Su Jing mentioned. Sure enough, after just 10 minutes, the 20 advanced visitors had already arrived one after another. Most of them were empty-handed and looked relaxed, clearly unenthusiastic about the ritual collection task. After all, last week's experience was still fresh in their minds, and the novelty had long worn off. Only Zhou Pe, the privileged heir, stood out from the crowd. He enthusiastically clutched a bundle of fresh mugwort, making him exceptionally noticeable among the group. The tender leaves swayed slightly in his arms, as if reflecting his excitement for the event. Has everyone arrived? Su Jing's voice suddenly echoed from behind the fountain. He stepped out with steady strides, holding a golden-dread armband that shimmered faintly in the sunlight. This is the emblem of the sacred mountain and serves as your identity proof, he announced, raising his voice deliberately while distributing the armbands. Please wear it carefully and make sure not to lose it. Su Jing's gaze swept over the crowd as he continued. The sacred mountain has only recently reopened certain areas, and it remains quite dangerous. Without the guidance of our village warriors, it's easy to get lost in the mist. Please be cautious and stay together. Zhou Pe, unimpressed by the repeated warnings, impatiently scratched his nose and muttered, "Hurry up, time's ticking. Let's just get moving." Xin Zhuang signaled to Xiao Li to stay put and quietly fastened the golden-thread armband around his arm. As for Zhu Shou, who had been here numerous times, he was now firmly convinced. This guide must be the mastermind behind the park. Trusting him was the safest bet. After all, they had spent both money and effort to obtain these advance tickets. None of them wanted ordinary visitors to enjoy the same privileges. Scarcity adds value, someone whispered, and 2,000 yuan isn't spent for nothing. Once everyone seemed ready, Su Jing waved his hand. A group of people dressed in peculiar costumes immediately gathered around, many of whom the visitors had briefly noticed earlier as NPCs. Someone frowned and asked bluntly, "Guide, aren't the warriors supposed to escort us? Why are there children here?" Miao Miao removed her disguise. Though no one recognized her as the Dragon Maiden, her age was undeniably apparent. Without missing a beat, Su Jing explained calmly, "The warriors of Minghua village are not defined by sheer strength or physical size. They are those who are courageous, fearless, and deeply connected to the spirits of the sacred mountain. Such individuals are favored by the forest and will lead us further and safely through the mist." "Sir, you're looking at this too superficially." The man scratched his head awkwardly and mumbled, "All right, fine, keep talking up your nonsense." Without further explanation, Su Jing turned and began walking. "Follow me," he instructed. The group trailed behind him in single file, their faces glowing with anticipation. They quickly caught up, and soon, the area around the fountain was deserted. Xiao Li, the secretary, stepped aside, retreating into the shadows for a brief rest. However, before he could even sit down, a flurry of footsteps broke the silence. A large group of people suddenly emerged from the darkness. "Did they leave?" The man leading the group whispered excitedly, scanning the area to confirm no one was around. He turned back and said softly, "Even if we're sneaking in, this is still a primeval forest. It's safer to follow that group and slip in behind them." A girl in the group hesitated, voicing her concern, "What if we get caught?" "And so what if we do?" "They can't punish all of us," the leader replied confidently. "Besides, we'll just say we got lost. What are they going to do about it?" The others nodded in agreement, finding his reasoning convincing. Feeling emboldened by their support, the leader's excitement grew. He clenched his fists, ready to lead the group on what he envisioned as a thrilling and daring adventure. "Follow me, everyone, and keep your voices down. Let's pick up the pace." As the leader's instructions faded, the group surged forward noisily. Despite being told to stay quiet, their chatter echoed from afar. Xiao Li frowned as he observed the scene. As a staff member of the scenic area, he quickly realized the shortage of personnel, let alone security. If this crowd really followed the secretary inside, the situation could spiral out of control. Frustrated, he debated whether to follow them. Just as he was about to get up, a skinny young man suddenly darted out from the end of the path, his expression a mix of worry and anger, as he hurried to catch up with the crowd. Before Xiao Li could react, another group of masked individuals dressed in black appeared. They moved swiftly and carried an unsettling air. If this were ancient times, they would have been stopped and searched countless times. Xiao Li thought, what secrets could the sacred mountain be hiding? Is this a case of the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind? Growing increasingly uneasy, he finally decided to follow the masked group, stealthily slipping into the dense forest. Meanwhile, Su Jing was leading a group along a newly opened path. "This is the base of the sacred mountain," he explained. "We only recently cleared this trail after the successful completion of the deity-invoking ceremony." The tourists were surrounded by villagers, almost as if they were prisoners being escorted. A wealthy young man rolled his eyes in disdain, clearly unimpressed with the arrangement. Su Jing continued, "Since this is a new path, it might be a bit rough, so watch your step." However, Shun Zhuang, stepping on the smooth, well-paved flagstone path, couldn't help but wonder, what is he talking about? The road is perfectly fine. Before long, everyone's attention shifted to the stunning scenery around them. The pristine, newly developed forest exuded the fresh scents of sunlight, rain, and earth. Sunbeams filtered through the dense canopy and cascading vines, creating dappled patterns on the ground that resembled a golden pathway. For a moment, it felt as though they were truly on their way to meet the divine. Xiaoji held Miao Miao's hand tightly, his eyes darting about with excitement as he tried to memorize the path and its markers. Miao Miao, on the other hand, was lost in her own blissful thoughts, reflecting on the wonderful life they'd enjoyed since arriving at Wanyuan Mountain Scenic Area. Jinna led her dance troupe members silently along the outskirts of the group. In the stillness of the forest, she seemed to resonate with the essence of the nuad dance that Su Jing had described, connecting heaven and earth, praying to the gods, warding off misfortune, and purifying the soul. The gentle sound of flowing water gradually grew louder. Su Jing stopped and smiled. We've passed the most dangerous section and are about to enter the first sacred site of the mountain. Pushing aside the hanging vines, he revealed a large, crystal-clear pool before the group. This is Carp Pond. Zhu Shou took the lead, brandishing his weapons as he charged through the crowd. Before them, a picturesque scene slowly unfolded. Lush green trees encircled a crystal-clear pool, with an ancient arched bridge spanning across it. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled light on the shimmering water and creating an atmosphere of peace and serenity. Even the usually arrogant Zhou Pe, a wealthy heir, couldn't help but set aside his usual demeanor. Following closely behind the chubby boy, his eyes sparkled with awe. He thought to himself, if a resort were built here, my father would surely love to come fishing in this idyllic spot. Shun Zhuang followed closely, his face lit with delight. This breathtaking scenery far exceeded his expectations. Not only was the natural beauty stunning, but with some thoughtful enhancements, this place could rival the most famous tourist attractions in the provincial capital. The group made their way through the vines and entered the area surrounding Carp Pond. Even Fang Gui and the warriors who were supposed to be escorting them momentarily forgot their duties, gawking around like villagers visiting a bustling city for the first time. Seeing this, Su Jing cleared his throat and took it upon himself to explain. Since you've all entered the sacred mountain, allow me to introduce it. Su Jing began in a calm and measured tone. This mountain is home to many deities and has been guarded and worshipped by our people for generations. The carp pond at the mountain's base is centuries old. To facilitate the rituals honoring the carp god, these pathways and bridges were constructed. Zhou Po abruptly interrupted. Wait a second, guide, are you saying carp can become gods? As soon as the words left his mouth, a quiet chuckle came from behind. Xiaoji immediately turned, glaring at the offender, who quickly stifled their laughter. Unfazed, Su Jing replied with a composed smile. There's an ancient saying about a fish leaping over the dragon gate. If dragons possess spiritual power, why not carp? He led the group to the edge of the pond. Look here, these are the children of the carp god. During a dark period in history, they nearly disappeared entirely. It wasn't until we revived the rituals to invite the gods that life flourished here once more. The visitors gathered around, marveling at the vibrant koi in shades of red and silver, red and white, or brightly patterned, swimming joyfully in the pond. The fish clustered around Zhu Shou and Shun Zhuang's feet. Zhou Pe, noticing no fish near him, grumbled in dissatisfaction. Why are there no fish here for me? Su Jing chuckled. Perhaps your heart isn't sincere. The fish can sense disrespect toward the carp god. Zhou Pe, skeptical yet slightly uneasy, muttered under his breath. All right, I get it. My apologies, great carp god. I believe in you, okay? Just as he finished, a massive red koi swam slowly toward his feet. Zhou Pe immediately crouched down to snap a photo. Su Jing, standing nearby, smiled and remarked. It seems the carp god has forgiven you. Wait, is that the carp god? Zhou Pe exclaimed, pointing at the large, plump fish. Startled, the fish gave a sudden jolt and vanished into the depths of the water. Su Jing was left speechless, shaking his head in resignation. So, everyone in your Mingwe village is a bit silly, huh? Worshipping for hundreds of years. All for this plump, edible fat fish? Mr. Zhou, look at these fish, they're just ordinary koi. The koi god rarely appears. In fact, for hundreds of years, almost no one in Mingwe village has seen the true form of the koi god. While speaking, Su Jing stepped onto the swaying wooden bridge, leading everyone forward. If someone were lucky enough to see the koi god, it would mean great fortune, a blessing of water and prosperity, and extraordinary luck they could boast about for ages. The wooden bridge creaked as they walked. The pond water was crystal clear, with a few koi leisurely swimming. Green algae carpeted the stones at the bottom, the clarity revealing every detail. Sunlight filtered through the water's surface, casting shimmering patterns that danced with the ripples. The group moved forward slowly. Zhu Shou couldn't stop exclaiming, "This is stunning. Damn, it's gorgeous." He spoke while furiously clicking his camera shutter, while several girls behind him gathered to take selfies. Xin Zhuang stood silently, gazing into the distance as the breeze brushed past. The green water stretched out, dotted with lotus flowers and pods swaying gently. Dragonflies skimmed the surface, the scene as if frozen in a traditional ink painting. Su Jing turned back with a smile. Young man, you've done a great job preserving this environment. The young guide clasped his hands together in a modest gesture, slightly shy. Thank you for the compliment. The koi pond is the koi god's dwelling place. We try our best not to disturb its life. Everything here is naturally formed. Shun Zhuang nodded in understanding. So, the koi pond maintained its pristine, untouched natural state. Yet his gaze lingered on Su Jing. Su Jing was in charge of welcoming guests to Mingwe village, often seen at the tea house, and now he was leading the group to Sacred Mountain. It seemed Su Jing held a significant role among the staff here. But did he know who Xin Zhuang really was? As he pondered this, Zhou Pe finally reacted from behind. Wait a second. Zhou Pe shoved past the girls who were pouting for their selfies, squinting in mockery. Are you saying you guys can actually see the koi god? Su Jing nodded. Yes, Grandpa too, who weaves handicrafts in the village, claimed to have seen the koi god once when he was young. After crossing the small arch bridge, they stepped onto a grassy patch and then onto a stone path submerged in the pond. The stones barely rose 2 centimeters above the water's surface, making it seem as if they were walking on water. Their reflections mingled with the swimming koi, creating ripples of springtime vibrancy. Jopa smirked, unimpressed. Mr. Guide, I know all about the marketing gimmicks you use for tourists. You say it like it's real. He snorted, trailing behind Zhu Shou, whose bulky frame blocked most of his view. What koi god? It's probably just someone in a costume. Su Jing frowned. Mr. Zhou, this land belongs to the koi god. Speaking ill of her here might anger her. His gaze flicked toward a towering stone wall ahead, where the faint sound of water droplets echoed like a string of pearls. Heh, we're almost there, Su Jing said with a sly smile. Jopa chuckled. Oh, she gets angry? Fine. Then tell me what does the koi god look like? Turning a corner, Su Jing spoke with a playful tone. The koi god is a young maiden with a face as radiant as peach blossoms, her eyes full of spirit. Sometimes she takes human form to gather flowers. Other times, her legs transform into a fish's tail, and she frolics in the pond with her kin. His voice cut off abruptly as the chubby Zhu Shou suddenly stopped in his tracks. Zhou Pe, unable to dodge, bumped into Zhu Shou's broad back, his nose stinging from the impact. He rolled his eyes and grumbled, "You've been reading too many fantasy novels. You make it sound so real." He tried to peek around Zhu Shou and yelled, "Move forward, you idiot. All you do is snap pictures." But before he could finish, his voice caught in his throat, and his eyes widened in disbelief. At that moment, sunlight streamed into a shallow niche in the stone wall ahead, casting a soft, radiant glow. Within the golden light, the figure of a young maiden emerged, her smile enchanting. Short hair framed her face, and delicate, fin-like golden-red ears peeked out. Her feline-like eyes sparkled with a mysterious charm, and as she took a gentle breath, the reflection of the emerald pond rippled in her gaze, glimmering with golden-red hues. But what truly left Jopa breathless was far more than that. The maiden's slender fingers lightly touched her cheek, and her pale, graceful waist extended downward into a shimmering golden-red fish tail, which rested against the water, swaying gently. Her moist scales reflected tiny fragments of silver light. She smiled with a mix of mischief and divinity, her eyes narrowing slightly, her red lips parting ever so slightly. Well, how rare visitors, huh? Oh my gosh, he had seen a mermaid. Wait, no? Jopa suddenly slapped his own face, his eyes wide open in shock. That was the carp god. The sight in front of the stone wall left Jopa frozen in place, while the tourists behind him could no longer contain their excitement. A wave of gasps and murmurs erupted from the crowd. What the heck is going on? I heard a woman's voice. Something about humans and distinguished guests. Move, get up there and see. Xinzhuang stood right behind Zhou Pe, but the stone wall blocked his view. He was so anxious that he scratched his head and looked around frantically, like an agitated monkey, but he still couldn't catch a glimpse of what was happening ahead. Su Jing's lips curled into a slight smile, clearly pleased with the chaotic scene unfolding before him. Taking a deep breath as if regaining his composure, he called out loudly, "Everyone, move forward. This path is long, and you'll all get a chance to see the carp god." His tone was filled with genuine excitement, making it sound completely believable. Who would have thought we'd be this lucky? Everyone, please remain respectful. Do not offend the great carp god. The tourists surged forward eagerly, each person desperate to witness the divine presence. When they finally reached the front of the stone wall, they were all left speechless, their jaws practically hitting the ground. It took nearly 10 minutes for everyone to squeeze their way to the front. The girl, no, the carp god, seemed utterly unfazed by the commotion. She leaned her face lazily on her hand, observing the crowd with amused curiosity, as if watching an entertaining play. Suddenly, Su Jing shouted sharply, "Hey you, no photos." There was a faint hint of teasing in his tone, though no one noticed in the midst of the tension. Zhu Shou, startled by the sudden reprimand, quickly put away his camera with a respectful nod, though he muttered inwardly, "Why did the guide sound like he was laughing when he called me out?" Clearing his throat, Su Jing straightened up and bowed deeply, shouting, "We greet the great carp god." The tourists exchanged bewildered looks, unsure of what to do. Zhou Po was the quickest to react, giving the chubby kid beside him a firm slap on the back. "You are in the presence of a god. Bow already." This startled everyone into action, and as if snapping out of a trance, they all followed Su Jing's lead, bowing deeply and shouting in unison, "We greet the great carp god." The staff members at the back looked even more confused than the tourists. They whispered among themselves, "No way is this for real? They told us it was just Sacred Mountain, but now there's an actual god." Meanwhile, the two children, Xiao Ji and Miao Miao, were brimming with excitement. Their innocent voices rang out clearly, "We greet the great carp god." Su Jing glanced at the crowd behind him, secretly smug. "Why are you shouting so loud? You're making me look less respectful, he thought. Just then, the carp god spoke. A playful smile spread across her peach blossom-like face as she said, I sense many unfamiliar presences. Did you bring outsiders into the sacred mountain? Feeling the crowd's eyes on him, Su Jing's dramatic instincts kicked in. He dropped to one knee with a loud thud and declared in a booming voice, Great carp god, it is with the help of these guests that we were able to reopen this sacred mountain, dispel the evil, and clear the mists. The girl raised an eyebrow, her massive fish tail swaying gracefully through the pool. A school of red carp followed her tail playfully, only to be swatted away when she grew impatient. Zhou Pa's mouth hung open, his ears ringing as if he were underwater. Nothing around him registered. He pinched his own arm hard, trying to confirm he wasn't dreaming. Is this still the real world? Or have I wandered into some bizarre science show? He murmured to himself. Though Zhou Pa had seen mermaid performances in aquariums before, the figure before him was far too real. From the smooth, snow-white skin of her waist that transitioned into shimmering silvered scales, to the rounded, powerful fish tail below, everything about her was vivid and lifelike. Her massive, flexible tail fin swayed like delicate tassels, occasionally flicking its tip playfully to nudge the small koi swimming nearby. Zhou Pa's brain was on the verge of shutting down. He stared blankly at the scene in front of him, one thought dominating his mind. If this is fake, then what in the world could be real? Zhou Pa and Shun Zhuang stood by the edge of Carp Pond, utterly stunned by the scene before them. A breathtakingly beautiful young woman had emerged halfway out of the water, her shimmering fishtail glinting with golden-red hues under the sunlight. Zhou Pa thought to himself, if it weren't for the occasional glance the carp goddess cast in his direction, he would have taken a photo to remember this moment. The image was so vivid, every scale on her tail lifelike, far beyond anything man-made. The tourists nearby had long been captivated by the astonishing sight, paying no attention to Zhou Pa and Shun Zhuang's conversation. They thought to themselves, whether it's real or not, since the guide said it's genuine, they might as well believe it. The carp goddess stretched lazily, her tail breaking the water's surface and sending droplets flying, startling the koi fish in the pond into darting away in all directions. Her cat-like eyes narrowed as she gazed at Zhou Pa with a half-smile. I just heard someone doubting my existence. Zhou Pa, mesmerized by her beauty, had already forgotten his earlier skepticism. The carp goddess chuckled softly. Did you really mistake me for that chubby old koi? Before her words had fully settled, she flicked her tail, creating a splash of water. From a distance, the plump koi swam against the current, only to be flung out of the water by her tail and sent flying directly at Zhou Pa. With a loud smack, the koi hit him squarely, soaking him from head to toe. The hefty fish even smacked his face with its tail before leaping back into the water and vanishing from sight. Zhu Shou, Shun Zhuang, and the others weren't spared either, all of them getting splashed and drenched. For a moment, everyone stood there in stunned silence before breaking into cheers. Whoa, that was a real tail. A mermaid. I actually saw a real mermaid. Carp goddess, please splash me too. The rowdy commotion seemed to irritate the carp goddess. She furrowed her brows and clicked her tongue in annoyance before leaping gracefully into the water and disappearing. Zhou Pa panicked, wading into the knee-deep pond and searching frantically, but the golden-red figure was nowhere to be found. Enraged, he turned and shouted at the noisy tourists. It's all your fault. You scared the carp goddess away. Shun Zhuang also frowned and scolded. The guide specifically told you to show respect. How could you still be so loud? The chastised tourists hung their heads in silence, knowing they were in the wrong. At that moment, Su Jing stepped forward with a cheerful smile to calm the crowd. It's all part of the experience. After all, she's a deity. Just catching a glimpse of her is enough. The carp goddess is known for her elusive nature. For her to appear today is a blessing for all of us. Maybe it's because of your status as pioneers, or the ceremonial aura you carry, or perhaps she's simply curious about visitors from the outside world. Zhou Pa snapped out of his daze, the playful smile of the carp goddess as she splashed water at him still vividly imprinted in his mind. Hesitantly, he asked, Guide, will we have another chance to see her? Su Jing responded with a mysterious smile. Who knows? With so many visitors coming here, there are bound to be a few lucky ones. Rustling sounds echoed through the dense forest, where a light mist hung in the air. A man struggled to push aside the branches and peeked his head through. Behind him, more people emerged from the woods, their clothes scratched and torn, their faces etched with exhaustion. A young woman gently touched a tear in her clothing and complained with frustration. Big brother, those people disappeared a long time ago. Why aren't we taking the main road? There's no one guarding it anyway. Exactly, another chimed in. Why are we forcing ourselves through the forest when there's a perfectly good path? My hands are all scratched up. This is a wild forest, someone else said nervously. Maybe we should turn back. What if we run into snakes? The man leading the group furrowed his brows, his anxiety barely concealed. The guide with the earlier group of tourists had moved too quickly, and they didn't dare follow too closely, which resulted in them losing sight of the others. Despite his growing panic, as the leader, He could only grit his teeth and press on. Enough, he barked, suppressing his anger. Fine, let's take the main road then. His voice carried an unmistakable note of frustration. They had been walking for nearly half an hour, but still couldn't find the path up the mountain. The thick fog robbed them of any sense of direction. Though it felt like they were steadily climbing uphill, there was no sign of the other group. Suddenly, a frightened cry from the young woman broke the silence. Big brother. He turned around impatiently, only to see her trembling and pointing at a piece of red cloth hanging from a tree branch ahead. Big brother. Why are we back where we started? Her voice wavered with fear. Rubbish, he snapped. We've been climbing for half an hour. How could we be back at the same spot? The young woman shrank back, but persisted, pointing at the tear in her clothing. But I think this is where I ripped my clothes earlier. Look at that piece of cloth. It's the same material as my shirt. The man froze, took a few steps back, and examined the cloth. His voice faltered. Don't be ridiculous. This mountain sees people passing through every day. It's just a coincidence, probably. A bespectacled student adjusted his glasses and spoke gravely. The fog is getting thicker. I suggest we head back down the mountain. After all, this is the sacred mountain of Minghua village. Who knows? There could be something supernatural here. His words made the leader burst into loud laughter. Haha, you actually believe that? It's just some tourist attraction gimmick. And you're falling for it. His laughter abruptly stopped as silence enveloped the group. No one else was laughing. Instead, their faces were pale with terror. Fine, let's head down, he said gruffly, trying to mask his relief. A bunch of cowards. Scared of everything when you wanted to climb the mountain in the first place. The sunlight was already fading, and nightfall wasn't far off. If they couldn't find their way down before dark, the consequences could be dire. Let's go, he commanded, leading the way in another direction. Well, try that way. What the? We've been here too, he exclaimed in alarm. What about over there? Don't tell me we've been there too. Impossible. Half an hour later, the group stood frozen, exchanging panicked glances. The gray mist had thickened into an impenetrable shroud. The sun had completely vanished, and visibility in the forest had dropped to less than 50 meters. Damn it. Even the leader was now thoroughly shaken. The men and women behind him were on the verge of hysteria. Are we lost? Someone wailed, pointing a finger at him. This is all your fault. Where have you taken us? The guide warned us not to come. They said the mist hadn't cleared yet. But you insisted on bringing us here. Is this some kind of ghostly trap? I want to go home. My phone has no signal, another cried. Their panicked shouts echoed through the mist, bouncing off unseen barriers, as if the forest itself had trapped them in an endless loop with no escape. The leading man's face was filled with anxiety and anger. He slapped the rough tree trunk hard and barked sharply. Shut up, all of you. You wanted to come here. I didn't force anyone to follow me into the mountains. His gaze turned fierce, and his tone was laced with impatience. I've been exhausting myself trying to find a way out, and I haven't complained once. Yet you bunch of indecisive, greedy followers are blaming me now. Have some shame. His words were like a bucket of cold water poured over the group, instantly silencing everyone. From the crowd came the sound of soft sobbing. After a moment, a girl timidly asked, Big brother, what should we do now? The man scanned the surroundings, took a deep breath, and forced himself to calm down. The park keeps records of the number of visitors. With so many of us unaccounted for, the staff will definitely come looking for us. The most important thing right now is that everyone stays together, don't get separated. There's strength in numbers. He glanced at his watch and continued. The evening show starts at 5:30. Staff will head down the mountain by 5 at the latest. If we still can't find a way out by then, we'll start shouting for help around 4. People heading down will hear us and come to our rescue. Shaoli nodded quietly in the crowd, feeling a newfound respect for this hot-tempered, yet clear-headed leader. His gaze drifted to a boy crouched in the corner, then back to the leader, and he sighed inwardly. I should have just waited outside like a sensible person. Instead, I had to join in on the excitement, and now I've gotten myself stuck here too, he thought, mocking himself. Although they couldn't leave for now, Shaoli was at least relieved to be with this group of rational people, rather than with the suspicious mask-wearing figures dressed in black. Who knows what they're up to, he wondered. A ghostly maze? I don't buy it. As a staunch materialist, Shaoli quickly came to his own conclusion. It must be a magnetic field disturbance messing with their sense of direction. Once the magnetic field stabilizes, they'll find their way out. With that thought, Shaoli decided to take a break. He pulled out the food head originally packed for the trip leader, eating quietly while reminding himself. In times of crisis, the most important thing is to ensure your own safety, so you can stay calm and handle the situation effectively. The mist continued to spread around them, and the occasional eerie bird call only made the already tense group huddle closer together. Meanwhile, the group of masked individuals wasn't faring any better. Damn it. Boss, I'm scared of ghosts, someone cried out in terror. Shit. Is this karma for all the bad things we've done? Are ghosts coming for us? Another stammered. This is the 4th time we've gone in circles. We really can't get out. God damn it. I'm panicking. Did we fall into some kind of trap? I heard there are formations that can trap people. Just wait. I'll uninstall that stupid web novel app when we get out of here. The leader of the masked group roared. Keep moving. I refuse to believe we can't find a way out. Protect the photos, and Dada came here for a reason. Don't lose them. Elsewhere, Jing glanced at his watch, then looked down the mountain with a satisfied smile. All right, everyone. We've seen the koi spirit today. That alone is already a great accomplishment. But our journey isn't over yet. Once you've rested, let's keep moving. The 20 trailblazers resting on the grassy hillside looked up at him, their faces filled with disbelief. Seriously, big brother, isn't this enough? Someone couldn't help but say. Just the sudden appearance and disappearance of that koi spirit is enough for us to mull over for the rest of our lives. What else could there possibly be? Zhou Pa, who had recently become the #1 fan of Mingyue Village, jumped to his feet with excitement, his eyes sparkling. What else? Let's go? We're not stopping now. His voice brimmed with anticipation and exhilaration, as if ready to embark on an even more extraordinary adventure. Zhu Shou hoisted his equipment once more, barely able to contain his excitement. Although the shoot at Liu Lake only yielded a blurry photo of the carp god, the striking golden red tail was clear enough to validate his discovery. To avoid alerting the guide and risking the photo being deleted, Zhu Shou deliberately put on a dejected expression, as if he had come away empty-handed. However, what happened next filled him with delight. Guide? Guide, sir? Zhu Shou's round face lit up with anticipation. Is it okay to take pictures along the rest of the way? Su Jing's face broke into an enigmatic smile. Of course, feel free to take as many beautiful photos as you'd like. He had long remembered this frequent visitor, the chubby young man, silently commending him for being an unofficial ambassador who had contributed greatly to the bustling popularity of Wanyuan Mountain that day. Then let's keep moving. Upon hearing this, the group eagerly scrambled to their feet and followed with enthusiasm. Fang Gui and Jin Na trailed behind, while Tian Tian tended to the two children. The others resumed their roles as brave escorts. Jin Na, usually serious, was now beaming with joy. Brother Fang, have you been here before? This place is stunning. It's almost unreal, she exclaimed, thrilled by the privilege of experiencing such a benefit as one of Boss Su's employees. Fang Gui, slightly flustered by her radiant face so near his, coughed lightly. Ahem, it's our first time here too. Aside from the boss, none of us have seen this sacred mountain before. Despite his words, a twinge of regret surfaced in his heart. If he had known, he would have brought his daughter along. Rumors spoke of divine beings warding off misfortune. Perhaps the carp god could truly help his daughter recover her health? Though the idea seemed far-fetched, recalling the miraculous feats Boss Su had demonstrated, Fang Gui couldn't help but feel a glimmer of hope. Maybe it's possible after all, he encouraged himself, taking a bold step to join the group escorting the visitors. Jin Na hesitated for a moment before quickly catching up. At that moment, whether they were tourists or staff, everyone shared the same thoughts surging through their hearts. What kind of breathtaking wonder would reveal itself next? The path ahead became noticeably more challenging, and everyone could feel the strain of the climb. After about 10 minutes, the wealthy young man was the first to reach his limit. Gasping for breath, he stopped and glanced at his watch. How much longer, guide? It feels like we've been climbing for over half an hour. Why aren't we there yet? The hands of his watch pointed to nearly 4 p.m. Are we going to miss the evening ceremony? A hint of unease lurked in his voice. In truth, he had initially planned only to visit this sacred mountain out of curiosity. However, since entering the mountain, he had diligently gathered offerings for the rituals. Although the offerings had been promptly collected and safely stored by the NPCs to prevent them from being ruined, when the carp god splashed water earlier, couldn't stop worrying about making it back down in time for the evening ceremony. Listening to him, Zhu Shou couldn't help but roll his eyes, silently mocking. Pathetic. How could the place guide is leading us to possibly be disappointing? Ceremonies happen every day, but this sacred mountain isn't something you can visit whenever you want. Seeing this, Su Jing chuckled and said, Guide, don't mind him. None of us feel tired. Let's keep going. He turned back, his smile warm and reassuring. Sir, we've only been walking for 10 minutes, Zhou admitted, his face slightly flushed. But I really can't go on anymore. As someone who usually spent his time clubbing or chasing women, he had little to no experience with long hikes. A pampered young master like him was hardly used to such physical exertion. Su Jing gave him a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Don't worry, we're almost there. He gestured ahead. The setting sun cast a golden glow over the distant mountain peaks, marking the end of their trail. Following Su Jing's finger, Zhu Shou looked ahead. In a gentle tone, Su Jing said, Butterfly Valley. 2 large clusters of wisteria flowers hung down vertically, their delicate blossoms swaying gently in the breeze. Passing through the floral curtain, visitors found themselves immersed in a vibrant sea of flowers. Bright blossoms swayed in the wind, their vivid colors carpeting the expansive grassy field. Jagged rocks jutted out, their surfaces adorned with intricate patterns and carvings. The lush green lawn was interspersed with red trees and yellow blooms. But what truly captivated the eye were the countless butterflies fluttering above the flower beds. The soft fluttering of their wings created ripples in the air, and as the sunlight filtered through, even the fine hairs on their wings became visible. Lowering his voice, Jopa asked cautiously, "Guide, are there gods here too?" For someone who usually feared nothing, he now seemed to harbor a newfound reverence, as if afraid to disturb this serene beauty. Su Jing smiled faintly and replied, "You're quite thoughtful, sir." His affirmation caused Zhou Po's face to redden slightly, a rare display of shyness. "Feel free to explore, everyone. The butterfly spirit enjoys lively gatherings, but with so few people here today, it won't make an appearance." "Won't appear?" Zhou Po's eyes widened with curiosity. "Are you saying there's really such a spirit?" His voice betrayed his amazement. Su Jing nodded, then shook his head. "Perhaps there is, or perhaps not. The will of the gods is not something we can presume to understand." His gaze drifted toward the rocky slopes above, a hint of longing flashing in his eyes. According to Elder Tu, when they came to the mountain to offer sacrifices in the past, they were fortunate enough to catch a glimpse of it. The butterfly spirit is said to love singing and enjoys lively occasions. Whenever it's in high spirits, it will. He suddenly stopped mid-sentence. Everyone gathered closer, their faces brimming with anticipation. "It will what?" they urged. Su Jing chuckled. "That's as much as Elder Tu shared." The group collectively let out a groan, some even making playful gestures of frustration. "Fatty, does that mean we won't see the butterfly spirit today?" Someone nearby asked with a shrug of disappointment. Su Jing couldn't help but laugh. "Divine beings are rare to encounter. You should count yourselves lucky to have seen the carp god." He waved his hand. "All right, go ahead and explore. We'll head back down shortly." The visitors quickly dispersed, and the staff were also encouraged by Su Jing to take some time to enjoy themselves. Left alone, Su Jing stood still, stroking his chin as if lost in thought. The butterfly spirit would not be appearing today, because it hasn't been created yet. Su Jing fumed inwardly, his brows tightly knitted. His gaze swept across the surroundings as his mind raced. "Damn it, when will I draw another tool person?" He cursed silently. "If I had enough of them, I could kickstart the god-making plan right away." Su Jing took a deep breath, trying to calm the agitation within. He recalled the precious item in the mall and let out a sigh. It cost 1,000 positive reviews to exchange for one, and each could only be used 10 times. Even though he had enough reviews now, he couldn't bring himself to make the purchase. "Not yet," he resolved to himself. "Let's build some momentum first. Once this week ends and I've gathered enough reputation, I'll use it during the Labor Day holiday when there are more tourists." A glint of determination flashed in Su Jing's eyes as if he could already see the blueprint of his grand plan taking shape. While Su Jing was lost in thought, the tourists had already dispersed. Suddenly, the excited shouts of a few young women broke the tranquility. "These butterflies aren't afraid of people." They held up their palms, where blue-winged butterflies had landed, and crowded around the flowers, taking photos enthusiastically. The scene instantly ignited the enthusiasm of the other visitors. Although butterflies weren't rare, and there were many tourist spots named Butterfly Valley in the country, such a large-scale group of butterflies unafraid of humans was indeed a rare sight. Zhu Shou, carrying professional photography gear, eagerly captured shots around the valley. He felt a surge of gratitude though he hadn't managed to get ideal photos at Carp Pond. This Butterfly Valley was definitely a gem he couldn't miss. Xin Zhuang, too, was drawn to the unusual sight and curiously approached the flower beds. He extended a finger, and a small gray insect immediately perched on it. Turning to Su Jing with a triumphant smile, he said, "Look, this butterfly isn't afraid of people either." Su Jing suppressed his discomfort and forced a strained smile. "That's just a moth." Hearing this, Shen Zhuang waved the insect away awkwardly and walked further in with a sense of frustration. He grumbled inwardly. This kid, no sense of humor. At that moment, he deeply missed his secretary, Li. Meanwhile, Secretary Li was on the verge of a breakdown, silently screaming in his mind, "Secretary, please come save me." As the sun gradually set behind the mountains, the beauty of Butterfly Valley didn't fade. Instead, an even greater surprise awaited everyone. Tiny glimmers of light seemed to awaken with the darkness, beginning to twinkle in the air. "What's that?" someone exclaimed. All eyes instinctively turned toward the depths of the flower path. At first, there were only one or two faint lights, but soon, more and more fireflies gathered into a flowing stream. A river of light, composed of countless fireflies, meandered gracefully, rising and falling as if alive, slowly extending toward the visitors. The first to be surrounded by the firefly swarm was a young girl. Tiny green stars flitted past her, as if carrying her into a radiant river of time and space. Then the second, the third, and the fourth visitors were also enveloped by this enchanting stream of light. Not just the tourists but even the staff of Minghua village found themselves bathed in the glow. Tian Tian held the hands of Xiao Ji and Miao Miao, watching as the firefly swarm parted naturally before them. One layer flew over Tian Tian's head, while another passed in front of Xiao Ji and Miao Miao's chests. "Mom, I see the Milky Way," Xiao Ji murmured, reaching out to touch the glowing little creatures. The fireflies' tails blinked as they darted away upon being touched, making Xiao Ji giggle with delight. Zhu Shou forced himself to stay still, his camera steady like an artillery cannon on a battlefield. The firefly swarm danced and scattered before his lens, resembling a magnificent fireworks display or a dreamlike cascade of stars. So beautiful, Zhu Shou muttered under his breath, feeling the rush of inspiration. He couldn't help but think, this is going to go viral for sure. Zhopa had long forgotten about any divine appearance. At this moment, he could only think about how the firefly forest he had once seen abroad paled in comparison. He was practically shouting in his mind, "You think you have a lot of bugs? But do your bugs fly like this? Like this? And then like that? Trash." With trembling fingers, Zhopa sent a message to his group chat. "To my dear buddies and my dad. If you're not here with me today, you'll regret it for the rest of your lives." As the river of fireflies flowed past, Butterfly Valley once again plunged into darkness. Su Jing led a group of exhilarated tourists down the mountain. The winding path crunched with the sound of loose gravel beneath their feet. Zhou Pe and the others clustered closely around Su Jing, bombarding him with questions. "Guide, is there more to the story of the butterfly fairy? Does she really enjoy lively crowds? Is the butterfly fairy male or female? If we bring enough people, will she appear? What does the butterfly fairy look like?" Suddenly, someone called out loudly, "Does the butterfly fairy have a tail, like the carp spirit?" Su Jing abruptly turned his head, his face full of disbelief. "How could the butterfly fairy possibly have a tail?" he asked with a mix of amusement and exasperation. "Don't play dumb," someone quickly followed up. "We're just wondering if the butterfly fairy has some kind of unique appearance." Su Jing chuckled softly and quickened his pace. Behind him, the 20 tourists continued their lively discussion, their voices echoing through the valley. They talked about everything from the swarms of butterflies to the river of fireflies, from the mysterious butterfly fairy to the vanished carp spirit. Among this group of tourists was Shun Zhuang, a secretary from the local cultural tourism bureau, who should have been well versed in all these tricks. Yet, what he witnessed today defied his understanding. While reason told him this was all just storytelling and marketing, the extraordinary sights he had seen made him question. If it was all fake, how had this small county's a scenic area pulled it off? The lifelike fishtail? The girl who vanished before everyone's eyes? Could there really be some kind of spatial portal? Breaking away from the group, Shun Zhuang hastened to catch up with Su Jing. "Young man," he said in a low voice, his eyes gleaming with shrewd curiosity. "Tell me the truth, are all of these things real?" Su Jing smiled and replied, "Sir, if you believe, this is a sacred mountain blessed by the gods. If you don't, it's just an ordinary tourist spot." Shun Zhuang raised an eyebrow, understanding the implication. The young man's evasive answer only confirmed that these were merely clever tricks of the scenic area. He felt a wave of relief, but also a surge of excitement. He looked up at the towering peaks behind them. In just half an hour, they had only visited 2 attractions on the lower mountain. What kind of wonders would the full scenic area reveal once it was fully open? Calculating in his mind, he resolved to expedite the approval process and ramp up promotion efforts. With less than a week remaining before the May Day holiday, every additional tourist would be a win. And with the Golden Week in October, if the scenic area developed smoothly, Yong'an City's cultural tourism industry might even climb into the province's top 5 or perhaps even the top 3. "I need to meet the person in charge of this scenic area immediately. Arrangements must be made by tomorrow," Shun Zhuang silently resolved. Su Jing glanced at the suddenly quiet older man behind him, a faint, knowing smile playing at the corners of his lips. The sacred mountain, now devoid of tourists who had already seen what they came for, was left to the group preparing to track down those attempting to sneak in. No one knew how effective the misty domain was, whether it would trap those intruders completely. A group of people hurriedly descended the winding mountain path, while Feng Gui and Jinna, along with their team, immediately set off to prepare for the evening performance. Walking on the smooth, stone-paved road, the group was about to disperse to the square to watch the ceremony when the guide suddenly frowned. "Wait." He tilted his head as if listening closely, his expression darkening with a flicker of anger. "I've said it before, no one is allowed to enter the mountain without our guidance." Before his words fully landed, Zhu Shou, sensing something unusual, instinctively grabbed his camera and aimed the lens at Su Jing. Looking through the viewfinder, his face revealed confusion. The base of the mountain was full of lush greenery, but when did this grayish mist start spreading around? He asked. Zhopa quickly connected it to the rumors of Minghua village. "Guide, what's that strange phenomenon?" Su Jing turned back, his voice low. "Someone tried to sneak into the sacred mountain and ended up lost in the gray mist created by the malevolent energy." "What?" Zhu Shou's face tightened with nervousness, but inside, excitement bubbled. It was new material. A new story. This cursed sacred mountain actually has this kind of lore. Haha, this is thrilling. That 500 early access ticket was totally worth it. "Everyone, don't panic," Su Jing sighed, turning to reassure the group. "While Minghua village doesn't condone their actions, since they're trapped, We must find a way to rescue them. Zhou crossed his arms, watching the drama unfold with a smirk, clearly eager to see what would happen next. Meanwhile, Shun Zhuang scanned the surroundings, all the while on a call with his secretary. Where's Shaoli? I've been waiting here forever, and am starving. I just want to eat the little bread I packed. Zhu Shou remained silent, wiping his camera lens before aiming it again at Su Jing and the thick mist. Su Jing glanced at the indifferent group, inwardly lamenting the decline of humanity's values, but maintained a calm exterior. He pulled out a small horn. This is our ancestral horn of dispelling evil, and only the most courageous warriors of faith can wield it. As soon as he finished speaking, his foot subtly pressed a hidden mechanism, and a small castle-like structure emerged. His voice was resolute. Everyone step back, I'm going to dispel the mist. He stood at the edge of the bushes, absent-mindedly nudging a green stone with the tip of his shoe. Suddenly, Mr. Guide's eyes sharpened, and he took a deep breath before blowing the horn of misfortune. Whoa, 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 whoa. The three sharp blasts rang out, piercing and grating, like the rasping voice of an old man. Zhou clamped his hands over his ears, silently complaining, but in the next second, his eyes widened with astonishment and excitement. A miracle unfolded. The gray mist dissipated visibly, without any wind or external force, vanishing as if by magic. Through the shadows of the trees, faint cries for help echoed. Help me help. The hoarse-voiced leader of the group looked both thrilled and relieved. Others staggered to their feet, their clothes tattered and faces streaked with tear-smudged makeup. A few women rushed toward Su Jing and his team, tears streaming down their faces as they recounted their ordeal. Thank goodness you're here. We were trapped in some kind of maze. This mountain is way too high. We climbed for 2 hours and couldn't find a way out. It was terrifying. I'm going to file a complaint. Your safety measures are terrible. But as they glanced around, everyone froze in place. Su Jing pretended not to hear, instead asking with feigned concern, "Oh, was it you who wanted to complain?" Inwardly, however, he marveled at the effectiveness of the foggy domain, a mid-tier tool. The girl who had been shouting turned bright red, staring around in disbelief. The spot where they had been trapped was less than 20 meters from the base of the mountain distance, so close they could have accidentally tumbled down. Embarrassed and frustrated, she struggled to make sense of the situation. Just then, Shun Zhuang darted forward and, seeing a man slowly emerge from the bushes, scolded, "Shaoli, why are you messing around with the crowd too? You've completely embarrassed me. Do you have any food left in your bag? Give me a couple of those French rolls, I'm starving." Shaoli cracked a dry smile, his chapped lips cracking and bleeding, making him look particularly pitiful. "Lao Deng, it's all for your safety. I was scared to death in the woods, and all you're thinking about is bread." Shun Zhuang eagerly unzipped his backpack, only to find it filled with empty wrappers. The two stared at each other in dismay before Shun Zhuang cried out in anguish, "My French rolls!" Su Jing wordlessly shifted his gaze away from the two squabbling over bread and toward the other side of the bushes. There, a group of people dressed in black and wearing black masks huddled together, trembling and clutching their backpacks tightly. Su Jing quietly called over a few sturdy staff members and stepped forward to block the suspicious individuals from fleeing. "What are you up to?" Su Jing demanded. "Why so sneaky? What's in the bags? Did you steal something from the sacred mountain? What's there to steal in the mountains? How dare you accuse us?" The man in the lead shot a glance at the noisy tourists in the distance, knowing his actions wouldn't stand up to scrutiny, and quickly turned his face away. "We didn't do anything. We just wanted to climb the mountain and got lost." "Oh," Su Jing responded with a sly smile. "Then can I take a look in your bags?" "This is an illegal search," the man said warily. "Illegal search," Su Jing drawled mockingly, his tone laced with sarcasm. "Seems like you know your rights pretty well, huh?" Su Jing lowered his voice, his sharp gaze fixed on the man in front of him. No longer pretending to be a guide from Minghua village, his tone was cold and steely. "I'm calling the police. If nothing is found, they'll apologize and compensate. But if there's a problem..." He paused, his voice dropping even lower. "They'll pursue this to the end and press charges against you." The man's eyes darted nervously as he exchanged a glance with his masked accomplices behind him. Suddenly, like startled birds, they scattered in all directions to flee. However, with a resounding bang, the leader crashed into a human wall and fell heavily to the ground. Looking up, he saw Feng Gue and his burly companions blocking their path, their eyes fierce and unyielding. The man in black spat on the ground, cursing under his breath. Damn it. They knew full well that their sneaky business would be completely ruined if exposed. The leader gritted his teeth and said, "Let's not make this bigger than it needs to be. I don't want the goods anymore, just let us go." Su Jing raised his chin slightly, his cold eyes fixed on them. Only after they hastily dropped their backpacks did he take a step back, his expression softening into a smile. "Be my guest." Like defeated dogs, the group scurried into the alleys and disappeared in no time. Su Jing stood with his hands behind his back, pressed his walkie-talkie, and spoke in a low voice. "Is Zhao Meng in the scenic area? I need his help with something." Though he still harbored doubts about the group's origins, He had a rough idea of what was going on. He instructed Feng Gui and the others to pick up the suspicious backpacks and led the tourists back to the central square. Meanwhile, a few streets away in a tea house, Zhao Meng was leisurely sipping tea. After spending the entire afternoon guiding this group of young tourists, his aging bones were feeling the strain. However, seeing how the popularity of Wanyuan Mountain Scenic Area was bringing a newfound spring to his Shanmeng travel group, he couldn't help but feel elated. With a group of just 20 people, organizing tours had become a breeze. On weekends, they could even handle 2 tours at once. Although ticket prices hadn't gone up and commissions were still meager, Zhao Meng understood that this was groundwork for the future. All he needed to do now was maintain good customer relations and build a solid reputation. As he finished his cup of tea, Zhao Meng hung up a call from Jiang Tsong, clicking his tongue thoughtfully. It didn't take much to guess this was likely another underhanded move by rival travel agencies or scenic spots. Tactics like these to compete for tourist traffic were nothing new. But now that they were targeting him, he wasn't about to take it lying down. Wanyuan Mountain and Su Jing were his golden geese. Anyone who wanted to mess with them, especially at such a critical time, would have to face him first. Zhao Meng immediately gave the order. Brothers, head to the pier right now and tail a few specific people. Once they're out of the scenic area, find a quiet spot and take them away. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Meng looked up at the starry sky above Mingyue village, the sound of distant horns echoing in his ears. For a fleeting moment, he felt like a hero at the end of his road. Silently, he made a vow in his heart. Boss Su, I'll protect you. I'll protect your scenic area with everything I've got. After Su Jing dealt with the planted evidence in the backpack, he continued to guide the ceremony. As night fell, the 20 pioneers each chose their next course of action. Among them, the travel blogger Zhu Shou keenly spotted a business opportunity and hurriedly left the park, eager to release the latest updates about the sacred mountain. Shen Zhuang and his companion quietly departed after achieving their goal. Meanwhile, Zhou Pe, who had interacted with the divine, returned to Yong'an at his friend's urging. After driving for half a day, Zhou Pe arrived at a familiar nightclub, only to be overwhelmed by the sudden cacophony that made him feel uncomfortable. His close buddy's eyes lit up as he spotted him, rushing over with a bottle of liquor in hand. Throwing an arm around Zhou Pe's shoulder, he teased loudly. Ha! Look who's here, Pai Pai's dad. Had fun in the middle of nowhere today, huh? Must have been tough on our little young master. The deafening music filled the air, but Zhou Pe felt an inexplicable sense of unease. Following his friend's gesture, he glanced over to see a group of heavily made-up women seated in a private booth. Such a scene would have excited him in the past, but now, the image of that golden-red fishtail kept flashing in his mind, making the surgically enhanced faces before him lose their charm. Forget it. I'll just have a drink, Zhou Pe muttered, waving his hand as he slowly walked to a seat on the side. The people in the booth greeted him enthusiastically, and a sultry woman in a leather jacket approached him, arm in arm with a seemingly innocent-looking young man. Well, what's wrong with our Zhou Pai Pai today? Feeling down? Want me to keep you company for a drink? She offered. Zhou Pe looked up, but the cheap perfume emanating from the young man hit him, making his nose accustomed to the fresh scent of the forest sting instantly. Ugh, get out of here, he snapped, frowning as he scanned the room. After a moment's hesitation, he gritted his teeth and declared, Hey, I'm not staying here tonight. If you're my bros, then come with me to a different place. He turned and started walking out, but after a few steps, he turned back to glare at the group of partygoers on the couch. And no bringing anyone else. The group of wealthy second-generation friends, who had grown up with Zhou Pe, exchanged glances and reluctantly got up. The man who had organized the outing casually threw down 20,000 yuan before hastily following. When the lobby manager anxiously approached to inquire about the situation, all he received was a dismissive response. Young Master Zhou seems to be in a bad mood tonight. In a tranquil tea house, the aroma of fresh grass, bamboo, and tea mingled, filling the room with a soothing fragrance. Finally finding a comfortable environment, Zhou Pe skillfully brewed a pot of tea. As the teacups slid down the water channel, Zhao Yinran deftly caught one. Who would have thought that after all this time, our Pai Pai hasn't lost his touch at tea-making? Zhao Yinran remarked with satisfaction, taking a delicate sip. One of Zhou Pe's buddies laughed and teased. Of course. His tea-making skills were top-notch among those socialite circles back in the day. Honestly, I thought you'd forgotten how to brew tea after your parents divorced. Ugh, WHYD, you have to bring that up. Zhou Pe shot him a glare, but his friend quickly turned serious and asked, So, what's up with you today? Bad mood. At that moment, the room fell silent, and all eyes turned to Zhou Pe. He pressed his lips together, hesitant to speak. Though he worried about being ridiculed, the bizarre experience he had gone through earlier was too extraordinary to keep to himself. I'm telling you, but you better not laugh at me. So, you really saw a mermaid on that sacred mountain? The kind with a human upper body and a fishtail? Long hair? Was she attractive? What kind of fish was it? A carp? Ha ha. As soon as the words left his mouth, everyone burst out laughing. Zhou Pe stretched his neck, looking puzzled. What are you laughing at? Didn't we agree not to laugh? He cursed silently, regretting bringing this up with them. Ha ha, we weren't laughing at you. We just remembered something funny. Someone quickly tried to smooth things over, but the laughter only grew louder. Ha ha. Oh my god, I can't stop laughing. Zhao Yinran wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, still chuckling. This was so worth it. Way more fun than drinking at a bar. The table was covered in a thick layer of sunflower seed shells and nut crumbs. Everyone was snacking and laughing so hard their eyes were barely open. Zhou Pippi, if you ever fall on hard times, with your storytelling skills, you'll never go broke, someone shouted, causing another round of laughter. Yeah, your stories are so captivating. The tale of Mingyue Fort, the shapeshifter, the divine spirits, the sacred mountain of the poetry sage, the carp god, and the butterfly fairy, you make it all sound so real, someone else chimed in. It is real. It's true. Jopa glared at them. Fine, fine, believe what you want. The atmosphere suddenly shifted. Jopa muttered to himself. Faded. It's all faded. Guess the bond's not as strong anymore. His heart sank with a sense of disappointment. Anyway, I didn't manage to take any photos today, so of course you wouldn't believe me. Jopa squinted at the group, then suddenly had a spark of inspiration. I've got an idea. But just as he opened his mouth, a shrill ringtone interrupted him. One of his buddies raised a hand to signal for silence and picked up his phone. Judging by his expression, it was an emergency call. A muffled voice came through the line. Police raid, everyone arrested found drugs in the place. The caller hung up, and his friend's face turned pale as a sheet. Blue Moon got raided. They found stuff during the search, and everyone inside was taken in. He relayed the news. The room fell silent. Everyone froze, their movements halted, eyes slowly turning toward Jopa. While none of them had ever touched drugs, just being associated with a bar where illegal substances were found could have devastating consequences for their families, their parents' jobs, their livelihoods. Thankfully, Jopa had insisted on going for tea instead, pulling everyone out of harm's way just in time. Jopa, did you know something in advance? Someone asked. Jopa's face turned pale as well. His hand tightened around his teacup, his heart pounding. The image of that massive, golden red fishtail slicing through the water flashed through his mind again. His lips trembled slightly. Damn, we really lucked out. The legends of the carp, god, they're real. I have something to say. Jopa's eyes lit up with excitement as he stood abruptly. Does anyone have plans for May Day? Keep one day open for me. They'll take you all to see the carp god and the butterfly fairy. Zhao Yin ran, now visibly calmer, downed her tea in one gulp and slapped the table. You serious? Are you really doing this? The men nearby immediately seemed to forget about the raid and started laughing again. But as the laughter died down, the mood grew serious. Are you for real? Someone asked in a low voice. Jopa nodded, his expression solemn. I'm dead serious. I've seen the carp god. It really has the power to bring good fortune. Today, I just happened to feel like having tea, and that's what saved us from disaster. He paused, his tone earnest. To see the carp god, the guide said it's all about luck. The butterfly fairy, on the other hand, loves lively crowds. If there are enough of us, there's a good chance we'll see her. Even if we don't catch a glimpse of either deity, I promise. Before he could finish, the expectant looks in everyone's eyes said it all. This place was truly worth the trip. Jopo's eyes sparkled with excitement as he declared boldly. If I'm lying, then he'll work at my dad's company for a whole month. The wealthy young men around him gasped in unison, exchanging startled looks. Everyone knew Jopa's father was an extremely meticulous man. If Jopa actually joined the company, his father would undoubtedly keep a strict eye on him, ensuring every task was done perfectly. This was no small wager. Are you serious? Someone asked cautiously. Absolutely. Jopa replied with unwavering determination. A brief silence fell over the group before one of them finally took a deep breath and broke it. All right, they'll trust you this time. He clapped his hands decisively. I won't go to Switzerland with my parents then, otherwise, I might not make it back in time. Then I won't go on vacation either, another chimed in. I've got an important meeting, but once that's done, I won't stay over there. They'll be back by the third, a third person added. One by one, they agreed to show support for Jopa. A satisfied smile spread across his face. All right then, May 3rd it is. It's settled. Meanwhile, Su Jing had just finished overseeing the day's operations at the scenic site. After ensuring his staff was settled, he dragged his tired body home, only to receive an unexpected call. Hello, is this the person in charge of Wanyuan Mountain 2A scenic area? This is the Yangon City Culture and Tourism Bureau. Wanyuan Mountain has been gaining a lot of attention lately, and with the holidays approaching, we'd like to invite you for a discussion about promotion. Su Jing's tone remained calm, but his face lit up with a grin so wide it showed his teeth. Of course. Great. They'll come by tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. to meet with you. After the call ended, Xiao Li, looking puzzled, muttered, Wait a second, isn't something a bit off here? We're the Tourism Bureau, right? He turned to Xin Zhuang for confirmation. The two were on their way back to Yangon City. Xin Zhuang set down his phone, his eyes still gleaming with excitement. Did he just tell us to wait for him at the bureau tomorrow morning? What? Even Xin Zhuang seemed a little stunned. Isn't it usually the other way around? We set the time, and they adjust to it, Xiaoli asked. What time did he say? 9 a.m. Fine. It's the weekend anyway. 9 it is. Time waits for no one. Shen Zhuang decided. It's settled. Just make the arrangements. Xiaoli nodded and continued driving, though he couldn't shake a strange feeling. The voice on the phone had sounded oddly familiar, but he couldn't quite place it. The car continued toward Yangon City. Shen Zhuang listened as Secretary Li recounted their experience getting lost, but deep down, he kept the precious memories of his time on Sacred Mountain to himself. For some reason, he didn't feel like sharing those special moments with anyone else. The next morning, the administrative office of the Yangon City Culture and Tourism Bureau welcomed an unexpected visitor. You're the guide from before? Shen Zhuang froze mid-pour as he was making tea, while Xiaoli stood dumbfounded at the door. Su Jing, dressed neatly in a crisp and simple shirt, walked confidently into the office, as if had done it 100 times before. With a calm and self-assured demeanor, he extended his hand toward Shen Zhuang. Good morning, Secretary Shen. I'm Su Jing, the person in charge of the Wanyuan Mountain 2A scenic area. He introduced himself with a faint yet confident smile. The fragrance of tea wafted gently, with a hint of green swirling in the white porcelain tea mug, rippling softly. The two sat facing each other, while Xiaoli stood behind with his hands clasped respectfully behind his back, his expression both reverent and slightly nervous. Perhaps due to the camaraderie shared during yesterday's outing, Shen Zhuang's earlier mix of amusement and exasperation had gradually dissipated, replaced by a strong sense of curiosity and interest. Smiling, he said, I had a feeling that guide wasn't an ordinary staff member. Who would have thought he's actually the head of the scenic area? He laughed heartily, adding, it's rare to see a boss personally getting involved in the work. That's truly commendable. Su Jing couldn't help but chuckle, rubbing his temples in amusement. Why does that sound so official and full of flattery? Shen Zhuang waved dismissively. Secretary Shen, you flatter me. I only stepped in because the scenic area was short-staffed. He joined in the laughter. Well, regardless, it's quite impressive. Shen Zhuang didn't take offense at Su Jing's candid remark. In fact, he found the young man rather intriguing. Had heard that Su Jing was a college graduate who had returned to take over his family's business. The scenic area had been heavily in debt and nearly abandoned, yet in less than a month, it had transformed into a thriving attraction with numerous creative projects. There had to be someone brilliant guiding him behind the scenes. Leaning forward with bright eyes and a wide grin, Shen Zhuang asked, could you give me a hint this time? Then, as if reminded of something, he shifted the topic, his curiosity piqued again. What's the story behind that carp god we saw yesterday? Standing nearby, Xiaoli burst into laughter, his tone becoming even more animated. Boss Shen, did you forget why we're here today? Carp god. Carp god, you've been going on about it since last night. If you keep this up, I might just slip you some laxatives at lunch to shut you up. Su Jing froze for a moment, realizing they had come today to verify whether the scenic area's NPCs were real. He gave a perfunctory smile. Haha, Secretary Shun is indeed very invested in the scenic area's operations. I've already told you, this is all part of the scenic area's setup, Shen Zhuang said, nodding as he spoke. I've explained it before. If you don't believe it, it's just a sacred mountain. If you do, it's still just a scenic area. His eyes gleamed mischievously as he leaned in closer, a face full of anticipation. So, will that butterfly fairy really make an appearance later? Su Jing sighed helplessly and could only respond with a wry smile. His time was limited after this meeting. He still had to return to his role as a guide. All right, let's focus on business. Only then did Shen Zhuang snap out of it, chuckling as he sat back down. So, was it your doing that I ended up ranking first in collecting ritual offerings back then? Are you done yet? Su Jing's face darkened slightly, and Shen Zhuang quickly composed himself, clearing his throat. Ahem, I know you wouldn't have orchestrated that. Actually, the reason I called you here today is to discuss cultural tourism promotion before the labor holiday. His tone turned serious and concise. The task is urgent. Wanyuan Mountain needs to kick off its promotion in a short time. All materials must be complete. The official website, ticketing system, tour guide system, promotional videos, and posters all need to be ready. Shen Zhuang's gaze turned sharp, as though he already regarded Wanyuan Mountain as a future cornerstone of success. I believe Wanyuan Mountain has immense potential. So, give me a straight answer. Do you have any investors or a professional planning team backing you? Su Jing's heart raced. This was the real crux of Shen Zhuang's interest. With the holiday approaching and Shen Zhuang offering to help with promotion, it was clear he planned to leverage special channels. Today, he was here to get to the bottom of things, seeking reassurance. Su Jing discreetly gave a thumbs up in his mind, thinking, Secretary Shen really has a sharp eye. He smiled as he replied, backing? Inventory. Whatever you need, I've got it. Shen Zhuang raised an eyebrow, looking a bit surprised. Oh, the same level as what we saw on the sacred mountain yesterday? He probed. Su Jing could only respond with a resigned smile. Who could guarantee that? But when there's no way out, we can only aim higher and do better. His smile carried a hint of determination, almost gritted. Xiaoli, standing off to the side, listened to the two bantering and boasting, his own smile beginning to stiffen. Inwardly, he cursed, "Go on, keep bragging. If the scenic area flops, let's see how Shen Zhuang, that sly fox, deals with you." But here you are, still laughing away. Does he even realize he's gambling on Wanyuan Mountain? The first quarter provincial tourism conference is over, but for the second and third quarters, and even the year-end evaluations, if you can't maintain this level, old Shun will have no problem hammering you into a corner. Su Jing outwardly maintained his polite demeanor, shaking hands and chatting with the wily old fox, but inside, he was tense. How could he not know the stakes were high? Money had been spent, resources invested. If anything went wrong, it wouldn't just be him and the scenic area losing face. It would also reflect poorly on the entire cultural tourism system of Yangon City. Still, he wasn't overly worried about the scenic area's success. With the system's support, it could only get better. However, the specific items Shun Zhuang mentioned, website, promotional videos, and other infrastructure, did need to be finalized immediately. The ultimatum had already been given. Everything must be ready by Tuesday at the latest, so promotion could begin as soon as the materials were in place. A figure flashed through Su Jing's mind, and he thought to himself, time is tight. Maybe I can give him a try. Taking another sip of tea, he casually brought up the group of masked individuals from yesterday. Secretary Shun, do you remember those people who got lost on the mountain last night? I feel like something's off about them. Maybe they're. Although their meeting lasted only 2 short hours, the encounter between Su Jing and Shen Zhuang stirred up an undercurrent that soon escalated into a storm. Under the glimmering chandelier, a middle-aged man in a sharp suit stood by the window, his phone pressed tightly to his ear. His deep voice echoed through the office. Yes, I understand. Apologies. All right. Each word made the assistant standing nearby increasingly uneasy. Secretary Li, you can take a break. As the final word fell, the call was abruptly ended. The man lifted his head, his cold, piercing gaze like a blade aimed at the assistant. This is the mess you've created? Song Jiming clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. Rage boiled within him. Why couldn't they reach those troublemakers? Caught. And it's already been reported to the Bureau of Culture and Tourism? It seemed Wanyuan Mountain had established connections with the Bureau. Damn it. The usually composed and courteous boss suddenly cursed, causing the assistant to shrink further, barely daring to breathe. Song Jiming slumped into his chair, clutching his head in frustration. Damn it, he growled through gritted teeth. With so many visitors in a tourist spot, as long as they didn't create too much of a scene, they should have gone unnoticed. How could they have been caught? They're not answering their phones. The materials haven't been sent back. Where the hell are they? The assistant hesitated before cautiously speaking up. Mr. Song, should we stay put? Song Jiming cut him off sharply, his brows furrowed in thought. Songhu Park had always been a reliable staple in their annual promotional plans, and their campaign had already been in motion for over a week. As a long-standing partner, Secretary Li wouldn't normally make a personal call to issue a warning. Yet he had. This could only mean that, in the eyes of the leadership, this newcomer Wanyuan Mountain appeared to have more potential than Songhu Park? Impossible. Song Jiming suddenly shot to his feet. Have they found those people? What's going on with Wanyuan Mountain? The assistant flushed, struggling to respond. Still no sign of them. Damn it. Song Jiming erupted in fury. Could Wanyuan Mountain have detained them? Call the police. Damn it. They're playing the victim while taking advantage of us. They even had the nerve to escalate this to me. What else do they want from me? Get my people back now. Meanwhile, kilometers away, Su Jing was leisurely sitting in a trendy cafe in Yangon City. He suddenly sneezed and chuckled to himself. Who's bad-mouthing me? Could it be because they're jealous of how handsome I am? He had no idea that Zhao Meng hadn't released anyone yet. Just kidding, our big brother's got this under control. No need to ask, big brother always has a plan. Su Jing turned to the chubby man sitting across from him, a sly sparkle in his eyes. So, Thunderbolt piggy hands, right? The chubby man looked utterly dumbfounded, seriously questioning whether he had fried his brain pulling all-nighters to create promotional content for the sacred mountain of Minghua Village. The impeccably dressed, dashing guide sitting before him gave off the surreal vibe of an ancient figure who had traveled through time. Guide, sir? He exclaimed before quickly covering his mouth and sitting back down, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Holy crap, his internal radar for trending topics was buzzing. If the guide himself is here, something big must be up. However, Su Jing's next sentence shattered his illusions. We've met several times, but let me reintroduce myself. He extended a hand toward the chubby man. I'm Su Jing, the manager of Wanyuan Mountain Scenic Area. Huh. Zhu Shou's brain raced to catch up before his eyes widened in shock. Oh my god, have you guys taken over the scenic area at Minghua Village? Su Jing let out a resigned sigh. Have you been playing those challenge games so much you've lost track of reality? Maybe take a moment to think about what you're saying. This finally snapped Zhu Shou back to his senses. He clapped his hands together, lowering his voice in excitement. So, Su Jing lifted his chin, maintaining his title as the guide, and looked directly at Zhu Shou. So, do you think I'm the boss of the attraction, or the NPC guide of Mingyue Village? His tone carried a hint of amusement. A flicker of disappointment crossed Zhu Shou's face. Lately, he had almost been enchanted by the legends of Mingyue Village, truly believing in the existence of a mystical place filled with divine spirits atop a sacred mountain. Now, faced with Su Jing's question, he couldn't help but wonder. If the guide isn't real, could the carp god and the butterfly fairy also be mere fabrications? Su Jing, sharp as ever, noticed Zhu Shou's conflicted thoughts. He tapped lightly on the table, the crisp sound breaking Zhu Shou's train of thought. Zhu Shou looked up, his gaze meeting Su Jing's clear, unwavering eyes. Su Jing seemed to transform into a real guide, repeating the words he had said to Shun Zhuang that morning. If you believe, then Mingyue Village exists, and so does the sacred mountain. He intended to continue, but seeing the sudden spark of light in Zhu Shou's eyes, he stopped. I believe, Zhu Shou exclaimed excitedly, his round cheeks flushing with enthusiasm. I know Mingyue Village is in the scenic area, even if it's deep in the undeveloped mountains. But nature holds so many things we can't explain. He fixed his gaze on Su Jing, his eyes brimming with fervor. Mr. Su, you're here among these mountains. If you believe too, then the sacred mountain, it must be real. Su Jing was quietly taken aback, almost overwhelmed by the little man's passion. He sipped his coffee, feeling his heartbeat quicken. But he had come with a purpose today and had no time to indulge Zhu Shou further on this topic. I'm here today on behalf of Wanyuan Montano, Mingyue Village with a request. Su Jing went straight to the point. To attract more visitors to the village, we need to create a promotional video and an official website. We've seen your work, your editing is fantastic. Could we purchase the rights to your video? Of course, Zhu Shou agreed eagerly, his eyes lighting up with anticipation. Speaking of which, I just finished a promotional poster for the Sacred Mountain last night. It just needs a few finishing touches. Should I still post it? Su Jing raised an eyebrow, a bit surprised. That fast? Zhu Shou scratched his head sheepishly and explained. As content creators, we have to jump on trends quickly. The faster, the better. If you're too late, you won't even get the scraps, let alone the meat. The internet really has been a savior for Wanyuan Mountain, Su Jing remarked, then decisively added, post it. Of course, you should post it. He paused briefly, already formulating a better promotional strategy in his mind. Not only should you post it, but you can also add a few lines. Say something like this. Su Jing shared his detailed idea, then added, if you ever need anything, feel free to let me know. I'd also like to work with you on a few other things in the future. The afternoon passed in the blink of an eye. The discussion between Su Jing and Zhu Shou went surprisingly smoothly. Aside from having to grant Zhu Shou an official filming permit, everything progressed according to Su Jing's plan. Zhu Shou, known online as the influencer, avoiding lightning piggy hands, had a professional team working behind him. From editing to operations to script planning, every aspect was handled by dedicated personnel to ensure optimal content quality. Despite their talents, this team hadn't been fully utilized until Zhu Shou discovered the treasure trove of Wanyuan Mountain. The promotional video, website development, and poster design Su Jing needed would all be handled by Zhu Shou's team. Strapped for funds, Su Jing could only offer Zhu Shou the title of an official filming creator in exchange. To Zhu Shou, this was a trivial reward. He understood that the benefits from the videos would far exceed Su Jing's expectations. Man, how do these influencers make so much money? Su Jing thought to himself with a mix of awe and envy. Nonetheless, after completing this crucial task, he finally breathed a sigh of relief and began his journey back to Qingxian County. With the support of the local Cultural Tourism Bureau and the addition of a prominent influencer like Zhu Shou, Su Jing wasted no time upon returning to the scenic area, diving straight into a series of plans. Meanwhile, Jiang Tsong drove his old pickup truck to the city, claiming to have found some talented individuals he intended to recruit personally. By 3 p.m. that afternoon, Jiang Tsong returned with his rickety pickup truck loaded with 4 new recruits. Dressed sharply in a suit with his hair neatly combed, Jiang Tsong exuded an air of authority. He lined the recruits up and introduced them to Su Jing. Mr. Su, these are the candidates I carefully selected. I believe they are the most suitable for our scenic area roles. Su Jing smiled silently, carefully examining the 4 individuals before him as he awaited Jiang Tsong's detailed introduction. He Yunong, Miss He will handle the scenic area's operations, managing both online and offline promotional efforts. A stylishly dressed woman in a fitted top and leather skirt, her makeup impeccable, nodded and smiled at Su Jing. Sun Huahua, responsible for financial matters. Despite her fiery name, Huahua had a calm and gentle demeanor. Her long black hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her gaze behind her glasses was steady and thoughtful. Wu Gang, assisting me in managing the entire scenic area. For now, I've stationed him at the Visitor Service Center in Mingyue Village to oversee various affairs there. Lastly, Brother Situ, a retired military doctor with exceptional skills in emergency care. He'll manage the emergency center and handle all rescue-related issues. Brother Situ had a stern expression, but his piercing eyes carried a warmth that couldn't be hidden. As Su Jing looked at Brother Situ, he couldn't help but be amazed. Mingwe village seemed to be gathering a team of robust individuals. There was Feng Cheng, who had recently been released from prison, Feng Gui, and his labor crew, and the former gang leader who now ran the partner company, Shan Mang Travel Agency. Now, they had added a retired military doctor to the mix. Su Jing imagined that if these people joined forces, they could form an impressive security patrol team for the scenic area. Jiang Tsung signaled for the new recruits to wait nearby, and then pulled Su Jing aside for a private conversation. These individuals are all reliable. I believe they'll be able to handle the foundational issues of the scenic area during the initial phase. Su Jing trusted Jiang Tsung's judgment completely and had given him full authority over recruitment. Jiang Tsung didn't disappoint, meticulously planning and even enlisting the help of his new friend Wang Kai. After a week of hard work, he had finally completed the staffing. How did it go on your end? Jiang Tsung asked, noticing that Su Jing had left early that morning with a mysterious air, claiming to have an important task to accomplish. Su Jing grinned. I brought in support from the Cultural Tourism Bureau and an external promotional team. The two men engaged in a low-voiced conversation for a while as the four new recruits quietly observed their surroundings. Did Jiang personally convince all of you to join? He Yunong asked. Yeah, the way he described it, this place sounded really interesting. I had just quit my job, so I thought I'd check it out, Wu Gang replied. He Yunong narrowed her cat-like eyes slightly, her tone tinged with sarcasm. Talk is cheap. They'll do my best, but if this place turns out to be a mess, I can't turn it into gold. Sun Huahua edged slightly away, muttering softly. I'm here to make money. If I can't, he'll leave immediately. Brother Situ shrugged, his tone calm. I don't have any particular demands. As long as it's a bit more peaceful and I don't have to deal with injuries every day, I'm good. Aren't you a military doctor? Wu Gang asked, puzzled. Does being a military doctor mean I have to deal with blood and corpses every day? Brother Situ let out a dry chuckle, his words carrying a deeper meaning. Fewer injuries would be better. I've saved enough people already. After wrapping up their conversation, Su Jing and Jiang Tsung parted ways with wide smiles. Su Jing instructed, rearrange Feng Gui's team's tasks as well. With that, he turned and walked away. Jiang Tsung cheerfully approached the new recruits, waving his hand. It's your first time here, so treat today as a sightseeing trip. Go explore the place. As he walked, he added, if you like it, after the ceremony, meet me at the Visitor Management Center. Zhao Dashua handed over 4 tickets with a warm smile. The route map on the tickets shimmered faintly. After seeing the group off, Zhao Dashua watched Su Jing's departing figure with admiration. Father, Zhao Dashua said excitedly, did you see that? The scenic area has turned around in less than a month. You were right. College graduates are amazing. The Sunday sunset slowly disappeared below the horizon, marking the end of the holiday. Tourists gradually left the scenic area as moonlight poured down like a gentle stream, illuminating Mingwe Village, Qingshan County, and Yong'an City, before blending into the countless lights of homes. In a small rented apartment, the air was filled with the tempting aroma of home-cooked food. A man placed freshly made dishes on the coffee table, while a woman put down the laundry she was hanging and approached him with a cheerful smile. Smells so good. What delicious treat has our chef made today? The woman asked excitedly. The man grinned proudly, sitting cross-legged on the rough carpet, his belly peeking out slightly from beneath his t-shirt. Pork was on sale today, so I made crispy fried pork tenderloin. The young couple exchanged a warm smile, turned on the projector, and enjoyed their dinner while watching a variety show, chatting and savoring the cozy evening together. By the way, my workplace sent out a notice today, the man said, swallowing a bite of food. This year, we get Labor Day off as you all know overtime. The woman pouted slightly, looking a bit annoyed. Why send the notice on a Sunday? And now there are only 3 days left until the holiday, we don't even have time to plan a trip. Scratching his head apologetically, the man replied, you're right. I didn't make any plans either. I'm sorry, babe. Seeing her boyfriend's guilty expression, the woman sighed and then smiled again. Never mind. At least we have time off. Let's still go out somewhere. Even if we can't travel far, we can explore the nearby area. Exactly. The man slapped his thigh in excitement. As long as we don't stay cooped up at home, we'll have fun wherever we go. A peaceful spot with beautiful scenery would be perfect. All right, I'll check tomorrow for any good spots nearby, the woman suggested. The man quickly waved his hand. No need to wait until tomorrow. Let's look now. You always do the planning this time. Let's research together. They exchanged another smile and immediately pulled out their phones to start searching enthusiastically. We've been to this spot before, it was kind of misleading in their ads. This one's too expensive. Just sightseeing isn't worth the cost. Hey babe, what do you think of this 4-arat scenic spot? The woman glanced at it and shook her head. Forget it. You're not into taking photos, and I don't want to get annoyed with you during the trip. The man chuckled awkwardly and kept scrolling. Suddenly, his finger stopped. On the screen was an image of a traditional architectural complex that caught his eye. Babe, take a look at this. Just then, a commotion arose outside the building. A group of young people had gathered, also trying to figure out where to go for the holiday. The school only just announced the break, and all the tickets for popular spots are sold out. Exactly. They don't allow us to take leave, and now we're stuck with nowhere to go. How about finding a lesser-known spot? It might be interesting. Do you even know what lesser-known means? It's just overpriced places with no reputation, trying to hype themselves up. The chatter continued until someone suggested, I saw a video by a blogger recently introducing a new scenic area. It looked pretty decent. Let me find it, you guys should check it out too. Whoa, this place actually looks amazing. And it's only a oni and a half for train ride away. Let's go there. Where should we stay? Let's just stay in the nearby town. Meanwhile, although the official promotions from the Cultural and Tourism Bureau had yet to be released, user recommendations on various apps were already putting Wanyuan Mountain on the map beyond Yong'an City. Especially under the latest post by the popular blogger Lightning Free Piggy Hand, a heated discussion was rapidly gaining momentum. Today, instead of diving into approaching science, we're stepping into the realm of mythology with our first feature Mingyue Village, a sacred mountain said to have regained its former glory. Though the post itself isn't lengthy, the sheer amount of information packed into it is astonishing. The description of Mingyue Village's origins sparked heated discussions among netizens. This sacred mountain, rumored to be home to numerous deities, quickly drew skepticism, with some dismissing it as a publicity stunt or outright fabrication. However, that was just the beginning. The subsequent details were even more jaw-dropping. The mysterious carp god in the carp pond, a glowing river of fireflies in Butterfly Valley, and the butterfly fair yin unseen, yet sociable spirit. The blogger even boldly speculated about the existence of other divine beings. These descriptions left many readers speechless. The comments section erupted. Some were at a loss for words, eventually managing to type, the blogger must be diagnosed with a mental illness, please seek treatment immediately. Others speculated, the blogger has clearly been playing too many video games. Everyone, let's leave. There were also blunt remarks like, take your meds if you're sick. Are you out of your mind? One person even seriously pointed out, dude, after the founding of the People's Republic, spirits and monsters are not allowed. Are you trying to overthrow materialism? Amid the sea of skepticism, a few unique comments managed to rise to the top. One user, Pai Yi, confidently declared, I've been there. It's all true. If I'm lying, I'll eat dirt. Another user, Wuchang Street Barbecue King, shared their own strange encounter. The carp god is real. It's been raining these past few days, and my barbecue shop has been packed every night. The guide said that seeing the carp god could bring water luck, and it turned out to be true. Qing Cheng Guofuqing excitedly chimed in, no way. Same here. It rained a few days ago, and I found a gold ring in a puddle by the roadside. Someone then popped up claiming ownership of the ring, only to be curtly rebuffed by Qing Cheng Guofuqing. Get lost. As the topic gained traction, many locals began enthusiastically promoting the Wanyuan Mountain scenic area. It's absolutely worth the trip. The park is super honest, no tourist traps at all, and it's insanely fun. You can spend the whole day there without getting tired. Tickets are so cheap. Plus, you might catch a glimpse of the stunning Dragon Maiden or the magnificent Dragon Prince. Seeing them alone is worth it. Some even called on the archaeological community to take notice. I suspect this site really houses an ancient village from 1,000 years ago. This place is just too incredible. Forget the reviews, and the ad this spot is way more than a 2-ARAT site. Wanyuan Mountain is just as good as any 4A or 5-ARAT site I've visited. Others eagerly asked, will the sacred mountain be open during the Labor Day holiday? The number of early access tickets is way too limited. I really want to check it out. Someone suddenly had an epiphany. Wait, that highly sought-after early access ticket that was trending online recently, was it for this place? Upon receiving confirmation, they immediately responded, I've already bought my ticket. I'm planning to visit Yong'an City this holiday, mainly to see Mingyue Village. As the post's popularity soared, in a small studio in Yong'an City, Zhu Xiao's anxiously rubbed his hands together, asking, are the promotional video and poster ready? Inside the studio, a few sleep-deprived staff members, despite their pale faces, were brimming with excitement. Just finished. Zhu nodded enthusiastically. Send it to the guide. No, I'll send it myself. He quickly copied the files and sent them to Su Jing. The moment Su Jing received them, he immediately forwarded them to Shen Zhuang's office. Secretary, the materials are here. Secretary Li jumped to his feet, tablet in hand, and hurried to Shen Zhuang's desk. With a determined look in his eyes, Shen Zhuang slapped the table and decisively ordered, launch the Wanyuan Mountain promotional campaign immediately. Click. The night sky over Yong'an City had just welcomed a new day as the Tourism Bureau's promotional campaign swept through the city like a whirlwind. Billboard companies, transportation departments, radio stations, and TV channels raced against time to update their promotional content. Ads for Songhu Park, Sunset Town, and Red Leaf Mountain Scenic Area quietly made way for the new material. This late-night publicity storm finally caught the attention of the media. In a brightly lit newsroom, A green-haired young woman excitedly waved a stack of documents, shouting, "Team leader, look at this post. This has to be included in tomorrow's press release." Similar scenes were unfolding in major entertainment media companies, where editors quickly recognized the news' significance. A new scenic spot? I've heard of it, but isn't it a bit late for promotion? One editor asked skeptically. Trust the tourism bureau, they know what they're doing. Another editor replied decisively. Start drafting now. Treat it as a promotional hook, but steer clear of mentioning anything about gods or ghosts. No mistakes. Can anyone get in touch with the scenic area's manager? Someone asked. Meanwhile, perceptive brand marketers also sniffed out an opportunity. How did we not know there's such a major scenic spot in our county? One furious business owner demanded. What is the Commerce Department even doing? Give me the contact information now. We need to get our tractor ads in there. Boss, tractors might not be the best fit for this. An assistant cautiously suggested. Small travel agencies, seeing a potential gold mine, tried to take advantage but were blocked by guards stationed in the mountains. In just a few hours, the promotion for Wanyuan Mountain spread like wildfire. Before dawn, it had already topped the city's trending topics list. The promotional video produced by Zhu Shou, along with the Tourism Bureau's endorsement, sparked widespread curiosity. Yet, many people expressed regret. The promotion came too late. I've already booked tickets for somewhere else. Doesn't matter. The place is small anyway. A weekend day trip will be enough. Only a 2A rating? It's no match for Mount Putois, where I'm headed. I wouldn't recommend going. The scenic area is too small, it'll probably be overcrowded. While online discussions buzzed, Jing found himself overwhelmed with tasks. Boss Su, the dance rehearsal is ready. Come take a look. Boss Su, some props are broken and need repairs. Mr. Su, hey, race the plan for the new small commercial area: 6 food stalls, 2 craft shops, and 1 convenience store. Jing felt like he needed to be in 10 places at once, but what concerned him most was Jiang Tsung's suggestion. Though it's sudden, should we consider building a hotel or a guest house in Minghua village? Jiang Tsung asked, glancing at the sacred mountain behind them. If the development of the holy mountain were to continue, one day wouldn't be enough to visit both scenic spots. The ceremony to invite the gods began at 5 p.m., with the ghost tiger appearing in the alleys. Visitors would be better off staying overnight in Minghua village, as ascending the mountain could only be arranged in the morning. Jiang Tsung checked his watch and shrugged helplessly. If we don't stay overnight, we'll have to open the park earlier, Jiang Tsung said, frowning with concern. Leaning closer to Jing, he lowered his voice and continued. But this is a county town with poor transportation. Even if we open at 8 or 9 a.m., not many people will be able to get here. Jiang Tsung paused for a moment, a trace of shrewdness flashing in his eyes. He leaned in even closer, almost whispering in Jing's ear. Besides, hotels and goose houses could increase the park's revenue. And aren't you still in debt? Over the past 2 weeks of working together, Jiang Tsung had picked up bits and pieces about Jing's family situation. He was also aware that the seemingly polished exterior of this scenic spot hid much deeper issues. As Jing's close friend, he was naturally worried about his predicament. Jing gave a faint smile, his eyes reflecting a hint of contemplation. Good suggestion. I'll give it serious thought, he said, mentally noting all the issues as he made a move to leave. Wait. Jiang Tsung suddenly called out, his brows furrowed deeply. No, seriously. What have you been so busy with these past few days? Always running into the mountains? Fang Gui has delivered fruit up there several times, but he won't say a word about it when I ask him. Jiang Tsung hesitated, a trace of curiosity flashing in his eyes. And about Jean Taiyang's sister Jean Na mentioned you took their best singer, the prettiest little Sun, with you? What's that about? Hearing this, Jing raised an eyebrow. Why does that sound so suspicious? Like I'm trafficking people or luring innocent girls. He chuckled, patting Jiang Tsung on the shoulder. Relax, I've got my own plans. I've got plenty on my plate, so you focus on handling things properly. Management is your job. The park's performance is mine. There's just 1 day left until the official holiday. Trust me, it'll be worth it. With that, Jing strode off, leaving Jiang Tsung standing there, puzzled. The night before the May Day holiday, Wanyuan Mountain scenic area was enveloped in a restless atmosphere. All the staff went to bed early, preparing themselves for the big day ahead. Jiang Tsung and a few key personnel worked late into the night, meticulously checking the final details to ensure everything was in order. Meanwhile, the light in Jing's room stayed on until the early hours, evidence of the extensive preparations he was making. As the next morning's brilliant sunlight spread across the land, the nation's transportation systems entered a state of frenzied activity. The long-anticipated Labor Day holiday had finally arrived. Early in the morning, before the park's operating hours, Jing received a call from the local Cultural and Tourism Bureau. Shen Zhuang's voice was filled with barely concealed excitement. So, how are the holiday activities coming along? Feeling confident? Jing smiled, recalling the effect of the final rehearsal from the previous day. He nodded firmly. I'm looking forward to it just as much as you are. After hanging up, Shen Zhuang thought for a moment before reluctantly getting out of bed. He called his assistant, Secretary Li. Keep a close eye on the updates from Wan Yuan Mountain. This scenic spot, which we granted special promotional privileges, will either attract nationwide attention or not. Whether Yong'an City can make a name for itself depends on this holiday. Meanwhile, from a bird's eye view, a web of roads crisscross the city, with thousands of red dots representing streams of people converging on this previously obscure county town. The county magistrate of Qing County was enjoying his breakfast when a subordinate rushed in, summoning him back urgently. What? Traffic is paralyzed. The 50-something magistrate, who had been in office for over a decade, was stunned. Is it because of road construction on the highway? That was the only explanation he could think of. But the subordinate shook his head, his eyes wide with disbelief. It seems all those cars are heading to our county's scenic area. Huh. The magistrate racked his brain, trying to recall the local attractions, when a sudden realization struck him. His eyes lit up. Could it be that area Old Sioux developed? Exactly. The subordinate nodded emphatically. It seems they're all heading to. Oh, Wan Yuan Mountain Scenic Area. The magistrate was dumbfounded, unsure whether to feel joy or concern. This unexpected influx of visitors, would it bring opportunities or challenges to Qing County? He usually focused on political affairs and paid little attention to the developments of cultural and tourism attractions. In fact, that matter had been declared a failure more than a decade ago, causing the county's rare promising young talents to stumble. Unexpectedly, that place seemed to be stirring again now. In that case, first, make efforts to manage and resolve the transportation issues. Once that's settled, go and find out what's actually happening with Wanyuan Mountain. Meanwhile, Song Jiming sat in his office, his face dark and stormy, holding a cup of tasteless tea. His secretary nervously spoke up. Mr. Song, about Wanyuan Mountain. Are we just going to leave it alone? Song Jiming exploded in anger, glaring fiercely at the secretary. Leave it alone. And how should we handle it? Who's going to take care of it? Useless fools. The night the police received the report, the people he sent were returned unharmed before the authorities even arrived. It was said that the group didn't use any violence, they just made them work non-stop from morning till night. In 2 short days, they had cooked over 60 dishes, washed more than 200 pieces of laundry, and mopped the floors countless times. Song Jiming grew increasingly irritated. Damn it. Besides, Secretary Shen personally came to talk to me. What else can I do? He set down the teacup, took a deep breath, and said coldly, if we can't handle this covertly, then we'll confront them openly. The events we've been preparing for these past few days must be executed flawlessly. If we can't even overshadow a small tourist spot, how can we face Red Leaf Mountain as a competitor? The secretary quickly replied, understood. I'll oversee everything myself. At the same time, all major tourist attractions under Yong'an City stepped up their efforts. Zhao Dashue stood anxiously in the ticket office, his brows furrowed. What do we do, Jing? We've barely had 100 visitors so far. Was the announcement about the early opening released too late? Nobody outside knows about it. Su Jing patted his shoulder, interrupting his train of thought, and without looking back, instructed Feng Cheng, it's time. Head to the parking lot, maintain order, and guide the vehicles to park properly. Then, organize the visitors to enter in batches. Feng Cheng nodded and quickly left with 2 staff members. Su Jing turned his gaze toward the end of the scenic area's main road. A cloud of dust was rising as a convoy of vehicles slowly approached. Barely 10 minutes later, the distant road echoed with the sound of car horns. The dust-covered convoy moved rhythmically, bouncing along the bumpy dirt road like musical notes. They're here. Zhao Dashue finally exhaled in relief, though his eyes remained vigilant as he prepared for action. Su Jing waved his hand and walked toward the park, pressing the switch on the walkie-talkie hanging around his neck. A large wave of visitors is about to arrive. All departments, get ready to welcome them. Honey, this place is so remote. A young couple trudged through the dusty parking lot toward the entrance of the scenic area, their noses tightly covered. They had just paid 50 yuan for tickets and were studying the details on them while chatting. It really is. Driving here made me feel nauseous, the man muttered, frowning as he glanced at the rocky, uneven path ahead. I heard tickets used to be just 30 yuan. I didn't expect a price hike during the holidays, the woman grumbled. Good thing it's only 50 yuan. It's not too bad. Not too bad. She scoffed. I heard this place is just an old, rundown village, and the nearby mountain isn't even fully developed yet. 50 yuan isn't exactly cheap. The man, however, seemed unbothered. Shaking the ticket in his hand, he said excitedly, no. Look, honey. He pointed to a line printed on the ticket in a traditional style landscape painting. Sacred Mountain partially open. Access limited to mid-mountain area. Please follow the route map. He then showed her the suggested itinerary in the bottom right corner. It is recommended to first visit the village to learn about the connection between Mingwei Village and Sacred Mountain. Participate in the ceremony, and on the second day, explore Sacred Mountain. Otherwise, time might be tight, impacting your experience. What the heck? The woman wrinkled her nose. Who has 2 days to spend here? Besides, it's just a village. How long could it possibly take to explore? But I read online. The man's eyes sparkled with anticipation. They said you have to join the ritual to get offerings and attend the evening deity invitation ceremony. That's the real fun part. The woman was about to argue, but seeing the excitement on his face, her tone softened. Well, since we're already out here, let's just enjoy ourselves. Fine, let's do it. But I'm telling you, if it's boring, I'm not coming back tomorrow. The man grinned sheepishly, secretly hiding the detailed ritual guide he had bookmarked long ago. He eagerly led the way inside, thinking to himself, please, please, let this be worth it. Meanwhile, the dilapidated parking lot was already packed with cars. Feng Cheng, tasked with directing traffic, had to guide vehicles to park along the roadside. Though this was a remote mountain area surrounded by barren hills and dirt roads, there was no shortage of parking if people were willing to walk further. By 1 p.m., his stomach growled with hunger, but he was still far from finished. Are you kidding me? He exclaimed, staring in disbelief at the endless line of cars snaking along the dirt road. How many people are coming? Is this for real? Are they messing with me? Yesterday, when he learned the ticket prices had been raised, he thought it would deter visitors. But the scene before him was beyond anything he had imagined. Over 200 cars have already gone in, and it's still not over. This is just the first day. Frustration among the visitors was mounting as well. I told you we shouldn't have come to this godforsaken place. The roads are terrible. It's already noon, and we still haven't entered the scenic area, one tourist complained. Look at it this way. Another tried to console them. If a place this remote still draws so many people, it must have something special to offer. You're probably right, but save it. Someone just cut in line. Let's deal with him first. Horns blared incessantly, and the traffic jam didn't ease until around 3 p.m. From a distance, the secretary sent by the county mayor to assess the situation lowered his binoculars, his mouth agape. Trembling, he pulled out his phone. Mayor, you're not going to believe this. Ever seen the Long March? He swallowed hard, staring at the endless stream of vehicles on the dirt road. It's not far off. While those outside struggled through the dusty chaos, those who had made it inside were already captivated by the stunning sights, their earlier frustrations melting away. The man in sunglasses took his hand out of his pocket, a flicker of amazement flashing through his eyes. Just moments ago, he had been complaining about the rising ticket prices, but now he looked as if he would defend the experience against any doubters. The sight before him was mesmerizing. Layered eaves like a painting, a winding stone-paved path leading upward, blending seamlessly with the vibrant life of the small town. Villagers in simple attire bustled about, warmly chatting with tourists, their patience unwavering even when surrounded by crowds. From time to time, a group of sturdy men would emerge from the alleys, carrying short staffs with solemn expressions. Yet, if someone timidly asked for directions, they would instantly transform into friendly and helpful guides. Suddenly, a woman holding a large bouquet of fresh flowers rushed out of a house, but stumbled, scattering the flowers across the ground. She hurriedly explained that the flowers were meant for the sacred mountain, and time was running out. Her anxious tone immediately drew the attention of many tourists. The man glanced at the guidebook in his hand, connected the dots to the sacred mountain, and rushed forward without hesitation. Let me help you, he shouted, and others quickly followed suit. The woman smiled gratefully, dividing the flowers into 3 piles and inviting the first 3 people who arrived to assist her. Such scenes were common in Mingwa village. 2 journalists with cameras exchanged a look of astonishment, marveling at how aptly the title "The City of Missions" fit the place. A female tourist captured the distant scene with her compact camera. The woman handed 3 differently colored flowers, yellow, blue, and red, to the helpers. The fluffy, woven flowers appeared distinct from one another, sparking immediate intrigue. New props, someone exclaimed. They must be connected to the sacred mountain. One tourist instantly offered 100 yuan for the yellow flower, and the holder gladly accepted, recovering the cost of their ticket in one swift transaction. The crowd buzzed with speculation. Some skeptically suggested the flowers might be ordinary, while others believed the different colors hinted at deeper mission mechanics. Before long, everyone dispersed to continue exploring Mingwa village. Before the holiday rush, Jing had accumulated an impressive 40,000 reputation points through promotions by the Cultural Tourism Bureau and Zhushou. He invested all of it into upgrading the village's infrastructure. By the opening day, Mingwa village boasted 8 standardized public restrooms, 1 emergency center, 2 storage facilities, and a visitor service center. Additionally, convenience stores, small eateries, craft stalls, and even luggage storage areas were set up by employees using their own homes and front yards. Jing stood at the village entrance, greeting new visitors while occasionally glancing toward Zone D near the foot of the mountain. The souvenir shop there still required another 24 hours to be completed, meaning it wouldn't open until May 2nd. Silently, he apologized to the May 1st visitors. No souvenirs today, just enjoy a light-hearted exploration. The small print on the tickets acted like an invisible barrier, quietly altering the plans of the visitors. Those who initially planned to conquer the entire site in a single day, brimming with confidence, found themselves thwarted by both traffic and the demands of the journey. By evening, they had not even reached the foot of the mountain. Meanwhile, a group of seasoned visitors familiar with Mingyue village came well prepared and headed straight for the sacred mountain upon entering the scenic area. What? We're not allowed to go up the mountain, a male tourist exclaimed, standing at the mountain path in trance, his eyes wide with disbelief as he glared at the two mountain guardians. Guardian 1 calmly explained, the sacred mountain hasn't been fully reopened yet. For safety reasons, we require a group of at least 20 people before entry is allowed. We ask for your understanding. Guardian 2 added, please wait here. The man gritted his teeth and said coldly, fine, he'll wait. Behind him, his female companion rolled her eyes, thinking he was utterly spineless. As she scanned the area and counted 12 people already present, her spirits lifted. She had come all this way for the legendary tales she'd read online. If they turned out to be false, she vowed to give that blogger a piece of her mind. Once the group reached 20 people, the two guardians stepped forward in unison. Everyone, Guardian 1 began. If you wish to seek an audience with the divine, you must be prepared. Guardian 2 continued. The carp spirit requires fate. The butterfly fairy loves lively gatherings, and beyond them, the journey becomes even more unpredictable. Together, they declared, you may not achieve what you hope for, but we wish you a bold and unforgettable adventure on the sacred mountain. With that, they turned and led the way. The visitors quickly followed, their hearts a mix of excitement and curiosity. Is this just a tourist attraction, or is it truly a sacred mountain? Someone whispered. It's the holidays, what if there's nothing to see? Meanwhile, the management team of the scenic area was busy finalizing the preparations for the sacred mountain's official opening. After a discussion, Jing and Jiang Tsong decided to set the official opening date for May 2nd, which was also why they had advised visitors against climbing the mountain on the first day. The visitors who had already begun their ascent were now passing through Carp Pond and Butterfly Valley. Golden red and silvered koi swam freely beneath the water, unperturbed by the presence of humans. In Butterfly Valley, hundreds, perhaps thousands, of colorful butterflies danced gracefully among the flowers, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Most astonishing of all was the Firefly River, where the luminous green current brushed against their bodies, washing away all fatigue and frustration, leaving behind an unforgettable trail of glowing green in their minds. Yet a pressing question lingered in the minds of the visitors. Where were the divine beings? The carp spirit and butterfly fairy, so heavily advertised, had yet to make an appearance. Unable to hold back, someone shouted, hey Guardian, is the event not starting yet? It's the holidays, helmed the deities be on duty by now. The group surrounded the two villagers, resembling ants trying to shake a towering tree. Warrior number 1 frowned and asked, are you sure we won't be able to see the carp god today? The villager replied impatiently, I've already told you, the carp god isn't someone you can just meet whenever you want. Warrior number 2 pressed further, what about the butterfly spirit then? Haven't you started your events yet? The villager froze, seemingly caught off guard. What events? I told you, the butterfly spirit loves lively crowds. With only 20 of you here, it's unlikely she'll show up. A male tourist stormed off to sulk in frustration, while a female tourist gritted her teeth and asked, so we came all this way for nothing? We won't see anything? Online, they said the sacred mountain only has these 2 attractions. Does that mean we wasted our money? The villager tried to placate them. Ahem. Well, the Carp Pond and Butterfly Valley are definitely worth the ticket price. But deep down, he knew this group had come specifically for the 2 deities. The 2 warriors exchanged a glance, their expressions puzzled. One of them pointed up the mountain path and said, what are you talking about? Some new areas of the sacred mountain have been reopened. You can keep going ahead. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed. Thud, 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 thud. Everyone turned to look toward the mountain trail. It was already close to 3 p.m., and sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, casting dappled shadows on the path, giving it an ethereal and mysterious appearance. There's more. The 20 tourists stared at each other in disbelief before breaking into excited shouts and running uphill. Cries of excitement filled the air. Damn it, we're the pioneers, the first ones to explore the newly opened parts of the sacred mountain. This is amazing. Their figures quickly disappeared into the forested trail. The 2 warriors shared a knowing smile. Xiao Su's strategy really works. Genius. A slap, then a sweet reward. Who could resist that? Ha ha. Come on, let's follow them. We don't want them scaring the little ones up ahead. The uphill path became noticeably steeper, but the smooth asphalt surface made the climb less strenuous. The air grew cooler and fresher as the group stopped briefly to rest at a small pavilion. Look down there. That's Mingyue village, someone exclaimed. Wow, it's beautiful. That must be the central plaza. Ha ha. Too bad we're focusing on the sacred mountain today, or I'd love to join the deity inviting ceremony again. I actually plan to check it out again after we head back down. Mingyue village updates its events so often. I bet there'll be something new for the May Day holiday, maybe even a new performance. The group chatted excitedly, and even the man who had been sulking earlier weakly chimed in. Should we go there later then? However, someone reminded them, head back down. We don't even know when we'll be able to descend. We've been walking for ages and still haven't reached the next spot. Just as they were starting to feel a bit weary and were about to ask the two warriors for guidance, an unusual chittering sound broke the silence. Everyone immediately fell quiet and turned toward the crooked tree outside the pavilion. Hanging upside down from a branch was a fluffy little monkey, holding an orange in its hand and tilting its head curiously as it observed the group. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Its call summoned a companion. The two small monkeys swung on the tree for a few seconds before suddenly darting away, chittering noisily as they disappeared into the forest. If Su Jing had been present, he would have recognized the two monkeys as Xiao Tu and Xiao Mu, the patrol scouts. They were rushing back to their territory, excited to report. The humans their king and the human elder had mentioned had arrived. Oh my gosh, so cute. It's a monkey. No way. Wild monkeys. Let's follow them. The tourists instantly forgot their fatigue and eagerly chased after the monkeys. The two warriors at the back exchanged amused glances and followed at a leisurely pace. We're here, one of them murmured softly, as if hinting that a new adventure was about to unfold. 20 tourists ascended the sacred mountain of Minghua village, a mere drop in the ocean compared to the overall visitor flow of the scenic area. The travel diaries they posted online after returning home were similarly lost in the sea of countless travel posts. While few knew what extraordinary sights they had witnessed, the two guide-like warriors ensured these grinning tourists were safely escorted back down the mountain. Wait for me. I'll be back tomorrow, the tourists called out as they disappeared into the winding country roads of Qing County. As promised on the ticket, most visitors experienced firsthand the truth of a single day is not enough. The breathtaking scenery and abundant activities of Minghua village alone were enough to captivate them for an entire day. By the time they had taken in the awe-inspiring deity-inviting ceremony and the dazzling iron fireworks performance, night had already fallen, and the sacred mountain had long since closed. Left with no choice, they postponed their climbing plans to the following day. Some visitors with tight schedules had to leave, but the majority decided to adjust their plans and drove straight to the nearby Qing County town. While the accommodations there were unremarkable, the proximity to the scenic area was unbeatable. Just a half-hour drive the next morning to return to the site. The hotel and owners in Qing County were overjoyed. Wow, this is like money falling from the sky, they exclaimed upon learning that these tourists had come down from Wanyuan Mountain and planned to stay the night before returning the next day. They were stunned. Wait, you're telling me people are staying here just to see that nearly abandoned scenic spot behind the mountain? What kind of blessing is this? They couldn't help but question if this was the same overlooked Wanyuan Mountain they had always known. In one hotel, the owner apologetically turned away guests and hung up a fully booked sign. Behind the counter, a young woman munching on sunflower seeds suddenly lit up with excitement and raised her phone. Boss, it seems like Wanyuan Mountain is going viral. The owner took the phone and examined it closely, clicking his tongue in amazement. Wanyuan Mountain, is this the work of that couple's kid? Truly unexpected. Meanwhile, Zhao Meng was lounging comfortably on a hotel bed, enjoying a back massage from one of his men. Fresh out of a hot shower, he was in high spirits. Huh, good thing I, Meng of Yong'an Mountain, had the foresight, he thought to himself. I knew Brother Su's scenic area would be a hit. That's why I booked out an entire hotel in advance, so my tour group could have a place to stay. After hanging up his phone, he began planning the next day's itinerary. Tomorrow we'll head back, let everyone rest well tonight. We'll need to climb the mountain tomorrow. There aren't many toilets up there, so I should remind them to drink and eat sparingly, and wear comfortable shoes. His subordinate leaned in obsequiously, eager to report the good news. Brother Meng, you're incredible. With Wanyuan Mountain's ticket prices going up, even though we only get a cut, we made 500 today alone. And tomorrow, all right. Didn't you mention that the souvenir shop at Minghua Village will be open tomorrow? Even if they don't sell much, as long as people are spending, we'll profit. The loyal subordinate chuckled, feeling a rare sense of joy and relaxation. I always knew you had the best vision, Brother Meng. Yong'an Mountain Meng is really on the rise. Tell me something I don't know, Zhao Meng replied smugly, lying back and savoring his success. But beyond the satisfaction, he couldn't help but feel curious. So far, only 20 people had reached the sacred mountain summit. He couldn't wait to see what kind of wonders that clever Su might conjure up on the mountain. As night deepened, cars streamed along highways, and crowds bustled at airports and high-speed rail stations. Yong'an City was officially welcoming a flood of tourists from all directions. Those who arrived on the first day were mostly the advance vanguard. This was just the beginning. More visitors were on their way, poised to ignite a full-blown tourism frenzy. Yangon City welcomed the second day of the holiday, with tourists flooding into major attractions like waves. The staff at the Cultural and Tourism Department closely monitored the ever-increasing numbers, their voices betraying an undeniable excitement. They kept a sharp eye on the flow of visitors, determined to document every detail. At the Wanyuan Mountain Scenic Area, The entrance to Mingyuezhai village at the foot of the sacred spirit mountain range saw an even larger influx of people compared to the previous day. Jing stood by the river, taking a sip of water to soothe his throat as he switched shifts with a colleague. He was grateful for Jiang Tsung's advice to increase the number of tour boats to 3. Otherwise, today's situation would have been unmanageable. According to Zhao Dashue's statistics, by 11 a.m., the scenic area had already welcomed over 200 visitors, and this was just the beginning. Looking at the bustling Mingyuezhai, Jing reluctantly sent a message to Jiang Tsung. Today's crowd. Limit it to 3,000 people. Despite the vast area of the scenic spot, the staff shortage was severe. Employees had to perform, act as NPCs, and maintain all tasks that seemed impossible to juggle, even with extra hands. Upon receiving the message, Jiang Tsung acted immediately, instructing the operations team to post an update on major online platforms. Due to overwhelming visitor numbers exceeding the scenic area's capacity, the maximum number of visitors allowed in Wanyuan Mountain today would be capped at 3,000. Before this announcement could stir any discontent among tourists, Xinzhuang was already pacing back and forth in his office, muttering, "How can we limit visitors? At such a critical time, how can we limit visitors?" He quickly contacted Jing, determined to find a solution to the manpower shortage. From Xinzhuang's perspective, Wanyuan Mountain could not afford to impose restrictions. His career prospects this year were riding entirely on its success. Meanwhile, tourists officially began entering Mingyuezhai, naturally splitting into 2 groups. Newcomers enthusiastically explored the village at the mountain's base, collecting ceremonial offerings, while the local visitors who had already experienced the festivities yesterday gathered at the mountain's foot, ready to venture into the sacred mountain. Warrior number 1 and warrior number 2 looked uneasily at the dense crowd, swallowing nervously. After a brief moment of hesitation, warrior number 1 finally stepped forward and announced loudly, "Dear visitors, the mist has lifted, and the path to the sacred mountain is now open. Please line up in an orderly fashion 20 people at a time, with a 3-minute interval between groups. Remember, no fighting is allowed on the sacred mountain. Violators will be remembered by the gods, and trust me, that's not something you want." He stepped back slightly, leaving a narrow passage, and continued to remind the crowd, "If you are fortunate enough to encounter the gods, maintain a respectful distance and do not offend them. If possible, we hope you can represent the people of Mingyuezhai and offer our sincerest respects. Now, please begin your journey." As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd surged forward like a flood breaking through a dam, disappearing quickly into the dense forest. The 2 warriors watched the tourists depart, wiped the sweat from their foreheads, and sighed deeply. Good luck to them. Among the eager tourists, Ping Ping adjusted her glasses and carefully stepped over the fallen branches on the ground as she pressed on. Ever since she first attended the divine invitation ceremony in Mingyuezhai and witnessed the breathtaking Redand White Nuo dance and the dazzling fireworks, she had been deeply captivated by the culture of this remote mountain village. When news surfaced online yesterday about the 20 pioneers who had visited the sacred mountain, her anticipation soared to new heights. However, she chose not to visit on the first day, instead opting for today. With her extensive travel experience, she knew that many attractions often revealed their true charm on the second day. Sure enough, she had taken note of the feedback from those who entered the sacred mountain yesterday, but returned empty-handed, which only strengthened her resolve. As for the mentions of monkeys and similar tales, she paid them no mind. Today, she had only one goal in her heart: to witness the gods. The group of 20 moved along, speaking in hushed tones. Without the villagers to guide them, no one dared to quicken their pace, afraid of disturbing something unknown. As a result, they had yet to catch up with the group ahead. Passing through a curtain of low-hanging vines, faint screams and excited chatter could be heard in the distance, causing Ping Ping's expression to tighten. She called out, "Hurry up," and, without waiting, quickened her steps, leaving her companions far behind. Beneath a nearby bridge, golden koi swam joyfully in the clear waters, trailing after the young girl. No matter how they twisted their bodies or flicked their fins, they failed to capture Ping Ping's attention. As she crossed the stone path in the center of the pond, the fish seemed to sense something and scattered in an instant. Ping Ping froze in place, her foot unknowingly stepping into the water. The air was still and silent. Only the soft ripples on the water, the crisp sound of droplets falling, and the rustling of lotus leaves in the breeze could be heard. On the stone path ahead, each stepping stone was occupied by a person. Their faces were filled with a mix of excitement and tension as they bit their lips, fearful of making any noise that might disturb this sacred place. In a rocky cave ahead, a young girl with pale skin and a meticulously styled hair bun rested her head against the wall, her eyes closed in repose. The ground extended into the water, revealing a massive golden-red fish tail that shimmered with brilliance. Its tip moved slightly, gently nudging away any koi that ventured too close. Ping Ping murmured softly, "It's the carp's spirit." The tourists trailing behind finally caught up, gathering hesitantly by the edge of the pond. Their steps faltered, unsure whether to proceed. Move forward already. We can't see anything back here, someone urged impatiently. Exactly. Stop blocking the way, just keep moving. Why are they stopping? Do you think they saw something special? I remember the Sacred Mountains promotional video mentioned sightings of divine beings. Could this really be one? Complaints rippled through the crowd, sparking a wave of agitation among those waiting at the back. Eventually, someone couldn't hold back and voiced their frustration, their words igniting a flurry of arguments. The people at the front, unwilling to linger, snapped a few hurried photos before moving on. The area quickly descended into chaos, filled with noise and commotion. Inside the cave, the girl's delicate lashes fluttered slightly, like the soft wings of a bird. Suddenly, the enormous fish tail lifted and trembled sharply. The girl stretched lazily, her expression darkening with annoyance as her gaze fixed on the stunned crowd before her. So noisy, she muttered. Her fish tail, far too natural and fluid to be a mere prop, slapped heavily against the water, sending a cascade of droplets flying and drenching the nearby onlookers. What the? I'm soaked, someone shouted in alarm. The sudden splash sent the group into disarray. Some scrambled to take pictures, while others cursed in frustration. Human greed and impoliteness were on full display. The girl shifted her posture, a faint smirk playing on her lips as her eyes glinted with disdain. Such rude strangers, humans really have no manners. With that, she tilted her body and leapt gracefully into the pond, vanishing amidst the spray of water. Her parting words lingered in the air. If this continues, I might have to find a new place to live. The koi pond soon returned to its tranquil state. The wind whispered softly, and the lotus flowers remained in full bloom. With the divine presence gone, the koi resumed their playful swimming. The crowd stood in stunned silence, staring at the spot where the carp's spirit had disappeared, a mix of fear and confusion etched on their faces. She's really gone, right? Someone asked in a hushed tone. That had to be some kind of magic. There's no way she was an actual deity. Did you even see her tail? Could anyone build something that realistic? It's probably just a trick. Some kind of elaborate illusion. The group debated endlessly, their voices filled with skepticism and awe. The air buzzed with disbelief and an undeniable sense of wonder. A deep, guttural roar pierced through the noisy chatter of the tourists. What have you done? A man staggered to the center of the pool, his camera swaying heavily against his chest. At the very moment he was about to witness the mythical koi goddess, he watched helplessly as his hope shattered. His voice trembled with suppressed anger. You scared her away. All day yesterday, no one on the mountain caught a glimpse of her. And today, he glanced around at the swelling crowd of tourists. How many of you came here just for the koi goddess? It's not even noon, and because of your greed, everyone else after you won't get to see her. The tourists in the front row, initially ready to defend themselves, turned to see the dense crowd of people behind them. Words of explanation froze in their throats. Sorry. One tourist murmured apologetically before hastily leaving. The others quickly realized that lingering any longer was unwise. If more people discovered the truth, they feared they might be left behind as sacrifices to appease the anger of the crowd. Though the path finally cleared, the long-anticipated deity in the cave had already vanished. Some unwilling tourists lingered by the pool, pacing in frustration, until someone softly suggested, the koi goddess has left. We should hurry to the next spot. Missing the others would be even worse, wouldn't it? You're right. The group snapped out of their daze. There are more places to see. And there's that butterfly fairy who supposedly loves crowds, someone exclaimed, climbing onto a large rock by the pool. Waving their arms enthusiastically, they shouted, they say the butterfly fairy enjoys lively gatherings. Since we're already such a big group, why not try our luck there? We can't leave empty-handed without seeing anything. The tourists nodded in agreement, casting one last glance at the now empty cave before leaving with a sigh. Soon, the crowd disappeared along the mountain path, and tranquility returned to the koi pond. In the water, a small koi with shimmering gold and silver scales swam gracefully, its eyes glinting mischievously as it observed the surface. Meanwhile, Jing emerged from a hidden spot along the rocky wall, murmuring softly to himself, strict control can't compare to voluntary restraint. Once word of this spreads, people will naturally follow the rules unless they're prepared to face everyone's wrath. He gazed at the uphill path and leisurely followed after the crowd. Those folks are smart not to waste time here. Otherwise, they might miss the next attraction too. Long after Jing's figure disappeared, the little koi suddenly leapt out of the water, transforming at the edge of the pond into a young girl dressed in a lotus leaf skirt. Her ear fins glowed with a golden red hue, and delicate scales extended along her collarbone. When she turned her head, faint gill patterns could be seen beneath her jawline. Barefoot, she wandered along the pond's edge, gently brushing her fingers over the lotus flowers, patiently awaiting the next group of destined visitors. Meanwhile, the tourists were already marching en masse toward Butterfly Valley. While some still grumbled about the earlier obstruction, most chose to let it go and began eagerly chatting about the next attraction. We're here. The person leading the group shouted excitedly. Before them stretched a vibrant valley bursting with blooms, where the cliffs jutted out at an angle, forming what looked like a natural platform suspended in midair. Beneath the platform, countless butterflies fluttered up and down, creating a vibrant, colorful river that flowed through the flower fields and around the visitors. This breathtaking spectacle instantly captured everyone's attention, and the legend of the butterfly fairy was momentarily forgotten. Visitors poured into the valley, eager to witness this marvel firsthand and capture it in photos. The crowd surged, and Ping Ping found herself pushed to the center of the throng. Frustrated, she shoved an older woman aside and muttered, "Stop pushing. There's so much space here." Then she glanced around, her heart secretly marveling at the sight. Although she'd seen pictures of other so-called butterfly valleys online, the scattered butterflies in those photos paled in comparison to the grandeur before her. What amazed her most was how these butterflies seemed completely unafraid of human presence. Visitors held up their phones, scrambling to take selfies with the butterflies and the sea of flowers. A group of student-like tourists repeatedly gasped in astonishment, their voices brimming with excitement and disbelief. "Look, that's a blue-eyed butterfly. Over the reeds a Saturn yellow butterfly. Oh my gosh, the vibrant red devil. Wow, the seven-spotted butterfly." Their exclamations grew increasingly fervent. "Why are there so many nationally protected species here? Wait a second, isn't that the critically endangered purple coral star butterfly?" As it turned out, these students were graduate researchers specializing in biology and wildlife conservation. They exchanged wide-eyed glances, their lips trembling with excitement. "Should we notify our professor? This place absolutely needs protection. Quick, take pictures. We need our professor to confirm this." They huddled together, talking over one another, while the other visitors continued to roam the area, delighted and snapping photos. Although Butterfly Valley was vast and capable of accommodating large crowds, within just an hour, it was packed to the brim, leaving almost no room to move. Suddenly, a startled cry rang out from the crowd. "What's that?" More shouts followed in quick succession. A pure white figure began to emerge faintly, its outline appearing from among the trees. Ping Ping, unable to move in the crush of people, raised her camera high, trying to capture the mysterious figure. When she finally lowered the camera and focused on the figure floating out from behind the trees, her pupils constricted sharply. "Hey, a butterfly," she murmured to herself. Someone nearby, confused, asked, "What's all the fuss about? Aren't there butterflies everywhere?" Ping Ping adjusted her glasses, her trembling hand pointing toward the figure now fully visible beyond the trees. Her voice, rising with excitement, cried out, "No! Look! She's here!" The air suddenly grew still as everyone slowly looked up. Under the hazy glow, a woman in a silver-white gown descended like a feather, landing gracefully on the edge of the platform above the stone wall. Xiao Sun turned silently, unfastening the wire from her waist. Her gaze swept over the dense crowd of tourists in Butterfly Valley below. Her heartbeat quickened, and she instinctively stepped back, but froze when she caught sight of Jing hiding in a corner. A calmness washed over her. The sunlight spilled from behind, bathing Xiao Sun in a dreamy golden glow. Her gown, adorned with countless small feather-like details, swayed gently in the breeze. A gentle smile graced her face, and her voice was as soft as a lark's song. "Butterfly Valley is so lively today." Her words seemed to carry a magical quality, instantly soothing the hearts of the onlookers. Narrowing her eyes, Xiao Sun raised her arm lightly, as if caressing the intangible air. "I can smell the awakening of the sacred mountain, the scent of grass, flowers, and the bustling warmth of life." She leapt lightly along the edge of the stone wall, drawing gasps from the crowd below. "I'm in such a good mood today, let me sing a song for my people." Suddenly, someone had a flash of realization and shouted, "Loves liveliness, loves to sing. She must be the butterfly fairy." This exclamation was like a spark igniting a fuse, and the crowd's eyes widened in astonishment. Yet, doubts arose just as quickly. She doesn't look like a deity, no wings, and that flight earlier could have been done with wires. The skepticism lasted only a fleeting 10 seconds before vanishing entirely. At the same time, Ping Ping, holding a telephoto lens, noticed in astonishing detail what appeared to be feather decorations were, in fact, countless tiny butterflies. She couldn't help but exclaim, "Those aren't feathers on her. They're butterflies." The butterfly fairy began to sing, her voice a blend of melancholy and hope. "Bright white snow blankets this mountain, untouched by footprints. The desolate valley lies in silence. I am its beacon of hope. Frost fills the sky, like the storm within my heart. Only the earth knows the wounds I've endured." She swayed gently, her gown's butterflies fluttering with her movements. Her song captivated everyone, and all doubts about her authenticity vanished. The tourists were reminded of the sacred mountain, the stories of Mingyue village, the rituals of summoning deities, and the sincere gazes of the villagers. Many felt a lump in their throats. The butterfly fairy's voice grew more powerful. "I won't let evil trespass on the sacred mountain. I'll use my strength to protect it every day." She twirled on the slanted wall, her hair streaming behind her. A few white butterflies lifted from her skirt's hem, bursting into dazzling white light in midair. But I believe one day, I will return. Her song soared into the skies, and the butterfly fairy smiled as she stepped forward into the radiant sunlight. In that instant, the butterflies adorning her transformed into an explosion of white, like a sea of clouds shimmering in the air. Transforming into countless white butterflies, they scattered into the air. One person, a radiant world in themselves. Bloom, bloom. The holy mountain glowed with an immaculate radiance, as a massive swarm of butterflies swirled around her like mist and rain. Accompanied by a vibrant melody, the butterflies suddenly soared skyward, bursting like fireworks in the sky. Fly, be free, this is my home. Her voice grew louder, her arms outstretched, and under the stunned gaze of all the tourists, the scattered butterflies seemed to be guided by some mysterious force and instantly converged toward her. In an instant, the pristine white butterflies formed a delicate veil with a faint golden glow, drifting down toward the visitors below. The gentle touch of their wings and the sprinkling of wing dust followed the woman's guiding gestures, as the butterflies obediently brushed past each visitor. Even the butterflies that had been flitting among the flowers seemed invigorated, surging into the sky to form a colorful ring of light that spiraled high above Butterfly Valley, as though crowning their long-lost queen. Ping felt her blood surge, her vision darkening. She suddenly realized she was witnessing a deity. Was this not the legendary butterfly fairy? This was undeniably a miracle. Sure, wires could make someone fly, but how could she possibly control so many butterflies? Jing stood in the shadows, watching the scene unfold with satisfaction. He thought to himself, butterfly dream attire, intermediate grade item, a slip dress crafted from illusionary gold chiffon, with a butterfly mother gem embedded at the chest. Attributes: elegance 30, dreamlike quality 30, butterfly affinity 300, with a chance of attracting rare butterflies. Usage: 110. This dress, created by the sewing god of a parallel world, has magical effects. It took 200 positive reputation points to exchange for this single item, which can only be used 10 times. Truly a precious artifact. At the same time, the cultural artifact worth 30 reputation points, the song Bloom, shared the same melody as their world's Let It Go and required exceptional vocal skill. Of all candidates for the butterfly fairy role, only teacher Xiaoxuan from the Golden Sun Dance Troupe was chosen. Clearly, she had succeeded. Jing glanced at the river of white butterflies in midair and couldn't help but swallow hard. He hadn't expected the dress to be this extraordinary. The song continued, powerful and resonant, when suddenly there was a loud thud as the first person fell to their knees. Butterfly fairy, soon after, more and more people knelt, the sound of knees hitting the ground echoing around them. Their eyes were filled with emotion, their expressions reverent, as they loudly chanted, Butterfly fairy, Butterfly fairy, welcome back to the holy mountain, Butterfly fairy. Jing and Xiaoxuan were both dumbfounded. Although Xiaoxuan couldn't clearly see the people below, she could distinctly make out the silhouettes of those kneeling. Her fingertips grew cold, and she felt like crying, inwardly screaming, President Su, I can't handle this. This will shorten my life. She's only 28. And even that elderly man who looks 60 is kneeling for her. Jing also realized the situation was spiraling out of control. He shot Xiaoxuan a meaningful glance, and she immediately understood. Xiaoxuan let out a soft laugh and said, Hee, I'm very happy today. The holy mountain has regained its prosperity. I shall go and explore. With that, she retreated into the depths of the platform and disappeared. The white butterflies followed her, flying away, while the remaining butterflies calmed down, as if the mysterious figure had never appeared. A few seconds later, a synchronized chant echoed across the skies above Butterfly Valley. Farewell, Butterfly Fairy. Jing slapped his forehead and sighed inwardly. The god creation plan had worked, but now we're in trouble. Perhaps it was because someone had witnessed the appearance of a divine being, or maybe the tourists had already fulfilled their wishes, or perhaps no one dared to be disrespectful in such a place. Either way, within half an hour, more than half of the crowd in Butterfly Valley had dispersed. Those who remained were either busy taking photos or excitedly discussing what had just happened. After this extraordinary encounter, even the seemingly ordinary butterflies around them seemed to be cloaked in a mysterious aura. Gradually, more people arrived, only to realize amidst the lively chatter that they had missed not only the manifestation of the carp god, but also the appearance of the butterfly fairy. The frustration was palpable. They felt like mere extras in someone else's thrilling story. Determined to make the most of their visit, they resolved to take at least 800 photos before leaving, as if that would make up for their loss. Meanwhile, the earlier visitors had already embarked on the climb up the Big Butt Mountain. The trail from Butterfly Valley to the next scenic spot was a long one, taking at least half an hour to traverse. The group naturally spread out based on their stamina. Some surged ahead with light, quick steps, overtaking others effortlessly, while those trailing behind gritted their teeth and pushed harder to catch up. By now, the tourists had begun to grasp the peculiar nature of this place. It truly seemed a bit magical. The owner of the scenic spot appeared indifferent to what visitors wanted to see, leaving everything to chance. Timing was equally crucial. With a bit of luck, you might stumble upon the site you were hoping for right as you arrived. Without it, even arriving early would leave you empty-handed. The irony was that the moment you turned away, the very scene you longed for might quietly appear behind you. This led to a comical spectacle along the mountainside trail. Some lagged far behind, leisurely chatting and savoring the fresh air of the sacred mountain range, while others charged forward with flushed faces, racing to outpace one another. Ping Ping was among the latter group, a determined power walker. Her anxiety was understandable. She had narrowly missed the carp god's appearance by just a few minutes earlier. If only she had been a bit quicker, she wouldn't have had to watch helplessly as the moment slipped away. Moreover, she had an important mission: to relay the latest updates from the sacred mountain to her devoted followers as quickly as possible. Like the wind, she overtook two men, her eyes fixed on the elegant carvings on the stone wall ahead. A smile spread across her face. She had arrived. Reaching the Hope Cliff, she climbed up a dirt path and stepped onto an exceptionally rugged mountain trail. This time, she didn't dare to rush. Slowing her pace, she allowed the others behind her to catch up, knowing it was safer to proceed together. Dappled light filtered through the treetops, casting shifting patterns on the ground. Occasionally, rustling sounds echoed through the forest, followed by the increasingly distinct calls of monkeys. The wind howled intermittently, blending with the cascading sound of water, creating a symphony in the air. The group fell silent as they approached a narrow mountain passage, barely wide enough for one person at a time. Ping Ping hesitated for a moment, but when the men behind her impatiently tried to pass, she quickly stepped forward to block their way. Are you kidding me? If there's a great view ahead, there's no way I'm getting stuck behind. The light dimmed as they entered the passage one by one, the atmosphere growing quieter. Ping Ping gripped her camera tightly, her eyes scanning every corner, afraid to miss anything extraordinary. Aside from its length, the passage itself held no particular features. The sound of water grew louder, and a faint mist hung in the air. Suddenly, a bright light appeared ahead. Squinting slightly, Ping Ping's heart raced. What awaited them at the end of this passage? Why is there so much moisture in the air? Ping Ping wondered, but there was no time to dwell on it, as the group was moving quickly. The cave entrance was just ahead, and the outside world was about to be revealed. Let me see what's outside. Ping Ping's words were cut short as her hand shot up like lightning, raising her camera. Click, click. The rapid shutter sound startled the men behind her. Move out. Don't block the entrance. Keep going. What do you see? Quiet down. Don't scare the spirits away. The men urged her on, speaking over one another as they began to nudge Ping Ping forward. She suppressed the awe swelling in her chest and stepped aside to clear the exit. Suddenly, the light burst forth. The men rushed out of the cave, squinting as they adjusted to the bright sunlight. When their eyes finally adapted, the scene before them left everyone breathless. Vivid green meadows rolled with the mountain breeze, like waves of an endless emerald sea, tracing the wind's path with striking clarity. Scattered amidst the verdant expanse were red trees, yellow blossoms, and white stones, while in the distance, a chain of lush mountains stretched endlessly. To their astonishment, they realized they were standing on the edge of a steep cliff. Then, a thunderous roar broke through the air. They turned toward the sound and saw an immense waterfall cascading from the heavens. The silvery stream plunged down the cliffside, merging into a river at the mountain's base. Beads of water shimmered like strings of pearls as they danced over the rocks, eventually outlining the contours of a massive cave hidden behind the curtain of water. But what stunned them even more was that this sacred cliff, known as Chiwang Cliff, was home to unexpected residence monkeys. Amid the green waves, under wild trees and beside clusters of flowers, pairs and trios of monkeys tilted their heads, gazing curiously at the uninvited visitors with clear, innocent eyes. Some young monkeys swung playfully between branches, and faint silhouettes of others could be glimpsed within the cave behind the waterfall. Do you think they'll harm us? Ping Ping, unwilling to miss the breathtaking scene, took a tentative step forward and glanced back at the men. The only response she got was the relentless clicking of camera shutters. Damn it, I can't bear to leave without getting closer. Let's go. Ping Ping mustered her courage and moved toward the water pool. She noticed a series of stones scattered across the water and thought that, with careful calculation, she might be able to leap into the cave behind the waterfall. Just then, a sharp chittering sound pierced the air. A strong, agile monkey suddenly leapt out, blocking Ping Ping's path. Startled, she froze in her tracks. The monkey stepped back 2 paces, gave her a scrutinizing look, then swiftly bounded onto the stones in the pool. With a few graceful leaps, it disappeared behind the waterfall. What's it doing? Ping Ping asked, turning to the men, who had now gathered closer. No idea, but it seemed like it was warning us to stay back. Let's wait and see. I have a feeling something big is about to happen. Cameras ready. Don't miss the moment. Ping Ping raised her camera high, focusing intently on what might come next. The waterfall sprayed droplets into the air, and sunlight pierced through the mist, casting a divine glow over the stones in the pool. A faint rustling sound broke the stillness. The next moment, a flash of golden fur became visible behind the water curtain. In a series of nimble movements, the golden figure emerged, leaping onto a weathered, ancient boulder. Ping Ping's lens moved swiftly, a smile creeping onto her lips. It was a majestic male monkey, sitting proudly atop the massive stone. Its golden fur gleamed under the sunlight, exuding an air of solemnity and grandeur. The silver-white waterfall behind it served as a natural backdrop, creating a scene straight out of a painting. Sensing the gaze of the strangers, the monkey slowly turned its head. The golden tufts of fur around its ears swayed gently in the breeze. Then, it lifted its hands from the ground and gradually stood upright. In that moment, time seemed to stand still as everyone held their breath, waiting to see the next move of this magnificent ruler of the sacred mountain. The people by the pond were stunned. Monkeys standing up wasn't unusual, but the posture of this monkey king was extraordinary. It stood with the grace and poise of a triumphant general, exuding determination and courage, carrying an air of majestic authority. A streak of white amidst the golden fur on its chest gleamed like an embedded jewel, accentuating its regal presence. It scanned the area calmly before opening its mouth to let out a powerful, guttural roar that echoed across the praying cliff. Monkeys began leaping in from all directions, the rustling sounds growing louder and louder. The group finally snapped out of their awe at the Monkey King's commanding aura. What were they planning to do? Someone muttered nervously, "This is a bit scary, but wow. The Monkey King is so impressive." Another asked, "Are they going to hurt us? What are their intentions?" "No, they seem friendly. Nothing like those mischievous monkeys at Mount Amay." Someone else chimed in. "Wait, are we comparing them to Amay monkeys now?" Amidst the chatter, Ping Ping cautiously stepped back, snapping photo after photo to capture close-ups of the scene. If the mythical deities of other scenic spots seemed detached from reality and left people skeptical, this troop of monkeys was undeniably real, a captivating spectacle for any visitor. Within the group of monkeys, two smaller ones, Xiao Tu and Xiao Mu, exchanged a glance. They recalled the king's instructions: act fierce, demand food from the humans, and then let the king reprimand them. It's okay, they thought. If the king hits us, it must be for a reason. Suddenly, the two darted forward, baring their teeth menacingly at Ping Ping's group and extending their claws. What do they want? Food. Ping Ping hesitated, realizing she had nothing to offer the little monkeys. One of the men behind her tentatively pulled out a lollipop. Here, he said. Smack. Xiao Tu slapped the lollipop away with a hiss. What is this? You dare insult me with this? The man yelped in shock and started to retreat, but froze in his tracks the next moment. The Monkey King? The regal figure had descended silently from its perch on the boulder, its sharp eyes fixed on the two small monkeys who had approached the humans. It let out a low, commanding growl. Xiao Tu's eyes lit up, and it immediately bared its teeth at the king, pretending to adopt an aggressive stance. Were they about to fight? No. Under their watchful gaze, the Monkey King reached behind itself and pulled out a staff. Wait, what was it going to do? The scene felt eerily familiar, and the tourists held their breath in anticipation. The Monkey King stood tall, the staff resting behind its shoulders. Its eyes remained calm and focused. Then, with a sudden gust of wind, the staff came to life. Whoosh, whoosh. The nearly 1-meter-long staff spun effortlessly in its hands, the speed increasing until it blurred into afterimages. Thump. The staff lightly tapped the heads of Xiao Tu and Xiao Mu. Startled, the two small monkeys yelped, clutching their heads as they scampered away. The group of humans stood speechless. Hitting monkeys might be illegal for humans, but monkeys disciplining other monkeys? Surely that didn't involve them. The Monkey King slung the staff back over its shoulder and turned to look at Ping Ping and her group. On its remarkably expressive face, there was a fleeting hint of pride. Hello? Is this animal control? We might have just witnessed a live animal performance here, someone murmured in disbelief. On Hope Cliff, an unexpected spectacle was taking place. A majestic male monkey, wielding a long staff, twirled it through the air like a streak of golden lightning. His movements were both agile and precise, each strike carrying an astonishing force. The onlookers stood in awe, their cameras and phones flashing wildly, desperate not to miss a single moment of the performance. Among the crowd, a little girl widened her eyes in amazement and tugged at her uncle's sleeve. "Uncle, is that the monkey god?" she asked, her innocent voice filled with curiosity. Her uncle squinted, carefully observing the monkey who was spinning the staff with remarkable skill. A glimmer of intrigue flickered in his eyes. "No," he replied in a low voice, "that's the Monkey King. But perhaps it dreams of becoming a god." The Monkey King's performance not only mesmerized the visitors, but also commanded respect from its fellow monkeys, who obediently stepped aside. In the clearing they left behind stood a wooden sign, quietly proclaiming, "The path ahead remains shrouded in mist. Visitors, please follow this route to descend the mountain after your tour." Upon seeing the sign, a wave of dismay rippled through the tourists. No, we haven't seen enough. Is it really over already? Many lamented the fact that they had yet to encounter the carp spirit or the butterfly fairy, their hearts heavy with regret. Sensing the visitors' disappointment, the Monkey King pointed its staff at the sign. An observant tourist finally noticed a small inscription at the bottom. All creatures on Sacred Mountain are friendly. It is currently feeding time for the monkey troop. If you encounter them on your way down, you may purchase monkey-specific food to feed them. Supplies are limited, first come, first served. Wow, we can interact with the monkeys up close. Ping Ping exclaimed in excitement as she snapped one final photo of the Monkey King's heroic stance. Then, with a burst of energy, she dashed off. Food is limited. If it's sold out, we won't get to interact. Her voice trailed behind her as other tourists hurried to follow. However, not all visitors were content to follow the rules. A few individuals exchanged furtive glances and eyed the path leading up the mountain, their curiosity getting the better of them. What if we sneak up there for a quick look? We won't go too far. Don't you remember the stories online about people getting lost in the gray mist at the foot of the mountain and being stuck for hours? Come on, that's just marketing hype. The park probably made those up to scare people, one man scoffed. Besides, it's a huge mountain. How could there be mist everywhere? Before he could finish his sentence, the Monkey King had already positioned itself in front of them, its long staff pressed firmly against their chests. Its piercing gaze seemed to say, "Go ahead, try me." The two men quickly realized this monkey had likely earned its status through genuine skill. They stumbled backward in a panic, stammering assurances. Got it. We'll leave right away. You rest easy, sir. We're on our way. Wishing you got it soon. Let's not cause trouble, we're all friends here. With the difficult tourists finally retreating down the mountain, no one else dared to challenge the formidable Monkey King, who looked capable of taking down 8 people with a single blow. Satisfied, the Monkey King casually smoothed its fur and sauntered back behind the waterfall to continue its dramatic performance, ready to impress the next wave of visitors. Meanwhile, on the descent, the tourists stumbled upon an unexpected surprise. A staff member from Minghua village was seated on a small stool, a large bamboo basket covered with a clean cloth in front of him. Beside him stood a small sign. Peeled oranges, 10 yuan each. Only 10 sold per day. The employee beamed at the approaching crowd. Well, there's just one left. So who's going to take it? Ping Ping held half of a tangerine in her hand, her eyes sparkling with disbelief. You're really only selling 10? I'll pay more, she exclaimed anxiously. The vendor shook his head helplessly and explained, Minghua village has a rule. The daily sales of fruits and snacks can't exceed the monkeys' dietary limits on Sacred Mountain to avoid disrupting their habits. At that moment, another girl, clutching the other half of the tangerine, frowned and spoke harshly. Stop wasting time. I was here first, so obviously it should go to me. She turned to Ping Ping and sneered. You must be from Dunhuang, right? Why are there so many murals there? Ping Ping refused to back down. She glared and retorted sharply. Who are you calling out? Her words cut like a blade, leaving the other girl momentarily stunned. Just as the situation was about to escalate, an employee stepped in to mediate. He decisively split the tangerine into 2 halves and suggested, all right, ladies, how about this? Each of you takes half and pays half the price. Reluctantly, the two agreed to the compromise. Ping Ping took her half of the fruit and eagerly began her descent down the mountain. Along the way, she passed various fruit stalls selling strawberries, carrots, peaches, but to her surprise, all of them were sold out. Each stall had only sold 10 items, steadfastly refusing to sell more, even when offered higher prices. This both frustrated and comforted Ping Ping. She thought to herself, at least it shows that the villagers of Minghua village are genuinely protecting the animals on Sacred Mountain. As she pondered, a small monkey caught her attention. Its golden fur gleamed, soft and well-groomed, clearly cared for lovingly. Ping Ping approached the railing by the roadside and asked softly, Hey, do you want some? The little monkey curiously leaned over to sniff, then gingerly reached out a paw to take a piece of orange. It quickly devoured the slice and, as if unsatisfied, chirped and pointed at the other piece in Ping Ping's hand. You want more? Ping Ping laughed at its adorable behavior. She was about to offer the rest when the monkey shook its head and pointed instead at the orange peel. You want this? Ping Ping asked, puzzled but obliging. She peeled off the fragrant orange skin and handed it to the monkey. The monkey's excitement was instant. It chirped happily, hugging the peel tightly with both its hands and feet. In its mind, it thought gleefully, delicious. This is the real treat. The king's advice was spot on. What was it again? Nod for yes, shake for no. This truly is human wisdom. As it enjoyed its delicacy, it let Ping Ping stroke its head without a care. Food is life. For a good snack, no shame at all. All along the path, monkeys of all shapes and sizes could be seen. Most of them were unafraid of humans and especially friendly toward visitors holding food. However, to everyone's surprise, when someone tried to sneak their own snacks to feed the monkeys, the animals ignored the offerings entirely, walking away as if uninterested. Despite this, The tourists continued to stroll, stop, and take photos, eventually reaching the foot of the mountain. The exit was separate from the entrance, where a cheerful young woman stood at the end of the trail, waving and calling out, "Ladies and gentlemen, come on out. The evening's deity summoning ceremony is about to begin." Though some had seen the ceremony before, it was a first for many. As they followed the path out, their attention was immediately drawn to a massive stilted building near the mountain's base. "Huh? Was this building always here? I didn't notice it before," someone murmured. "There are words on it. Let me see." A bespectacled male student leaned closer to read and suddenly gasped, "Souvenirs. Oh my gosh." Before he could finish, he dashed toward the building like a gust of wind. The warm white light glowing from wooden windows illuminated the sign for those behind him. "Souvenir shop." "Whoa, let's go," Ping thought, feeling an unprecedented excitement for a souvenir shop. She worried that if she delayed even a moment, everything would be gone. Clearly, others shared her urgency. In an instant, the crowd surged like a tidal wave toward the shop. The two security guards at the entrance broke into a cold sweat, remembering how they'd been jostled earlier. "Stop. Form a line." They tried to block the rush. "We can't let the same chaos happen again." Before they finished, a loud crash echoed as the crowd pushed the guards aside. The wooden door creaked under the strain, as if it might collapse at any moment. "Damn it." Security guard 1 groaned, nearly in tears. "We need to let them in one at a time." Security guard 2 quickly grabbed a walkie-talkie, pulling his partner to his feet while shouting, "Brother Fong, the souvenir shop, it's been overrun. Requesting backup." Wow. Bright lights suddenly illuminated the space, jolting the visitors who had been wandering on the sacred mountain back to reality. Inside the shopping hall, neatly arranged wooden shelves exuded a warm, inviting aroma, drawing everyone's attention. The visitors, who had intended only to browse casually, found their pupils contracting the moment they stepped inside, and soon they surged forward like a rising tide. The spacious hall was already bustling with people, but the scene here was unlike any typical tourist spot. Shopping baskets slung over visitors' arms were nearly overflowing, and the shelves appeared disheveled, with some items clearly on the verge of selling out. Ping rushed into the crowd ahead of everyone else, eagerly hunting for her ideal souvenir. However, her enthusiasm was quickly overwhelmed by the dazzling array of products, leaving her momentarily stunned in place. The souvenirs here were astonishingly exquisite. Ping, well-traveled and experienced, had never encountered tourist merchandise crafted with such care. At most attractions, souvenirs were either bland in design or questionable in quality, purchased more for the sake of the destination's brand than the product itself. Even the premium items from certain amusement parks often came with price tags so steep they deterred most buyers. A soft chime caught Ping's attention, drawing her gaze to a particular shelf. It displayed a collection of items inspired by the red-faced, white-robed performers of the Mingwe village's spirit-summoning ritual. From miniature cartoon keychains to lifelike figurines, each piece was crafted with remarkable precision. There were also masks worn by the ritual dancers, postcards with real-life images, calendars, and an assortment of decorative items all equally captivating. Ping instinctively touched her wallet, swallowing hard. These finely crafted souvenirs she'd pay 100 or 2 for them, without hesitation. She stood on tiptoe and carefully took down a red papier-mâché mask. The price tag read, "Spirit Summoning Red Mask, 39 renminbi and 90 cents. In disbelief, she picked up another item to check, and the price was the same. Snapping out of her daze, she quickly examined other products. Dancer keychains, 19 renminbi and 90 cents. A red-faced dancer calendar, 19 renminbi and 90 cents. A plush version dancer figure, 59 renminbi and 90 cents. Damn, Ping muttered under her breath. A high-quality, adorably detailed version figurine like this would easily sell for 299 renminbi at any other tourist attraction. Yet here it was priced at just 59 renminbi and 90 cents? And this was a tourist spot. She glanced around. Other visitors remained silent, simply checking prices and quietly filling their baskets. Ping smirked to herself. "Oh, so you're all trying to keep quiet and avoid drawing attention, huh?" She opened her mouth to say something but decided against it. Better to keep quiet and start grabbing. Who wouldn't want to keep such a good deal to themselves? Just from this one shelf, Ping's basket was already half full. Every single item seemed irresistible, and she wished she could take them all home. She couldn't help but wonder, which factory did this tourist attraction partner with? How could they possibly produce such high-quality yet affordable merchandise? In the souvenir shop section D, as more people noticed the unusual pricing, disputes quietly began to brew. People argued, "Hey, I grabbed it first. There's still plenty left, pick something else. Damn it. Move. I can't get through. Stop blocking the way." Amid the chaos, Ping, taking advantage of her petite frame, squeezed through the shelves while carefully guarding her shopping basket. After all, since she hadn't paid yet, if someone stole her items, she'd have nowhere to cry about it. Even so, most tourists seemed uninterested in this remote section. The majority of people in Mingwe village were still unaware of its existence. However, as time passed, more visitors began to flood in, and the secret couldn't stay hidden for long. Let me through. Ping leaped with all her might, her nimble figure finally breaking free from the crowd and arriving at the massive koi pond area. Yet, the shopping basket she had spent so much time filling had already been picked clean by others. She cursed under her breath. Damn it. No use regretting now. Without wasting another second, she shifted her focus and locked her eyes on a few rows of toys left on the higher shelves. This time, she was determined to win. While the tourists below frantically grabbed whatever was left, Ping's sharp eyes scanned the area and immediately zeroed in on a nearby scaffold. Whoosh, swoosh, bang. Amid the lightning-fast scramble of others, Ping's quick reflexes had already secured her the highest position on the scaffold. Everyone quiet, she shouted, her voice ringing out from above. Everyone looked up to see the valiant figure of a woman with a long ponytail fluttering in the air. Listen up, there's plenty of stuff on the upper shelves. No need to fight, there's enough for everyone, she said with narrowed eyes, directing the crowd below to maintain order. He'll bring them down. Raise your hand if you want something, and he'll hand them out one by one. No grabbing. If anyone tries to grab, I won't give it to you. She confidently raised her camera. I'm recording everything. If there's any stealing, fighting, or vandalism, they'll report it to the park authorities immediately. This place isn't like the ones we've been to before, who knows. They might even ban you from entering in the future. Her words instantly silenced the crowd. A few men stepped forward to steady the ladder. Miss, be careful up there. We've got you covered down here. Finally, tired of the chaos, they began to show a more civilized side. Ping smiled in satisfaction, letting out a sigh of relief as she turned to examine the items on the long shelf. That's when her eyes widened. With trembling fingers, she gently touched one of the items on the shelf. A 30-centimeter tall figurine stood partially upright, surpassing even the most exquisite Barbie doll she had seen as a child. Small, golden red, fin-like ears peeked out from behind its short hair. Its alluring yet sacred cat-like eyes narrowed slightly, and its red lips were stunningly vibrant, like peach blossoms in spring. But what shocked Ping the most was the slender, fair waist that extended into a massive, golden-red fish tail. Adorned with gemstones and glittering sequins, even the tiny gaps between the scales were intricately detailed. The luxurious tail fin was crafted from translucent resin, exuding a moist, lustrous glow. So beautiful, she murmured softly. Just then, a faint sound reached her ears. Startled, Ping flinched, thinking she might have broken something. But as she carefully twisted the fishtail, she let out a small gasp. The tail moved in sync with the pressure and direction of her touch. Oh my God, she exclaimed, covering her mouth. She flipped it over to check the price tag, then looked incredulously at the hesitant crowd below. A mechanical, posable mermaid figurine, $299. Who wants this? Whoosh. A sea of hands shot up toward the shelves, and the scene instantly turned lively once more. At the entrance of the souvenir shop, a massive mechanical figurine priced at 299 yuan caught everyone's attention. This intricately designed figure not only embodied the mystique of the Sacred Mountain's iconic IP, but also became a must-have treasure that visitors were more than willing to pay for. Standing atop the counter like an excited auctioneer, Ping's voice grew louder and more enthusiastic. Adorable Carp God plush toys for just 59. Carp-themed coasters at 15.9. Carp God keychains for only 19.9. For security guards stood below, ensuring everything ran smoothly as she handed out the merchandise. Amid the frenzy, Ping managed to keep one of her favorite souvenirs for herself. Although 299 yuan was a steep price for a student, she felt it was worth it for the grand sacred mountain and the joy of the moment. Meanwhile, the counters for the butterfly fairy and the hopeful monkeys were just as lively. Someone, inspired by Ping, climbed onto their counter to hawk items, exchanging a knowing glance with her from afar. An unspoken agreement to save souvenirs for each other was silently established. Elsewhere, Zhao Meng finally finished escorting the tourists and let out a sigh of relief. He approached Su Jing with excitement and said, "Oh, mighty guide, let's go? Show me this souvenir shop you've been hiding all this time. I've done plenty of promotion for you, you know." Su Jing smiled and nodded, fully aware of the significant contribution Zhao Meng had made to bringing in visitors to Wanyuan Mountain. The two arrived at the shop entrance. Just as Zhao Meng was about to shower it with compliments, the door opened, and his smile froze in place. "Where's everything?" The two security guards at the entrance exchanged awkward glances. Sister Yuan, drenched in sweat, hurried over to explain. It's all sold out." Su Jing, incredulous, quickly stepped inside. The once bustling shop was now empty, save for barren counters and a scattering of messy footprints. Even the broom at the entrance, marked with the Mingyue village logo, was gone. "Are you sure this wasn't a robbery?" Su Jing asked, his eyes filled with suspicion. Sister Yuan let out a long sigh of relief and pointed upwards. "No, really, it's all sold out." Her expression still bore the lingering shock of the earlier madness, as if she had just survived a gentle, yet chaotic raid. The merchandise Su Jing had exchanged for 5,000 prestige points had completely vanished in just 15 minutes. As night fell, the entrance to the Shangling Mountain scenic area was bustling with people. Zhao Meng stormed in, shoving past the security guard at the gate, heading straight for Su Jing. Sold out? What do you mean sold out? Zhao Meng's eyes widened as he grabbed the collar of Su Jing's shirt. Boss Su, don't tell me you're out of stock. I brought 6 tour groups this time. Su Jing swallowed hard, meeting Zhao Meng's fierce gaze. The words he was about to say got stuck in his throat. He turned to Yuan Jie and said, Yuan Jie, contact any available staff and have them head to the warehouse during the performance to bring more stock. Make sure they take a few carts. We need to restock immediately. Hearing that there was still stock, Zhao Meng finally breathed a sigh of relief. He patted Su Jing on the shoulder and said, You scared the hell out of me. Make sure to prepare enough stock next time. Look at this crowd, imagine how much money we'd lose. Su Jing glanced at the empty shelves behind him, and a sense of joy gradually rose in his heart. Although the prices were affordable, the sheer volume of sales brought in significant profits. All right, Brother Meng, feel free to look around, Su Jing said, glancing at his watch. I need to head up the mountain to check if there are still any tourists who haven't come down. Taking advantage of the night, Su Jing walked along the dimly lit forest path toward the mountain. He had recently discovered a new feature in the system display that showed the current number of visitors at the Shang Mountain attractions. By clicking on it, he could even view their locations on a map. This feature allowed him to quickly locate 2 stranded tourists. One was a hiker leaning on a trekking pole, still climbing higher at Shiwan Cliff, while the other had wandered off into the forest and gotten lost while playing around on the way down. Su Jing escorted the 2 back down the mountain, where a group of rangers was waiting. Seeing how swiftly Su Jing had found the missing tourists, the rangers were full of admiration, amazed by his familiarity with the mountain trails. As the night deepened, the once busy scenic area gradually quieted down. Zhao Meng's tour groups left the site, filling 3 large buses. Sitting in the back of the last bus, squeezed in with a few of his crew, Zhao Meng's face was filled with disbelief. He tried to keep his voice low, but his astonishment was evident. So, you're telling me, even at a 10 discount for the tourists, and with just a 10 commission for us? Zhao Meng swallowed hard, staring blankly at the list in his hand. We made 6,230 yuan in just one night. The younger brother looked puzzled, as the cartoon Monkey King keychain hanging from his waistband swayed back and forth with the jostling of the bus, as if it were breakdancing. If the 3 of us calculated correctly, it's true. 6,230, the revenue they used to struggle to earn through various dodgy schemes, even with 3 full tour groups, had now been achieved in just one night. Zhao Meng finally understood what Su Jing meant when he said that taking just a 10 cut could yield them substantial profits. He wasn't lying at all. After spending 2 days at Wanyuan Mountain, marveling at its dazzling and magical performances and attractions, it was impossible to resist buying the beautifully crafted yet affordable souvenirs. Even though some people bought more and others less, it was enough for Zhao Meng to rake in a fortune. And the best part? They didn't even have to say a single word as tour guides. No need for introductions, explanations, or recommendations. It was all unnecessary. With such good products, who even needs a sales pitch? People would buy them on their own. Little brother number 2 swallowed nervously and tentatively suggested, Brother Meng, if we can earn this much with just a 10 cut, what if we gave the tourists a 5 discount and took a 15 cut instead? Wouldn't that make us even more money? Unexpectedly, the boss refused outright this time. We've just started out. Let's not get carried away. Being too greedy will only lose us the trust of the people, he said with a slight frown. He continued, Wanyuan Mountain is still young, and Mr. Su definitely won't collaborate exclusively with just us. If we push for too much, he might not offer us such favorable terms again. We're already getting the biggest advantage, so we need to manage it well. He gestured with his chin and added, starting tomorrow, all of you go sign up for classes. Learn professional tour guide skills. And make sure you memorize, understand, and master the cultural history of Mingyue Village and Sacred Mountain. Zhao Meng, we might soon have a proper office of our own. On the 3rd day of the Labor Day holiday, Zhou Po excitedly led his wealthy friends through the gates of Wanyuan Mountain. Zhao Yanran hesitated as she looked at the worn-out entrance to the scenic area and asked, Paige, are you sure this place is fun? This faded iron sign reminds me of the old junkyard near my childhood home. Zhou Po, clearly impatient, replied, when has your pit ad ever lied? Let's go. With no other choice, everyone shrugged and followed along. As the clock approached 10 a.m., the terrifying holiday crowds began to reveal their true scale. Many workers who had stayed home to rest finally regained their energy. On the evening of May 2nd, while aimlessly scrolling through apps like Dole, they discovered that Wanyuan Mountain, a 2-erat tourist attraction, had rocketed to 19th place on the national popularity rankings. Videos showcasing a mysterious mermaid girl, a butterfly fairy, and a stick-wielding Monkey King piqued everyone's curiosity. People instinctively checked the scenic area's location and were thrilled to find it was just in the neighboring city. How could we not go? They exclaimed. Within a single day, train tickets to Yong'an City were completely sold out, and even bus tickets were in short supply. Meanwhile, in the Yong'an City Transportation Bureau, a subordinate burst into the leader's office in a panic, startling the leader so much that his teacup shattered. "Sir, we have a major problem," the subordinate stammered. The leader glared at him and said, "If you can't give me a good reason, you're going to spend 3 days mourning my beloved teacup." Wiping the sweat from his brow, the subordinate handed over a report. "This just came in from the information department. Over the next 3 days, every train ticket to Yong'an City from within the province has been sold out." "What? Sold out? Not just mostly sold?" the leader asked in disbelief. While holiday travel was always busy, a complete sellout was unheard of. The subordinate pulled out another document. "I did some digging, and if my guess is right." The leader glanced at the file, where a line in bold red text stood out. "It seems everyone's heading to the recently trending Wanyuan Mountain Scenic Area. Word is that the Cultural and Tourism Bureau has been heavily promoting it, and Secretary Shun even gave us special approval." The leader paused in thought, his gaze landing on the 3 characters in the scenic area's name. "Qingshan County. Get me the Road Traffic Department in Qingshan County on the line." Over on County Road 093 in Qingshan County, traffic had been at a standstill for nearly 2 hours. The county mayor was on site, practically ready to direct cars himself. When he received the call from the city, his eyes welled up with tears, and he sobbed. "Oh, my merciful heavens. You've finally remembered Qingshan County." The sudden popularity of a single scenic area had brought such a dramatic transformation to the entire county. It was truly unprecedented. Even in fiction, such a scenario was hard to imagine. The county mayor personally took to the field, working tirelessly through 2 sleepless days and nights before finally being relieved. Exhausted but exhilarated, he lowered his voice and said, his eyes gleaming with excitement, "Get me in touch with the person in charge of Wanyuan Mountain Scenic Area." His heart was racing with excitement. The god of wealth of Qingshan County had arrived. As cars streamed into the parking lot one after another, tourists entered the scenic area with beaming smiles. Among the crowd, 2 men with extraordinary demeanors strolled in leisurely. "Mr. Song, are you sure we won't be recognized here?" asked one of them. These 2 visitors were none other than Song Jiming and his secretary. Song shook his head, his expression serious as he surveyed the scenic area. He knew that if the person in charge of the site were aware of their identity, they would have already come to greet them. "Let's go," he said, striding forward with purpose. The impact of Wanyuan Mountain was evident to other major attractions. Songhu Park and Maple Leaf Mountain Scenic Area were experiencing a rare decline in holiday visitor numbers. Even the elusive boss of Maple Leaf Mountain had personally called him. Underhanded tactics were no longer an option. With Secretary Shen from the Cultural and Tourism Bureau backing them, any further schemes would risk exposure, jeopardizing future promotional plans. Since that was the case, Song decided to see for himself what made this scenic area so extraordinary. As more tourists continued to pour in, another day of bustling business began. It wasn't until evening, after the last of the visitors had left, that Song Jiming and his secretary emerged from the gates, their faces dark with frustration. Song glanced back at the dilapidated entrance and parking lot, his mind filled with questions. What is this guy thinking? With all the money spent on making the scenic area so impressive, why not fix the entrance and parking lot? In one day, he had explored Sacred Mountain and Minghua Village thoroughly, to the point where his feet were covered in blisters. Yet, in his hand, he held a butterfly doll, and for the life of him, he couldn't muster a single complaint. If he had to criticize anything, it would be the lack of commercialization in the area. He hiked up and down the mountain and wandered around the village while even the monkeys were well fed. He himself was starving. Despite his grumbling, he felt a deep sense of inadequacy. How could they possibly compete? It wasn't even a contest. The sheer scale of Wanyuan Mountain, which wasn't even fully developed, overshadowed all the scenic spots in Yong'an City. Its natural beauty, its crafted charm, and even its divine allure, who could rival that? Perhaps only Maple Leaf Mountain, with its cultural significance, could hold its ground. During his visit to Sacred Mountain, Song Jiming hadn't encountered the koi deity, but just the enchanting song and graceful movements of the butterfly fairy, along with her mesmerizing ability to command butterflies, left him in awe. As for the staff-wielding Monkey King, he couldn't help but want to report it to an animal protection organization. Yet, while one might reject animal performances, it was hard to refuse animals that insisted on performing. The Monkey King was plump, well-fed, and had a shiny coat of fur. Even trying underhanded tricks would be tricky, especially now that the scenic area had the Cultural and Tourism Bureau's support. The secretary clenched the koi deity keychain tightly in his hand, his expression fierce. "Are we just letting this go?" he muttered. "No. Someone else is even more anxious than we are." Song Jiming adjusted his suit and headed toward the car. "That person has more tricks up their sleeve than we think. Let's see what kind of trouble they stir up." Wanyuan Mountain won't stay untouchable for too long. After the 2 left, Zhou Pa and his group came out laughing and chatting. "Oh my god. Pi Dad, you're incredible. I knew something was up when you weren't interested in that girl at the bar the other day. After seeing the koi deity, who could still be into ordinary women? Ahem. Koi deity. I mean no disrespect. I swear. Seriously though, that fishtail was way too realistic. What kind of technology is that? I've been to marine parks abroad, and even their performances didn't have tails that looked that real, someone exclaimed. It must be cutting-edge tech, another chimed in. Cut it out. Do you really think a county-level scenic area has access to technology that even foreign countries don't? Someone else retorted with a frown. Have you been making deals with those red-faced monkeys for too long? Has your brain turned to mush? Our country is vast and resourceful. Why can't we have advanced tech? Haven't you heard? Experts come from the grassroots. Zhao Yiran scolded before marveling again. And that butterfly fairy, oh my god, she was stunning. Her dress was so gorgeous, like it was custom-made. Even if you had the same dress, you wouldn't be able to summon butterflies, someone teased, and the group burst into laughter. Zhou Pa's heart was still racing with excitement. They had managed to see both divine beings. That was a rare stroke of luck. Many people visited and didn't see even one. So beautiful. His mind was half filled with the koi deity and half with the butterfly fairy, with the occasional image of the staff-wielding monkey king slipping in. Get out. Zhou Pa mentally shooed away the image of the monkey's backside and shouted enthusiastically. I'm donating to Wanyuan Mountain. Huh. A group of people turned their heads, their faces full of confusion. Zhou Pa thumped his chest with a bold, confident air and declared, I'll donate 500,000 first. Let them fix this gate. This broken entrance is really ruining the image of the scenic spot. For such a top-tier destination, this shabby gate is an embarrassment to me. He didn't care at all about where his pocket money went. In his mind, he thought about how embarrassing it would be to bring friends here in the future, only for them to see this rundown entrance and feel as disappointed as he had when he arrived. Everyone was left speechless, except Zhao Yanran, who thought for a moment before nodding with a smile. How about I also donate 500,000? The parking lot is in such bad shape. My new car got covered in dust the moment I parked. Can we fix it up? The environment here is so beautiful. I could bring my family here for a walk in the future. The other wealthy second-generation kids exchanged glances, secretly thinking to themselves how incredibly rich these two were. Clearly, wealth had its levels, and in their circle, Zhou Pa, his childhood friends, and Zhao Yanran's family stood at the very top. The three of them were undoubtedly at the center of their social group. Let's donate. The thought lit up everyone's minds, and they broke into excited smiles. Donating money, could it mean they'd get a chance to meet the boss? Maybe even take a group photo with the boss, the koi spirit, and the butterfly immortal? Though the idea felt a bit odd, Zhou Pa saw the eager looks on everyone's faces and reluctantly agreed. All right, I'll ask about it later. He turned to lead the group away, but in the next second, someone bumped into him hard. A middle-aged man quickly apologized with a wave of his hand and walked past them toward the entrance. Zhou Pa frowned slightly, but quickly turned his head away. Though he didn't recognize the man, there was something vaguely familiar about him. In their social circle, if someone seemed familiar, it was best not to offend them lightly. He couldn't help but wonder what was this man doing here. Slowing his pace quietly, Zhou Pa noticed Zhao Yanran also seemed to find the middle-aged man familiar. The two exchanged a glance and pretended to chat by the gate, while subtly turning back under the cover of night. But in the next instant, Zhou Pa's eyes widened in shock. The man was walking towards someone he instantly recognized, even though they were dressed differently. It was the guide. What? Why was he out here? And how did he know that man? Su Jing had no idea he had just accidentally gained 2 generous donations. He had received a call from Secretary Shun, urging him to meet immediately. The voice on the phone was urgent, and Su Jing quickly changed his clothes and rushed out. It was an emergency, a massive emergency. Secretary Shun approached him, practically shouting, You have to be there. The National Cultural Institute has specifically requested to visit for an inspection, along with the Animal Protection Association, the Endangered Species Protection Association, the Historical Architecture Protection Association, the Academy of Biological Sciences, and a total of 10 national departments. I managed to delay them for 2 days, but once the holiday ends, they'll be here. You must be present. They specifically asked for the person in charge to accompany them. Zhou Pa and his group were instantly dumbfounded. The person in charge? No one was more shocked than Zhou Pa himself. The person in charge, were they talking about the guide? The guide was actually the person in charge of Wanyuan Mountain. What the heck was this even something they were supposed to know? An NPC was actually the hidden owner of the scenic spot. The group stood there, their behavior unusually strange, and Su Jing immediately noticed this. He quickly pulled Shun Zhuang along, heading inside. Secretary, let's talk inside, he said urgently. It's too late. Shun Zhuang replied anxiously. Tell me the truth, are there any issues with those performances and the holy mountain you created? And what about the butterflies and monkeys? His voice echoed through the scenic area, gradually fading as their figures disappeared from sight. Behind them, Zhou Pa and the others exchanged glances, letting out a long sigh of relief. However, after that moment of relief, everyone fell silent again. A few minutes later, Zhao Yanran broke the silence. So, The person in charge of the scenic area is the guide we met, and it's a secret. Jopa nodded and added, that's right. I just remembered who he is, the third-ranking official in the Department of Culture and Tourism. Most policies need his approval. Who would have thought that Wanyuan Mountain has such close ties with someone like him? Even Zhou Po's childhood friends, who usually joked around, became serious, falling into deep thought. While they often acted like carefree heirs, their exposure and experiences allowed them to weigh the pros and cons when it mattered. One of them hesitated before suggesting, maybe, I should talk to my father about this. No. Zhao Yanran's eyes gleamed with determination, a stark contrast to her previously disheveled demeanor. Narrowing her eyes, she smiled sharply. This is a great investment opportunity. If we develop a solid project ourselves, our families will start taking us more seriously. This is the perfect chance. Wanyuan Mountain is just getting started. If we want to establish good relations, now is the time. Lowering her head, her tone turned resolute. I've said my piece. What you do next is up to you. She exchanged a meaningful look with Zhou Pa and the others, an unspoken understanding passing between them. Donating 30 to 50,000, that's not enough. If they wanted to make connections, that amount was merely an entry fee. They needed a more thorough plan. The group quickly returned home, and the third day of their trip ended just as swiftly. After seeing Shun Zhuang off, the scenic area was closed. Su Jing returned to his own home, and, for the first time in a long while, reopened the system. Ignoring other sections, he went straight to check the scenic area attributes. On the left, a mountain peak was displayed. The progress for the Sacred Spirit Mountain Range showed 61, and the attractions included Millennium Moonlight Village 1, Carp Pond 1, Butterfly Valley 1, and Hope Cliff 1. The attraction tools listed were a low-level sensory amplifier 1, Misty Domain 1, Veil of Mystery 1, Fish Luring Stone 1, and Firefly Glow 1. In terms of projects, Millennium Moonlight Village and Carp Pond both had 3-star ratings, while the Monkey Trail had 2 stars. As for the official staff, the roster included Lu Qingyun and Wang Hao from the Qingyun Acrobatic Troupe. Tian Tian had a physical fitness rating of A, with abilities in endurance and immense strength, and a loyalty level of 100. Lu Yuan's physical fitness was rated C, with an affinity ability and a loyalty level of 80. Other members included residents of Moonlight Village such as Feng Gui and Sun Ming. Chu Xiaoxuan had a physical fitness rating of B, with a charm ability and 100 loyalty. Additionally, there were temporary staff for the Butterfly Dance and members of the Golden Sun Dance Troupe, excluding Chu Xiaoxuan. In terms of facilities, the area had 8 standardized public restrooms, 1 emergency center, 2 standardized warehouses, 1 visitor service center, and 1 souvenir shop. The evaluation indicated that the mountain had undergone careful development and was finally taking shape. Although the upper half of the mountain had yet to be developed, the system encouraged Su Jing to keep up the good work. Wait, the second area? It's unlocked. Su Jing felt a sense of relief as he read the system notifications. While the growing popularity of Mingyue Village and the Sacred Mountain brought excitement, it also heightened his concerns. Running a tourist spot wasn't an issue, but earning 30 million yuan? That seemed like a distant goal. After a month of operation, had experienced a mix of emotions. Seeing his designs and efforts appreciated and praised by others was undoubtedly a source of joy. The arrival of the qualification unlock came just in time to ease his immediate worries. However, what should he choose as the next tourist spot? Su Jing stared at the map of Wanyuan Mountain. On the vast map, other areas glimmered faintly, as if waiting for his selection. After a brief look, he put the map away. Over the next few days, he planned to conduct another round of inspections. Once the holiday period ended, the prestige points and positive reviews would be tallied, and the profits of the scenic area would be calculated. Meanwhile, online reviews and the 10 critical inspection departments that Secretary Shun had mentioned were all converging. One thing after another demanded attention. The scenic area needed to continue recruiting staff, while tasks such as managing the homestays in Mingyue Village, attracting investments, and improving the visitor experience were crucial. Arrangements for the construction team also needed to be prioritized. As the number of staff and employees increased, the limitations of the system would eventually come to light, and Su Jing had to find ways to conceal them. After organizing these matters, Su Jing had a clearer idea of the next scenic area to develop. With his plan set, he went to bed peacefully, recharging for the upcoming holiday period. The 5-day holiday flew by in the blink of an eye. Seeing his exhausted yet happy employees, Su Jing generously gave them a day off. On the evening before the holiday ended, after the scenic area had closed, he gathered everyone for a bonfire party. Sparks crackled and danced into the night sky, while the central square of Mingyue Village glowed warmly. Around the bonfire, small groups of employees sat together, chatting about work and life, their laughter filling the air. Starting a week before the holiday, Su Jing had already adjusted the staff salary structure. Previously, wages had been relatively low, as he had taken advantage of the low cost of living in the county and hired struggling individuals that Wang Kai had helped him find. With Wanyuan Mountain's previous limited revenue, he could only afford to hire people at low wages. Fortunately, No one complained, and they all agreed to the terms. However, as business picked up and both the Qingyun Acrobatics Troupe and the Golden Sun Song and Dance Troupe joined, everyone went above and beyond, even outside of their working hours, acting as NPCs for the scenic area and greatly supporting Su Jing. As a result, after discussing with Jiang Tsong last week, Su Jing decided to formally hire them based on the county's standard wage rate. Nearly everyone, including Feng Gui, was promoted early, with their salaries increased to 1,000 yuan per month. The members of the acrobatics troupe were overjoyed, and the land Su Jing provided them had begun to sprout seedlings. Life was gradually stabilizing, and the once malnourished apprentices started to regain their health. Initially, Jean Na, the leader of the Golden Sun troupe, hesitated to stay permanently. However, when she saw Su Jing demonstrating new dances one after another, she couldn't hold back her tears. She decided to stay for now, treating this time at Wanyuan Mountain as an opportunity for the troupe to improve their skills. Once they became more capable, they could consider leaving. Su Jing smiled as he glanced at the system interface. Little teacher Xiaoxuan, the butterfly fairy, has now reached full loyalty, and the other dancers' loyalty levels have surpassed 90. If Jinna really decides to leave, she might take a few people with her. At this moment, Jinna was sitting next to Lu Qingyun, discussing a new performance collaboration between their two groups. Meanwhile, the veteran employees of the scenic area, Uncle Shui, and two new boatmen were drinking on the side, teaching the newcomers how to act cool and reminiscing about their youthful days. Tian, on the other hand, was enjoying the feast among Wang Hao and a group of young men. For her, love and romance were secondary. Only a full stomach gave her the energy to work. After a period of recuperation, Sister Yuan's complexion had noticeably improved, regaining some of her charm and catching the eyes of a few young men around her. Only the young ones could appreciate Tian's value. They knew who the real treasure was. Jiang Tsong sat in the center of the employees, coordinating with various departments about the day's activities. Since Su Jing had hired him, he was determined to improve the management and operations of the scenic area. Half a month's time had proven his abilities in organization and leadership. Despite the rough appearance of the staff, they showed Jiang Tsong nothing but respect. The 4 young employees recruited from the city, after a few days of operations and observation, no longer dared to underestimate the scenic area or its friendly and approachable boss. In just a month, the scenic area had been revitalized and had drawn in a large number of tourists. For 5 consecutive days, except for a relatively easy first day, the staff had been juggling multiple roles, working tirelessly as if they had 3 heads and 6 arms. Uncle Tu and Aunt Lu Yun, busy to the point of dizziness, could only count money with tears in their eyes. Sun Huohua quietly sipped her homemade rice wine, her cheeks flushed. This job was nothing like her previous companies, where bosses were tax evaders or scapegoats. Here, everyone was genuinely busy, which was exactly the kind of work life she had hoped for. Military Dr. Brother Situ was drinking white wine and eating meat, his eyes half closed with a contented smile. Apart from occasionally treating tourists who tripped and fell, he rarely saw any injuries. During the bustling 5 days, his primary task was applying medicated patches for the staff. He took another swig of wine, closed his eyes in satisfaction, and dozed off in his seat. The others were also happily eating and drinking. After a few rounds of drinks, Su Jing stood up, smiling warmly at the staff of Wanyuan Mountain. Everyone, thank you for your hard work during this time. He raised his glass and continued. I've prepared a 500 yuan bonus for each of you. Though it's not much, it's a token of my gratitude on behalf of Wanyuan Mountain Scenic Area for your dedication and effort. The scenic area will continue to undergo renovations and improvements, and our family will keep growing. But this past month marks the starting point of our shared journey. I, Su, will never forget it. With the bonuses in hand, every word Su Jing said felt genuine. A 500 yuan reward for each person. Sun Huohua glanced quickly around the room, momentarily dizzy, but her heart was filled with joy. Jiang Tsong was the first to stand up, followed by Tian, several veteran staff, Lu Yun's group, and the entire Feng Gui team, young and old alike. Finally, the Golden Sun dance troupe joined in. The faces of everyone present glowed red in the firelight. Su Jing beamed brightly, seemingly unfazed by the tribunal awaiting him the next day. To Wanyuan Mountain's continued success. Everyone cheered in unison, startling the sacred mountain's monkeys into a chorus of calls. Laughter and the bonfire lingered long into the night. Deep within the sacred mountain, the bright moon illuminated Carp Pond. The carp goddess reclined against a stone wall, her delicate hands toying with a lotus leaf wine cup. Beside her rested a jug of old village chief wine and a thank you letter. Her cheeks were flushed, her fishtail having at some point transformed into legs. Her pearly toes lightly tapped the water, teasing the plump carp swimming below. Wanyuan Mountain. At night, representatives from several major departments had already arrived in Yong'an City ahead of schedule. They gathered in the banquet hall of the Xingxiang Hotel to share a dinner together. Although most of them were unfamiliar with one another at first, The shared purpose of their visit quickly warmed the atmosphere. At the head table, a man stood up with a smile and greeted everyone. In a deep voice, he said, "Dear colleagues, you are all elites from across the nation. I'm sure you've heard the rumors about the Wanyuan Mountain Scenic Area. Tomorrow, we will conduct an inspection there. I hope everyone takes this seriously. If we find any adverse situations, please collect evidence immediately. There will be no tolerance for negligence." Raising their glasses, everyone took a sip in unison before the man sat back down. Sitting nearby, Shenzhuang glanced at him with a faint, somewhat forced smile. "Director Qi, isn't that a bit too serious?" Shun's hand hovered awkwardly over his wine glass, unsure whether to drink or not. He continued, "The person in charge of Wanyuan Mountain is a young man. I've done some preliminary research. Young people sometimes just want to create a bit of buzz and contribute to their hometown. But with such a grand-scale inspection, won't it hurt the feelings of a young entrepreneur?" Qi Meng smirked inwardly, thinking, if there's nothing to hide, there's nothing to fear. Nearby, a jovial, stout man burst into laughter and said, "Secretary Shun, you're overthinking it. The rules at the Academy of Biological Sciences are stricter, which is why Director Qi's words might sound stern. But the National Institute of Culture is here purely for observation. The poetry and performance styles Wanyuan Mountain has developed left quite an impression on our institute. We're simply here to learn." "Exactly," chimed in a short-haired woman with a warm smile. "Our Ancient Architecture Association is also just here to take a look. If that thousand-year-old village is authentic, not only will we have no complaints, but we'll even commend the scenic area and allocate funds and personnel to help preserve it." Xin Zhuang's expression softened slightly, but the person seated to his right showed no such restraint. A bespectacled woman with curly hair frowned and said, "I won't mince words. If those butterfly species in Butterfly Valley are real, we'll definitely take them for proper conservation." A tall, slender man beside her added coldly, "The animal rights group feels the same. As for the monkeys on Monkey Mountain, we need to verify whether they are being forced to perform. We'll also assess their living conditions and diet." Xinzhuang's smile grew even more strained. He understood all too well that this group had come with an agenda. Every action has two sides, and if they were determined to dig, issues would undoubtedly surface. He realized that someone behind the scenes was orchestrating this to target Wanyuan Mountain. After a brief moment of contemplation, he decided to take a precautionary measure. "Tomorrow, our Bureau of Culture and Tourism will join you as well. Some of our colleagues in the inspection department have been eager to visit the scenic area, and this is the perfect opportunity for an evaluation." As soon as he said this, the group exchanged glances, and the tense atmosphere eased significantly. With the inspection department accompanying them, it would complicate things for everyone involved, including Shun Zhuang himself. No one would be able to manipulate the situation too much, leaving the outcome entirely dependent on Wanyuan Mountain's own merits. While the atmosphere at the main table remained taut, the other tables were lively and bustling. "Ha, I've been dreaming of visiting Butterfly Valley." A bright-eyed young woman with a low ponytail laughed as she held up her phone to show everyone. The screen displayed a mesmerizing scene of countless blue and purple butterflies fluttering in the air. When the glowing Firefly River came into view, the video's comment section was practically exploding with excitement. "Look at this. When I saw this scene, I was completely dumbfounded." The young girl was chattering excitedly, her face lit up with delight. "How could a person possibly control butterflies? Although I knew there were certain things that could attract butterflies, making them flutter freely at will. Even as a staunch materialist, I couldn't help but start believing in some kind of divine power." The man next to me was equally thrilled. "Forget about the butterflies for a moment. Let's just assume that person really is a reincarnated butterfly fairy, exuding some kind of natural fragrance or possessing an extraordinary affinity with butterflies or something like that. But do you know what sets humans apart from animals?" The man proudly revealed his phone's lock screen. It featured the Monkey King standing tall and majestic, his staff slung over his back. "Look at that charisma. Look at those skillful moves." The more he spoke, the more excited he became. If no one here had actually trained this monkey to perform, then this monkey, well, it might really be on its way to becoming human. He paused and then smirked mischievously. "Oh no, maybe it's on its way to becoming a god." The crowd burst into laughter. A biologist waved for everyone to quiet down and then leaned in to speak in a hushed tone. "I've heard that the higher-ups in our institute are most intrigued by the koi deity." He pulled up a trending post on a popular social media app, which had racked up over 100,000 likes, shares, and comments. After 5 days of crowds gathering, the koi deity's true form had finally been captured clearly on camera and uploaded online. The number of comments far surpassed those on posts about other scenic spots in the area. Some comments read, "Our dad loves garlic man. These days you can see anything. They've even conjured up a mermaid for us." Destined one, "That's a god. What do you know? You fool. Post 1949, spirits aren't allowed to exist. How about you settle down with me instead? Momo. I heard. She disappears when she jumps into the pool. Can someone tell me if that's true?" Pippi's dad, "It's true, I swear." Guidonlin's hair, "Whoa. This is kind of terrifying. Koi deity disciple number 1. It's probably a fake tale. I went to the sacred mountain on the 4th day, and the koi deity I saw had human legs. Koi deity fanatic number 198. Fake? Have you ever seen a fake tail with such realistic movement and texture? Dora B. Dream. Hee hee wifey. The comments seemed endless. The man put away his phone and flashed a mysterious yet proud smile at everyone. No matter the outcome, our biology institute is definitely taking something back. If it's a real mermaid, well, hahana, that's impossible. If it were real, this whole scenic area would be shut down immediately. If it's fake, then we need to study that tail and see if it's as realistic as it looks in the videos. What kind of technology could achieve that? Nearby, a member of the National Cultural Institute quietly ate their meal with a faintly mocking smile. Take what you want, but spare us the righteous act. You're really proud of yourselves, aren't you? Among the 10 departments involved, the only one without any ulterior motives was the National Cultural Institute. The chubby and mild-mannered Professor Zhu Hong, a leading figure in the institute, had simply brought his team here to study the newly emerging cultural phenomena that had gained popularity recently. If they could gain an understanding of these cultural trends, it would open up a whole new field of study for the nation. Promoting cultural prosperity and strength, that was their primary mission. As long as it was good, even if it was fabricated, it didn't matter. After all, art and culture had always originated from the people. The banquet lasted until 10:30 p.m., and it was only at Shun Zhuang's insistence that everyone finally dispersed and returned to their hotels to rest. Everyone drifted off to sleep peacefully, preparing for the important tasks awaiting them the next day. On the first day after the holiday, employees took time off in different ways. Some stayed home and enjoyed a leisurely sleep, while families like Fong Gui's took their children out for a day in the city. The Golden Sun Song and Dance Troupe had finally wrapped up their long-running performances and returned home for a well-deserved rest. Lu Qingyun, after much thought, decided to take his children to the county town to buy some new clothes and training equipment. He had a faint premonition that Shaosu's scenic area might become even more popular in the future. Once, he had considered withdrawing voluntarily, but now, he only hoped his team wouldn't hold anyone back and could perform better and better. Wanyuan Mountain was quiet and serene. 3 boats rested silently at the dock, waiting for the arrival of tourists. The dusty country road had finally regained its tranquility as 2 wobbling buses pulled into the parking lot. The old and worn sign of the scenic area came into view. "Leaders, we've arrived. Please gather your belongings and get off the bus," called out a man standing by the driver's seat. His cheerful smile revealed a row of 8 gleaming white teeth on his suntanned face, exuding a simple and genuine warmth. If Su Jing and Jiang Tsong were here, they would immediately recognize him as Wang Kai. As the bus came to a stop and the doors opened, Wang Kai watched everyone disembark, then narrowed his eyes slightly and pulled out his phone. "Hello? Che Wang. Speak. The 10 spots you asked us to check out last time, you guys have been watching them. There's one location where private cars actually showed up. 3 of them. Where? Up the mountain upstream." The faint voice on the other end of the line made Wang Kai's face darken instantly. These things had only been his suspicions, but if they were true, this development could deal a swift and heavy blow to Wanyuan Mountain. "Keep monitoring, but be cautious. I'll arrange for a few more vehicles to head over and cover for you. See if you can figure out what's going on." Wang Kai stayed in the car while the group split into teams, gathered themselves, and headed toward the scenic area's entrance. Shun Zhuang dressed with a distinct air of leadership today, though he had secretly swapped his shoes for sneakers. He glanced at the few men ahead of him who were stiffly dressed in suits, clearly trying to make an impression, and chuckled to himself. Show-offs. They'll be crying later. At the entrance to the scenic area, Su Jing and Jiang Tsong were already waiting. Everything around them was neat and clean, and their expressions were calm, as if nothing had happened. Were they ready? When the group of leaders approached, it became clear that these 2 had prepared absolutely nothing. No welcoming ceremony, no flowers, no gestures of hospitality. This absence of pomp left the leaders, accustomed to being flattered, feeling momentarily unsettled. Shun Zhuang smirked to himself and quickly stepped forward to introduce Su Jing. The young person in charge simply smiled, shook hands, and after a brief introduction, began leading the group inside. "Our park is humble, and today, our staff is on holiday. Thank you for your hard work, leaders." Walking ahead, Su Jing left the group exchanging puzzled glances. Was this some kind of power play? But soon, they realized he was serious. The staff really were on holiday. The group split up and boarded the boats. Su Jing piloted one, Jiang Tsong took another, and after much debate, the group decided to steer the last boat themselves. The inspector from the Bureau of Culture and Tourism looked as though he might cry if not for his earlier experience with rowing. They would have been stuck at the dock waiting for Su Jing to come back and fetch them. Their boat lagged behind, and their faces were filled with frustration. Meanwhile, colleagues from the National Culture Institute on the boats ahead began to smile. "Mr. Su Jing, is it?" asked the chubby academician Zhu Hong, breaking the silence. "I've heard that the most famous attraction of Wanyuan Mountain is the ferryman reciting poetry. especially that one complete poem with profound imagery and a lingering charm that captivates the soul. The rhymes are perfect, the structure meticulous, it's truly a masterpiece with immense appeal. He tentatively asked, that poem? Su Jing smiled slightly and replied, it was written by a friend of mine. A friend? Su Jing nodded, his tone filled with admiration and pride. He's a bold and romantic person. He spends his days drinking, wandering around, and occasionally writing poetry. Zhu Hong's eyes widened slightly. For someone who can write such a poem, he must be famous, right? Su Jing shook his head. Oh no, he doesn't enjoy flattery and often gets suppressed because of it. Eventually, he just gave up and became a bit of a recluse. Sometimes when we travel together, he'll compose a poem after drinking and gift it to me. I help spread his work a little. In Zhu Hong's mind, an image of a spirited, free-spirited poet began to form, leaving him deeply moved. If it's not too much trouble, may I know your friend's name? Su Jing pressed his lips together, holding back a laugh, and spoke with a nostalgic tone. His name is Li Bai. The group fell silent immediately. Zhu Hong repeated the name under his breath, savoring its taste. The more he said it, the more he felt its resonance. This man, I must find a way to meet him. Li Bai's poetry must be extraordinary. He resolved silently that if they ever met, he would definitely share drinks with him and celebrate their encounter. The boat slowly docked, and Su Jing led everyone ashore. He had no idea what Zhu Hong was thinking. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to contain his laughter. After all, the chances of them meeting were non-existent, separated by thousands of years and countless dimensions. Su Jing waited for several boats to arrive before leading everyone up the steps. Ahead lay the first scenic spot of Wanyuan Mountain, the foot of the sacred spirit mountain, where the Mingwe village was located. Whoa! No amount of pictures online can compare to the awe of standing before Mingwe village. Under the towering sacred mountain, the layered wooden village came into view. The stilted buildings with slanted eaves and tiled roofs lined the stone path, blending hues of green and wood in a way that left first-time visitors speechless. However, members of the Ancient Architecture Preservation Society reacted differently. Like starving wolves, their eyes lit up as they dashed forward, exclaiming, "Oh my! This stone pavement must have some history. These wooden beams, these carvings, this door, and the layout inside this house." With a creak, a door opened, followed by a sharp scream. The researchers ran out, clutching their heads and apologizing profusely. Inside, an elderly woman in a tank top and shorts stood gripping a broom, glaring fiercely from the doorway. "You pervert! Spying on an old lady sleeping." No, I'm sorry. I swear I didn't mean to." Su Jing chuckled as he helped the trembling old woman back inside. Then he turned to the group and said, "Please don't enter the houses randomly. The ones with signs on the doors are occupied." Director Chi frowned. "You're letting employees live in such prime housing in the scenic area?" Su Jing replied casually, "More or less." The group was stunned. Was the employee treatment here really that good? Just then, the researchers who had run off earlier returned, breaking everyone's train of thought. "Well," the leader of the architecture team whispered. The oldest researcher shook his head lightly. "They're old buildings, but probably just a century or so. No significant preservation value." Another researcher seemed puzzled. "How could that be? Based on the architectural style, it looks like it should be several centuries old." The group continued their quiet discussion, while Su Jing smiled knowingly ahead of them. He had already consulted the system, which provided a clear answer. Only with a level or slevel upgrades would this place transform into a truly ancient millennia-old village. For now, it's just a high-quality replica. Since that was the case, he had nothing to worry about. If it were deemed an ancient site, the government would certainly step in to protect it, limiting visitor access. That would ruin the whole point of tourism here. Meanwhile, the National Cultural Institute team was busy snapping photos like mad, trying to document every detail. One of Zhu Hong's subordinates whispered, "The architectural style here resembles that of certain ethnic minorities in the southwestern mountains, but this area is quite far from there. It's possible that a small group of migrants brought their style here." The person adjusted their glasses and added, "Of course, it's also possible that the scenic area adopted this style and modified it into what we see now." The National Cultural Institute had sent the largest team, considering all the cultural elements Wanyuan Mountain had to offer. Zhu Hong had not only invited the literature department, but also teams specializing in architecture, folklore, and more. To him, this place was like an unopened treasure chest. If there were truly any hidden gems here, he didn't want to miss them. Zhu Hong stepped forward, nudging aside Xin Zhuang, who was whispering to Su Jing. "Su, my young friend, I'd like to ask about your performance. Could you tell me more about the origins of your deity-invoking ceremony?" Su Jing led everyone on a meandering tour, walking and stopping until their legs were completely numb. Finally, they found a spot to rest in a tea house. Su Jing went into the kitchen to prepare tea for everyone, with Jiang Tsong following to lend a hand. Outside, members from several departments looked exhausted, their faces reflecting disappointment at not yet encountering the content they had been eagerly anticipating. However, The researchers from the Cultural Institute seemed thoroughly satisfied, listening intently with great enthusiasm. After all, this wasn't an ordinary tour guide, it was the producer of the program himself, giving a personal explanation. The employees of the folk culture department noted that the customs Su Jing described, such as sacrificial rituals, nuwa dances, and spirit-inviting ceremonies, bore some resemblance to traditions in their own communities. However, due to the hidden nature and incomplete understanding of these practices, they hadn't delved deeply into them before. Su Jing's explanations, however, felt like a revelation to them. Could it be that the customs Su Jing demonstrated were truly connected to these folk traditions? Or perhaps, could Mingwe village's displays represent one of the lost orthodox practices? Zhu Hong nodded in agreement, as the group took advantage of the break to frantically jot down notes. After the break, the group finally began their journey toward the sacred mountain. Members of the Endangered Species Protection Association and other organizations exchanged glances before naturally joining the large contingent from the Biological Sciences Institute. Together, they headed toward their first significant destination, Carp Pond. The forest was alive with the rustling of leaves in the breeze and the sounds of birds and insects. Pushing aside hanging vines, Su Jing, despite having sent a message to someone the day before, still felt a tinge of nervousness. When everyone reached Carp Pond and saw the rumored carp spirit, a short-haired girl stood by the water's edge, greeting the group with a natural air, as if this truly was her living room. On a nearby rock, a neat arrangement of small snacks and fruits was laid out, while on the other side, a portable stove emitted the fragrant aroma of hot tea, steam curling lazily into the air. And where's the fishtail? Qi Ming strode forward in a single step, frowning as he asked. The girl, however, ignored him and instead turned to Su Jing, saying, "Is this your friend?" How rude. Qi Ming's expression froze instantly, and someone behind him couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Indeed, barging in and immediately asking questions like that was rather impolite. Su Jing offered an apologetic smile and explained to Qi Ming, "Shali isn't an employee of Arsenic Arashes, just helping out as a favor." Then, Su Jing quietly asked the girl, "Where's your fishtail? I thought today was your day off." The girl replied, "I sent it for maintenance." The group behind her wore skeptical expressions, and Qi Ming, in particular, bristled with anger. "You knew we were coming, and you sent it for maintenance? Isn't that just an excuse to keep us from seeing it? Where did you send it? Can you get it back now? Can we see it?" His relentless questioning made the girl fall silent. Her large, round eyes narrowed slightly as she stared at him without saying a word. Despite the group's numbers compared to her being alone, her commanding presence made Qi Ming inexplicably uneasy. "Why should I show you my things? Who do you think you are?" she said sharply before he could respond. Without waiting for his reaction, she continued, "And what's this stray dog doing barking on the sacred mountain? Have you never seen the world before?" Qi Ming's eyes widened in fury, and he attempted to leverage his background. "We're from the capital," he declared. The girl stepped back disdainfully, her expression unimpressed. Even the way she nonchalantly cleaned her ear seemed graceful. "The capital? Who's there? What's so amazing about that? Go ahead, tell Muho's in the capital." Qi Ming staggered back 2 steps in disbelief, his eyes darting to Su Jing for help, his confidence shaken. She insulted him. "Huh, Qi Sua, don't get angry. She's been living deep in the mountains for too long and isn't familiar with worldly ways." "Oh, are you saying I'm worldly then?" Qi Ming grew even angrier. But to put it plainly, Su Jing already said she wasn't an employee and had nothing to do with the scenic area management. It's her own property, and they really have no right to look at it, let alone take it. Stealing? If word got out, wouldn't the Academy of Biological Sciences lose all credibility? If they can't succeed openly, they'll have to resort to covert methods. Finally calming down, he stepped back a couple of paces, immediately putting on an apologetic expression. "Apologies. We were out of line." Behind him, the group thought, "Out of line? Speak for yourself. Why drag us into this? What a shameless old man. Since that's the case, we won't disturb you further." Having achieved his goal, Su Jing smiled cheerfully and led the group onward. After everyone left, the girl sat there, finishing a cup of tea and an entire plate of persimmon cakes. Only then did she lazily get up and walk to a large rock in the corner. She picked up a small grayish-white pebble. On one side of the pebble, there was a barely noticeable tiny hole that reflected light if examined closely. Trash. Crack. The pebble was crushed in her delicate white hand, and whatever was inside turned into powder, dissipating into the air. On the mountain path, a man suddenly let out a painful cry, clutching his ear. "What's wrong?" Before Xin Zhuang and the monitoring department behind him could step forward, the man quickly stood up, removed his hand from his ear, and slipped something into his pocket. "Nothing," he said with an apologetic smile. "I thought I saw a snake." The group paid no more attention and continued climbing, but the man hurriedly moved to Qi Ming's side. "Qi Sua, the camera was discovered." "Humph," Qi Ming scoffed coldly. Such a tiny surveillance device. If that girl really had been living deep in the mountains, how could she have spotted it so easily? That fishtail, that carp god, there's definitely more to her than meets the eye. Once they start their performance, he must find another chance to investigate. Though their steps grew weary, they soon reached Butterfly Valley. Those are truly blue-winged butterflies. Researchers from the Academy of Biological Sciences, wildlife conservation organizations, and endangered species protection departments were all thrilled, rushing forward with excitement. Saturn yellow butterflies, variegated red devils, seven-star butterflies, and even yellow-winged seven-star butterflies. I see a purple coral star. A female researcher excitedly waved, showing off a butterfly perched on her fingertip. There are so many here. Everyone gathered around eagerly. Jing, curious, asked the system in his mind. Are there endangered butterfly species here? How would I know? The system replied indifferently. Endangerment isn't a concept I recognize. They're all just butterflies. Oh, Jing responded, his smile fading slightly as he glanced at the researchers who had already taken out bottles to start collecting. He continued asking, what happens if they take things from the scenic area? The system's cold, electronic voice replied. Items produced by the system cannot leave the scenic area. The system's voice faded, and Jing walked forward. Leaders, he said, pointing to the bottles in their hands, each containing a butterfly. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? The researchers, still immersed in their excitement, paid him no mind. One of them waved dismissively without even looking at Jing, clutching the bottles as they moved forward. Our containers are specially designed, with oxygen inside. The butterflies won't suffocate. Hey, help me carry a few more. Let's keep going. Jing's voice, now cold, came from behind. Everything here, every blade of grass, every tree, every living creature belongs to the holy mountain. Shouldn't you ask permission before taking them? Huh, holy mountain. The researcher, now at the edge of Butterfly Valley, slung his bag over his shoulder and prepared to continue climbing with his colleagues. What holy mountain? As long as it's on this land, it's the country's property. And as an official association, we can take whatever we want to study. What are you going to do about it? Complain? Let's see who dares to stop me. As they moved forward, they suddenly felt the bottles in their hands begin to tremble. Behind them, Jing's eerie voice lingered. The holy mountain will stop you. Bang! The butterflies inside the bottles suddenly went berserk, furiously slamming against the bottle walls. Harder and harder. They didn't even care if their wings were torn. Then bang! Ah! The first butterfly exploded inside the bottle, turning into a bloody pulp. Then the second, the third. The researchers, having never seen such a thing, screamed and dropped the blood-splattered glass bottles. Standing at the back of the crowd, Xinzhuang abruptly turned his head, staring at the young man he had thought so kind and gentle. What on earth was he doing? Everyone suddenly felt a chill run down their spines. Below them lay the bloodied remains of butterflies, while around them, the remaining butterflies fluttered silently and gracefully. It was as if nothing had happened. And yet, there was an unmistakable shift in the air, a tension slowly spreading. It's dead. The researcher trembled, her lips pale. Jing stood among the crowd, staring at her expressionlessly. These endangered, protected rare animals were thriving, and yet they died in your hands. The other researchers remained silent, sneaking glances at their leader, who was equally ashen-faced. Inappropriately, Xinzhuang stepped forward with a smile and said something equally untimely. Inspector Lin, please document this: how the Endangered Animal Protection Association ignored the warnings of responsible parties and forcibly took the animals, leading to their deaths. Secretary Shun. The leader quickly snapped out of his shock, barking sharply before immediately putting on a conciliatory smile. He approached Jing and Xinzhuang. This was our mistake. Su Xiaoyu, please don't be upset. We won't act recklessly again. Jing gave him a sidelong glance, pursing his lips. The one you should be seeking forgiveness from is not me, but the sacred mountain. Everyone turned their gaze to the mountain peak. The leader's lips turned pale. What you just mentioned, the sacred mountain, is it real? Jing looked at him with a complicated expression and smiled faintly. There are always things science can't explain, aren't there? With a wave of his hand, he began walking up the mountain. Xinzhuang quickly signaled for everyone to follow. No one dared to utter another word, not even picking up the glass bottles on the ground. Once the crowd disappeared, the glass bottles gradually sank into the soil. Before long, vibrant butterflies emerged from the depths of the flowers and began to flutter about once more. After the earlier incident, everyone treaded cautiously. Even Qi Meng, who typically had the sourest expression, stayed silent. When the group passed through the narrow thread of heaven and encountered the gathering Great Sage Monkey Troop, the Animal Protection Organization's members finally began to perk up a little. They slowly approached and asked Jing, Director, is it true that these monkeys can wield sticks? Did you teach them? This time, Jing answered honestly. When I was young, I saved the Great Sage. I never expected it would grow up to become the leader of the troop and still recognize me. After I took over the scenic area, I often brought them fruits and vegetables. The Great Sage is intelligent and learned on its own. As for the other monkeys, they've been around the staff for so long that they neither hurt nor fear humans. The animal protection members exchanged glances, then nodded. Really? Really? Su Jing confirmed. They glanced at Qi Ming, then at the inspector Shen Zhuang had brought along, and nodded towards Su Jing. If you don't mind, could we perform a simple check? The check was straightforward, making aggressive gestures to observe their reactions, checking for injuries, or using food as bait. Unfortunately, the great sage, being the monkey that interacted with Su Jing the most, immediately sensed the group's unfriendly intentions. It stared blankly for a moment before pulling out a stick and delivering a solid whack to the most arrogant person at the front. Then, it led its troop behind the waterfall and vanished. The animal protection members scratched their heads, but instead of getting angry, they chuckled, full of energy. Looks fine to me. At this moment, someone quietly leaned over and asked, Boss Su, is this monkey troop also protected by the sacred mountain? Su Jing tilted his head back, his face full of disbelief. Are you thinking about taking the monkeys too? The man hastily waved his hands, terrified that the sacred mountain might erupt in anger the next second and the monkey would die right in front of him. If that happened, he'd be in real trouble. No. I'm just genuinely curious. Su Jing glanced at him again before speaking calmly. The sacred mountain protects all its people. He cast a fleeting glance at Qi Ming, the director standing at the back of the crowd, as if to remind him that this protection extended to the carp pool and the carp deity at the foot of the mountain. TCH, Qi Ming turned his head away, feigning indifference. He scoffed inwardly. Who knew what trick Su Jing had just pulled? Was he trying to scare him? Qi Ming had dissected hundreds, if not thousands, of animals in his career. Did he look like someone who'd be frightened by such things? It might work on these inexperienced junior researchers, but not on him. The group quickly completed their investigation of all the issues. Unfortunately, aside from the butterfly being real, none of the online reports turned out to be true. As for the butterfly, they couldn't take it away. Even if they wanted to study it, they'd have to report back, prepare thoroughly, and return another time. Empty-handed, the group left, and Shen Zhuang finally broke into a smile as he led everyone toward the exit of the scenic area. While the others headed to the parking lot to board the bus, Shen Zhuang stayed behind. Thankfully, nothing serious happened today. But that butterfly. Su Jing shook his head. There's no need to ask further. It's my first time seeing it too. Shen Zhuang nodded, deciding to drop the matter. Then he gestured toward the surroundings. Forget everything else. But don't you think the entrance sign and parking lot of the scenic area could use some repairs? This is a big tourist spot, and you even got some national exposure during the Labor Day holiday. But with everything looking so run down, what kind of impression does that leave? He chuckled helplessly before adding, Oh, and about the crowd control issue you mentioned earlier, are you short on staff, or is there some other problem? He patted Su Jing on the shoulder, extending a friendly olive branch. If there's an issue, let me know. I may just be with the Cultural and Tourism Bureau, but I can still help with a lot of things. Tell me, and I'll figure something out. Receiving the promise, Su Jing smiled. If there's a benefit, it's worth the effort. Shen Zhuang grinned back. All right then, we'll talk more later. For now, take everyone back to Yangon. I've got some things to handle back at the scenic area, so I want to see you off. They shook hands before Shen Zhuang turned and walked away. Watching him leave, Shen Zhuang smirked to himself. Why did it feel like this young man acted more like a leader than he did? Back on the bus, everyone was ready to depart. Wang Kai, sitting at the front, adjusted the brim of his hat and called out loudly, Please fasten your seatbelts, everyone. We're about to head out. The issue he had been investigating still wasn't confirmed, but after much thought, he decided he should talk to Su Jing tonight to prepare for any potential danger. It was always better to be safe than sorry. In the back of the bus, Qi Ming sat in a corner, furiously typing on his phone. As the vehicle began to move, One Yuan Mountain slowly receded into the distance. Qi Ming's eyes narrowed, filled with determination to uncover the secrets of the carp pool. Meanwhile, after taking a stroll around One Yuan Mountain, Su Jing returned home, locked the door, and sat on his bed. The holiday was over. Now, let's see what changes had occurred in the system over the past few days. Ding, the system interface appeared instantly, and a notification popped up. Congratulations, host. Reputation points have exceeded 100,000. Reward, lucky spin 2. Congratulations, host. Positive reviews have exceeded 10,000. Reward, lucky spin 1. 2 rewards for surpassing the reputation threshold this time. And the positive reviews had also reached over 10,000. Thinking about the extensive options in the system store, Su Jing felt as if he had struck gold. The past few days had been so hectic that he hadn't had a moment to check how many visitors had come to the scenic area. But now, he finally had time to review the results. The personal stats page popped up. Host, Su Jing. Gender, male. Physical fitness, B. Scenic area achievement, gaining recognition. Renovation speed boost, 10. Reputation points, 135,884. Positive reviews, 12,767. Inventory, stabilizer 1, thunderstorm magnetic field 1, delicious rice cakes 5, 30,000 milliamp hours power bank 1, old village elder 3. Draw attempts, 55. Reviews, 3. The scenic area had taken its first step and was now gaining recognition. The next step was crucial. Whether it could maintain long-term success and continue to grow would depend on many factors. Su Jing's reputation points had reached 130,000, with 12,000 positive reviews, and he had 3 chances at the prize wheel. He felt an immense sense of wealth, as this amount of reputation points filled him with endless possibilities. Mingwe Village could be upgraded again, and Sacred Mountain could undergo a comprehensive transformation. However, after some thought, he decided to suppress his urge to spend. The next scenic spot to be developed was crucial. The potential and development prospects of Wanyuan Mountain would directly influence public perception. Secretary Shun's willingness to promote him during the first 2 days of the May Day holiday was due to the outstanding performance of Mingwe Village and Sacred Mountain. If the momentum faltered, Secretary Shun's enthusiasm might wane. But if the momentum grew stronger, it wouldn't just be him paving the way forward. With that in mind, Su Jing turned to the lucky prize wheel. Since he couldn't spend, why not try his luck? He secretly looked forward to it, determined to use all 3 chances. The wheel spun with dazzling lights for over a minute before coming to a stop, and Su Jing's vision momentarily darkened. Ding, ding, ding. 3 notification sounds rang out, and 3 items appeared on the screen. He couldn't wait to check them out. The first prize made him laugh out loud, hands on his hips. Finally, the tool worker is here. It was a much-needed special laborer. The second prize was a special device, the sensory sharing instrument. This advanced gadget allowed collective sensory sharing among visitors within its range, including sight, hearing, touch, taste, smell, and imagination. It covered a range of 1 square kilometer and could support up to 500 users simultaneously. The device was non-destructible, could not leave the scenic area, and was non-transferable. If the number of users exceeded 500, unexpected situations might occur. While Su Jing wasn't entirely sure where this device could be applied, its description alone made it clear that it was a powerful, high-tech tool. Currently, he only had 2 other tools, a rusty thunderstorm magnetic field in his backpack, and now this sensory sharing instrument. The thunderstorm magnetic field had usage requirements, needing at least 70 completion to activate. However, this sensory sharing instrument had no such restrictions, meaning it could be used anytime, as long as the conditions were right. Su Jing began planning in his mind this device had to be incorporated into the next scenic spot's development. Finally, he clicked to view the third prize, which turned out to be an invincible body potion. Drinking it would render the user physically invincible for 3 hours, indestructible and immortal. However, after the effect wore off, it would cause 72 hours of weakness. Su Jing was stunned, puzzled by its purpose. What could he possibly need this for? Was the scenic area going to face a nuclear strike or be targeted by a serial killer? In peaceful times, what use could this potion have? If real danger arose, being invincible for 3 hours but weak for 3 days afterward seemed like a death sentence. The more he thought about it, the more absurd it seemed. Su Jing shook his head, deciding to treat this potion as a bonus gift that came with the tool worker. Achieving a 23 success rate on the prize wheel was already more than enough. Moreover, this time his attribute page showed something Meiwa reputation. Although the minor fame reputation didn't stand out in everyday life, once it manifested, it could boost his renovation speed by 10. If the scenic area became even more renowned in the future, wouldn't he earn even more impressive titles? By then, the dream of completing the Great Wall in 1 day might actually come true. As he ate a glutinous rice cake, he began to feel a bit choked and pulled out a bottle of Lao Siyuanzhong liquor, using the alcohol to help swallow it down. Just then, his phone rang. Kaizi, why was he calling so late? Su Jing, who had just acquired something good and was in a great mood, answered the call with a cheerful tone. However, on the other end of the line, Wang Kai sounded unusually serious. Ah Jing, there's something I need to tell you. Business at Wanyuan Mountain has been doing well lately, but I've been worried that something unexpected might happen, so I've been keeping an eye on things. Wang Kai's voice was low. I've mentioned it to you before, right? There are many scenic spots in Yong'an City. Before you came along, the leading one was Hongya Mountain in Hongya County, located just outside the western city. There's also Songhu Park, Sunset Town, and others, all of which had steady visitor numbers. Recently, a friend noticed that vehicles have been frequently heading to Wana County, near Hongya Mountain. In other words, upstream from your Wanyuan Mountain scenic area. Su Jing listened quietly, his brow gradually furrowing. So I suspect that Wanyuan Mountain's recent success may have prompted the people at Hongya to stir up trouble for you, possibly by targeting the waterways. Wang Kai continued. The Wanyuan Mountain scenic area had 2 rivers. One was calm and suitable for boating, serving as the main route. The other was too turbulent to be used at the moment. The mountains in the area were not continuous, and the 2 rivers only converged at Sacred Mountain. If there were issues with the waterways, the scenic area might have to consider closing. However, altering a river's course wasn't something that could be done casually. It was regulated by laws and policies. While Su Jing wasn't a legal expert, he knew it wouldn't be a simple matter. Wang Kai let out a bitter laugh. That's true, but the penalties aren't very steep. What's more, if someone is determined enough, They could easily hire some farmers in the county's rural areas to do the work. It wouldn't be easy to classify it as a criminal case right away. His tone grew heavier. Hongye Mountain, as an established scenic area, has deep-rooted interests and support from many influential people. Plus, the river's flow heads toward a barren mountain range, not a significant resource river. You get what I mean? I understand. Su Jing nodded, realizing that if something did go wrong, resolving it wouldn't be easy. Of course, this is just my speculation. I'm sharing my thoughts with you so you can keep an eye out and be prepared. If problems arise, at least you'll have some countermeasures to minimize losses. Su Jing remained silent. Wang Kai, a prominent figure in Qing County, had already helped him in ways he hadn't dared to imagine. Yet even someone as resourceful as Wang Kai seemed powerless in this situation, highlighting how tricky it was. All right, I'll make my own preparations just in case, Su Jing finally said, exhaling. Since we're on the topic, Kaizi, I need your help with something. Wang Kai, feeling a pang of guilt, immediately perked up when he heard Su Jing's request. Go on. I need a reliable construction team. My investor was pleased with the results over the National Day holiday, and the second round of funding has come through. This time, the project is larger in scale, so I need 2 teams. They've already assigned one, but I need you to help me find another trustworthy and well-equipped team. That's easy. Wang Kai laughed. No problem. As long as the payments are steady, there are plenty of teams willing to work. I'll find a few options for you to choose from. After exchanging a few more words, they ended the call. Sitting on his bed, Su Jing thought for a while before sleepiness began to take over. Soon, he drifted off into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, several dozen kilometers away from Wanyuan Mountain, a group of men was working frantically under the cover of night, operating machinery. Hurry up. We don't have much time, and there are still over 10 spots to go, a man shouted urgently. Boss, what exactly are we digging so much for? The gurgling sound of water mingled with the roar of machinery as the men's conversation could faintly be heard. Don't ask questions you shouldn't. I don't know either, we're just here to do the job. The leader took a drag from his cigarette, then continued operating the machine, driving it deeper into the ground. Come on, I was just curious, another man said. Curious? I'm curious too. But from what I've heard, this is just one part of a bigger project. No one knows what it's really about. The leader sighed. Well, as long as we're getting paid. It's hard to find a boss who pays on time these days. Exactly. All right, I'm getting back to it. With that, the men stopped talking. Under the moonlight, the clanging of machinery continued to echo through the night. The next day, the sun was shining brightly, and Wanyuan Mountain finally resumed operations. Early in the morning, Su Jing gathered the key staff members for a meeting at the Visitor Management Center. As the meeting began, Sun Huohua, the head of finance, started her report. During the 5 days of the Labor Day holiday, Wanyuan Mountain's revenue was as follows. Ticket sales brought in 725,300 yuan, souvenir shop sales amounted to 117,800 yuan, and insight spending totaled 85,600 yuan. Sun Huohua spoke with a gentle yet firm tone, and the net profit of 625,000 yuan left everyone in the room stunned. Over 600,000 yuan in profit in just 5 days? Is the scenic area really this profitable? Everyone exchanged surprised glances, their astonishment evident. Su Jing was even more shocked internally. He had calculated the cost of souvenirs at an average markup of just over 30, and the commission from employer-run shops was only about 30. As for utilities and maintenance costs, he had reported them at market rates, but in reality, he hadn't spent a penny. Nearly all this revenue went straight into his pocket. He thought to himself that, over the past few days, he only needed to cover staff wages and some equipment replacement costs. With 1 million yuan in debt hanging over him, he calculated that he could soon pay off that amount. As for the 30 million yuan debt, that could wait. He figured he could use the money to renovate the scenic area and hire more staff. Surely, within a month, the money would come back, right? After Sun Huohua finished her report and sat down, He Yunong stood up. She mentioned that Wanyuan Mountain now had official accounts on major platforms, with the most followers on Dolu and Xiaohongshu. On a certain review website, the scenic area's rating had climbed to 4.1 stars. Only 4.1 stars. Jiang Tsong frowned. He had assumed that with so many visitors, the rating would have at least reached 4.5 stars or higher. However, improving ratings wasn't easy. Positive reviews were often accompanied by negative ones, and malicious trolls and competitors further complicated the situation. He Yunong, already accustomed to this, continued. Currently, online discussions about the scenic area fall into 3 main categories. The first category focuses on the interactive activities at Mingyue Village, the rituals, and the new plush flower props. The second category revolves around the sacred mountain's deity, including debates about its authenticity, appearance patterns, and physical features. The third category includes predictions about the attractions at the mountain's summit and expectations for other areas of Wanyuan Mountain. She glanced around the room before fixing her gaze on Su Jing. I hope the leadership can respond to the third category of comments as soon as possible to raise public anticipation. Ideally, we should open new attractions before the National Day holiday, giving us ample time to promote and enhance the scenic area's offerings. National Day? Su Jing chuckled inwardly. If renovations were needed, the system's speed would allow completion in just a month or two. By the time National Day arrived, the third area might already be unlocked. However, he remained silent and simply nodded. After He Yunong finished her report, she turned to Jiang Kong. Mr. Jiang, we need to establish a business development department as soon as possible. With the scenic area's current popularity, we are fully capable of launching promotional campaigns for business partnerships. Jiang Tsong nodded, then stood up to deliver his summary report. With a background in management and extensive work experience, he had already formulated a comprehensive summary and a detailed plan for the next steps, including clear strategies for business development and recruitment. Not long ago, he proposed a plan to operate homestays directly managed by the scenic area, intending to open one in each of the 4 zones Isidaf Mingwa village. These homestays would be based on the existing wooden village structures, requiring only different styles of interior design. Naturally, this task fell to Su Jing, who had a background in design. What a great opportunity. In this scenic area, no one wanted to sit idle. Su Jing gave Jiang Tsong a faint, fake smile, while the person across from him chose to cover their eyes and turn away. Not looking definitely a bad review. After the meeting, Su Jing left with He Yunong and their subordinates to discuss the specifics of attracting investment. Meanwhile, outside the room, others were already growing anxious. The boss of Fengnong Tractors impatiently asked his subordinate, "Well, still can't find the contact information for the owner of Wanyuan Mountain." The subordinate, sipping on the boss cheap tea 20 yuan per pound, and worse than what he'd buy for himself, spat out the tea leaves and replied, "Why the rush? We sell tractors. Even if we manage to contact them, they might not use our products." The boss shot him a cold glare. "Why state the obvious? What if they do? We're from the same county. Dig a little deeper, and our ancestors might have been brothers. So what if it's tractors? We're only selling them to make a living in this county. If they need it, we also have dump trucks and loaders. Who knows? Maybe one day they'll need to move mountains and fill valleys, and they'll use our equipment." The boss propped his feet up, savoring the tea leaves stuck in his teeth, and began fantasizing about the future. "Just imagine one day, the scenic area gets more popular, and trucks with our logo are going in and out. What a glorious sight that would be." The subordinate stood up decisively, thinking to himself that even though his boss was over 50, he still loved daydreaming. Instead of wasting time here, he figured he'd be better off heading to the countryside to sell a few more tractors. He handed over the official Wanyuan Mountain account to the boss. "Here, you keep an eye on it. There's an email listed, but I've sent messages many times and never got a reply." After the subordinate left, the tractor boss sat upright and began drafting a serious email. "Hello, this is the business department of Fengnong Group. We're reaching out in hopes of establishing a friendly business partnership with your scenic area. Our company has a wide range of operations, including most types of construction vehicles." It wasn't just him. Since Wanyuan Mountain opened, aside from an unreachable customer service phone number, the only other contact detail available was an email address. No one knew who the boss was or where the staff of the scenic area were hiding. Despite searching for so long, they couldn't reach anyone in charge and had no choice but to keep sending emails to the listed address. When Jiang Tsong finally opened the inbox and saw He Yunong's meticulously organized folders, he was stunned. The emails were neatly categorized: investment inquiries, brand collaborations, potential investors, government departments, media interviews, feedback, and more. Each category contained hundreds of unread emails. But what shocked Jiang Tsong the most was the folder at the bottom: donations. He Yunong couldn't help but laugh in disbelief. In all her years of work, it was the first time she'd seen people wanting to donate to a scenic area. Yes, but so far, only 3 people. Only 3. The fact that anyone wanted to donate was already absurd, and now there were 3. How much were they donating? Altogether, 1.2 million yuan. Jiang Tsong was so stunned that he froze for 3 seconds. Having worked odd jobs since he was young and having to earn every penny himself, he still didn't have enough savings to buy a house in his hometown. He racked his brain but couldn't comprehend it. What? Are they crazy? Is this what they call vision? Meanwhile, Su Jing received a familiar phone call. "Secretary Shun?" On the other end, Secretary Shun laughed heartily. "They'll send you a location. Come over at 3 p.m. I've got some good news for you." When Su Jing drove to the designated location, the staff was already waiting at the entrance. He stepped into Qingshan Courtyard, the highest standard hotel in the county, specifically designed for hosting government officials. Adjacent to it was another section of Qingshan Courtyard, a private space for tea and discussions. Entering the serene and elegant VIP Hall number 1, Su Jing noticed the room was already filled with distinguished guests. Among the crowd, the only familiar face to him was Shen Zhuang. "Ha! Here comes our man of the hour." Shen Zhuang stood up from the crowd, warmly guiding a bewildered Su Jing to the only empty seat. He introduced him enthusiastically. "This is the head of Wanyuan Mountain Scenic Area. I'm sure you've all heard of him by now." Su Jing forced a polite smile, silently cursing Xinzhuang for not giving him any heads up. The unfamiliar faces around him made him feel slightly out of place. Still, since he was already here, he decided to go with the flow. After all, in his past life, he had met national leaders while leading teams, so there was no need to be intimidated. If things became uncomfortable, he could always leave and later treat Xinzhuang to a meal with a touch of laxative as payback. However, the bureaucratic flattery he anticipated didn't happen. As soon as Xinzhuang finished introducing him, the elderly man seated at the head of the table immediately stood up, walked over briskly, and clasped Su Jing's hands tightly. With tears in his eyes, he exclaimed, "Our god of wealth." The room erupted in good-natured laughter, and the attendees looked at Su Jing with approval. Xinzhuang continued the introductions. "This gentleman here is the county mayor of Qingshan County. You haven't met him yet since he just returned, but you'll likely see him often in the future." He then pointed to a stout man with a square face and said, "This is the director of the Natural Resources and Planning Bureau. This is the director of the Transportation Bureau. This is the director of the Cultural and Tourism Bureau." When Xinzhuang introduced the last individual, a middle-aged man with a composed and serious expression, he paused deliberately and said, "This is Zhang Zhong, the director of the Veterans Affairs Bureau." Veterans Affairs? Su Jing's eyes lit up, instantly grasping the significance of Xinzhuang's arrangement. This was real support. Once everyone was seated, the county mayor began pouring out his troubles. Su Jing listened with a mix of amusement and exasperation, finally understanding why everyone was being so welcoming. Qingshan County's situation was dire. Despite ranking at the very bottom, they refused to give up but couldn't seem to improve. The mayor worked tirelessly throughout the year, only to find the county at a deficit of tens of millions by year's end. Technically, as the head of the county, he held a deputy director general rank. But lacking resources and influence, his position often felt less significant than that of a deputy director in the city. The reason Xinzhuang had agreed to organize this meeting was ultimately due to the potential of Wanyuan Mountain and Su Jing's potential. Otherwise, with his packed schedule and endless responsibilities, how could he have spared half a day to visit this small county for tea? As a result, the mayor and all the department heads expressed their heartfelt gratitude to Su Jing. Of course, there were also some, like the director of the Housing and Urban Rural Development Bureau, who shyly asked if they could contribute some funds to help repair the county's roads. Su Jing patted his pocket, which held only a recent deposit of a few $100,000, and smiled so widely that his face wrinkled. In his heart, he thought, "I don't have the money." He declined without any hesitation. Well, expecting a calf from a cow that hasn't even grown fur, or drinking pig's blood while the pig is still alive, how absurd. His small scenic area hadn't even developed yet, and they were already expecting it to support families? The director of the Urban and Rural Development Bureau chuckled awkwardly and backed off. He understood that while this young man might be youthful, he was certainly no fool. Even the county magistrate turned a blind eye to such matters. The purpose today was to extend an olive branch to Su Jing, to establish goodwill so that in the future, if help was needed, they could count on him. Additionally, the county could assist with some promotion here and there. Most importantly, if there were situations like the labor holiday again, they could coordinate transportation and accommodation with the scenic area. Su Jing naturally wouldn't reject such goodwill. After taking a bite of dinner, he left with Xinzhuang. Sitting in the car, Xinzhuang gave him a knowing wink. "You did well during this holiday. The follow-up promotion will be handled by the Bureau of Culture and Tourism. As for the director overseeing veteran affairs, their situation is quite tough. Though they receive retirement pensions, most of their families are struggling. Traveling back and forth is costly, and the benefits in the county are limited, with few job opportunities. On top of that, many are injured. If you need employees, these veterans could be a great help. I can put in a good word for you when I file my report." Xinzhuang finished speaking and gestured for Su Jing to come closer. Secretary Xiao Li, driving in the front, couldn't help but glance at the rearview mirror. Su Jing remained motionless, so Xinzhuang had to stretch his neck toward him. Xiao Li stifled a laugh, thinking he looked like an old turtle, and quietly listened to their conversation. "There are a few things you must deal with next. The signage, the parking lot, and the road leading to the scenic area entrance all need to be fixed. A 2A rating for the scenic area is no longer sufficient. I'll send you a form when I get back. Take a look and apply for a higher certification level. This will elevate your promotional and pricing standards." After leaving Su Jing with valuable advice and assistance, Xinzhuang returned to Yong'an City under the cover of night. He didn't mention that some city leaders wanted to meet with him. What a joke. The city was a web of intrigue. Who knew what those people were plotting? Su Jing was his secret weapon, a key factor tied to his reputation this year. As long as Su Jing performed steadily and maintained quality, the Mingwei village Sacred Mountain alone could secure Xinzhuang's success through the end of the year. This confidence would allow him to attend the provincial year-end conference with his head held high. This year, he was determined not to come in last. After seeing Xinzhuang off, Su Jing returned home under the night sky, his mind sharp and clear. Meanwhile, as darkness fell, most of the visitors to Wanyuan Mountain scenic area had dispersed. A shadowy figure emerged stealthily from the woods. Under the moonlight, the figure's face became visible. It was none other than Qi Ming, the director who had left the previous day. However, tonight he wore a baseball cap and mask, carrying a backpack, and stood under the shadow of the trees. At the sacred mountain entrance, 3 or 4 guards were still patrolling. According to usual practice, he should wait a bit longer until the staff left for the night before entering. But he was growing impatient. What if that rude girl playing the coy spirit yesterday hid her fishtail again today? Wouldn't that make his trip a waste? He had to get in now. His eyes gleamed with malice, full of schemes and greed. If the mermaid turned out to be real, he would gather evidence and report it to the state. If it was a hoax, and the costume was valuable, he'd take the fishtail for himself. Even if it meant using force, he'd ensure he got a piece of that material. Qi Ming touched the knife at his waist, took a deep breath, and slipped into a sparse thicket. His figure vanished. The guard stretched and yawned. All right, time to call it a night. Let's head back and get Fong to join us for a drink. It's been a while. The group left, and behind them, the sacred mountain fell silent. Slowly, a gray mist began to spread. Rustling sounds, whispers, then a loud crash. At the foot of the sacred mountain, in that familiar thicket, the gray fog finally dissipated, and Qi Ming burst out, his face filled with terror, screaming at the top of his lungs. What the hell? What the hell? What? He forcibly clamped his hands over his mouth, cold sweat chilling him to the bone as the night wind brushed past. His head spun with a dizzying mix of tension and fear. Deep down, he cursed himself. Damn it. He had run into a ghostly maze. For 3 whole hours, he had been trapped in this mountain. No matter which way he turned, he couldn't find an exit. Fog. Endless fog. Nothing but fog, surrounding him like a suffocating blanket. And the occasional calls of birds and monkeys only made it worse, sending shivers down his spine. The image of that butterfly splattered against the jar from yesterday replayed in his mind, making his breath hitch and his chest tighten. Could the ridiculous legends about this sacred mountain actually be true? How else could he have walked for hours only to end up right back where he started? Qi Ming let out a long sigh, running his fingers through his messy hair before pulling his cap back on. No, he refused to believe it. Impossible. This was the age of science. There was no such thing as the supernatural. Mermaids were just genetically mutated humans. Butterflies were merely reacting to magnetic field disruptions, and monkeys, well, they were just highly intelligent animals. As for the ghostly maze, whatever, it didn't matter. Clenching his numb fingers into fists, Qi Ming fixed his gaze on the dark silhouette of the sacred mountain before him. He had only one goal tonight, to get his hands on the new material hide. For that, he was willing to endure anything. To be fair, if Jing knew that Qi Ming had emerged from the foggy domain and still mustered such determination, he'd surely admire his grit and resolve. What couldn't Qi Ming accomplish? Though, stealing the tail of that tool person might be a bit trickier. Qi Ming had already ventured into the mountain. This time, he abandoned the shortcuts and carefully followed the main path up. The night was deep, the moonlight flickering through layers of mist. Qi Ming kept hyping himself up as he went. But when he heard the gentle sound of flowing water ahead, his courage swelled instantly. Had made it. Pushing aside hanging vines, he stepped into the familiar koi pond. This time, instead of crossing the bridge, Qi Ming crept along the edge of the pond. His excitement and nervousness ran so high that he failed to notice the koi in the pond no longer swimming toward him. They had become unnervingly still, their lifeless eyes fixed on him like silent sentinels. The night wind whispered, and suddenly crack. Qi Ming froze, holding his breath as he looked down. At his feet was a porcelain wine cup, knocked over into the grass, its crystalline liquid spilling everywhere. Who on earth would drink wine in a scenic spot? Qi Ming didn't dwell on it. He tiptoed forward, quickening his pace. He waded through the pond, skirted the rocky wall, and finally, there it was, the object of his obsession. His pupils dilated instantly, and his breathing turned ragged. The girl he'd seen yesterday now lay by the edge of the pond, her eyes gently closed, her shallow breaths indicating she was fast asleep. But that wasn't the important part. No, the important part was the massive golden-red fishtail, the one that had been circulating all over the internet. Half submerged in the pond, it gently quivered with her rhythmic breathing. Beneath the water, the magnificent fan-like fin shimmered with a radiant gold-silver light, more dazzling than the finest gemstones. Damn it, Qi Ming felt his chest heat up. What kind of employee sleeps outside at night, without even changing out of their costume? Were they insane? Or did they not need to change? Or perhaps they couldn't. Could it be that he had encountered a real mermaid? Oh my, he was about to make history. Qi Ming, as if possessed, took a step forward without hesitation and grabbed the fish tail with a sudden motion. He had to feel it for himself. Splash. Thud. The unfamiliar touch seemed to startle the girl awake. Her tail suddenly flicked, creating a massive spray of water that drenched Qi Ming from head to toe. But standing there soaked, Qi Ming's attention was completely captured by the girl across from him, who had astonishingly stood up, balancing herself with her tail. His eyes gleamed with a crimson greed that almost seemed tangible. The slippery sensation still lingered in his hands. As someone who had gutted fish for 3 days straight at a market, how could he not recognize the texture of fish skin? His grin widened uncontrollably as he shouted in a crazed tone, You, you monster, you really have a tail. The carp goddess stood amidst the mist, a school of carp having silently gathered behind her. She straightened her tail, its fin disappearing into the pool below, making her towering figure over 2 meters tall. Looking down at Chi Meng with a cold, imperious gaze, she said icily, You've angered me. A mere tale, and you dared to trespass upon the sacred mountain at night. Her eyes shifted slightly, noticing the overturned wine cup on the distant grass. She continued, And you wasted my fine wine. Chi Meng burst into laughter, pulling out a dagger without hesitation. His voice dripped with malice, no longer veiled. A tail? Then why don't you give it to me? Heh! Bang! The carp goddess' tail sent another wave of water mist into the air. When the view cleared again, she was somehow back at the edge of the pond, leisurely sipping wine from a cup in her hand. She asked with a playful smirk, Give it to you? Her eyes narrowed slightly, showing no fear of the sharp blade before her. The way of the heavens. To gain something, you must lose something in return. You want my tail? But can you afford to pay the price I demand? Chi Meng chuckled too, but as he laughed, his grin slowly faded. Time was running out. He had to make his move now. If she truly was a mermaid, he could kill her, and the park authorities wouldn't dare report it. If she wasn't, he'd just take the materials and leave. Compensation was no issue for him. He had money, and there were people who would ensure he faced no consequences. Enough talk. With a cold sneer, Chi Meng swung his blade and charged forward. If I want something, I'll take it myself. The moonlight flickered as it danced over the carp pond. Before the night fully descended, Chi Meng caught a final glimpse of the figure sitting calmly in the water, a mocking smile playing on her lips. Why was she smiling? Was she not going to dodge? Just a tail. Did she really think she was some kind of deity? His strikes grew fiercer. Night fell completely, but the gleam of his blade was sharp and ruthless, already nearing the entrance of the cave. Boom! The last thing Chi Meng saw was a blinding flash of purple-white light that almost seared his vision to nothingness. Ding! A loud electronic chime jolted Su Jing awake from his sleep. His brain's system interface automatically surfaced, displaying a screen full of black warnings. Warning! Warning! An item belonging to the scenic area has been attacked. System punitive measures activated. Initiating punishment. Punishment task completed. Please proceed to inspect the site immediately. What the hell? Su Jing was completely bewildered. Missing a sock and with his hair sticking out in all directions, he bolted toward the scenic area. Who got attacked? What was this all about? Who? What on earth happened? System bro, don't do this. You're scaring me. Passing through Minghua village, stepping into the sacred forest, and parting the hanging vines, Su Jing stood in front of Carp Pond, utterly dumbfounded. What had just happened? If he ignored the familiar old man lying at his feet, the scene was peaceful, with carps swimming happily as if nothing had occurred. Director Chi? What happened to him? The carp spirit, holding a wine cup, sat cross-legged on the grass, swaying slightly as she said, No idea, we were just having a friendly chat, and suddenly a bolt of lightning struck right on him. Su Jing looked down at the small patch of charred grass underfoot, which was visibly regenerating, while Chi Meng lay sprawled out, his face blackened, hair frizzed, and faint wisps of smoke curling from his mouth. System bro? Did you actually strike him dead? Even without thinking too hard, Su Jing knew this was the system's so-called disciplinary measure. He hadn't expected it to involve summoning lightning. The system's voice responded haughtily, Don't worry. The system would never let the host get into trouble. I merely used a small trick to ensure he doesn't bother the scenic area again. Well done. Su Jing praised inwardly, then suddenly slapped Chi Meng twice across the face. Still daring to bring a knife? I've had enough of you. You old nuisance. The carp spirit cheerfully ran over. Let me try. Let me try. She twisted her wrist, lifted her left foot, leaned back dramatically, and struck a pose as if pitching a ball. Her pale, delicate hand, carrying a sharp gust of wind, stopped just short of Chi Meng's face. Chi Meng's eyes snapped open, wide with shock and fury. What are you doing? TSK. The carp spirit sighed, her shoulders slumping. Uncle, do you think my hands are pretty? As the young girl walked away, Chi Meng nearly fainted again, convinced that if her slap had landed, it might have left his neck permanently twisted. Su Jing stifled a laugh and, feigning concern, asked, Director Chi, are you all right? Surprisingly, Chi Meng seemed to have lost his memory. He glanced around, his face puzzled. Where am I? Su Jing froze for a moment, then cautiously asked, You are in the sacred mountain. Do you not remember what just happened? Sacred mountain? Chi Meng looked around, frowning as he sat up, his expression one of clear disapproval. Why am I here? Ugh, my head hurts, my body hurts too. He seemed dazed, muttering to himself as he stumbled down the mountain path, his wild hair bouncing as he went. He grumbled, This place feels awful. Why did I come here? Ugh, I should be drinking red wine in my lab. Right now I hate this, I hate the forest. What? He's just leaving like that? Su Jing's offer to help was brushed aside as he and the carp's spirit watched the old man limp away, disappearing unevenly into the woods, leaving even the knife he had brought complete with his fingerprints behind. The system is that powerful. The carp spirit calmly replied, "Humph, it's a minor thing. All I did was erase some of his memories and implant a subconscious aversion to Wan Yuan Mountain, so he won't want to come back. That should take care of any future trouble." The system's electronic voice carried a faint note of pride. Su Jing was delighted, thinking about how troublesome government departments could be. If they got involved, he'd be on edge indefinitely. He hadn't expected the system to resolve it so easily. Well, he brought it on himself. If he hadn't come here with a knife, intending to harm and take the system's tools, he wouldn't have faced punishment. Nodding, Su Jing said, "True. Every villain meets their match, and karma never misses its mark." He turned to look at the carp spirit. Under the system's protection, the carp goddess's existence felt almost divine. She turned her head, studying him carefully before finally breaking into a smile. "Of course, it's no problem. But you? Are you all right?" she asked with concern. Although she knew Su Jing was the owner of the scenic area, she wasn't sure how the system would handle the aftermath. Even though someone had just tried to harm her, she instinctively worried about whether she might cause trouble for Su Jing. "It's fine. Don't worry about me," she said softly. Beneath her feet, the grass scorched by lightning had already returned to its lush state. The carp swam freely in the water, with the plumpest among them occasionally leaping out, as if trying to earn a smile from the divine being. Their lively antics completely masked the fact that all of this was the system's work. "Then carry on with your drink. I won't disturb you," Su Jing said, shaking his head before quickly walking away in an attempt to catch up with Qimeng. The carp goddess said no more, tilting her head back to finish her drink. Her gaze lingered on her pale, delicate hands as she turned them over and over. After a while, she sighed regretfully. "I should have just struck him down." Su Jing never caught up with Qimeng. Strangely, after being struck by lightning, Qimeng seemed to move even faster. Confused, Su Jing eventually gave up and returned home to sleep. Meanwhile, Qimeng drove out of Wanyuan Mountain, gradually regaining his clarity. "Why did I even come to this place?" he muttered to himself, his mind blank as though he were suffering from amnesia. His phone buzzed beside him, and he answered it. "Hello? What carp? What goddess? You must have the wrong number. And let me warn you, poaching is illegal. Get lost." He hung up abruptly, staring at the caller ID with a fleeting sense of absurdity. But as a sharp headache set in, he dismissed the thought and focused on driving back to the city. On the other end of the line, a suited professional lowered his phone, his face filled with shock. "Boss, Director Chi just told me to get lost?" he asked cautiously. From behind a massive leather chair, a deep voice responded. "And you didn't retrieve the item?" Director Chi claims he has no idea what we're talking about. After a brief silence, the voice spoke again. "Forget about this for now. That research maniac has plenty of schemes. If he's saying this, someone else must be pressuring him. Call that person and let them know this is beyond our capability." The night passed peacefully, with Su Jing blissfully unaware that the system had erased a major problem for him. At dawn, he dressed neatly and excitedly headed into the Perka had an important mission today. This time, instead of entering through the main gate, he took a detour across a bridge. Sneaking through the greenery, he used a shovel to clear away thorny branches and stepped inside. This area was beyond the scenic river, a seldom visited part of the park that was more like wasteland than a tourist spot. Su Jing followed an overgrown path on the left, walking for some time until he heard the gentle sound of flowing water. A small stream meandered ahead, and after surveying his surroundings, he waded through the knee-deep water, following its course. After several hundred steps, the view opened up to reveal a sprawling forest. Birds chirped, flowers bloomed, sunlight filtered through the trees, and a gentle breeze made the place feel less desolate. Su Jing nodded, forming an initial plan for the area, but he didn't stop and kept moving forward. The sound of rushing water grew louder, and a mist began to fill the air. Leaving the forest behind, he came upon a raging river. White waves surged, and the spray reached over half a meter high in the most turbulent spots. Spotting a small, shabby boat nearby, Su Jing hesitated before gritting his teeth and redeeming an advanced boating skill from the system. "Hey, system bro. Your host here. Won't drown in his own scenic area, right?" he asked nervously. The system's voice reassured him, "Don't worry. As long as the system is here, you're safe." With that assurance, Su Jing immediately began pushing the boat into the water. Today, he planned to explore another section of the river to check out potential sites for future development. Wow. The small boat tilted as water rushed in. Even though Su Jing had exchanged for a skill, the turbulent current still made him stumble. He thought to himself that he was definitely not cut out for boating. But there was no time for regret, as within just 3 breaths, the little boat was swept away from the shore, traveling more than 10 meters downstream. He could only crouch low, observe the water's flow, and paddle hard to adjust the direction. And so, the small, shabby boat stumbled forward through the waves. Boating was real, and so was observing. In the Wanyuan Mountain scenic area, A central mountain divided two rivers, one rapid and one gentle, that flowed in entirely different styles. Entering through the main gate would only lead to the gentle river on the right. For years now, no staff had ventured to the rapids on the left. When Su Jing first took over the scenic area, his understanding of the layout also came from Uncle Shui. But this renovation was critical, and coupled with the information Wang Kai provided, Su Jing had no choice but to explore this side himself. Approaching the first mountain along the rapids, Su Jing checked the system. Left mountain range number 3, unnamed, progress at 2 as a scenic spot. Meiyuan Plum Garden 1. Project, Plum Blossom Viewing, half a star. Permanent employees, none. Temporary employees, none. Facilities, 1 latrine, rumored to be drafty, where using it in winter might freeze you to the seat. The evaluation noted this mountain had an altitude of 2,192 meters, with the upper half rarely visited due to its high development difficulty and lack of tourist access. The system's review was surprisingly gentle, without any criticism, which made Su Jing feel an inexplicable comfort and even a bit pleased. However, he didn't linger and let the boat continue forward. No kidding, with a mountain this massive, let alone the time needed for renovation, just figuring out how to bring tourists here was a challenge. And most importantly, the last scenic spot was already a mountain, didn't want to do another. People can get tired of the same scenery, after all. The small boat spun on the water, and after rounding a bend, the current suddenly eased. Su Jing quickly perked up and looked ahead. Beyond this point was another mountain in the scenic area. Left mountain range number 2, unnamed, progress at 1 as a scenic spot. Unique rock formations. Project, rock viewing, half a star. Permanent employees, none. Temporary employees, none. Facilities, none. The evaluation described this as a somewhat desolate rocky mountain, devoid of significant scenery and difficult to develop, essentially a bonus thrown in when purchasing the land, with hopes the host would make good use of it. Goodness. Su Jing looked up at the rugged, oddly shaped rocks ahead and couldn't help but click his tongue. Not even a single latrine had this place ever been developed? A bonus with the land purchase, how generous. However, Su Jing wasn't particularly interested in the mountain. With the current slowing down, he paddled hard and finally managed to dock the boat. This place was intriguing. The rapids curved here, not only slowing down, but also carving out a riverbank. Behind the riverbank lay a massive mudflat, lush with ferns growing everywhere. Occasionally, a few large birds would fly by and rest. System? How deep is this mudflat? The system ran a check, and a page automatically popped up. Mudflat, unnamed, development progress 0. Description, a lake filled with river silt. Average depth 6.78 meters. Area 3.69 square kilometers. Evaluation, a mudflat between two mountain ranges, seemingly of no use. No use. Su Jing chuckled. It was incredibly useful in his past life. Westlake was only about twice its size, but this mudflat was even deeper than Westlake. Besides, next to the current mudflat lies a stretch of rocky beach. Walking up the rocky path leads directly to that stone mountain. After circling the river embankment once, Su Jing continued downstream on his small boat. The waters ahead were much calmer, and the boat soon arrived smoothly at the foot of the sacred mountain. At that moment, Uncle Shui was just escorting the first group of tourists into the site. After sending them off, he turned around and asked curiously, Jinga, how did you come from that direction? Despite Su Jing's countless attempts to correct Uncle Shui's habit of calling him Ge like everyone else, it was futile. Left with no choice, Su Jing reluctantly replied, I went over there to take a look. Uncle Shui smirked in disbelief. On this little broken boat. He glanced at the boat, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. This boat looks familiar, like my old junker 2.0. It's already this bad. Was there ever a 1.0? Not wanting to follow Uncle Shui's digression, Su Jing quickly shook his head to dismiss the thought and jumped onto Uncle Shui's boat. Perfect timing, Uncle Shui, take me out. The two wobbled their way back, and Su Jing immediately returned to his small cabin to brainstorm plans for new attractions. Lost in thought, Su Jing didn't emerge from his cabin until nightfall, stretching as he stepped out. Jiang Tsong had been waiting impatiently for a while. He pulled Su Jing over to sit down and handed him a thick stack of forms. The recruitment plan is already underway. I've also found the prop maker you needed. As for the location of the goose houses, I've chosen a spot and sent you the layout and architectural plans. Once you've finalized the design, we can start construction. Su Jing interrupted him and handed over a business card. This is the phone number of the director of the Qingxian Veterans Affairs Bureau. Just communicate normally and let him know the employee requirements we need. Many suitable candidates can be found there. Jiang Tsong's eyes lit up with excitement. He had been worrying about where to find physically strong or commanding employees. Whether for maintaining security in the scenic area, patrolling Mingyue village and the sacred mountain, or even providing security for the souvenir shops, such talents were exactly what they needed. Su Jing's connections were like a pillow handed to someone in need of a nap. He pocketed the business card and continued. Then there are those who approached us on their own. He pulled out a sheet of paper. Within Yangon City, 2 performance troupes have expressed interest in collaborating with us. 2 other dance troupes within the province have also sent emails. Let's not even mention the county-level groups for now. From the southwest region, there's a reportedly famous dance troupe currently on tour and passing through Yangon. They said they'd like to come by for a performance if possible. Su Jing pondered for a moment. This collaboration? Are they looking to work here as performers, like Jin Taiyang? Jiang Song laughed. What are you thinking? It's more like an exchange performance, akin to inviting guest performers for a joint event. It could attract some fans of the troupe or people looking for something fresh and exciting to visit the scenic area. Su Jing nodded but then questioned, isn't our program novel enough? Jiang Song was momentarily at a loss for words. Of course it is. We're still the fresh faces here. Su Jing had been so busy that he probably hadn't noticed the online buzz. Wan Yuan Mountain Scenic Area had already gone viral. Taking a deep breath, Su Jing said, got it. For now, we'll only recruit troops interested in long-term collaboration. As for those wanting to visit, they can just buy tickets like everyone else. Jiang Song nodded in agreement. Exactly. A long-running scenic area needs a solid team to deliver diverse programs, not a revolving door of performers just to grab attention. That kind of tactic is fine for special holiday events occasionally. Jiang Song continued. Regarding the recruitment of brands, we've had a lot of interest. Maybe it's because our rental fees are low and we take a smaller cut, but all the big brands are quite eager. He flipped through the list, pulled out a few pages, and said, I've picked a few interesting ones for you to look at. The first is Fengnong Tractors. Although their marketing is flashy, I looked into them, and they're solid. They mainly produce mid to low-end products that are durable and reliable. They've even proposed providing us with a transportation fleet if we allow them to advertise. He pointed at another document. This one is a bottled water brand from our county, and this one here. After running through a long list, Su Jing nodded frequently, but in reality, the only brand he remembered was the one selling tractors. Managing these things really wasn't his forte. Jiang Song continued. We've also had investors reach out to us. Their equity terms are quite reasonable. Su Jing interrupted immediately. No, we're not looking for investors. Jiang Song was taken aback and frowned, asking, why not? Aren't we in debt? Having someone invest in us is an opportunity most businesses would jump at. There's no other reason, Su Jing sighed. I have a system backing me, and the ownership of the scenic area must remain entirely in my hands. Not even a fraction can be transferred. Don't forget, I have a mysterious major investor above me. Whatever could be shared, I've already shared. He could only use the notion of an investor to placate Jiang Song. And finally, there's this, Su Jing said, pulling out a sheet of paper with 3 names written on it. These 3 people donated to us. 2 gave 500,000 yuan each, and 1 gave 200,000. Wang Kai said they're rich second-generation heirs from Yangon and suggested we get in touch. He mentioned that as the scenic area grows, we can't just focus on operations. We need to consider building good relationships with capital or government connections. Since these 3 have shown goodwill, meeting them when we have time can't hurt. Su Jing glanced at one of the names and vaguely felt a sense of familiarity. Jopa? All right, set it up. Jiang Song added one last thing. Oh, and I'm exhausted. He sent a file to Su Jing. Kai sent over 2 construction teams, per your request. He asked you to pick one and let him know if you're ready to go anytime. Then, with a teasing tone, he said, what now? Are you starting another project already? To his surprise, Su Jing nodded seriously. You guessed it. We start tomorrow. Wang Kai had a simple appearance, but a meticulous mind. The list he provided to Su Jing included both small, skilled teams for detailed work and larger crews capable of managing significant workloads. Unfortunately, Su Jing only needed a facade. Without hesitation, he chose the larger construction team. As promised, the team arrived early the next morning, their rumbling convoy making its way along the rural dirt road. The middle-aged man leading the team was full of energy and cheerfully asked, Boss Su, how should we start? There was no prior meeting, no blueprints, and no price negotiations. Su Jing directly offered a daily rate, which immediately commanded the respect of the team leader. Meeting a real big shot here. The man grinned widely, ready to roll up his sleeves and get to work. However, to his surprise, Su Jing pulled him aside, took out a map of the scenic area, and began planning. Pointing at the map, his fingers moved quickly, practically sketching out an entire year of promising prospects for the team leader. When he finished, Su Jing looked up with a smile and said, for these areas, just set up safety nets. Make sure they're secure, and don't forget the tops, they need to be covered too. The team leader's enthusiasm instantly plummeted. Just setting up nets? How long would that take? How much could they possibly earn? Was that it? Hoping for more instructions, he perked up his ears, but there was nothing else. Feeling defeated, he forced a smile and called his crew to start working. Oh well, even a small job is still a job. At least this boss pays daily and doesn't delay wages. With the arrangements settled, green safety nets were promptly set up. Meanwhile, waves of ticket-buying tourists began to notice the changes. Breaking news. Construction had resumed at Wanyuan Mountain. In a WeChat group with over 400 members, a new message interrupted the lively conversation. 469 visitors to Wanyuan Mountain today. What's this about the carp god being my wife? Is this real? Where exactly is the construction happening? Are they adding a new attraction? Could it be the rumored mountain sweep #1? No way, they just launched the sacred mountain scene. Some people in my group haven't even visited that yet, and now there's more? Wanyuan Mountain is already so popular, another chimed in. I think they should focus on maintaining Mingyue Village and Sacred Mountain instead of rushing to create new attractions. I agree, said another fan. While I'd love to see something new, I'd rather they take care of what's already there. They don't have enough staff, and am worried about accidents or damage to places like Butterfly Fairy Valley. I heard someone mention endangered species protection when I visited during Labor Day, another fan added. I'm really afraid people might sneak into the valley to catch butterflies. Wait, is Ping Ping going again today? Hasn't she already been twice? 3 times in such a short period, doesn't she get tired of it? This comment sparked a wave of agreement. While Wanyuan Mountain was undeniably fun, visiting repeatedly in such a short time could get boring, right? The commenter didn't reveal themselves, and the group chat quickly returned to its usual chatter. Everyone in this group was a diehard fan of Wanyuan Mountain, with each member representing a fan club of over 50 people. Collectively, they were like an unofficial extension of the park's promotional team. If the official account released a short video, they would create 800 fan edits in response. It could even be said that part of Wanyuan Mountain's explosive popularity and frequent appearances on trending topics was thanks to their relentless enthusiasm. After several hours, Ping Ping finally showed up in the group chat. She shared a picture of a small, delicate hand clutching 6 colorful plush flowers, each a different hue. The chat exploded instantly as everyone exclaimed, "No way. How do you have so many? 6 colors? Did you collect them all? The most I've seen on the forums is 4. People have started trading for them, and you found even more? This is definitely the new item." In Mingyue Village, Ping Ping carefully placed the plush flowers into her backpack, but she kept something to herself. Hidden inside the bag was a white plush floera color that had never appeared online before. Even with 6 flowers in her possession, she felt there was more to uncover. According to mysterious speculations from certain individuals, items like this often align with specific numbers 7, 9, or even 12. She looked up toward the summit of the sacred mountain, where a faint glow shimmered. A premonition stirred within her. These plush flowers must be meant for the mountaintop. But what kind of view or deity awaited there that required such a unique offering? She wasn't alone in her thoughts. Everyone seemed to quietly understand and continued gathering their own items. That evening, as tourists left and construction crews arrived by boat with materials, they cordoned off the wooden village within the homestay area. Jing immediately began the renovation project. Mingyue village buildings, for customized grade upgrades, costing 16,000 reputation points. Completion time, 48 hours. Wanyuan Mountain Scenic Area entrance, a grade customized upgrade, costing 3,000 reputation points. Completion time, 72 hours. Wanyuan Mountain Parking Lot, standardized parking lot upgrade, costing 3,000 reputation points. Completion time, 72 hours. Wanyuan Mountain Ticket Office, standardized ticket office upgrade, costing 1,600 reputation points. Completion time, 48 hours. The last and most crucial decision weighed heavily on Jing. Taking a deep breath, he glanced at the remaining reputation points and made up his mind. Ding! A crisp notification sounded. The second renovation area for Wanyuan Mountain Scenic Area had been selected and was now locked in. Based on the host's intentions, the system optimized the adjustment and finalized the renovation plan. Mudflat Area Comprehensive Upgrade to Luoxian Lake, a grade upgrade, costing 100,000 reputation points. Estimated completion time, 15 days. Due to the complex internal structure of the site, the extended time is required. Please be patient. Ding! Creekside Forest Comprehensive Upgrade, grade upgrade, costing 35,000 reputation points. Estimated completion time, 7 days. Please be patient. By this point, nearly all the reputation points Jing had earned before and during the holiday were completely spent. What remained was working with Jiang Tsung to manage the scenic area and waiting to see how things unfolded. Within Wanyuan Mountain, under the cover of green safety nets, the renovations began instantly. The system's masking noise filled the air, no longer silent as before. Night fell again, the moon faint in the starry sky. Several dozen kilometers away from Wanyuan Mountain, a man hung up his phone and walked away coldly. His indifferent words drifted through the wind. Begin. Release the water. The Labor Day holiday has ended, and the online buzz about Wanyuan Mountain Scenic Area has gradually subsided. The daily visitor count at the scenic spot now remains in the hundreds, mostly tourists from the county and nearby cities. They occasionally take a day or two off to visit and enjoy the area. Meanwhile, Jiang Tsung's recruitment plan is progressing steadily. As anticipated, the county's Veterans Affairs Bureau has indeed provided a group of excellent candidates. These individuals, whether older or younger, exude a reassuring presence just by standing there. The only ones who seem a bit less pleased are Zhao Meng and Feng Cheng. The two silently observed the veterans. Zhao Meng, who used to wander around Mingyue Fort wearing small sunglasses, now unconsciously slowed his pace and lowered his voice. Officers, we're all law-abiding citizens here. Everything appeared harmonious, except for one small issue. Uncle Shui rarely approached Su Jing to discuss matters directly. Brother Jing, there's something I'm not sure if I should bring up. Uncle Shui began. Su Jing relaxed and encouraged him to continue. Uncle Shui frowned, looking puzzled. Based on past years' patterns, the flood season should be approaching in June, and water levels should be rising. However, during his recent boating trips, he noticed a significant drop in water levels. In particular, when he ferried tourists back yesterday, he saw a section of the riverbank where the rocks underneath were exposed. If the water level continues to drop, the boat won't be able to carry passengers safely. Hitting rocks in the river could lead to dangerous situations. Su Jing listened quietly, realizing that Wang Kai's earlier suspicions might be coming true. They'll look into this over the next few days and find out what's causing it, he said thoughtfully. Then he added, has the other river been affected? Uncle Shui was momentarily taken aback before laughing. You mean Tiaojiao River? These two rivers don't share the same source, so they're unrelated. Are you thinking of using Tiaojiao River for transport? He waved his hand dismissively. That's impossible. Do you know how it got its name? It's because people get so frustrated trying to cross it that they stomp their feet, hence Tiaojiao. I'm too old for that kind of risk. If the boat capsized, everyone would end up in the water. His concerns were valid, which was precisely why Su Jing had plans to renovate the lake. A reservoir could help stabilize the water flow in Tiaojiao River, turning its turbulence into a potential attraction for the scenic area. All right, Uncle Shui, go ahead with your work. He'll handle this issue, Su Jing assured him. After seeing Uncle Shui off, Su Jing immediately called Jiang Tsung to head out. Wang Kai, already anticipating developments, arrived promptly with his car as soon as Su Jing called him. The situation was as follows. The participants were mostly grassroots groups, largely consisting of villagers living in the mountains. They came from 5 counties, including but not limited to Qing County, and their reasons varied. Some were farmers, tree growers, fish breeders, or involved in other trades. Su Jing frowned, the smile fading from his face. It was evident that these people were being instigated by someone. Fines didn't deter them, as they had financial backers and stood to benefit. They were confident, aware of legal loopholes to exploit, and skilled at creating disputes. Jiang Tsung grew anxious. So, this isn't going to be easy to resolve, is it? Exactly, Wang Kai replied, glancing at the silent Su Jing with a worried expression. Moreover, the river is not designated for urban water supply. It flows past Wanyuan Mountain into the deep forests, having minimal impact on residents' daily lives. As a result, there have been very few complaints or protests. Su Jing conducted an investigation into the matter and discovered that several county towns were taking it lightly, and it seemed that someone in the city was suppressing the issue. It was mentioned that you have good connections with the Bureau of Culture and Tourism, so perhaps you could seek their assistance. After a moment of contemplation, Su Jing agreed to give it a try, though he doubted Secretary Shun would be able to resolve the issue. If someone was indeed manipulating things behind the scenes, it appeared that connections had already been established. According to Wang Kai, the Hongya Mountain Scenic Area might be the mastermind. While Wanyuan Mountain had only recently gained some recognition, Hongya Mountain Scenic Area had been a long-standing pillar of Yong'an City's cultural and tourism sector, with a stable influx of visitors for years. As the government actively promoted cultural tourism, Hongya Mountain had already secured its position. Even if Su Jing approached Secretary Shun, there was little hope if Shun lacked the necessary influence to tackle the issue. Su Jing raised an eyebrow and asked whether it was possible to obtain the contact information for the person in charge of Hongya Mountain Scenic Area. Wang Kai gave an embarrassed smile, admitting he didn't have that level of influence, but suggested asking Secretary Shun, who would likely have the information. After Wang Kai left, Jiang Tsung declined Su Jing's invitation to accompany him to the city. If what Wang Kai said was true, Jiang needed to immediately prepare contingency plans, both short-term and long-term. This included reconsidering hiring and investment plans, which might need to be put on hold. Jiang's commitment to helping manage the scenic area deeply touched Su Jing, filling him with warmth and gratitude. However, with the renovation of Luoxian Lake still incomplete, the news couldn't be disclosed recklessly, and Su Jing could only do his best to handle the situation. When Xin Zhuang heard about the matter, his expression turned noticeably grave. He asked Su Jing whether the people from Hongya Mountain Scenic Area were involved. Su Jing shook his head, saying he wasn't sure, but wanted to speak with someone from their management. Xin Zhuang pondered for a moment and candidly remarked that disputes between counties were notoriously difficult to resolve. He promised to do his best, but warned Su Jing to prepare for the challenges ahead. Xin tentatively inquired whether Wanyuan Mountain had other attractions besides Mingyue Village and Sacred Mountain. If there were none, halting operations would quickly diminish its popularity and reduce visitor numbers. He had hoped to include Wanyuan Mountain in the Indo-Fire evaluations, but this now seemed unlikely. Xinzhuang provided Su Jing with the secretary's phone number for the person in charge, suggesting that resolving the matter amicably would be ideal. He sighed, noting that Hongya Mountain was an established scenic area. If their demands weren't unreasonable, it might be worth agreeing. After all, the Wanyuan Mountain scenic area had been left to Su Jing by his parents, and rebuilding it hadn't been easy. He advised Su Jing not to be overly stubborn. Su Jing didn't comment, instead picking through his office supplies and casually grabbing 2 tins of tea leaves to take home. If the older generation can't offer much help, at least there's tea to drink, he remarked. Shun Zhuang chuckled, acknowledging that while he hadn't been much help, the tea was a small token of apology. Upon returning home, Su Jing immediately made a phone call. In the top-floor office of a towering skyscraper in Yangon City, an impeccably dressed male secretary approached a desk and respectfully announced, "Mr. Chu, the person in charge of Wanyuan Mountain Scenic Area, is on the line and wishes to speak with you." Seated in a leather chair, a deep voice chuckled softly, "No need. Tell him that what's done is done. If Wanyuan Mountain manages to survive this, no one will target him again. If he can conjure gods, I'm sure he can figure out a solution." Su Jing hung up the phone, fully understanding the other party's stance. No negotiation, no resolution, no admission of fault. If Wanyuan Mountain had the capability, they'd have to find their own way to overcome the difficulty. The trap had already been set. Why would they go out of their way to fill it? That would only expose their intentions. The message couldn't have been clearer. If you can figure out a solution and make it through, then good for you. They wouldn't bother with you anymore after that. Su Jing sipped his drink and munched on beef, his face showing no trace of concern. Since there was no way to fix the situation, why worry? Wanyuan Mountain continued operations for another week until the water level dropped to an alarming point, exposing the riverbanks on both sides. Su Jing waved his hand, signaling to halt the boats and close the park. The construction team, which had already prepared safety nets, was called back to build a side gate. This time, it was a real project, and the construction team worked enthusiastically, though others were left puzzled. During the staff meeting, Jin Na frowned in confusion. "So what are we going to do now?" They had already grown accustomed to life at Mingyue village, dancing, working, singing, enjoying themselves every day, and developing quickly. Su Jing shrugged. "What else? Just go home and take a break." He glanced around, noticing the gloomy expressions on everyone's faces, whether it was the employees of Jin Taiyang or the members of the Qingyun acrobatic troupe. He couldn't help but laugh, clapping his hands. "What's wrong with you all?" Although the issue with the waterway remained unresolved, the temporary closure presented an opportunity to address the park's shortcomings. "It's just a temporary closure, not permanent," he reassured them, but their worried faces didn't change. Feng Gui, a burly man, voiced his concerns anxiously. "Really? I heard someone's deliberately targeting our park and blocking the river." "That's true. Our park is already in a remote location. With this closure, how long will it last? What if no one comes back after we reopen?" Feng Chung hesitantly raised his hand and interjected, "Will we still get paid?" As soon as he finished speaking, everyone turned to glare at him, as if mentioning money at a time like this was particularly inappropriate. "We're already on the verge of losing our jobs, and you're still thinking about money." Su Jing, however, wasn't bothered. "Salaries will be paid as usual. But Sister Na, you all might have to endure some hardship. You probably won't be able to perform in the next few days." Jin Na understood what he meant. They were part of an external team that earned commissions. With the park closed, they'd have to find their own way to make ends meet until it reopened. But she was still curious. Is this really necessary? She leaned back in her chair, appearing calm and composed. The money they had earned at Wanyuan Mountain in recent days was already more than several months' income for their dance troupe in the past. Even if they had to wait another month, so what? Zhao Dashue had once said that young Mr. Zu's intelligence and resourcefulness were beyond ordinary people's comprehension, so he was unlikely to keep them waiting too long. Feng Gui and the members of the Qingyun acrobatic troupe, on the other hand, had eyes full of hope and couldn't hide their smiles. To be honest, the money they made over the 5 days of Labor Day alone had surpassed 2 or 3 months' worth of income before. No wonder the saying goes that working for others can't compare to being your own boss. Being the boss was just too lucrative. Even without raising prices like other parks, the massive influx of visitors still earned them hundreds per day. Adding to that Su Jing's wages, they had no worries about food or drink. It was like a vacation. The Qingyun acrobatic troupe was even more carefree. Let's not forget they had a plot of land where they'd planted melons and vegetables. Now fully grown, the harvest was enough to feed themselves and even sell to other villagers. Except for Jiang Tsong and the staff at the management center who were swamped with work, everyone else happily went home to rest. In the tourist management center's office, the sound of keyboards clattered nonstop. Behind closed doors, 2 newly hired customer service representatives answered an endless stream of phone calls, with voices from the other end so loud it sounded like they were shouting through megaphones. "What? You're closing? My grandpa fought tooth and nail for 3 days and nights to get train tickets. And even my grandma, who can barely walk, stood up just to visit. And now you're telling me the park is closed? Why? No way. What's the reason for this closure?" Did you consult the visitors? Don't you have a conscience? What about the money? Are you not earning anymore? The website says the riverbed is dry. Are you kidding me? It's almost flood season. What's going on? Did your sacred mountain spirit not get along with the river god? Where's the water? This isn't fair. I'm filing a complaint. You must reopen. I haven't even collected enough for the new props. Please, no? Where are the new props even used? When will the park reopen? On the other end of the line, visitors were crying, cursing, reasoning, and some were even silent, but none could change the decision to close Manyuan Mountain Scenic Area. Yunong hadn't slept for 2 days. Her once glamorous makeup had long faded, and she sat at her computer in slippers, her hair a mess, with dark circles under her eyes. She typed quickly, writing, unable to operate due to upstream water unexplained cause boats unavailable currently resolving after finishing. She glanced sideways behind her. Where exactly are the new props used? She wondered, leaving the question as a mystery. Jiang Tsong shrugged, indicating he didn't know either. Jingge had only told him the new props were meant for the mountain summit, but hadn't explained their purpose. Yunong scoffed, turned her head, and continued typing rapidly. Summit offering gods awaiting better weather reopening date to be determined. These ambiguous phrases should suffice. She slumped back in her chair, pondering for a moment, then turned around to ask, how long is the park going to be closed this time? Our work will be quick. Manager Su assured me. It'll be back to normal soon. Jiang Tsong replied earnestly. Our work routine stays the same, and salaries won't be delayed. Rest assured, everyone. The team nodded in relief and got back to work. Jiang Tsong glanced at the two young women in the customer service office, thought for a moment, and called Fang Gui. During this special period, since no one is work, let's have everyone take turns as temporary customer service. We can't let these angry tourists wear out our employees. Once arrangements were made, the Manyuan Mountain 2A tourist scenic area officially announced its closure on May 12th. Is the park really closing? A low voice from the leather chair in the upper management office revealed a hint of regret. They had hoped for another solution. It was a shame. The secretary beside them, however, ignored this, smiling as they moved on to the next step. We need to make sure they can't recover from this. The secretary bowed respectfully and left, as a hidden battle quietly began. However, this unseen conflict didn't last long before the dust settled once more. The owner of the leather chair looked at the secretary, who had returned empty-handed, with a puzzled expression. What do you mean? The secretary smiled and shook their head. Mr. Chu, not a single person could be poached. The leather seat let out a creak as the man straightened his posture. The secretary quickly explained. The performers from the Golden Sun Song and Dance Troupe have rejected our high-paying performance contract. The members of the Qingyun Acrobatic Troupe also turned down our invitation. As for Fang Gui's group, only one or two seemed hesitant, but they were soon persuaded by the others. The secretary hesitated, clearly embarrassed, but mustered the courage to continue. As for the Shanmeng Travel Agency, they beat up our people. There's no surveillance in the area, and we couldn't find any injuries during the medical check. The smooth execution of the last plan had taken Mr. Chu by surprise, and now this new plan had hit a dead end before even getting off the ground. Try again, and if it still doesn't work, let me know. With the sound of the door closing, the office fell into silence. A few kilometers away at the Shanmeng Travel Agency, Zhao Meng sat in his brand new office, laughing heartily with his group of underlings, or rather, tour guides, as they enjoyed some fried skewers. Ha ha, who cares about red leaf or blue leaf? Back when I approached them, they ignored me. Now, they'll make sure they can't reach my level. He slapped one of his men on the shoulder with a triumphant grin. Even though we focus on our studies, we can't let our physical skills slide. Good thing we haven't forgotten our core strengths. Stay sharp, everyone, and keep studying the law thoroughly. We must never burden the people's courts. The group raised their beers, laughing loudly in response. Only one trusted subordinate looked concerned and spoke quietly. Brother Mang, it's all well and good to talk, but are we really just going to wait for Wanyuan Mountain? Most of our clients are tourists from Wanyuan Mountain. If the park stays closed, we'll lose almost all our income. We just moved into this new office to sigh. Zhao Meng hid the worry in his eyes and waved dismissively. Don't worry. Boss Su promised me the park will reopen soon. He assured me he can handle this issue. Everything will be fine. Salaries will be paid, as usual. Your brother Meng still has some money left. No problem at all. The subordinate nodded reluctantly before joining the others in their banter and laughter. Meanwhile, Zhao Meng took a swig of his beer, his gaze drifting out the window, his expression growing more serious. Su Jing. Boss Su, he muttered to himself. Deep down, he understood that while he usually acted out of self-interest, this time he had chosen to trust Su Jing. He had some guesses about the situation at Wanyuan Mountain. If it ultimately couldn't recover, then Su Jing would be the one releasing the tiger back into the wild. And these brothers of his? They might have no choice but to return to their old ways. Wanyuan Mountain had been closed for 3 days. Su Jing met 3 young people who had donated money to him. They didn't seem concerned about the closure of Wanyuan Mountain. Instead, They enthusiastically chatted with Jing about the miraculous sights they had witnessed on the sacred mountain. Their words carried a clear intention: to make friends. Considering their financial support in helping him repair the roads, Jing exchanged contact information with them. Later, he met with the anxious county mayor and Secretary Shun. Despite their efforts to smooth over relationships, the issue of upstream villagers blocking the water flow was not easily resolved. Zhu Shou firmly supported Jing, and during the closure period, he continued to repackage old attractions, barely maintaining the popularity of Minghua Village. However, Wanyuan Mountain faced another wave of harsh criticism. The sudden and inexplicable closure led some people to leave negative reviews on certain apps, though others spontaneously organized investigations into the upstream water routes. These investigations were mostly discussed in online groups of Wanyuan Mountain's loyal visitors, who quickly sensed that the mountain was being unfairly targeted. On the surface, Yangon City seemed calm, but undercurrents were surging. At the center of these undercurrents, Jing was humming a tune, peach leaves sharp and thin, willow leaves sweeping the sky. A few days ago, he had to wade across a stream that now had a delicate wooden bridge spanning it. From a distance, before even crossing the bridge, he spotted a grove of pale pink blossoms, just a few hundred steps from the shore. Stepping onto the bridge and following the stream for a while, he entered the pink grove, which turned out to be an ethereal peach blossom forest. System bro, Jing murmured as he walked through, his eyes filled with amazement. Occasionally, petals fluttered down, creating a romantic shower of pink blossoms. Isn't it the wrong season for peach blossoms? Are we sure this won't cause any problems? The system responded dismissively. The world is vast, and it's normal to stumble upon the occasional wonder. Besides, wasn't your koi pond and butterfly valley unusual too? Jing chuckled, continuing to stroll and observe the newly transformed forest by the stream. The peach trees varied in shape, their branches adorned with clusters of blossoms. The soft breeze carried the delicate fragrance of peaches, soothing yet not overpowering, leaving Jing feeling utterly refreshed. As he walked further, the path beneath the peach trees meandered gracefully, paved with blue stones. In the distance, a house could be glimpsed, nestled amidst the trees. Yes, this was it. Jing quickened his pace, heading toward it. The first thing that caught his eye was a pair of rustic wooden doors, above which hung an ancient plaque inscribed with the flowing characters Peach Blossom Hermitage. Pushing open the doors, a blend of subtle ink fragrance and floral aroma greeted him. The layout revealed a large courtyard with a front hall, a rear garden, rockeries, a pond, and side rooms connected by covered walkways. However, the place was eerily quiet. Apart from Jing's footsteps, the only sound was the soft rustle of falling peach blossoms. It was time. Jing pulled a small wooden puppet from his backpack and tossed it onto the ground with a snap. Come out. After finishing up in the peach blossom forest, Jing headed to Minghua Village. The wooden lodges, surrounded by green safety nets, still echoed with the sounds of construction. However, Jing knew it was merely an illusion created by the system. The renovations on the lodges had already been completed. Each lodge was a combination of 4 wooden structures, transformed into unique homestay accommodations. Situated across 4 areas named Spring, Summer, Autumn, and Winter, he wandered through them with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. Though there weren't many rooms, it was far better than the previous Minghua village. Back then, the most frequent complaints in Minghua Village's reviews were about poor road conditions and the lack of accommodations within the scenic area. This time, he was relieved that these issues had been resolved, which would likely reduce a lot of criticism. Returning to the central plaza, he opened the system. As more buildings in Minghua Village were renovated, the completion percentage of the Sacred Spirit Mountain range also steadily increased. The mountain peak on the left now had a completion rate of 64. He glanced at the small lightning bolt in his inventory, only 6 more to reach the 70 benchmark. His gaze shifted to the tens of thousands of reputation points accumulated in recent days, and he pursed his lips in thought. With a week left until the renovation of Luoxian Lake was complete, time was abundant, but sitting idly felt like a waste. Since no one was watching him for once, why not continue upgrading Sacred Mountain and push the completion rate beyond 70? No sooner thought than done. He quickly set off up Sacred Mountain, stepping past the warning sign at Hope Cliff and continuing his climb. After 40 minutes of effort, he finally reached the summit platform. This naturally formed flat surface, as if sliced cleanly by an ancient celestial sword, was the perfect place to implement his ultimate vision. System, let's renovate the summit area of Sacred Mountain, he commanded. The system beeped, and the electronic voice began its report. Would these reputation points be enough to raise the mountain's completion rate to 70? It didn't seem likely. His shoulders slumped in dismay. But then, considering that the host could unlock a second area each month, the great system decided to reward him with a discount. Using the remaining reputation points, the summit upgrade would be fully completed. System, you're the best in the world, he shouted excitedly. From now on, we're the ultimate duo. I eat the meat, you drink the soup. I wear the pants, you make the moves. I enjoy glory, and you bask in fame for eternity. Done. The reputation points on the system interface instantly dropped to 0. An invisible misty force gently pushed him away, sending him down the mountain path. It was complete. Holding the small lightning bolt in his hand, he gazed up at the bright blue sky, where a few wispy clouds floated like ribbons. The long dry air was finally turning slightly humid. Rainy season was approaching. The small lightning bolt vanished as he leisurely descended the mountain path. The final scenic spot of Sacred Mountain was now ready for promotion. Time ticked by. On Friday night, Zhu Shou lay on his large bed at home, scrolling through lackluster promotional videos on his account. Without the buzz surrounding Wanyuan Mountain to boost traffic, these store review videos were drawing less than a tenth of their previous engagement. Wanyuan Mountain, he sighed deeply. My dear guide, it's been 10 days. When will you return? Ding dong. His phone buzzed with a vibration that made him roll his eyes. He was about to dismiss the collaboration messages when his finger brushed the screen, and his eyes widened in shock. Holy crap. Despite his hefty frame, he leapt off the bed with surprising agility. Guide, are you free lately? We've got something big. Ding, ding, ding ding ding, ding 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 ding. Yunong covered her ears in panic, tossing the mouse aside, and shouted at Zhao Dashua, who was deeply focused on his studies nearby. No, I don't want to see it. I absolutely don't want to look at it. Zhao Dashua looked confused as he took the mouse and clicked on the blinking tab at the bottom of the computer screen. What's going on? I'm not great at this either, he said. The screen flickered, and the pre-sale ticketing system appeared before them. A little red dot flashed wildly, and with every flash, the numbers climbed by a few, then by dozens. What the heck? Yunong anxiously bit her nails, her heart filled with unease. The official website of Wanyuan Mountain had just announced the pre-sale, but it was for tickets a week away. And the most shocking part? The ticket price had soared to 80 yuan. What's up with these people? Are they crazy about snatching tickets? Tickets for the opening day, a Wednesday, had already surpassed 100 buyers. Not to mention the following Thursday, Friday, and the already sold-out weekend. She looked helplessly at Zhao Dashua, who was so focused he even wore a smile, and sighed. Dashua, you just don't get it. You're smiling so happily. But do you realize how many tourists you'll have to handle? Do you know how exhausting and tough it's going to be? Zhao Dashua shook his head and chuckled. Sister Yunong, you don't get it either. What's a little exhaustion or hard work? Do you know how much they wished for recognition back when there were only a handful of visitors, and even those few would shout at them? The two had contrasting emotions, one worried, the other joyful, but deep down, they both understood. The reopening of the scenic area and the mysterious actions of Manager Su were still shrouded in mystery. Every day, he would walk back and forth through the scenic area, laden with bags, muttering things like, "This is incredible, unprecedented, absolutely amazing." But they couldn't see anything. All they could notice was the rising river water level, influenced by public opinion and policy. Yet, even that wasn't enough to meet the standards for passenger boats. What exactly was he so thrilled about? Meanwhile, Feng Gui and others gathered at the central plaza. A newly recruited group of employees sat quietly nearby, waiting for instructions from their seniors. Feng Gui glanced around and began. Have you all heard? Ever since I brought everyone to settle at Mingyue Village, thanks to my exceptional reputation and steady leadership, I've become the employee manager for the Sacred Spirit Mountains. Most of the work assignments and tasks are now issued and managed by me. Tonight, I've called everyone here to share some news. Just as you've heard, in 5 days, the Wanyuan Mountain Scenic Area will reopen. The crowd erupted into chatter, but Feng Gui raised his hand to quiet them and continued in a steady tone. This reopening isn't just about reviving Mingyue Village and the Sacred Mountain. Manager Su also mentioned he's developed a brand new attraction. It's located upstream of Tiaojiao River. Everyone followed the direction of his pointing finger, only to see a peculiar rocky mountain. What's there worth seeing? Someone asked curiously. Could it possibly be more stunning than our Mingyue Village? Feng Gui chuckled helplessly. That's exactly it. The beauty of the Sacred Mountain and Mingyue Village. After spending a month here, I still find it breathtaking. Stop with the fancy words. Just say it's beautiful and leave it at that, someone joked. Feng Gui shook his head with a smile. As for what the new attraction is, I don't know either. Clearing his throat, he waited patiently for the group's reactions. In a bustling office, Feng Gui suddenly announced, President Su has decided. We need to send 30 people to work at the new attraction. As soon as the words left his mouth, everyone shrank back, their faces clouded with reluctance. Who would want to go? The work here near their homes was lively and convenient. They could even set up stalls to earn extra money. Going to the new site meant losing all these perks. Sensing the team's hesitation, Feng Gui snorted coldly and barked, What are you all thinking? Slapping his thigh, he added in a stern tone. Don't forget who took us in when we couldn't even afford to eat. Who gave us a place to stay, paid us wages, and helped us get our paperwork sorted. We can't forget our roots. If Boss Su says to go east, we have no business heading west. Behind him, Xiaoji rubbed his forehead helplessly, while Feng Gui's fervor left others feeling a bit awkward. Some wanted to respond, but a group of people stood up even faster. Just then, a tall, upright man emerged from the silent crowd and took the lead, saying, "We can go." A glimmer of respect flashed in Fong Gui's eyes. It was the group of veterans. Yet, he raised his hand to stop them. "You can go, but some of you need to stay. Maintaining order and enforcing rules is your strength, but dealing with people and guiding tourists is their expertise." The employees Fong Gui had pointed to felt a wave of responsibility wash over them. No way. They were the new hires. Only a month into the job, how could they know the Wan Yuan Mountain better than the veterans? In an instant, several of them stood up. "I'll go. Count me in," one said. Another chimed in. "Me too." Even Xiaoji sprang to his feet enthusiastically. "A new attraction? I have to go check it out." Fong Gui gave him a playful flick on the forehead. "You're just a kid, sit down." The team's enthusiasm was ignited. With a grin, Fong Gui continued, "We don't need that many people. President Su set a quota, and I've already decided who will go." He pulled out a piece of paper and began calling out names one by one. Finally, he turned to the veterans who had spoken earlier. "Brother Xiaolong, you'll choose the remaining 20 people." Xiaolong nodded and began selecting. Everyone understood why Su Jing had hired them. The scenic area needed their skills. Since they had been given a good job, they were determined to do it well to maintain order and protect peace. Once the list of employees was finalized, Jiang Tsung made a call to confirm that the new equipment was en route. Meanwhile, Su Jing monitored the system display, moving the little thunderbolt to the summit of Sacred Mountain and officially activating it. In an instant, a flash of purple and white light streaked across the sky, so fast that no one noticed. As everyone carried out the final preparations step by step, Su Jing suppressed his mix of excitement and nervousness, eagerly anticipating the day when the transformation would be complete, the park would reopen, and visitors would return. Within 24 hours of the official announcement, the long-dormant discussion boards about the scenic area came alive again. Old popular posts were resurrected, drawing a frenzy of comments. Media outlets that had previously failed to secure interviews now caught the scent of trending news and began promoting the story. One post, in particular, drew significant attention. "With water routes cut off, how will the reopened Wan Yuan scenic area transport visitors?" Though the tone seemed mocking on the surface, it sparked widespread curiosity. "What happened? Who cut off the water?" Netizens began asking. "I heard that upstream villagers have been digging ponds, channels, and dikes simultaneously. Progress has been slow, and it's still not fixed," someone speculated. "Wait a minute. I smell a conspiracy. Let me dig into this," another user exclaimed. Someone else added, "If it's not fixed, how will tourists get to the site? I remember Mingyu village is pretty far from the entrance, right? Even traveling downstream by boat takes over 10 minutes. Forget it. Tickets have already sold out. They only released pre-sales for the first week, and there weren't many to begin with. They were gone in no time." Another netizen shared excitedly. "I just found out about this. Haha, I managed to snag two," they bragged. "Only 200 tickets were available for the first day. Sorry, but I'm one of the lucky ones." Amid the heated discussions, one post stood out. "Lucky Piggy here. Yes, it's me again. Can't wait to join you all on day one of Wan Yuan Mountain's grand reopening." The post quickly gained traction, with the comment section filled with envy. Some users even jokingly accused the poster of cheating. No way. They must have paid their way in. Regardless of the speculation, the day finally arrived for Wan Yuan Mountain Scenic Area to reopen its gates. On the first day, only 200 tickets were sold. This was Jiang Tsung's idea, and it was driven by two main reasons. First, since the new attraction had just opened, they needed to make adjustments based on visitors' feedback. Second, Su Jing had only informed them a few days before the opening that the new attraction would follow a different water route, specifically the Jumping River, which they had suspected but were hesitant to confirm. Although Su Jing assured them that the water flow had significantly subsided, Jiang Tsung still made thorough preparations by hiring several experienced boatmen. Uncle Shui, however, merely curled his lips in discontent, thinking to himself, "I'm getting old and useless. They don't even need me to row anymore." But he didn't complain for long, as Su Jing still arranged a section of the route for him to navigate. With that, all personnel arrangements were finalized. On the morning of May 21st, vehicles steadily passed through the parking lot along the road in Wanyuan Township, Qingshan County. A handsome man in sunglasses glanced at the rearview mirror, noticing a sign in the parking lot that read, "Parking lot temporarily closed." Confused, he furrowed his brows. The stylish woman in the passenger seat leaned forward curiously and asked, "What does that mean? If the main entrance isn't open, are we supposed to enter through a side gate today?" The buzz-cut young man in the back seat shrugged, offering his understanding. "Well, Wanyuan Mountain is pretty big. It's normal for parts of it to be far apart." This group was none other than Zhou Pippi and his companions. Although they hadn't been able to secure tickets in time, as valued donors, they were granted 3 advance tickets by Su Jing after Zhou Pa earnestly pleaded their case. Driving along the rural road, they passed a large bridge, and someone couldn't help but snicker. This must be that river from the online rumors, the one that was blocked off. What a dirty trick. Can't compete with Wanyuan Mountain, so they resort to underhanded tactics. Finally, they parked by the roadside, where an ancient-style entrance to the scenic area stood quietly ahead. The sign above it was boldly engraved with the words, Wanyuan Mountain. Pippi, did Mr. Su tell you how this opening is different from the previous ones? Zhou asked with a sly grin, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. He did. Pippi glanced at the stream of cars arriving behind them and quickly urged everyone to head inside. I heard they've opened a new attraction, supposedly even better than Mingyue Village and Sacred Mountain. Zhao Yanren's eyes lit up, but she quickly scoffed. No way. It's only been 15 days, how could they come up with something that amazing? Another friend nodded in agreement. Yeah, I think it's probably just a gimmick. Zhou Po's gaze flickered with mixed feelings. Though he had his reservations, he was confident in Wanyuan Mountain's reputation. After all, the creators of Mingyue Village and Sacred Mountain wouldn't put out a subpar attraction, would they? Stop overthinking it, let's go see for ourselves. The group quickened their pace toward the entrance. Next to it, the new ticket booth, designed to look like a wooden cabin, exuded a rustic charm. Zhao Dashue greeted them with a warm smile, verified their identities, and let them in. Not long after, a chubby man carrying a camera and tripod excitedly walked up. Zhao Dashue recognized him instantly, as he had visited so frequently. Following closely behind was a bespectacled girl with a ponytail, which piqued Zhao Daxue's curiosity. Are you two here together? He asked. The chubby man, Zhu Shou, exchanged a puzzled glance with the girl, Ping Ping, before replying, we don't know each other. Zhu Shou had used his connections to obtain an advance ticket, while Ping Ping had managed to secure hers thanks to her relentless fan dedication. Surprisingly, the two ended up bumping into each other. Zhao Dashue chuckled shyly. Oh, since you're both regulars, I just assumed you knew each other. Ping Ping's interest was piqued, and even Zhu Shou's eyes lit up. The two exchanged tickets and casually chatted for a moment before quickly realizing each other's identities. So you edited the promotional video for Wanyuan Mountain? That means, you know the owner of Wanyuan Mountain. Ping Ping's question caught the chubby man off guard, but he chose not to respond. Are you a member of the legendary Wanyuan Mountain Founding Fans Club? I heard someone in that group has collected all 7 plush flowers. Well, Ping Ping responded with a faint smile, her mysterious expression making Zhu Shou instantly understand. He straightened up with respect. My apologies. Much respect. The two hit it off immediately. One was an exceptional recorder of events, the other a mission radar, an unrivaled explorer. They were a perfect match. Let's go? Let's head in together. The contrasting figures of one plump and one slim quickly disappeared through the entrance of the park. Meanwhile, Zhao Dashue remained calmly seated in the pavilion, counting the number of visitors entering. After a while, the crowd began to grow. A man and a woman walked in, bickering. Ugh, I told you I don't like places like this. Do you know I canceled a fishing gathering with my buddies to accompany you, just to end up coming to this deserted mountain? I promise this place will be fun. I stayed up all night to snag these tickets. My professor invited me to join a field study of ancient ruins today, but I took leave instead, huh? Even though he gave me a good scolding. Don't worry, Niao Niao. I've got it all planned. Fine. But I have to admit, you did quite well this time. I heard tickets for Wanyuan Mountain were super hard to get on the first day. Only 200 were released, and you actually managed to get 1 inch. Heh. As long as it makes you happy, I'm willing to do anything. The girl called Niao Niao smiled but turned her head away, a flash of disdain crossing her face. A clingy guy studying an obscure subject? If not for his ability to grab these tickets, she wouldn't have agreed to go on this date with him. Sis, do you know how much I can earn in an hour? In just a few days, the art exhibition is happening, and I haven't even finished preparing my work. Yet you insisted on dragging me to this scenic spot. Haha, don't be mad. I know you're anxious, but don't worry. The woman, with a graceful figure and cascading wynard curls like waves, smiled at the slightly thin man in front of her. How could I not know my own brother? I heard this place has stunning scenery and lots of ancient wooden villages. I thought it might inspire your creations. Come on, take a break with your sister. Her brother had been stuck in a creative slump for quite some time. If he continued like this, he'd drive himself crazy or worse, burn out entirely. Though her expression was warm, her actions were firm as she pulled him along. One after another, visitors continued entering the park. Since the scenic area had issued a prior notice about entry times, by 9:31 a.m., all 200 ticket holders, along with 6 special early entrants, had successfully entered. As for the remaining 2 early entrants, crunch, a dried branch snapped underfoot as 2 familiar men emerged from a forest path. Huh, that kid really did open a new scenic area. One of them, Shen Zhuang, spoke with excitement. His efforts to redirect rivers upstream and secretly dig new channels had finally paid off. Countless sleepless nights spent forging connections hadn't been in vain. Thanks to the progress, he now had the confidence to ask Su Jing for tickets to the new park. Beside him, Secretary Li, carrying a large backpack, was brimming with enthusiasm and didn't feel tired in the slightest. This time, Both he and the official had legitimate identities, so there was no longer any worry about being trapped. Finally, they could see the legendary sacred mountain, the one that people had passed by 3 times but never dared enter. What could it possibly look like? Chuckling, he glanced at the older man laughing boisterously with his hands on his hips up ahead. Shaking his head, he thought, guess I won't be spiking his lunch with laxatives this time. At the end of the path, a gentle stream flowed. Across the water lay an old wooden bridge. Beside the bridge stood a wooden sign, with a carved number 1 at the top. Below it, 2 poetic lines were deeply etched into the surface. In Wanyuan Mountain, travelers fish for a living. Following the stream, they lose track of how far they've gone. Secretary Shun crouched down to observe carefully for a moment, then stood up and gazed into the distance. The scene ahead was bathed in a soft pink glow. Let's go? Let's check it out. He chuckled foolishly, completely dropping his usual leadership demeanor, and pulled Secretary Shaoli along as they crossed the bridge and moved forward. The same wooden signs elicited vastly different reactions from different people. Zhou Pa and his group gave them a quick glance and immediately lost interest. They couldn't even be bothered to read modern texts, let alone decipher classical ones. Meanwhile, the chubby Zhu Xiao snapped away with his camera at anything that seemed unusual. He considered himself a trailblazer, and his experience told him that anything created by the guide must have deeper meaning in it was worth capturing. No questions asked. Unlike Zhu, Pingping was not so clueless. As a meticulous university student, she carefully examined the wooden sign, quickly copied its contents into her notebook, and then glanced at Zhu. I think this might be the first line of a poem. There might be more ahead. With a wave of her hand, she set off briskly. Follow me. As for the others, the fisherman merely glanced at the sign with disinterest, while the builder was too busy fussing over Nao to pay much attention. The artist, however, studied the sign for a moment, raised an intrigued eyebrow, and took out his phone to snap a photo. Let's keep moving forward, he suggested, and the red-haired woman happily followed his lead. After crossing the wooden bridge and walking less than 100 meters along the sparkling creek, they came upon a grove of blooming pink peach blossoms. Wow! Shen Zhuang pulled out his phone, his eyes lighting up with delight. It's already late May, and there are still peach blossoms. Shaoli remained silent, snapping photo after photo. The peach grove was expansive, with winding main and side paths. Occasionally, small wooden signs stood by the peach trees to guide the way. Yet, these signs weren't just for navigation. Pingping, sharp-eyed as ever, crouched down by the third wooden sign and exclaimed excitedly, I was right. This is a poem. Let me write it down, and we'll look for the second one. More and more people began to discover the mystery of the wooden signs. In the romantic peach grove, where petals fell like gentle rain, the visitors' faces lit up with excitement. Here it comes. Another interactive task, someone exclaimed. This time, the poem wasn't recited to them by the boatmen, it was pieced together by their own efforts. The second part is here, someone shouted, and nearby visitors quickly ran over, suddenly coming upon a peach blossom grove, stretching along the banks for hundreds of steps. No other trees in sight. The grass is lush and fragrant. Fallen blossoms scatter like confetti. The artist, standing at the back of the crowd, pondered the lines of the poem and then glanced behind him. Whoa! His exclamation caught everyone's attention, and they all turned to look. What had seemed like a random arrangement of peach trees now, from a different angle, formed a wide and orderly path carpeted with fallen petals. Let's go, Pingping urged, her excitement palpable. She quickly found the third wooden sign behind a tree by the roadside. She read it aloud with enthusiasm. Travelers found it extraordinary and kept moving forward. She looked toward the end of the winding path, where a faintly visible house stood. With determination, she declared, they sought to explore the entire grove. By now, even more people had gathered, their excitement bubbling over. The initial thrill they'd felt upon arriving at Minghua village was back this time, heightened by a sense of mystery and anticipation. No one knew what lay ahead. Without a word, they all pressed onward eagerly. The fourth wooden sign soon came into view. At first, the path was narrow, barely wide enough for one person. But after walking a few hundred steps, it suddenly opened up. And indeed, after passing the sign and rounding a winding corner, the scenery before them unfolded into a breathtaking vista. Several peach trees clustered together, encircling an antique and scholarly residence. In the open space before the courtyard, there was a table, a chair, and a cup of tea. A familiar figure, dressed in a blue long robe, his hair tied neatly beneath a crown, stood up with a warm smile, looking at everyone. What the? The guide. Su Jing shrugged and stepped forward. Since the traveler left years ago, this peach blossom cove had rarely seen outsiders. Are you all from the outside world? The question sounded like a classic trigger for a quest. Zhu Shou howled with excitement. Yes. We just arrived. The guide's expression turned wistful and nostalgic as he began to speak slowly. When that traveler left, they composed a poem. Does anyone know what it was? Pingping immediately raised her hand and handed over her notebook. The guide began reciting softly. Following the stream, one forgets how far they've traveled. Suddenly, a peach grove appears, stretching hundreds of steps along the banks, with no other trees mixed in. The grass is lush, and fallen blossoms lie scattered. His quiet recitation, paired with his attire and the peach grove setting, created a unique charm. Halfway through the poem, Jing frowned slightly and held his head. I can't remember the rest. He turned to look behind him. But I've heard that within this peach blossom cove, there's a peach blossom hermitage where someone special resides. Perhaps you can find that person and see if they've heard the rest of the poem. He stepped aside to reveal the path behind him. I won't go in. He'll wait for you all at the end of the flower-lined path beyond the courtyard. I look forward to our next meeting. Jing fell silent, and the group, unable to contain their curiosity, quickly moved forward with determined strides. Wait, before they could step past the threshold, the doors swung open, and a young servant in white robes, with a face as fresh as a peach blossom and wearing a square cap, blocked their way with a smile. You outsiders probably don't know, but the master of the Peach Blossom Hermitage has a peculiar temperament. They only enjoy interacting with kindred spirits. In his right hand, he held a wooden tray with 4 stacks of small wooden plaques. The master has 4 great loves: poetry, painting, singing, and dancing. If you wish to visit, you must choose one and meet the master's challenge to earn the right to an audience. The servant's lips were red, his teeth white, and his eyes lively, his tone mischievous. So, everyone, choose one. The group was stunned. Different side quests. Someone raised their hand. If we complete one, can we try the others? The servant smiled. The master's challenges are not easy. You can only complete one, and once you've visited, you must leave. His words caused an immediate uproar among the group. How were they supposed to choose? They glanced around at the new scene. Even from the outside, it was clear this place was extraordinarily large. Now, hearing the servant's explanation, they realized it could even accommodate for separate tasks at once. Could it be that each challenge led to a different path? Zhu Shou, who initially planned to follow Ping Ping, hesitated. He turned to look at her, and Ping Ping, clutching her notebook, was also indecisive among the 4 stacks of plaques. As they hesitated, a pale, bony hand reached out from behind and swiftly grabbed the plaque for painting. What's there to hesitate about? The figure stepping forward was none other than the skinny young painter. With a faint, rebellious smile, he strode confidently ahead. Just pick what you like. It's not like you can't come back again. The red-haired woman hurried to follow, but was stopped by the painter. Sis, this place is interesting. Let me explore on my own. You pick what you want and don't follow me. The red-haired woman paused, then smiled after a moment's thought. Since her brother was interested, she decided to let him enjoy himself. Turning back to the tray, she decisively picked the plaque for dancing and walked inside without hesitation. With 2 people already choosing, the others stopped overthinking. That's right. It's not like this is their only visit. The Peach Blossom Hermitage wasn't going anywhere, was it? Before long, everyone at the entrance had made their choice and entered the hermitage. The young servant exchanged a knowing smile with Jing, who stood in the distance. With a wink, the servant tilted his head and pressed a button on his communicator. The first wave of guests has entered. We can begin now. Poetry, painting, singing, dancing. The 4 major task lines immediately dispersed the crowd. Shaoli followed closely behind Xinzhuang and saw Lao Deng pick up a poetry card. He quickly stepped forward and grabbed one too. Shen, brother. I accidentally picked the wrong one. Shaoli held a singing card in his hand, smiling brightly without a trace of remorse. Little brother, can I exchange it? He asked. The attendant smiled politely but shook his head, signaling for him to hurry inside. What a pity. Such a shame. Shaoli quickly tucked the card away and dashed off. Are you kidding me? Old men like poetry and painting, of course. I'm going for the music. He disappeared in a flash, leaving the crowd behind. Shun Zhuang ground his teeth in frustration, but had no choice but to turn and enter the temple hall. Zhu Shou, who was following behind, thought for a moment. Since this was a task, it was best to choose something he was good at. Poetry and painting were too artistic for him, didn't understand them at all. Dancing? Looking at his 200 pounds of bulk, it was clearly not an option. Singing? Well, after editing so many music videos, he was pretty familiar with all kinds of music. Without hesitation, he parted ways with Ping Ping, who had chosen poetry, and headed inside with his singing card. As for Zhou Pa and the other 2, well, they were rich second-generation kids, no need to overthink. The 3 of them chuckled mischievously as they strolled in with their dancing cards. Good brothers for life. Inside the temple hall, the first thing that caught their eye was an ancient-style screen wall, carved with a lively, intricate landscape of Shougong Mountain. On either side of the wall hung wooden signs, poetry and painting to the left, singing and dancing to the right. Ping Ping and the young painter led the way down a long corridor. As they walked, the sound of wind whispered faintly, and the carved lattice windows on the sides revealed glimpses of a stunning courtyard view that shifted with every step. Emerging from the corridor, they found themselves in a large, open courtyard. The singing and dancing participants who had split off earlier were nowhere to be seen. The doors to several buildings stood open, with a few young attendants waiting at the entrances, smiling warmly at the group. "He'll go first." Ping Ping stepped forward, and one of the attendants immediately greeted her respectfully. "This hall is reserved for poetry card holders only." "Got it." Ping Ping winked at the others before confidently stepping inside and disappearing through the doorway. "Ah, so we're supposed to find our designated task areas." The realization made everyone laugh, and they quickly scattered. Among the 4 courtyards, 2 were for poetry and 2 for painting. Xin Zhuang narrowed his eyes and immediately followed Ping Ping inside. That girl's bold and meticulous following her should make this more fun. Once the room was closed off to newcomers, the young attendant at the door spoke up, standing gracefully. "This is where the temple master reads in the morning. Occasionally, inspiration strikes, and he composes a few lines of poetry." The attendant seemed a bit regretful. "Unfortunately, the master's poems have been scattered all over, and since we can't read, we haven't been able to find them." Everyone listened quietly as he explained the task. Then, after bowing, he officially began. "There are many rooms in the temple, and the master's poems are scattered throughout. We need you, our esteemed guests, to find the fragments of poetry and arrange them in the correct order to form a complete poem. There are many verses, but as long as you successfully piece together one poem, you will earn the privilege of an audience." Ping Ping immediately caught on to the key detail. "So, the completed poem doesn't have to be assembled by just one person, right?" she asked. Everyone instantly turned to look at the young servant. He scanned the room with a half-smile, then turned and walked out the door. The group burst into laughter. "Well, this is definitely a team task," Ping Ping exclaimed loudly. "Let's work together. Look for notes in this study, maybe inscriptions, stickers, anything with interesting text. Just take pictures or collect them if they seem important." There weren't many people focused on the poetry task. Ping Ping glanced around and counted about 20 or so participants. "And even if you see the same note as someone else, don't give up," she added. Xin Zhuang raised an eyebrow, clearly sensing that this young woman had caught on to something. The servant had mentioned they needed to arrange the poems in the correct order to pass the challenge, and each person only had one chance. "We need to prepare thoroughly," Ping Ping emphasized. "If we get the poems right but the order wrong, it'll be such a waste." The group quickly understood. The excitement was palpable. "Finding things is so much fun," someone exclaimed. A few participants rolled up their sleeves, grinning ear to ear, and immediately began searching. "Hey, wait a second, everyone," Ping Ping called out, almost out of breath. "Guys, this isn't our house. Search all you want, but don't mess everything up, all right? We don't want to get kicked out by the hosts." She laughed, but her words made the few overly enthusiastic participants apologize sheepishly. Her reminder caused everyone to calm down a bit. The sound of rustling paper and the shifting of vases and screens filled the room. "I found one," someone shouted, holding up a crumpled piece of paper that looked like used tissue. He unfolded it and read aloud. "Sober, I sit before the flowers. Drunk, I lie beneath them." His voice grew more energized as he continued, and everyone else paused what they were doing. "Flowers come and go, day after day, drunk or sober." The years roll by. His eyes widened with astonishment. Even without much literary knowledge, he could tell from the rhythm and rhyme of the words that this was an extraordinary poem. "Is there more?" Xin Zhuang pushed through the crowd, grabbing the man's shoulder with excitement. "Is there another verse? Anything else?" "No, that's all," the man replied, lowering the paper. The room erupted in chatter. "Wow, this poem. It really feels like we've stepped into the home of some ancient literary genius. The imagery, the rhythm, just listen to it." Everyone started searching with renewed vigor. If one line was this good, what would the entire poem be like? Xin Zhuang pondered the elegance of the verse, but hadn't even bent down to continue searching when someone pulled out another crumpled piece of paper from beneath an inkstone. It had a water stain emitting a faint, strange scent. "Rain beats on pear blossoms behind closed doors. Wasting youth, squandering youth," someone read aloud. "Wait," another person said, frowning. "This doesn't seem to match the format of the first poem." "Yeah, and the themes feel different too," someone else added. The group's excitement turned to serious contemplation. What do we do now? They began to realize that what they had were pieces of a puzzle far more challenging than they had anticipated. Some participants grew even more determined and searched with a frenzy, while others felt disheartened and started observing their surroundings. But that's when things took an unexpected turn. Everyone," someone said hesitantly. The group looked up, puzzled. Had this person discovered something unusual? A middle-aged man with a bald patch stood there, looking upward. "Don't you think this hall feels a little too authentically elegant?" he asked. Only then did everyone else notice. They followed his gaze, taking in the details around them. The grand hall was adorned with paintings and calligraphy that seemed casually placed, yet exuded an air of bold sophistication. Wooden tables and couches, silver thread cushions, screens with the 4 gentlemen motif, gauzy curtains, and exquisite celadon vases, all of it spoke to an unparalleled level of opulence. The archaeology enthusiast among them finally tore his gaze away from the ethereal atmosphere, squinting thoughtfully. An odd feeling crept over him, like they had come here for fun, but stumbled upon something truly valuable. This place, it seemed to hold more secrets than they had anticipated. In the same courtyard, after Ping Ping and her group entered the room, the young artist took the lead and turned to walk into another chamber. At the doorway, a small attendant stood gracefully, a rosy tint on his fair cheeks. With a gentle smile, he introduced, "Dear guests, welcome to the Western Courtyard's Painting and Calligraphy Pavilion. The artworks of our Abbey master are truly unique, once attracting endless visitors seeking her paintings. However, your purpose today goes beyond mere appreciation. Hidden within the Peach Blossom Abbey are 10 paintings that the Abbey master wishes to present to you. Each painting is numbered and carries a profound meaning. Your task is to arrange them in order and decipher their significance. Later on, you'll find them quite useful." As he finished speaking, the attendant quietly withdrew. Inside the room, without someone like Ping Ping or Secretary Shen to take the lead, the group began discussing in a chaotic manner before starting their search. However, one person who had been the most vocal earlier suddenly became unusually quiet upon entering. The room was filled with the curling scent of sandalwood, its fragrance spreading through the air like a mist. As the haze dispersed, the faint figure of the young artist emerged. He stood motionless in the studio, staring at the paintings hung on the wall from left to right, most of them vertical scrolls. Some were neatly displayed on the walls, others lay scattered on the couch, and a few were crumpled together and tossed into a basket. His eyes were fixed on these artworks, his mind churning with waves of astonishment. Whose work could this be? He marveled inwardly, struck by the brushwork, the spirit, and the artistic essence, not daring to pass casual judgment. He randomly picked one to examine closely. Moving nearer, he noticed the bold and unrestrained handwriting on it and muttered softly, "A view of lake and mountains." This landscape painting, with its daring use of negative space, was a rarity. Yet, upon closer inspection, the blank areas were not mere emptiness, but an interplay of misty lake fog and mountain breezes. The convergence of wind, clouds, and water formed a white expanse resembling silk or brocade. Even more striking were the small sailboats drifting through the white mist, a lonely contrast to the heavily inked mountain rocks, pavilion, and a group of friends in the lower left corner. Glancing at the attendant by the door, who seemed unconcerned about anyone touching the paintings, the young artist finally felt free to handle the scrolls. He thought to himself, of course, the Abbey master wouldn't casually allow her masterpieces to be touched. As he examined the painting closely, he finally noticed a small one in the signature area conspicuous Arabic numeral. "I found the first one," he exclaimed, realizing he was part of some kind of task. The group quickly gathered around to take photos and began speculating. What is this painting trying to convey? Negative space? Negative space, brilliant. Can you be a bit more cultured? The lively discussion filled the room, but the young artist, after taking a photo, immediately stepped aside. Since this was a sequential task, it was clear that one painting alone wouldn't reveal the pattern. He needed to find the others quickly. Being meticulous by nature, his search was highly efficient, though he reminded himself not to get too absorbed in the details. After some time, another guest raised their hand, exclaiming, "I found one too." The young artist rushed over and saw the number 4 on the painting, momentarily stunned. What does this mean? They're not in sequence. The painting, casually placed on the desk with part of it trailing onto the floor, required careful handling to fully capture its entirety. The painting Hidden Fish in Flower Creek drew the small artist's attention as he meticulously captured its entirety in photos. He studied the details carefully, his eyes gradually lighting up with a spark of realization, as though he had a hypothesis in mind. His next step was to locate other paintings to validate his theory. Meanwhile, the visitors exploring the poetic and artistic ambience began venturing beyond the confines of the main building. They discovered that only a few rooms restricted entry based on specific themes, while most were open for free exploration. As their journey deepened, they marveled at the grandeur and opulence of the Peach Blossom Hermitage. The history enthusiast, who usually had no hobbies outside of his studies, abandoned his companion and was surprised to find something he genuinely enjoyed in this scenic spot. The courtyard soon buzzed with excitement and activity. Simultaneously, those heading to the eastern courtyard of music and dance arrived at their destination. Zhu Shou eagerly held up his camera, while Shaoli munched on a small piece of bread, both heading into the courtyard. They soon found their task coordinator in a side room. Zhu Shou observed a young girl bustling behind a screen, then began examining the surroundings. Despite being a side room, it was spacious and elegant, decorated with small, colorful drums and a soft cushion holding a flute. The young girl emerged with a smile and addressed the group. "Dear guests, you may turn on your recording devices to capture this moment. I will now play 2 musical pieces. Your task is to identify the instruments used in these compositions. Each piece allows for up to 5 guesses. Successfully identifying the instruments in either piece will count as passing the challenge." Zhu Shou quickly focused his camera on the girl to document her instructions, while Shaoli put away his bread and ready to record her. A crisp percussion sound rang out, followed by a delicate classical melody. The rhythm of the small drums wove into the music, captivating everyone and leaving them wide-eyed in astonishment. The rich interplay of instruments in just the prelude was stunning beyond words. Wait, we have to identify the instruments in this song, Zhu Shou exclaimed, feeling bewildered. Among the tourists, who could possibly have the expertise to identify such sophisticated sounds? The young girl nodded, adding, the Hermitage Master is quite unconventional. Some sounds are instruments, while others are not. Feel free to explore the Hermitage. Simply provide a correct final answer. The Master requires only one accurate response. With that, the girl stepped outside, leaving the group in silence. Inside, Shaoli approached Zhu Shou with a knowing smile and said, I know you. He leaned in and whispered, your team made the promotional video for Wanyuan Mountain, right? I'm with the Cultural and Tourism Bureau, and I'm also friends with the coordinator here. His words reassured Zhu Shou. You're from the Tourism Bureau? That makes us partners. Big brother, do you have any ideas? Zhu Shou grinned. I'll do my best. Shaoli, who had honed his leadership skills under Xinzhuang, cleared his throat and called everyone together to devise a plan. The courtyard was vast, and finding the correct answer required teamwork or rather, coordinated action. Fortunately, their group included someone with a keen ear for sounds. Feeling grateful, they divided tasks and began exploring the Peach Blossom Hermitage. Zhu Shou's specific assignment was to search for natural sounds. According to the musician in their group, the earlier melody likely included unique sounds, perhaps water flowing or the crunch of leaves underfoot. Zhu Shou was tasked with gathering as many of these sounds as possible. Excited, he hoisted his camera and dashed off. The coordinator here was truly impressive. While the challenges at Minghua Village were solo endeavors, Peach Blossom Hermitage promoted team collaboration. What a thrill. One ticket offered multiple types of games, making it worth every penny. Zhu Shou navigated the expansive courtyard, weaving through paths until he reached a small scenic spot with a rock garden and pond. Just as he started collecting sounds, he heard faint whistling wind and distant shouts. What's going on over there? His curiosity piqued. Zhu Shou's instincts kicked in. Hugging the walls, he carried his camera and stealthily moved toward the source of the commotion. Zhou Pe and the others were anxiously waiting, the tension in the air growing thicker. Someone grumbled, missed again. I feel like it's impossible to hit the target. Another person suggested, why don't we switch? The ones looking for peach blossoms aren't back yet. Can you guys even manage this? Nearby, Zhu Shou craned his neck as far as it would go, wishing he could send his head over to take a look. He muttered to himself, what on earth are they doing over there? Isn't this supposed to be a mission? Rewinding to half an hour earlier, Zhou Pe and his group followed a young boy wearing a small cap. While the others stopped in the courtyard and entered the house, Zhou Pe's group was led further ahead. The boy eventually stopped, pointing to a massive open area in front of them with a grin. Here we are, he said. Zhou Pe and the others looked up and gasped. No way. Isn't this the legendary martial training ground? Although it was smaller in scale, the setup was exquisite, almost identical to what they had heard in stories. Zhou Pe and Zhao Yanran were both baffled, and even the red-haired woman, who was skilled in dance, seemed at a loss. The boy clasped his hands together and announced loudly, honored guests, our master has always believed that a good dance must be accompanied by fine wine, and his favorite is the sword dance. Therefore, to earn the privilege of meeting him, guests must acquire both fine wine and a fine sword. He pointed into the distance and continued. It's said that outside the monastery, there are some unique peach blossoms on the trees that remain unbroken and everlasting. The warehouse manager is quite fond of them and is willing to trade 10 blossoms for a bowl of wine. The master typically requires 3 bowls during his dance. The boy then turned to point in another direction and added, as for the sword, only those with exceptional martial skills, chosen by the instructor, are granted the opportunity to draw it. The criteria are simple. Succeed in either pot throwing or archery, with 10 participants narrowing down to 3, and you'll earn a chance to draw the sword. He chuckled and reminded them, time is of the essence. You have only 2 hours. If you're late, more people will arrive seeking the same opportunity, and it will be even harder to qualify. The group quickly gathered to discuss. Zhao Yanran raised her hand decisively, her voice sharp yet charming. This is a team mission. Let's split into 2 groups. Those good at archery and pot throwing, come here. Those with quick reflexes and sharp eyes, go outside to find the fake blossoms. Her commanding tone left no room for doubt, and her demeanor made it clear she came from a wealthy background. Her quick thinking caught everyone off guard. Someone voiced an objection, but the buzzcut man standing next to Zhao Yanran rolled his eyes and snapped. If you've got a problem, go do it yourself. The person seemed ready to argue but was held back by their companions. The dissent quickly died down, and others began to show interest in the plan. Zhao Yanran raised an eyebrow and clarified. Pot throwing and archery, over here. Peach blossom searching, over there. She grabbed the buzzcut man and asked, hey, are you not going with them? The buzzcut man immediately felt reassured and patted his chest confidently. Don't worry, I've got this. Zhao Yinran gave him a shove, and the group split into teams without further delay. Naturally, Zhou stayed with Zhao Yinran. Then a bald man approached, scratching his head awkwardly. I can do pot throwing. Is that okay? Two college students also joined in. We've dabbled in this kind of thing before, they said. Zhao Yinran glanced at the group, unimpressed. She thought to herself that with her experience in a shooting club, archery probably wouldn't require their help. As she was lost in thought, a pair of long, slender legs stepped into view in front of her. Following the legs upwards, she saw a slim waist, an elegant chest, and a head of captivating, wynard curls, an absolute stunner. Zhao Yanan had always been confident, but as she stood before this mature beauty, she couldn't help but marvel. This is what a real queen looks like. However, contrary to her initial assumptions, this queen-like woman had a surprisingly gentle demeanor. She offered a slight smile before quietly joining the group. Interesting. The men in the group couldn't help but sneak glances at her, but the red-haired woman seemed completely unfazed. The team was quickly organized, and the buzzcut young man led the group away. Meanwhile, Zhou Pa and the others watched the newly introduced characters leave. Guests, a booming voice suddenly rang out as the instructor appeared from seemingly nowhere. His muscular frame and fierce tiger-like gaze exuded authority, but his expression carried a hint of skepticism as he addressed the group. You are the ones seeking to meet the abbot and exchange martial arts knowledge. His tone was almost accusatory, as if he wanted to say, you lot, of all people, dare to try? It seemed inevitable that disappointment awaited them. Zhao Yanan, however, was unperturbed. Less talk, more action. Let's settle this with our skills. Her bold declaration nearly made Zhou Pa jump to stop her from speaking. This was supposed to be a mission. Why risk stirring up trouble with such arrogance? But there was no need to worry. The instructor, rather than being offended, appeared to develop a faint admiration for her audacity. He stepped aside to reveal a path behind him. Then give it a try, he challenged. Behind him were two areas. One featured a row of longbows with wooden targets set up in the distance. The other had an elaborate bronze vessel wine jug, perhaps? It had a slender body, dual handles on the sides, and four intricately carved cranes perched on its belly. A few meters away, near a white line, stood several arrow tubes. Archery and two pitch pot. The arrows were of equal weight, and the bows were categorized for men and women. The abbot emphasized one principle: fairness. Absolute, uncompromising fairness. The instructor's lips curved into a faint smile. Show me what you've got. Only 10 participants decided to stay and compete in archery and pitch pot. Exchanging glances, everyone quickly moved to their preferred positions. Zhao Yanan and Zhou Pa, without hesitation, headed to the archery area. Having grown up wealthy, they were no strangers to such activities. Although the targets were farther away than what they were used to, they were confident they could make it to the top 3. Meanwhile, the bald guy awkwardly shuffled over to the pitch pot area, inwardly lamenting his fate. This wasn't the casual street game with a big wooden bucket where you could just toss sticks in. This was a real wine jug with a tiny spout narrower than he'd like to admit. How was this even playable? Gritting his teeth, he picked up a tube of arrows. Hey, instructor, do we only get one shot each? He asked, tossing an arrow without much thought. The arrow, being heavier at the tip and lighter at the tail, wasn't just a random toy. With careful observation and practice, one could find a technique for success. But the bald guy hadn't figured it out yet. Out of 10 arrows, he managed to land one inside purely by luck before failing completely. Over here. Get ready for archery. Zhao Yanan, standing behind Zhou Pa, had already memorized the rules. She wasted no time, making the most of every opportunity as she moved seamlessly between the challenges. If she failed at one, she'd immediately switch to the other. If both failed, she'd retreat to the peach grove and let someone else take over. The red-haired woman finally glanced up, showing a faint spark of interest in Zhao Yanan. She had initially dismissed her as just another spoiled socialite, but it seemed there was more to her than met the eye. Still, could she keep up physically? The bald guy reluctantly joined the archers, while the next competitor at the pitch pot station seemed to make a breakthrough. Examining an arrow carefully, he began explaining. The feathers curved downward slightly. When throwing, adjust the angle so the feathers align with the direction. That should improve accuracy. Whoosh. Clang. The arrow struck the jug, but toppled off to the side. Embarrassed, the young man chuckled awkwardly before picking up another arrow and trying again. He refused to give up. So what if the distance was farther? So what if the spout was narrower? So what if the instructor looked like he could kill with a glare? None of it mattered. This time, he was determined to win. He continued to throw, while next door, Zhou Pa finally got the hang of the arrow's weight. Gripping the longbow tightly, he tried to draw it back. There wasn't any deliberate difficulty added here. He turned to Zhao Yanran and said, "It's pretty much the same as what we usually play." As soon as he finished speaking, with a whoosh, he released an arrow but it missed. The coach's amused chuckle could be heard, and Zhou Pa shrugged, unfazed. The distance was indeed farther than what they were used to. Whoosh. Thud. The second arrow was released and finally hit the target. but it only struck the wooden frame holding the target. Zhou Pa stopped talking, his expression growing serious. The third arrow, the fourth, the fifth all missed the mark. Zhao Yanren's shoulders slumped. Zhou Pa, can you do this or not? She didn't even bother using his nickname anymore, crossing her arms and rolling her eyes in exasperation. Zhou Pa fell silent, muttering to himself, damn it. This time, he'll hit it for sure. He adjusted his angle again, knowing that with the target so far away, strength and accuracy were crucial. This time, he drew the bowstring further back. Whoosh. Thud. 3 points, the coach's nonchalant voice announced, instantly triggering cheers from the crowd. He hit it. Zhou Pa seized the momentum, firing 3 more arrows in rapid succession, each one hitting the target. He ended with a respectable 410 score, successfully passing the first round. Beaming with pride, he puffed up his chest and jogged over to the pitchpot game, with Zhao Yanran trailing behind. The women's bows were lighter and more elastic, making them easier to handle but reducing their range and making aiming trickier. Zhao Yanran tested the bow in her hands, a satisfied smile spreading across her face. This'll do. She knocked an arrow, drew the bow, and released all in one smooth motion. After missing her first 3 shots, she finally found her rhythm. 2 points, 4 points, 3 points, 7 points, 5 points. The coach finally cracked a small smile and nodded toward Zhao Yanran. Not bad. 5 out of 10. It was a rather impressive score, especially compared to the other 2 contestants, one who missed every shot and another who only hit the target once. Zhao Yanran joined the pitchpot line, subtly observing the red-haired beauty nearby. It was her turn to shoot now. Zhao Yanran assumed she was just eye candy, but it didn't matter, standing there looking gorgeous was enough. Whoosh. Thud. The first arrow grazed the edge of the target before bouncing off. The red-haired woman gracefully knocked another arrow and drew her bow for the next shot. If Zhou Pa and Zhao Yanren's archery was precise and sharp, the red-haired woman's movements flowed like water, effortless and natural. Thud. Sure enough, she hit the target 5 points. The second arrow also scored 5 points. Then came 6 points, 6 points, 7 points, 5 points, 7 points, 8 points. Zhao Yanren's lips parted slightly in astonishment as she stared unblinkingly. She couldn't help but think to herself, this woman doesn't seem like an ordinary person who shoots like that for fun. What is she, an Olympic champion? What's her deal? Feeling inexplicably annoyed, Zhao Yanran pulled Zhou Pa aside, who had been fumbling earlier. Step aside. Your hands are shaking like you've got Parkinson's. Let me handle this. Zhou Pa scratched his head, glanced at the single arrow left, shrugged, and dropped it before running off. I'm going to find some peach blossoms. Good luck. He turned back to cheer everyone on. No one scored in pitchpot yet. Come on, everyone, let's keep trying. The red-haired woman set down her bow and walked up behind Zhao Yanran. A faint woody fragrance surrounded her, calming and pleasant. Good luck, she said softly, her voice melodious and soothing, making it hard not to feel at ease. Zhao Yanran cleared her throat softly, a faint blush spreading across her face as she quickly began the game of pitchpot. She had heard that this ancient pastime dated back centuries, but she never expected to experience the traditional version firsthand. However, mastering this skill was no easy feat despite her best efforts and careful adjustments to her aim. She only managed to land 2 arrows inside the pot. As she prepared for her final attempt, she gripped the arrow tightly, her gaze fixed on the scene before her. One arrow firmly planted at the bottom of the pot, while the other leaned precariously against the rim. Her heart pounded in her chest. If the third arrow went in, it might dislodge the one balanced at the edge, making the task all the more challenging. Hesitating, she held the arrow nervously when suddenly, a fragrant breeze swept past her. A hand reached out from behind, gently adjusting the angle of her arrow to aim slightly toward her left ear. A vase. So what if you're pretty? Does that mean you can touch people at will? Zhao Yanran thought to herself, her heart tightening. Gritting her teeth, she followed the adjusted angle and threw the arrow. It soared through the air and landed perfectly in the pot. The instructor's voice rose with excitement, his face lighting up with a smile as he congratulated her. This guest truly has some skill. I must apologize for underestimating you earlier. 3 hits in the pitchpot game and 5 in archery. Congratulations on completing all the tasks and earning 2 chances. Zhao Yanran couldn't help but burst into laughter. She turned around, hugged the red-haired woman, and bounced a few times in excitement. Before the other could react, Zhao Yanran quickly stepped back, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. I'll wait for you to finish, and then we can go look for peach branches together. The red-haired woman chuckled and stepped forward to take her turn. Her performance once again exceeded everyone's expectations. A perfect start, consecutive hits, perfect aim, consecutive perfect shots leaning on the edge. The instructor, Zhang, was momentarily stunned before announcing, this guest has successfully hit 6 arrows in the pitchpot game. Congratulations on earning a second chance. Zhao Yanran's laughter grew even more jubilant, her eyes narrowing into joyful crescents as she clapped her hands enthusiastically. Sister, you're amazing. Not like this useless bunch. Let's go find those peach branches and let them take over. She grabbed the red-haired woman by the hand and quickly left, leaving the others behind. Those left in the group looked helplessly at each other, wanting to retort but unable to find the words. Nearby, a chubby man quickly pulled his head back, noticing his camera's memory card was nearly full. He swapped it out hurriedly, his mind racing. This is incredible. I don't even want to complete the tasks anymore. I just want to create 4 shadow clones and follow all 4 teams to document their entire journey. This guide, he's like a celestial being. What kind of divine event planner comes up with such fun activities? Zhu Shou carefully wrapped up the memory card, finally remembering his own responsibilities. He quickly made his way back to the rock garden near the pond to investigate the sound he'd heard earlier. Meanwhile, inside and outside the Peach Blossom Pavilion, 200 tourists were laughing so hard their faces hurt, bustling about with excitement. What? You're asking about other attractions? Other scenic spots? I have no idea. Isn't this new park enough? People are having the time of their lives here. Where else can they find a place with such strong engagement and interactive activities? Escape rooms and murder mystery games cost at least 188 yuan elsewhere. But here, for just 50 yuan, you get to embark on an unforgettable, magical adventure. As for Su Jing, he was leisurely sipping tea in a tea room. Beside him, Lu Qingyun and an unfamiliar older man were sipping cautiously, their demeanor slightly stiff. Uncle Guan, no need to be nervous. You just need to focus on playing the music later. Didn't you rehearse the sheet music several days ago? The older man glanced at Lu Qingyun, then at the young man across from him, finally exhaling deeply. Even though we've practiced, this is our first time performing such a formal piece. We don't want to mess up the young boss's event or ruin Brother Lu's kindness. Su Jing waved his hand dismissively, a carefree smile on his face. Just focus on the music, leave the rest to me. He gazed out the window, where shadows danced faintly behind the paper screens. We've got someone reliable to back us up. A bustling morning came to an end as everyone wiped the sweat off their brows, thankful they had followed the park's rules and entered before 9:30. Otherwise, completing the tasks would have been impossible. In any case, at the Taohua and Peach Blossom Hermitage, in front of the main hall in the backyard, the group had split into smaller teams and were enthusiastically discussing their progress. Piping, from the poetry group, stood in the center and shouted, "For the poem, Taohua Wuli Taohuan, we've got 4 lines now. Let's get some people to arrange them." For rain beats against the pear blossoms, the door shut tight. Youth wasted in vain. We've got 2 lines, someone come sort this one out. The rest of the poems are too jumbled to deal with, so we'll only focus on arranging these 2. A few people formed a group and began wildly speculating. Xinzhuang took the initiative to approach Ping Ping and asked for one of the poems. I've always enjoyed reading poetry. Mind if I give it a try? Ping Ping glanced at the seemingly composed middle-aged man in front of her, hesitated for a moment, but eventually handed him the poem. You have to get it right. Meanwhile, the young artist from the painting group had become the heart and soul of their team. In front of him lay a row of phones, their screens clearly displaying the 10 paintings they had found. 2 of them were particularly tricky, they had spent half an hour searching for them. One turned out to be printed on the entryway mural, while the other was hidden on a robe hanging in the back. It was only after someone accidentally knocked over a clothes rack that they discovered the design on the fabric. Alright, now it's time to analyze the patterns. The young artist's clear eyes sparkled, and though his frame was slender, he exuded immense energy. The most obvious clue is this. Every painting features people. Since it's the first day of the event, the difficulty level shouldn't be too high. I suggest we approach this from 2 angles. He pointed to the small figures on the screens. One is the number of people, and the other is their positions. Let's summarize this on a piece of paper, and then everyone can brainstorm if there are any other possibilities. The group's expressions were uniformly serious, and no one voiced any objections. Let's get to work. At the same time, over in the music group, Secretary Xiao Li and a musician were standing apart from each other. People working on the first song, hand me the names of the instruments. Those working on the second song, give them to him. We'll review them together. This group was more chaotic. Since most members weren't professionals, they could only make educated guesses. Each song had 5 possible answers, and the participants split into groups of 3, listening to the tracks frame by frame. It was better to leave blanks than to write down incorrect answers. The group quickly dispersed. Listening to music required a quiet environment, as any noise could disrupt the process. Zhu Shou, having finished assigning tasks, returned to his usual role. He wandered the courtyard with his camera, capturing scenes of people filling the corridors, pavilions, open spaces, and elevated platforms. He knew he was certain that the side quests would eventually converge into one. All the efforts, whether focused on poetry, painting, music, or dance, would ultimately come together. What would they summon in the end? His chubby face glistened with excitement as he babbled into the camera lens, only to be pushed aside by a pale, delicate hand. Move over. You're in the way. The one who shoved the camera aside was Zhao Yanran, who chuckled as she left a black-lined Zhou Pa and a buzz-cut young man behind, striding forward alongside a red-haired woman. The red-haired woman held a slender silver flexible sword in her hand, a faint smile playing on her lips. Behind her, the group carried a few jugs of wine in their arms, striding boldly and confidently to the center of the square. They had finally completed their mission at the last moment. Zhou Pa and his buddies had their hands red and sore from exertion, and the others were panting heavily, as if they had just endured a hard-fought battle. Fake peach blossoms were indeed hard to find, but with enough people, they eventually located them. Archery was also challenging, but there were always a few lucky ones. In the end, their team managed to secure a few complete qualifications. However, no one expected to be stuck at the sword-drawing stage. 6 qualifications meant only 6 attempts to draw the sword. Zhao Yanran went first, her small face turning red from the effort, but she couldn't pull the sword out no matter how hard she tried. Her childhood friend scoffed and leapt forward, only to slide down in defeat, his face flushed and neck strained. Knowing he lacked the strength, Zhopa specifically chose a tall and burly bald man. The bald man, true to expectations, ended up exhausted and collapsed like a heap of mud, drowned in a sea of ridicule from the others. 2 more stronger men tried after him, but both failed miserably. Only 1 attempt remained. Everyone exchanged anxious glances as a faint sense of panic spread among them. After all their hard work that morning, could they really walk away empty-handed? While the group hesitated and remained silent, the red-haired woman stepped forward, her expression calm and composed. "Let me give it a try," she said casually. Zhao Yanran hesitated. She liked this elder sister figure, but if she failed, she'd undoubtedly face everyone's criticism. And what if she got hurt? Yet, when the red-haired woman gave her a gentle smile, Zhao Yanran stopped overthinking. Go for it. Worst case, she could compensate everyone with some money. The red-haired woman took a step forward, standing lazily yet upright. Without appearing to exert any force, she gave the sword a light tug, and it slid out effortlessly with a resonant sound. That was it. The group fell silent, stunned, while the instructor burst into hearty laughter. "Congratulations, dear guests, and thanks to this heroine's brilliance," he said, stepping back and gesturing grandly. "You've all passed. Please, come inside, the abyss is waiting for you." Zhou Po's veins bulged on his neck as he stomped in frustration, but in the end, he couldn't help but laugh. The sword they thought required immense strength turned out to come free with a simple pull. Was it a test of reverse thinking? Or perhaps a subtle lesson meant to convey something deeper? Regardless, the group surrounded the red-haired woman, grinning and laughing as if they had won a great battle, and walked inside triumphantly, only to find themselves joining the other visitors. Zhou pushed his way to the front and asked, "Where's the abyss? How do we meet her?" An elderly man by the entrance, who looked like a servant, chuckled. "Once all 4 groups of guests have been confirmed, this old servant will lead everyone inside," he replied before resuming his waiting posture. "This can't be real." Secretary Xiao Li was the first to raise his hand. "The song path is finished." The little painter chimed in. "The painting path is done too." Secretary Shen patted Ping Ping on the shoulder. "Hurry up. My secretary is already done, and I'm still not finished." "It's embarrassing." Ping Ping, scowling, swatted the old man's hand away. After much hesitation, she finally submitted her answer. Zhao Yanran's group, carrying their wine and sword, looked at the elderly servant and raised their chins slightly. The old man gave them a kind smile. "In that case, please follow this old servant," he said warmly. Through the main hall, behind layers of curtains, stood a long folding screen. The older man creaked it open, revealing a hidden passageway behind. Another challenge? He motioned for everyone to enter. Finally reunited, Ping Ping and Zhu Shou took the lead, darting forward, but stopped abruptly after a few steps. What happened? Some people hadn't entered yet, and were stuck outside, causing confusion. Ping Ping's face darkened as she glanced back. A fork in the road? Was this really a hidden passage? Those who had experienced the Mingyue village activity felt a familiar sense of dread, as though controlled by the enigmatic guide. Ping Ping didn't dare to proceed recklessly. With so many people, getting separated would make it nearly impossible to regroup. The news spread quickly from one to another, and soon the crowd was abuzz. As everyone debated noisily, the members of the painting path exchanged knowing looks. The group turned their attention to the young artist, who seemed deep in thought. He stepped forward to take the lead. "I think we might have a solution." "Oh," Ping Ping was stunned. They had just arrived, how could they possibly know? The young artist unfolded a sheet of paper and referred to a picture on his phone, which had taken earlier. While studying it, he explained to Ping Ping and the others, "Our task is to find patterns within the paintings. We previously speculated that the patterns might involve numbers or directions." That man collected answers from the poetry path and song path and took props from the dance path, but he didn't take anything from us. I think this is where our role comes in. Having pinpointed the type of answer needed, he looked ahead with determination and declared, "This way." At the front of the group were the key figures from each path. After hearing his reasoning, no one objected, and the group began to move forward slowly. The first fork in the road, then the second, the third, even winding through the fourth and fifth. Finally, After passing the last fork, they saw the soul exit ahead. Holy crap, we actually did it, Zhou Po exclaimed, pounding the young artist's shoulder in excitement. The red-haired woman looked on, half amused and half concerned. Zhu Shou reinserted a battery into his camera, gripping it tightly, fully focused. Ping Ping adjusted her glasses, barely able to hide her excitement and curiosity. At the end of the path, four wooden doors slowly slid open, revealing an extraordinarily spacious grand hall. Wooden doors and windows surrounded the room, which was lined with mats on the floor. Flower stands and incense burners occupied the four corners, the gentle fragrance helping everyone relax. Come on in, find a spot to sit, and rest for a bit. We should be meeting the abbess soon, Shun Zhuang called out, his gaze scanning the room before quickly striding to a particular spot and sitting cross-legged. Secretary Xiao Li immediately smiled and sat down beside him. No one else might recognize Shun Zhuang, but Xiao Li certainly did. This old fox, with years of experience traveling far and wide, likely had insights into the room's layout and had claimed the best spot. Zhu Shou didn't know Shun Zhuang, but he recognized Secretary Xiao Li. Ping Ping didn't know Xiao Li, but she knew Zhu Shou. Zhou Po and his companions didn't know Zhu Shou, but they could tell that group was made up of key figures from each path. In no time, this group of leaders had formed a row, sitting together. The other visitors glanced at them, then at the room. Though puzzled, they instinctively followed suit, arranging themselves neatly into a square formation. Behind the surveillance monitor, Lu Qingyun smacked his lips, marveling at the sharp instincts of the group. They had chosen the correct direction to sit. Now that the audience was seated, it was time for the show to begin. Lowering his voice, he pressed the intercom and instructed, "Everyone, take your positions. Ready. Music, start." At this moment, the music began. In the spacious and elegant room, the group sat cross-legged on the floor. Those in the back huddled together, exchanging details about their individual tasks with curiosity. Meanwhile, those in the front appeared calm and composed, quietly waiting for the show to unfold. The next second, a faint drumbeat sounded, followed by the soft singing of a man. His voice echoed through the room. A spring breeze knocks on the wooden gate. A magpie's cry, cherished within. No opponent to play chess with. A single move decides the universe. Drunkenly, I entrust myself to this moment. His humming flowed like water, prompting raised eyebrows from the audience. Though the tune was unfamiliar, its light and pleasant melody seemed to serve as a perfect backdrop. As the singing grew stronger, the music became more enchanting. A pot of smoke stews the dusk. An old cup of tea floats and sinks. The breeze, unnoticed. Dust wiped away. Let us savor the stars together. Suddenly, the music stopped, and the singing abruptly ceased. The crowd looked around in confusion until an elderly voice came from beyond a nearby door. "Master, the guests have arrived." This was followed by a man's gentle laugh. "Then let us meet them." Whoosh! A gust of wind swept through as the four wooden doors in front slid open simultaneously. Before anyone could take in the extraordinary scene, a woman's operatic voice soared. "The eternal moon reflects the past and present. The awakened soul alone. Why must noble sons and lords ask to waste away my youth?" Outside the rustic wooden house, through the window, a massive peach tree stretched its branches, adorned with delicate pink and white blossoms. Beneath the peach tree stood a man dressed in a flowing blue robe, his long hair cascading like a waterfall. With his back to the audience, he leaned leisurely against a carved table, raising a wine cup gracefully. As the operatic melody lingered, he drank deeply. Amidst the swirling petals of the peach blossoms, the man slowly turned his head. Resting his chin on one hand, he gazed upward with a relaxed, charming smile. Sunlight bathed him, making him appear divine. Pipping gaped, her ears filled with the sorrowful, haunting song. Why must noble sons and lords ask to blend with dust and light alike? The operatic voice and music faded, leaving only the occasional pluck of a zither string, gently tugging at everyone's heartstrings. My goodness. Zhu Shou's drool had soaked his pants. The master of the Peach Blossom Hermitage, with his ethereal presence, could he not be the Peach Blossom Immortal? Shen Zhuang clutched his chest, exhaling a heavy breath. Just a few lines of song and opera, yet he inexplicably felt a pang of sorrow for this immensely talented hermitage master. Why was he hiding in such a place? Was this song composed and sung for himself? Before anyone could react, the man raised an arm, reaching for a piece of paper on the table. With lowered eyes and a faint smile, he read aloud in a soft voice. "I hear you've pieced together my poem?" The audience collectively held their breath. Ping Ping and Secretary Shin froze, their breath catching. It was one of the poems they had discovered, the one they'd spent the most effort reconstructing, with the highest chance of being correct. Everyone involved in poetry stared wide-eyed, thinking, which order of this poem is the right one? The hermitage master chuckled lightly, then turned his gaze to the 200 visitors seated inside the wooden house. He gestured towards the back, calling out, "Yin Yang, come accompany me in singing a poem for our visiting poetry friends." As soon as he spoke, The visitors finally had a moment to observe the peach orchard before them. The massive peach tree stood at the center, surrounded by the four gentlemen plum, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum. In the vast open space ahead, the master sat at the center table. Behind him was a small pond, a half-sized rockery, and an intricately designed pavilion. Inside the pavilion, veiled by semi-transparent curtains, faint silhouettes hinted at the presence of others. The moment the hermitage master finished speaking, a woman's voice came from behind the curtains. Yes, the crowd's eyes widened instantly. It was the same voice that had sung the exquisite operatic melody earlier. If she was Yin Yang, then, the master's suggestion to sing a poem, did it mean they would perform together? What? What an incredible honor. Before reading this chapter, you might want to listen to Peach Blossom Temple Song by Tangbo Tailor Shop for a deeper immersion. The zither resonant tones set the stage. Zhu Shou had already set up his camera in front of him, taking a deep breath as he focused intently ahead. Taking pictures whatever, as long as the video is recorded, he'll deal with it later. As for everyone else, no one dared to raise their phones too high, lest they block the view of those behind them at such a critical moment it'd be asking for trouble. Zhou Pa tightly gripped his childhood friend's hand, his breathing quick with excitement. Damn it! Those indulgent days of the past, what were they even? This is what you call living. Oh, mighty guide. You're the best. In the Peach Blossom Temple, amidst the peach blossoms, the man in the blue robe sat there, his slender, pale fingers lightly tapping his knee. With a tilt of his chin, he began to sing. His voice was clear and smooth, yet powerful and resonant. The playful, free-spirited tone at the end of each line brought a rare sense of relaxation to everyone listening. In the Peach Blossom Temple resides the Peach Blossom Immortal. He turned his head, his fingers tracing a circle in the air. The immortal plants peach trees and sells peach blossoms for wine money. The zither continued to play as he leaned back, letting his arms fall naturally, gazing skyward as he sang on. Sober, I sit in front of flowers drunk, I sleep beneath them. Suddenly, he sat upright, looking deep into the peach grove, his voice growing stronger. Half drunk, half awake, day by day. Flowers fall, flowers bloom year by year. The sound of the flute surged. Behind the gauzy curtain, the soft chant of the female musician joined in. May I grow old amidst flowers and wine, rather than bow before carriages and horses. The lyrics struck a chord in everyone's hearts, bringing a moment of clarity. Carriages and dust are the rich man's pleasure. Wine cups and flower branches, the poor man's fate. Everyone swallowed hard as they glanced at the vast estate of the Peach Blossom Temple. If the master of this temple was considered poor, then what were they? Beggars? Oh no. But the temple master did not pause. He raised one hand and casually waved it. If wealth and poverty are compared, one is on the ground, the other in the heavens. Then his voice dropped, leaning back with a carefree air. If poverty and toil are compared to carriages and horses. With a smile in his singing voice, he twirled a flower petal between his fingers. You must drive, but I have leisure. Holy! Incredible! Zhou Pa and Zhu Shou cheered wildly in their hearts, though they dared not move a muscle on the outside, afraid to disturb this talented immortal. Damn it! This is poetry. How did the Chinese literary world overlook someone like this? Damn! He was so moved he wanted to cry. You must drive, but I have leisure. What kind of serene and uninhibited mindset does it take to write such a line? The temple master carried on, draining his cup of wine. With the female musicians chanting as accompaniment, he stood solemnly, his clear eyes showing not a trace of intoxication. Others laugh at me for being too mad. I laugh at them for seeing too little. He turned, his long hair flowing in an arc like a waterfall. I see not the graves of the 5 great heroes of the past. No flowers, no wine, just fields to plow. Xin Zhuang slapped his thigh in excitement, ready to leap up, only to be pinned down by Xiao Li. Secretary, please calm down. You're a man of status. You don't want to get beaten up here, do you? Xiao Li, the secretary, secretly made a heart gesture toward the temple master while mentally cursing his boss. Troublesome old man. Just wait till we get back here drinking laxatives again. Perhaps in high spirits from singing, the temple master raised his arm, extending 2 fingers together. He struck a stance and began singing in a regional opera style. Others laugh at me for being too mad. As he finished this segment, it was as though he glimpsed scenes from the past, laughing heartily with unrestrained joy. His voice was as robust as ever. You must be someone who stays healthy, even without drinking herbal medicine. Yin Yang's voice seemed joyful as she sang loudly. The tourists along the poetry path fixed their eyes on her, shouting internally, what a poem! What a masterpiece! Yin Yang's singing truly elevated the moment to new heights. Yet, their instincts told them this wasn't the end. Sure enough, as Yin Yang's voice faded, 2 voices joined together in harmony. Better to grow old among flowers and wine, than bow before horses and carriages in servitude. The dust of wealth, the footsteps of steeds rich men's pursuits. The cup of wine, the blooming branches poor men's fate. If wealth is compared to poverty, one walks the earth, the other soars the heavens. As Yin Yang's voice grew faint, only the male voice lingered in the air. The master of the hermitage slowly opened his eyes, looked toward the tourists, gently raised his cup, and with a smile said, "I am at ease." The entire audience fell silent. No one dared to make a noise. At that moment, the serene sounds of the pipa and guzheng resonated, casting a solemn atmosphere. Too powerful. The next instant, thunderous applause erupted, nearly overturning the small courtyard. Tourists in the back rows, unconcerned about blocking others, stood up excitedly, their clothes swirling like spinning tops. Master of the Hermitage. You're incredible. Master, you're my idol. Master, this poem. It's truly a masterpiece. The scene instantly descended into chaos. Meanwhile, Ping Ping contentedly finished a bowl of tea and began jotting notes in her little notebook. May 21st, in the Peach Blossom Hermitage, encountered a divine being. Amid the commotion in the wooden house, the master seemed even more delighted. With a soft chuckle, he called for his old servant. Interesting. Friends from the song and dance path. Do they have the privilege of a visit? Instantly, everyone quieted down. Zhou pressed the people beside him to sit, his eyes sparkling. They got it. They got it. Old man, speak up. Tell us we made it. The old servant, not disappointing the crowd, nodded respectfully and placed fine wine and a famed sword before the master. He then glanced at the pavilion and said, "Master, they've earned it." The Peach Blossom Hermitage master let out a long chant, and after a moment, stretched out his hand. "Bring me my hair tie." The old servant appeared surprised. "Ah? Are you going to perform a dance?" Zhou nearly punched him in frustration. "Just do what you're told. Stop talking nonsense. Dance." Everyone watched as the master tied up his flowing black hair, finally revealing his face. With sword-like brows and starry eyes, a carefree smile played on his lips, though his gaze held a calm detachment. As expected, Zhu Shou immediately zoomed in with his camera. A deity. This is how a deity should look. A male deity. Even more dashing. In this suddenly revealed peach blossom dock, the master drank wine, composed poetry, sang, and danced. Who could believe this was an ordinary person? Surely, he must be a celestial being from Wanyuan Mountain, descending briefly to indulge the small mortal world. The applause gradually quieted, and everyone returned to their seats. The poetry had ended. It was now time for the dance. Everyone looked tense, glancing around nervously. No one knew how the Peach Blossom Hermitage master planned to present his dance. At that very moment, it became clear to them. Except for the martial artists among the tourists, everyone else drew in a sharp breath. The master, with a sword on his back, strolled into the peach forest, turning his back to the tourists. Zhao Yanran held the red-haired woman's hand tightly. Zhou Puo and his childhood friend hugged each other in excitement. Shen Zhuang and Secretary Shaoli linked arms, their eyes fixed on the scene ahead. A sword dance. How could this not be called a dance? Boom. A heavy drumbeat like thunder marked the beginning. Before you read this chapter, play the music, Pe Zhen Yu, for the full experience. Behind the gauzy curtains in the pavilion, the sound of drums echoed. Suddenly, the pipa strings were struck with force, the vibrations so intense they seemed to make the curtains tremble. Then, a desolate flute joined in, and the pipa harmonized with it seamlessly. The master of the Peach Blossom Hermitage had begun their performance. Ding! The soft silver sword emitted a crisp, clear ring, and a flash of cold light appeared. The Hermitage master stood tall and poised, like a pine tree. With a subtle turn of the wrist, the sword twirled sharply, creating a breathtaking display. In the pavilion, the dynamic sound of the Sanxian burst forth, accompanied by the rhythmic drums and the resonating pipa, stirring the petals of peach blossoms into the air. Whoosh! With a deft step, the master spun gracefully, the silver sword singing as it moved. The blade shimmered like mercury, flowing endlessly. What the? Zhu Shou froze in shock. He had assumed the sword was merely decorative, but the Hermitage master could actually wield it with such skill. The dance was elegant and carefree, but the sword radiated a fierce, lethal energy. Dun-dun. The flute's melody pierced the air like a blade, clearing everyone's minds. The master's movements grew more spirited. With a sharp flick of the sword, a wine bowl on the table was sent flying into the air. Gulp! The master caught the bowl's contents in a single smooth gulp, the wine sliding down their throat. The bowl landed back on the table with precision. The master let out a hearty laugh, their expression filled with exhilaration, and continued their performance. Snap! Under the gaze of the onlookers, the master lightly tapped the ground with their toes and leapt into the air. The sword's tip pointed directly at a branch of peach blossoms, sending petals floating gently down, making the master appear like both a demon and an immortal. After downing the wine, the master's lips turned rosy, and their complexion became even more radiant, almost translucent, like a celestial being of the peach blossoms. Damn it! Shen Zhuang punched the air in frustration. He had always known those old scholars at the National Cultural Institute were hiding the truth. This was clearly Qinggong. Unable to contain himself, he whipped out his phone and began furiously taking pictures. If he didn't capture this now, the little hermitage master might just step onto the sword and fly away. By then, it'd be too late. Zhu was no longer standing still either. He flopped forward, his hefty frame steady as a mountain, carefully angling his camera to capture every ethereal movement. The interplay of sword and silhouette, the shimmering blade, and the fluttering drapes blended into one mesmerizing spectacle. This wasn't just a sword dance, it was a dance of the sword itself. Ha! With a soaring leap, the hermitage master seemed to glide through the air like a swan, grabbing another bowl of wine mid-flight. To the astonishment of the audience, they lightly touched the water's surface with their toes, stepping across the pond before landing gracefully on the far side. What? Xinzhuang couldn't sit still any longer. How? How is Su Jing going to explain this? What's the explanation? Where are the wires? Somebody show me the wires. That person just walked on water. The master rested the slender sword against their hip, its blade bending into an impossible curve. They leaned nonchalantly against a rock, downed the wine, and exuded a calm, unshakable confidence. This was no trick, this was real skill. Kung Fu. It had to be real Kung Fu. No one spoke, but everyone's heart screamed, what the heck? The master's movements didn't falter for a moment. Their gaze was deep and focused, their flowing robes giving them a dreamlike quality, half awake, half intoxicated. Even the sharp energy of their sword seemed to lift the gauzy curtains into the air. Whoa! Everyone's eyes lit up. Behind the master, in the pavilion, were musicians wearing veils. With just one glance, someone exclaimed, a shakuhachi. That's an ancient instrument. I can't believe someone here knows how to play it. And a pipa. And a sansien. Holy crap, that's incredible. The hermitage master had their own live band. The swirling sword energy and the glimmering silver blade danced from the back of the pond to the front, harmonizing perfectly with the music. The performance was so stirring, it left every visitor's heart pounding, each of them wishing they could join in and dance with the master. Shaoli held down Xun Zhuang's leg, a hint of exasperation in his tone. Calm down, will you? If you go up there, you'll just end up looking like an electrocuted kid breakdancing on the floor. What were you thinking? Coming to someone else's place just to make a fool of yourself? With the sound of a deep drumbeat, a flash of sword light, and peach blossom petals raining down like a gentle shower, the scene in the peach blossom grove was breathtaking. In the midst of it all stood one man, one sword, and one bowl of wine, nothing else. The tourists were entranced, their hands clenched tightly, their hearts overwhelmed with awe. This is incredible, they murmured. Every swing of the sword seemed like an outpouring of the master's soul, every turn, a release of emotion. His sword dance was not merely a visual spectacle, but a profound spiritual experience that left the audience feeling the freedom and unrestrained spirit deep within. The peach blossom immortal, truly deserving of the title. As the performance ended, the master stood with his hands at his sides, his face slightly flushed like peach blossoms, his breath faintly labored. Yet, it was far from over. With a casual flick of his famous sword, he pulled out a massive scroll from beneath the table. With a shake and a spread, several meters of fine white rice paper unfurled before the stunned crowd. Bring the ink, he called out. An old servant huffed and puffed as he carried over a bucket of black ink, drawing the wide-eyed stares of the audience. Turning around, the servant revealed a rack strapped to his back, neatly holding an assortment of oversized brushes. Whoa, he's going to paint live. The art enthusiasts were thrilled. One young painter leaped to his feet, only to be held back by someone else. Calm down. We're all excited. Eyes fixed on the master. The painter watched as he rolled up his sleeves and wielded the massive brush, his strokes on the pristine paper wild and unrestrained. The sheer energy of the live painting brought to mind the masterpieces hanging in his own studio, and an absurd thought crossed his mind. Could he possibly apprentice under the peach blossom master? The red-haired woman, meanwhile, had no idea what her internationally renowned brother was thinking. She merely gave a soft cough and glanced at the excited Zhao Yanran beside her. She noticed the girl clutching her hand tightly, her nervousness evident. During the earlier performance, Zhao had nearly pressed herself into her arms. Did she even realize what she was doing? The red-haired woman sighed with a wry smile, feeling the cool dampness of the girl's palm. She could only let out a soft sigh and return the grip. Never mind, she thought. Let's just watch the master paint. With the music rising and falling, the peach blossom master's silhouette moved in rhythm. The enormous brush danced across the paper, its bristles spreading ink in broad strokes. At the height of his inspiration, he even scooped up black ink with his hand and flung it freely across the canvas. As the music reached a crescendo, his movements became increasingly rapid and bold. Finally, he grabbed the last bowl of wine, took a hearty swig, puffed out his cheeks, and with a loud puff, sprayed it out with dramatic flair, leaving the audience utterly stunned. A few seconds later, laughter rippled through the crowd as they realized their mistake. They had underestimated him. The master was a free-spirited soul, unbound by conventions or formalities. If he wanted to drink, he drank. If he wanted to spray, he sprayed. That was who he was, a passionate, unrestrained spirit, as vibrant and untamed as the peach blossoms themselves. Wiping the wine from the corner of his mouth, the master smiled, loosened his hair tie, and waved his hand. I'm in a good mood today. I'm off to take a nap. Yin Nu, see the guests out. Lu Qingyun, after a lifetime of hard work, could only laugh and cry at being referred to as Yin Nu, Cloud's servant, as he went to escort the guests. As the master's figure disappeared, several young attendants emerged, lifting the painting for all to see. Gasps of admiration filled the air as a magnificent scene of a soaring eagle over a majestic green mountain came into view. At the bottom right corner of the painting was a red seal, identical to the ones on the artworks displayed outside. Inscribed within the seal were the words of the Peach Blossom Master, Bohu. The abbess went back to sleep, and the old servant left with the painting in hand. The musicians and the singers had disappeared, but the tourists were in a frenzy, shouting excitedly, "Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God!" One of them exclaimed in amazement, "That dance was incredible. This isn't just talent, this is pure mastery. Who on earth let him live in seclusion? He needs to come out and show his genius to the world. This is terrifying. Poetry, painting, singing, dancing's perfect at everything. Is he even human? Oh wait, knows not. He must be the peach blossom immortal. Or the carp spirit. Fine, the carp spirit is impressive. Butterfly immortal? Sure, that's great too. But look at this peach blossom abbess. This is beyond incredible. If he became a celebrity, I guarantee he'd be famous across the country in a month and on top of the world within a year. Ugh, my phone's out of battery. I want to watch it again. Damn it. Guide, please tell me this isn't real. Tell me it's not. The crowd was ecstatic, some wailing, others jumping and flailing their arms, more animated than the plump carp in the pond. After witnessing a performance of this caliber, everyone was left in disbelief. An 80 yuan ticket? Are they crazy? How does the park even break even? They had been in the park since 9:30 in the morning, and now it was almost 2 in the afternoon, yet they hadn't had a moment to rest. Unlike other scenic spots where you just wander and sightsee, this place engaged you at every level, watching, hands-on activities, thinking, even guessing. And after exhausting themselves from all the fun, they still wanted to tackle more challenges. Suddenly, someone froze, then raised their hand high with excitement. "You everyone, comrades." The crowd turned to look at him. He continued, "I have a theory." Instantly, everyone fell silent, focusing intently. At this point, no piece of information could be overlooked. About the poetry path, I don't know how many poems you found, but what if the ones you pieced together are different? Wouldn't the Peach Blossom Abbess performance today have changed? The crowd stiffened, exchanging wide-eyed looks. The man went on, "The painting path seems to be the key to the final stage, though I'm not sure if it would change. But the song path, I suspect, it determines the accompaniment for the sword dance. If the song you found wasn't this one, wouldn't the sword dance change too?" His expression was serious, with a hint of manic excitement. Could it be that the next group, or the group after that, would experience something entirely different here, different music, see a different performance? And if they failed, would the program become shorter? If they failed the painting path, could they even find this place? Or would they be sent straight out of the park? His voice trembled with excitement. "If my guess is correct, then this place is a completely open-world mission." As he finished, everyone's breathing grew heavier. The history enthusiast had long forgotten about the goddess-like performer and was fervently discussing theories with his buzzcut friend. The young artist, no longer dejected, was consumed with thoughts of the grand and majestic paintings, yearning to become a disciple of the Peach Blossom Abbess. As for Zhou Pa and his two companions, they exchanged a glance, immediately understanding each other's thoughts. Since they had time to spare, if this theory turned out to be true, they would become frequent visitors to Wanyuan Mountain, endlessly exploring this world. Shen Zhuang had already started checking online for pre-sale tickets, but eventually closed his phone in disappointment after finding none available. In the empty peach orchard, Ping Ping felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. She couldn't help but mutter, "Damn it, how did they manage to snatch up all the tickets?" Deep down, she understood who wouldn't want to experience it all over again. Everyone who managed to grab a pre-sale ticket today was undoubtedly a devoted fan of Wanyuanshan. After all, it takes a bit of money and spare time to participate. Besides, no one could say for sure whether the Peach Blossom Hermitage was an open mission area or not. Those who missed out on today's 3 missions were all eager for another chance to revel in the fun. After all, the areas were almost entirely isolated from one another, leaving everyone clueless about the tasks others had or the experiences they went through. Holding her chest as if to calm her emotions, Ping Ping pulled out a small notebook and began jotting down notes. The master of Peach Blossom Hermitage, proficient in poetry, painting, singing, and dancing, a truly extraordinary figure. After pondering for a moment, she added, highly skilled in martial arts, capable of qigong, and walking on water. Yet despite everyone's excitement, the empty peach orchard before them symbolized the end of this round of exploration. With sighs of regret, the group began searching for the way out. After a while, Uncle Lu Qingyun, the guide known as Yun Nu, let out a deep sigh, stepped forward, and pointed to a small wooden sign beside a large peach tree. These folks have such sharp eyes when playing games, but when it's time to leave, they suddenly go blind. Or do they just not want to leave? Meanwhile, manager Xiao Su was still waiting by the river for them. Watching Yun Nu grumble and groan, everyone burst into laughter. For hours had passed, and the 200 or so participants had become friends, walking arm in arm and laughing as they left. It was only then that Zhu Shou suddenly remembered the guide waiting for them. His heart tightened. Oh no, the guide must still be waiting for us. Waiting? What a joke. Su Jing clapped his hands, listening to the chatter over the walkie-talkie. Tossing a chicken bone onto the table, he downed a bowl of rice wine, dusted off his pants, and stood up. Wait for them. Was he crazy? Those kids were having way too much fun clearly. They were going to take their sweet time. It was already midday, and while they might not feel hungry from all the excitement, he certainly was. Wiping his mouth, Su Jing pushed open the wooden door and darted into the peach orchard with practiced ease. He knew this place like the back of his hand. Taking a shortcut, he could reach them in no time. The peach forest was gradually returning to life, the greenery reclaiming the land, and the sound of rushing water could faintly be heard up ahead. Sensing the end of their journey, everyone's spirits lifted. The guide should be waiting for them at the finish line, and as they thought of him, they couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt. Surely, he must be exhausted from standing and waiting for so long. Just then, the aroma of roasted chicken wafted through the air, and the group caught the unmistakable scent of savory chicken. The guide. He wasn't playing by the rules. After a whole day without a bite to eat or a drop to drink, the rumbling of their stomachs became impossible to ignore. Damn, I'm starving. At the end of the path, the culprit stood grinning at them, oil still glistening at the corners of his mouth. Ladies and gentlemen, I've been waiting for you all. Facing a crowd of ravenous participants with green glints in their eyes, Su Jing shivered. Brother Tong, you'll protect the host, right? He thought to himself, quickly stepping aside to reveal the river behind him. Come on, what are you all standing around for? Get ready, we're heading to the next spot. Amid the raging currents, several small boats were docked along the shore, next to a cluster of yellow inflatable rafts. Zhu Shou, nicknamed Fat Turtle, poked his head out and frantically snapped photos with his camera. Everyone started asking eagerly, how do we get there? Where are we going? Are we heading back to Minghua Village? At this moment, Minghua Village had become their base camp, their joyful haven. At Taohua Cottage, everyone had spent a delightful 4 hours together, but now their stomachs were growling with hunger. Su Jing chuckled and pointed at 2 vehicles behind him, rolling up his sleeves and pant legs in preparation. His actions piqued everyone's curiosity. What's he up to? The guide, after preparing himself, handed each person a plastic sheet. What are you standing around for? Put it on, he urged, then added, if you're into thrills, grab a raft. 5 people per raft, and there are 30 rafts in total. The rest of you, 15 per boat, follow me. Behind him, a few younger crew members tugged at the boat ropes, grinning in a way that sent a chill down the spine. Wait a second, Zhou seemed unsure. You mean that? He pointed at the wobbling inflatable rafts, which were smacked by the rushing currents, producing crackling sounds. Occasionally, splashes of white foam sprayed onto the tourists' faces, offering a refreshing chill. Zhou hesitated and asked, Guide, is this even safe? Su Jing shrugged and smiled. You're all my guests. Do you think I'd let anything happen to you? But hey, if something does happen, well, it's up to fate. The moment he said this, opinions among the group became divided. Most leaned toward the boats, prioritizing safety. However, Zhu Shou and Zhou Pa's persuasion began to sway them. Come on, this is Wan Yuan Mountain. We're talking about nothing here is boring. You've already got raincoats on. Why fear a little water? The river's not even that deep. It's totally safe. Plus, we're in groups of 5. Nothing's going to happen. Didn't the guide say the water route is short? We'll be there in no time. Summer's almost here, and cooling off in the stream sounds perfect. It's like playing in the water. After much back and forth, the tourists ultimately chose the rafts. Mission accomplished, Zhu Shou followed Zhou Pa toward the raft queue, only to be stopped by an outstretched arm. Guide. The chubby man looked puzzled. Sorry, sir, but you're over the weight limit. You'll have to take the boat, the guide replied. Zhu Shou was dumbfounded, his heart sinking. I spent all that effort convincing everyone, and now I can't go? He pinched the fat on his belly, feeling utterly dejected. But safety came first. Following Su Jing's instructions, everyone quickly lined up in order. All right. A small safety barrier held back the yellow rafts. Zhou Pa and his group of 3 took the lead, with Zhao Yanran tightly clinging to a red-haired woman. Helpless, the red-haired woman dragged along a petite artist as well. Are you all seated? Su Jing laughed, then suddenly kicked open the barrier. The surging rapids immediately swept the raft away. When you reach the destination, someone will meet you there. Don't lean out, and don't unbuckle your seatbelts. Wishing you all a thrilling ride and a fantastic journey. With a roar, the rapids swirled, and the yellow raft carrying 5 people quickly disappeared from view. Su Jing flashed a toothy grin, shouting excitedly, next. Whatever the upstream guides were arranging was no longer anyone's concern. Packed into the circular raft, 3 men and 2 women gripped the handles tightly. The cool mountain breeze swept their hair back, revealing exhilarated faces. Holy crap, this is awesome. Jopa let out a wild yell. The turbulent water beneath sent him bouncing up and crashing back down. The current tossed him forward one moment and pulled him backward the next. The icy splash of water trickled down his neck, sending a shiver through his body and raising goosebumps on his skin. His childhood friend leaned out of the kayak with half his body dangling over the side, shouting excitedly, "This is awesome!" Whoa. He jerked his head back in abruptly, cold sweat breaking out on his face as he thought to himself, "I almost got my head taken off by that rock. Damn it, I knew I shouldn't stick my head out like that." Zhao Yin ran, startled by the commotion, rolled her eyes at the red-haired girl beside her. The spray of water dampened her bangs, but her eyes were sparkling as if she hadn't felt this relaxed and exhilarated in a long time. The young artist was quietly observing the surrounding mountain scenery, his eyes narrowing slightly as he became absorbed in the breathtaking cliffs and the narrow sliver of sky above. The kayak suddenly jolted, colliding with a hidden rock before spinning and squeezing into a narrow passage. Whoa! Squeak! Squeak! Oh no! The light dimmed as a cool mountain breeze swept through the air, eerie sounds echoing all around. The water slowed, giving the 5 of them a chance to take in their surroundings. Where is this place? The young artist, ever observant, studied the area closely before pointing to a pitch-black cave. If I'm not mistaken, that might be a scenic spot. The dark cave was so impenetrable that Jopa couldn't make out a thing. Raising an eyebrow, he asked, "So, do we get off the kayak here?" The young artist shook his head. "No, the guide said someone would meet us at the destination. Since no one's here, this can't be the end. Maybe this area isn't open to the public yet, or it's just an ordinary cave." Everyone nodded in agreement, watching as the towering cliffs of the narrow sky passage slowly receded behind them. The kayak quickly picked up speed again, eventually slowing near a riverbank. "Are we there?" They felt refreshed as they looked ahead at the staff waiting for them behind a barrier. But confusion lingered. "This isn't Minghua village. Where are we now?" Zhao Yinran turned her head, pointing toward the right. "The sacred mountain is over there. We haven't arrived yet." Her eyes widened as a realization struck her. "Wait a second. Who said there's only one new scenic spot?" From the beginning, Wanyuan Mountain's official announcements never claimed there was only one new attraction. The group collectively swallowed hard, their anticipation mounting. But Peach Blossom Retreat, wasn't that enough? It was so stunning, so immersive, so unforgettable. How could that not be enough? And now there's another new spot? Was it hidden from the start? Or did they create it within the last 2 weeks? That's impossible, right? While the group stood in stunned silence, one of the staff members on shore ignored their bewildered expressions and used a large hook to pull their kayak ashore. The 5 of them removed their raincoats and walked past the makeshift dock, looking toward the other side. "Oh my god," Jopa gulped nervously. Could this be the real new attraction? Meanwhile, Su Jing sent off the last of the 30 kayaks before leaping onto a small boat. "All aboard." Zhu Shou, leading the way, quickly hopped on with Ping Ping right behind him. Shen Zhuang, feeling his age and still exhausted from earlier, decided to stay back and take the boat with Xiao Li. Though Xiao Li's secretary-like smile remained polite, inwardly, he was cursing up a storm. As for the history buff, he belatedly remembered his crush. But after completing such a grueling series of challenges, the goddess had long since dropped her aloof demeanor, her pale face betraying her fatigue. Together, the 15 of them boarded the boat. Su Jing stood at the bow, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm that was impossible to miss. Wait a second. Zhu Shou suddenly remembered something. The guide isn't actually from the Sacred Mountain or Peach Blossom Retreat. He's someone with an even higher status, a senior staff member of the scenic area. But he's so young. Can he even steer a boat? Zhu Shou glanced nervously at the turbulent rapids ahead, swallowing hard as he reached out to tug Su Jing's sleeve. "Do you even know how to— Oh my god!" Before he could finish, the boat lurched forward, its bow cutting into the water with a splash. Su Jing's excited laughter rang out. "Hold on tight. Our little boat of friendship is setting sail." Amid the group's collective screams, the boat surged into the river, followed closely by 2 others in its wake. "What the hell?" Ping Ping clenched her lips tightly, her eyes wide with terror as she gripped the handles, silently screaming, "Guide! Slow down for God's sake." When Su Jing's fleet arrived at the new attraction with the tourists, the visitors ahead had already scattered in all directions. Zhu Shou disembarked from the boat, his face scrunched up in discomfort as he muttered to himself, "I feel like throwing up. The guide's boat is terrible." He glanced back at the 2 boats behind, which were much steadier, and couldn't help but grumble inwardly. However, as everyone regained their composure and followed Su Jing out of the dock, the scenery before them left them stunned. Before them stretched a lush expanse of greenery, flanked by 2 mountains, with a vast lake shimmering like a sapphire blue glass mirror. A gentle breeze carried the sight of egrets and wild ducks skimming across the surface of the water, painting a breathtaking scene. For a moment, the group was so captivated that they forgot to move forward. Su Jing's figure, carrying the cool dampness of the lake, brushed past them, snapping everyone out of their trance. This lake wasn't a single body of water. It was divided into three parts by a shaped island in the middle. The largest section, accounting for nearly two-thirds of the lake, faced the jumping river. To the left and rear of the island, a stone bridge and a wooden bridge stretched across the water, separating the remaining third into a larger and smaller area. This was Luoxian Lake. Su Jing's calm voice came from behind, as if recounting the history of this place. When I was young, I once heard in Mingyue village that deep within Wanyuan Mountain, there was another ancient settlement. The people there lived in a vibrant valley, rich in culture. But one day, the river flooded their homes. Some managed to escape, while others were trapped and submerged along with their village. A hint of nostalgia flickered on Su Jing's face. Later, a deity arrived here. She couldn't bear the villagers' tragic fate and used her powers to grant peace to their souls. She also collected their memories and recreated an illusory version of their former lives beneath the lake. And later still, it was said that a group of strangers from the outside world came here, attempting to uncover the secrets of this place. But not long after, they too vanished, leaving behind only traces of their presence. Since then, the area had remained tranquil, becoming a hidden paradise. Gesturing ahead with a smile, he added, "That hidden paradise is right here. We call it Luoxian Lake." The group listened quietly. While they didn't remember much about the hidden paradise or the kind-hearted deity, they vividly remembered the drowned spirits and the lingering souls. Zhu Shou took an almost imperceptible step back, thinking to himself, "Isn't this supposed to be a tourist spot? Why does it sound like a horror story?" Being timid by nature, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of fear. Su Jing paid no attention to their reactions and continued introducing the area. The section to the left and rear is the designated fishing area. If guests are interested, we can consider opening it for paid access in the future. The section to the right and rear is reserved for the quarterly blessing ceremonies conducted by Mingyue village, the holy mountain deities, and the river god. These words brought the group great excitement. One of the fishing enthusiasts immediately pushed through the crowd to the front, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "We can fish here." "No way." He made no effort to hide his enthusiasm. While the Peach Blossom Hermitage they visited earlier had been fun, and the hermit's performances were incredible, this was a lake. Not just any river, creek, or farm-raised fishing pond, this was an authentic mountain lake. Su Jing was startled and pretended to look troubled. "The fish you can catch here are all wild." He wasn't wrong. No one knew how long the fish in Luoxian Lake had lived, with some even said to be smarter than humans. His expression seemed hesitant, but his eyes sparkled with a subtle allure. Blessed by the river god, there had been villagers who once caught fish over a meter long. Of course, even if the area were open to fishing, it wouldn't be easy to catch anything. After all, this was a wild lake. The angler was no longer hearing anything about taking fish away or leaving them behind. His mind was consumed by one thought: a fish over a meter long. Damn, wasn't his ultimate dream to go to an extraordinary place and catch extraordinary fish? A fish over a meter long, unless it was deep-sea fishing. Where else in the country could you find a place that allowed fishing like this? Snapping back to reality, he straightened up with determination and asked, "Guide, when will the fishing zone be open?" Su Jing smiled faintly. "In a week," he replied. His gaze fell on the newly exchanged item in his backpack, a high-level tool blessed by the god of angling. It offered a 20 increased chance of success for fishing sessions lasting over 4 hours, a 30 chance of catching big fish after 8 hours, and after 12 hours, it triggered a passive skill, the angler's luck. Never empty-handed. This item had cost him 1,000 points of good reviews, but it was about to earn him tens of thousands in return. Perhaps it was Su Jing's overly confident smile that stirred something in the angler. He clenched his thigh, gazing into the distance with tears in his eyes. "Luoxian Lake. Just wait for me. I'm coming for you." However, this first announcement only caught the attention of a handful of fishing enthusiasts. Most people were far more intrigued by the second announcement, which sparked a wave of exclamations. What does this mean? The sacred mountain gods and the river god communicating? A ritual every 3 months. Are you kidding me? Is that even a ritual? They recalled the carp god, the butterfly fairy, the monkey king who moved so fast he left blurry afterimages while carrying a staff, and the dragon sons and daughters with their divine masks in the central plaza. This wasn't just a ritual, it was a showdown. Every 3 months, and you're saying we shouldn't watch? How could we not? Zhu Shou had long forgotten about the water ghosts and trembled as he spoke. "Guide. The next showdown, I mean. The lakeside communication ritual, when will it begin?" Instantly, heads popped out like turtles after rain, all turning to Su Jing in unison. Su Jing didn't keep them guessing. "The last one just ended, but the next one, it's not far off. It'll happen on the 15th of next month." He raised an eyebrow, looking at the crowd of breathless tourists, and smiled with crescent-shaped eyes. "Looking forward to your visit." With that, he gestured for everyone to follow and headed toward a sloping path by the lake. It's getting late. Let's go check out the newly opened attraction. The group snapped out of their fantasies, looking increasingly puzzled. Wait, isn't this the attraction? Where else is there to go? Step by step, they followed Jing to the side of the slope, where they finally caught sight of a massive black structure made of concrete and stone, hidden by vegetation. Holy, this is insane. After seeing so many ancient wooden courtyards, the sudden sight of such a grand, ultramodern building made them feel as if they'd stepped into another world. Finally, someone belatedly recalled Jing's earlier mention of outsiders who had attempted to uncover secrets here, only to vanish mysteriously. This building, could it be something they left behind? Standing before the slowly opening gates, the man in the green robe seemed both out of place and eerily harmonious with the scene. Welcome to this special place, the bottom of Luoxian Lake. Unlike the fresh scent of green trees and grass outside, the moment you step into this building, you're greeted by the cool, muted vibe of concrete. The interior layout is quite unusual. Just a few meters in, there's a fork in the path, one leading straight ahead and the other descending downward. Without hesitation, Jing led everyone down the corridor. The dark concrete walls began to shimmer faintly with a metallic gleam, and dim yellow wall lights flickered on one by one in rhythm with their footsteps, illuminating the path toward the pitch-black unknown. A bizarre thought crept into everyone's mind. The bottom of Luoxian Lake. Could they really be heading to the lakebed? What did the guide mention earlier? Ancient ruins? An old village? Ancient corpses? Seriously? Just as a faint chill ran down their spines, laughter and chatter echoed from the end of the path. Only then did Ping Ping vaguely recall there was already a group of people who had arrived ahead of them. As they reached the end and rounded the corner, a soft glow suddenly burst into brilliance. Inside an enormous circular hall, transparent glass walls encased the space, allowing sunlight to cascade down in golden streams. Gentle ripples of water danced across the room, creating a serene atmosphere that enveloped everyone. The cool, refreshing air filled the vast space, making visitors feel as though they had stepped into a dreamy underwater world or perhaps a deity's ethereal dreamscape. Beyond the glass walls, the lake's crystal-clear water revealed schools of fish swimming freely, even those as far as 10 meters away. Large and small fish glided gracefully, swishing their tails and fluttering their fins, almost teasing the visitors as they swam back and forth, brushing close to the glass. Behind them, swaying aquatic plants and scattered river stones came into view, adding an even greater sense of breathtaking beauty to the scene. Zhu gulped audibly. 80. Just 80. Who would have thought that for a mere 80 yuan, barely enough for a hot pot meal in Yong'an City, you could witness the poetry, paintings, and performances of the Peach Blossom Hermit and behold such a stunning underwater spectacle? Zhou Pa, meanwhile, was far too engrossed to notice the new visitors trickling in behind him. He stood as close to the glass as possible, snapping pictures frantically to share with his group chat. Pippi's dad, Switzerland? Maldives? Italy? This. Pippi's dad, photo.jpg. Pippi's dad, photo.jpg. The chat fell silent for 3 seconds before exploding into a frenzy. Zhou Pa pocketed his phone, too lazy to deal with the reactions of the uncultured masses, and continued gazing dreamily at the pristine water and the leisurely fish. Hey, little fishies. If only the carp god were here too. The young artist strolled slowly along the glass walls, his mind gradually settling into calm. In just one day, he had seen the works of masters, experienced awe, joy, self-doubt, regret, and obsession, before finally finding peace again. True masters, perhaps, should be like this. No matter what lies on the surface, their hearts remain untroubled and serene. Untroubled. Could the Peach Blossom Hermit be me? He pondered, feeling the restlessness from days of painting begin to dissipate. Behind him, Zhao Yanran walked leisurely, keeping close to the red-haired woman. Of course, not everyone was entirely captivated by the scenery. A faint aroma of food wafted into Zhu Shou's nose, pulling his attention away. After snapping his final photo, he turned to look behind him. Beyond the exhibit area, hidden from view at first, was a tiered dining area. The seats were already filled with visitors, some gazing up at the view while others eagerly devoured their meals. Food. Actual food. The chubby boy felt like he might burst into tears of joy. He clutched his sunken stomach and rushed up the stairs 2 steps at a time. Jing smiled at everyone and said, "The dining area is upstairs. Go ahead and eat first. We'll talk about everything else after the meal." Upon hearing the dismissal, Shaoli immediately grabbed Secretary Shen and hurried up. A simple bun? That was just survival food. Now, with a feast of royal proportions laid out in front of him, he wouldn't miss it for anything, even if he had to pay out of pocket. Jing glanced at the crowd squeezing into line at the food counter, shrugged, and chose a spot to sit down. Finding a chef wasn't easy after all. This was a tourist spot, and they couldn't exactly whip up elaborate dishes on site. He had to resort to a fast food-style menu, selecting simple, healthy, and filling meals. As for the future, well, he'd worry about that later. For now, the dining experience was blissful. The lakeside restaurant quieted down again, with the shimmering reflections of the water casting a gentle glow over the dining guests, making even the simplest meals feel exquisite. Ping stole a glance at the guide sitting next to her. After hesitating for a long while, she leaned closer and softly spoke. "Excuse me, guide, are you my fan?" Jing was momentarily stunned. When he turned his head, Ping's face flushed red like an apple. "What are you saying? Stop talking nonsense. Just shut up." She stammered. "No, I'm your fan." Her throat felt dry as she nervously pulled out her phone, opening a group chat for visitors to Wanyuan Mountain. "Our group has so many of your fans too. Could you give me your autograph?" Jing spread his hands and grinned. "No pen." Pipping instantly straightened her back and excitedly said, "I have one." As it turned out, the pen and notebook she carried every day were prepared for this very moment. Reluctantly, Jing accepted the pen, quickly redeemed a calligraphy skill from his system, and elegantly wrote Su Guide in her notebook. Though she couldn't get his full name, Ping's shoulders slumped slightly. Still, she timidly looked up and asked, "Could you sign your name too?" Jing thought for a moment, then moved the pen again, writing his name with bold, flowing strokes. "No problem. I'm just happy to get an autograph." Ping tucked the notebook away and watched as the man turned and quickly walked off, thinking to herself, just knowing his surname is already amazing. She snapped a few photos and sent them to the group chat, her expression calm, but her trembling fingers giving her excitement away. Wanyuan Mountain visitor Ping here, with photos. Ping got the guide's autograph. Within seconds, the group chat erupted. Members exclaimed, "The guide's personal signature. Ah, how did you manage to snag a pre-sale ticket without anyone noticing? My beloved guide. No way. You actually got this. I'll pay 3,000, sell it to me. You're the ultimate fan, you're amazing, sis." "Im in awe?" Ping chuckled and put away her phone, turning her gaze to the dreamlike scenery beneath the lake. She never thought that one day, in the small city of Yangon, in the tiny county of Qingshan, she would witness a view so breathtaking it felt unimaginable on a global scale. Meanwhile, Jing slipped to the side, checked his watch, and glanced at the group, who were finally finishing their meals. These people, so slow. There's still more to see, and it's almost 5 p.m. If we wait any longer, it'll be dark. He clicked his tongue in annoyance, thinking to himself that building a hotel here was definitely the right move. There was no way anyone could see everything in one day. "All right, everyone, once you've finished eating, come over here," Jing called out loudly. "We need to keep moving." Is there more to see? They had just finished their meal, wiped their mouths, and stood up. The fact that they could dine beneath the lake was already astonishing, and the rippling underwater restaurant was nothing short of extraordinary. But was there still more? Jing led the group past a stone wall, revealing a long descending corridor. As he walked ahead, he began explaining, while a few other staff members joined the group, stopping at intervals to provide additional commentary. This structure we've uncovered has been thoroughly explored. The upper two levels were living quarters, but further down is the observation area built by outsiders. "Observation?" Shinzhuang asked, intrigued. "Observation of what? Could there be some secret hidden under the lake?" Jing smiled as the sloping path leveled out. This Luoxian lake was once a place where people lived. Unfortunately, it was submerged by the lake waters. However, the architectural style here was said to be quite unique, which is why those outsiders constructed their research facility here. But Jing suddenly turned around. In the cold, dim corridor, his face flickered between light and shadow from the faint yellow glow, and his voice took on a chilling tone. Rumor has it their research into the architecture was just a front. Their real aim was to study the people still living under the lake. The group froze, and a collective shiver ran down their spines. Secretary Xiao Li swallowed hard, then stepped forward and blew out the candle in Jing's hand. "Seriously, man, what's with the props? You're scaring us." With the candle snuffed out, the lighting returned to normal. Jing rolled his eyes and kept walking. "Li, you have no sense of atmosphere," he muttered. As he walked off, the group exchanged bewildered glances. "Zhou Pe, did you understand any of that?" "Not really." "Shinzhuang, I understood every word, but together? No clue." Ping, "Gods are done now, it's ghosts." Zhu Shou muttered. "I knew it, Luoxian Lake is haunted, and Minghua village worships gods. Their quarterly rituals must be some kind of supernatural battle." The young artist exclaimed, "Oh, it's soul. A different kind of soul." Zhao Yanran, teary-eyed, clung to someone. "Sister, I'm scared." Jing sighed. "Are you here to enjoy the scenery or to put on a show?" He thought of the props he had set up in advance, feeling a faint sense of unease that things might not go as planned. The corridor soon ended, and dim lights illuminated the space. The first group finally emerged into view. Holy crap. No one spoke further. The collective reaction was simply stunned silence. "Guys, have you ever seen an ancient city?" "Sure. But, have you seen an underwater ancient city?" The sight before them was utterly breathtaking, unlike anything they had ever witnessed. Even the usually jaded second-generation rich kids like Zhou Po were awestruck, never having encountered a sight of this magnitude. The golden rays of the setting sun could not penetrate the emerald waters of the lake. The lake bed was dark and profound. Only a few meters ahead were visible. Yet beyond the swimming fish and the green algae, an ancient and solemn atmosphere pervaded. Massive stone pillars, though weathered and eroded by water and time, stood tall and unyielding. Beyond these towering columns, faint outlines of majestic structures emerged. The walls were carved with intricate and exquisite patterns soaring mythical birds, regal lions, and mysterious women with cascading hair spiraling in reliefs across every surface. The moss-covered stone paths, winding and overgrown with algae, stretched forward and disappeared into the rippling depths of the lake. On either side of the path, rows of desolate, crumbling stone structures stood in silent testimony to a once thriving past. Despite their dilapidation, the echoes of former grandeur still lingered. If you had sharp eyes, you might catch glimpses of some buildings' doors engraved with signs like XX Shop or XX Hall through the shifting schools of fish. Before Jing could say a word, the crowd had already dispersed in all directions. The underwater buildings were strikingly different from those above ground. Dark metals gradually replaced stone, and entire rooms glowed like lanterns. Arched glass surfaces jutted out, and perhaps due to the refraction of light, the scenes beyond the glass appeared even more surreal. There were two such rooms, spacious enough to accommodate 300 people wandering freely. Zhu Shoujing's eyes widened as he frantically snapped photos, his excitement palpable. Suddenly, he froze mid-step, peering out from behind his camera. At the edge of his vision stood a door, seamlessly blending into the metallic wall as if it were a natural part of it. Narrowing his eyes, he quickly glanced around. Outside these two massive spherical rooms, there were 7 or 8 similar doors. Where did these doors lead? Could they be opened? He hurried toward the curved glass, tilting his head to try to see if anything lay deeper within the waters on either side. But before he could make out anything clearly, a voice came through the speakers above, the tone belonging to the guide. Dear guests, we are now on the second underground level of this structure at the bottom of Luoxian Lake. While the average depth of Luoxian Lake is 6.78 meters, the deepest parts go far beyond that. This research facility is interconnected throughout the lakebed and these underwater ruins, with many pathways extending into the nearby settlements. However, everyone instinctively looked up, standing still to listen. The guide continued. According to records left behind here, researchers exploring these waters once encountered villagers living beneath the lake. These villagers appeared healthy, spoke as if they were ordinary people, and moved with ease and contentment. They were often seen gathering to drink, recite poetry, and stroll together, as if they were completely real. Yet the researchers who ventured into the lake equipped with devices never returned. A tense atmosphere quickly spread. Some stared wide-eyed out into the water, while others subtly stepped back to blend into the crowd. A faint chuckle seemed to echo through the broadcast, followed by a light cough before the guide resumed, speaking more earnestly. After careful inspection, we've determined that this facility must not exceed a capacity of 500 people at any time, and visitors must not wander alone to ensure safety. Of course, there was a hint of mischief in the guide's voice. I've heard that people from the outside world enjoy a thrill. Perhaps some things here are exactly what you're looking for. The 8 underwater corridors will officially open in a week. As for the other unknown areas and projects, stay tuned. The broadcast cut off abruptly. Zhu Shoujing lowered his camera, his gaze fixed on the shadowy lake bed and the grand structures as the mysterious announcement echoed in his mind. A wide, exaggerated grin spread across his face. Just one more week, and the new promo video is ready. He swayed his head as if already imagining the massive influx of attention. But in the next moment, a faint, trembling voice came from behind him. Was it fear or excitement? That, someone just passed by there. Zhu rolled his eyes, ready to retort. It's just a gimmick. A tourist attraction. Can you stop freaking out? It's already creepy enough down here without you making it worse. But then, his pupils contracted sharply as he fixed his gaze on the stone archway ahead. Just now, a woman with delicate features had passed by, carrying a basket and smiling softly. Underwater? Gulp. The sound of him swallowing broke the silence, catching the attention of Shun Zhuang nearby. The old man leaned closer, curiosity written all over his face. What? What did you see? Zhu's voice came out hoarse and dry. I think we made eye contact. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.